Independence Day: War in the Desert, a novel by Stephen Malstead. This audiobook was created with text-to-speech software. Please keep in mind that it can contain pronunciation mistakes. Chapter 1. The attack begins. The original city on a hill, Jerusalem, was a symbol of all that was best and worst about human beings. It had stood for millennia above the Judean plain, protected by sturdy stone walls that had glinted gold in the sun since the time of Christ and, 7 centuries later, the time of Muhammad. Those walls had held back large armies and entire nations of crusaders clamoring at its gates, desperate to enter, certain that being inside would bring them closer to the paradise of heaven. It had been conquered 18 different times. Over the years, the city's walls had borne witness to some of humanity's deepest and most uplifting meditations on the question of what it meant to be alive. But they'd also seen their share of needlessly spilled blood. There had been countless acts of pettiness, backstabbing and sadism, all committed in the name of a merciful God. A 10th-century poet described Jerusalem as a golden basin filled with scorpions. It was sacred ground to all 3 of the West's major religions. The place where King David's temple had housed the Ark of the Covenant, where Christ was crucified and resurrected, and where the prophet Muhammad stretched open his arms and ascended to heaven. It was said that you could choke to death in Jerusalem. The air was so thick with prayer. Reg Cummins had first encountered the city as a grungy, 20-year-old backpacker. He'd enlisted with the Royal Air Force but had 3 months until he was scheduled to report. In the meantime, he was determined to see some of the continent. From his home in Kew Gardens outside London, he traveled down through Italy and hopped a boat to Greece. After a month on the beach, he decided he was looking for something more, something further from his experience, something more exotic and challenging. So he went to Jerusalem. He slept where he could and spent his days exploring the covered markets, tunnels, and religious shrines. He drank tea and bargained in the souks, got himself invited to Shabbat dinners, then sang and danced with his hosts. He wandered the cobblestone streets, argued over the price of onions and the nature of sin, and spent a couple of nights camped out in a courtyard of African mud huts with the Ethiopian Coptic priests in their compound. Jerusalem had always made him feel vital and completely alive. That seemed like a very long time ago. Now, several years later and hundreds of miles away, as he watched images of the city on television, Major Reginald M. Cummins, an instructor with the Queen's Flight and Training Group, Mideast Section, felt dead inside. It was noon on July 3rd, and outside the sun burned hot white in the sky. He was in the Foreign Officers' Lounge at the Khamis Maushalt Airfield in Saudi Arabia, along with every active-duty RAF soldier stationed in that country except the commandant, all 6 of them staring in grim disbelief at the CNN report unfolding on the screen. An alien aircraft of staggering size had arrived the night before and parked itself directly over the ancient city. The hovering gray disk stretched out for miles in every direction, leaving only a ring of blue sky low on the horizon. When it arrived, the ground shook with its massive rumbling. It had moved at a constant speed and elevation, closing over the top of the city like the thick stone lid of a sarcophagus. The moment the ship stopped moving, everything had fallen deathly quiet. The vessel looked like the very embodiment of evil. It was dark, hard, and strictly utilitarian in design. It was gruesomely industrial and, at the same time, somehow alive. The whole dark mass looked biological, like an exoskeleton of some sort. The sight of the gigantic airship triggered a wild, violent exodus. People gathered up whatever they could carry with them and ran. Over 1 million refugees were scrambling toward the hope of safety, some of them on the roads leading to Tel Aviv or Amman, others hurrying on foot through the hills. In most people's minds, it was the end of the world. For others, it was the armies of the Lord announcing the moment of redemption. By noon, the Jerusalem was empty except for military personnel, New Age types who had come to welcome the ETs, and STEM religious zealots wielding bats and bricks, determined to protect their sacred buildings. Variations of this scene were occurring all over the planet. Less than 24 hours before, 36 of these enormous ships, soon to be known as city destroyers, had disengaged themselves from an even larger spacecraft, the mothership, which was 1/4 the size of Earth's moon. Very quickly, they began their simultaneous, free-fall entry into Earth's atmosphere. They descended in huge billowing clouds of flame and smoke as the friction they generated combusted the oxygen around them. Upon reaching their target elevations, they came to a sudden and inexplicable halt. Completely unscathed, they drove out of the smoke clouds and moved into position over 36 of Earth's most populous and strategically important cities. None of them had made any discernible attempt to communicate. Reg Cummins drew in a deep breath and turned away from the hypnotic images on the television set. Wanting to clear his mind, he walked to the bar at the far side of the room and poured himself the stiffest drink in the house, a glass of lukewarm soda water. The initial shock of the invasion was beginning to wear off and, in its place, a grim sense of helplessness was spreading around the globe. It was evident in the comments made by the CNN reporters, in the communiques issued by the world's governments, and, as Reg could see with his own eyes, in the attitudes of his fellow pilots. Normally, they were an obnoxiously loud and boisterous group, always laughing, roughhousing and complaining bitterly about the hardships of life in this remote desert locale. Now they looked like a group of defeated men. They slumped in their chairs, as still as statues, and their heads hung in worry. If the aliens decided to pick a fight, they wouldn't get much resistance from a group like this. Reg knew he had to do something to change the atmosphere. When his eyes fell on the billiards table in the center of the room, he knew what he had to do. "All this alien nonsense is starting to bore me silly," he called across the room. "And you blokes are going to ruin your eyes watching that rot all day. Anyone interested in a game of pool?" Immediately, everyone's attention was sucked away from the news program. The men looked positively alarmed. "Anyone interested?" Reg asked, nonchalantly selecting a stick from the rack on the wall. "Impossible," said one of the pilots. "You? Play a game of pool?" said another in disbelief. "You're finally going to do something more than talk?" "That is correct," Reg said, chalking the tip of his cue. "This time I'm really going to play. Anyone here think they're good enough to take me?" The 6 pilots, wearing their flight suits in case they were ordered into the air on short notice, came toward the table. All of them had heard Reg talk about his days as a championship-level player, but this was the first time any of them had seen him actually holding a cue. "Who's the best player?" Reg asked as if he didn't already know. A tall, beefy man named Sinclair stepped up to the table chewing on the stub of a cigar. "That would be me, teacher," he said. "You're serious, then? You want a game?" "Oh yes, I'm serious, quite serious." Major Cummins, aka the teacher, an affectionate nickname given to him by the Saudi pilots who were his students, was famous for 3 things. For being widely considered the best pilot in the Middle East, for having suffered a very painful and career-threatening lapse of judgment during the Gulf War, and for bragging about his days as a pool player before joining Her Majesty's Air Force. "This is turning out to be a day full of surprises," said a man named Townsend. "First, a bunch of aliens arrive from outer space, and now something truly shocking. One hope I'm dreaming. What's this all about?" Sinclair asked, snapping open the leather case that held his personal cue. "You trying to distract us from our troubles?" When Reg shrugged without answering, Sinclair invited him to lag for break. Reg looked confused. He didn't appear to understand the question. "Why don't you go ahead and show me how it's done?" "Gladly," Sinclair said with a smirk. He leaned over the table and stroked the cue ball to the far side of the table. It bounced off and rolled back to within an inch of the near rail. It was a nice shot, the onlookers agreed, one that would be nearly impossible to beat. Sinclair marked the position with a chalk cube, satisfied that he'd already won. "Your turn, teacher." Reg studied the table. "Now what's the idea here? I have to get the ball closer than yours without touching the wall? Is that it?" "That's it exactly." Sinclair grinned wickedly. "Best of luck to you." Reg cleared his throat. "Well, here goes then," he said, lining up his shot. The awkward way he held the cue in his hands made it clear he didn't know what he was doing. He was on the verge of shooting when he suddenly backed away. "Wait, I just thought of something." The men all moaned loudly, believing Reg was going to back out of it, but he surprised them again. "We haven't made a bet. Shouldn't we make a wager of some kind?" "What can you afford to lose?" Someone laughed. Reg looked at the man curiously. "Lose? What makes you think I'm going to lose? 50 quid then? Sinclair asked, doubting Reg would want to risk that much. Make it 100. The men roared with laughter at his misguided bravado. Despite his obvious lack of skill, he actually seemed to believe he stood a chance against the mighty Sinclair. He leaned over the table again and quickly stroked his shot. The white ball sailed across the green felt. Too hard, Sinclair announced as soon as the ball rebounded off the far wall. I don't think so, said his challenger. I'd say that's just about perfect. A moment later, the ball stopped rolling a mere fingernail short of the near rail. Reg looked Sinclair in the eyes. Does this mean I get to break? The big man squinted back at him and nodded, beginning to realize that he'd been had. Reg's break shot was a thing of beauty. The cue ball fired across the table with surprising power and scattered the colorful spheres in every direction. There were 3 soft thunks as 2 solids and a stripe fell into 3 separate pockets. Listen to the teacher, friends, Reg said, circling the table like a jungle cat. Today's lesson is about making assumptions and how much trouble that can get you into. He paused long enough to hammer the 12 ball into a side pocket and the 9 into a corner. I'm certain you've all seen that diagram about the word assume. You know, the one that says, when you assume, you make an ass out of you and me. He tapped the orange 5 ball in the comber. Well, there's been too damn much assuming going on around here this morning, and I'll give you an example. You all assumed that just because you'd never seen me play, that I couldn't find my way around a table. He glanced up at Sinclair and smiled. Combination bank shot. 3 ball in the far corner. A moment later, it fell in. The same thing is happening with these spaceships. Everybody's making assumptions. He sunk the 2 ball, then broke into the exaggerated accent of a terrified Scotsman. Oh, fair crackin' ice. These huge Fukin saucers are parked all over the Fukin world. It can mean one thing and one thing only. Total Fukin annihilation fair the human race. The men chuckled at his imitation, but they also got the message. In quick succession, Reg sank every ball left on the table, then tossed his cue on the table. The truth of the matter is, you just can't tell what sort of a player a bloke is until he makes a few shots. So let's wait to see what kind of players these aliens are before we quit and hang up our cues. Okay. And if they turn out to be sharks like you? Sinclair asked with a laugh. In that case, we'll show them what kind of shooting good English lads can do, right? Right, the men answered in one voice. With the fire back in their eyes, the men began a raucous discussion of the punishment they would mete out if the aliens started any trouble. They were laughing and arguing when a blast of heat and bright light swept into the room. The door of the darkened lounge had pulled open and Colonel Whitley, a man with the long neck and stooped posture of a vulture, stepped inside. He was the highest-ranking RAF officer at Commis-Maushold but had been in the Middle East only a few weeks. He carried a map of the region that he'd ripped from the wall of his office. He was sweating from his short walk across the base. It was already 96 degrees Fahrenheit outside, and it was only going to get hotter. I'm going to need a volunteer, Whitley announced, knocking glasses and ashtrays off the bar so he could flatten out the map. Here's the situation. 40 of our birds, tornadoes, are trapped over the Mediterranean. They've been in a holding pattern for the last half hour near Haifa. Somebody's got to go get them. Why? Asked one of the men. What's the matter? Whitley grimaced in disgust. Every nation in the region is closing down its airspace. Israel was the first. About an hour ago, they started chasing out all foreign planes, allies included. 5 minutes later, Egypt and Syria started doing the same damn thing, so our boys can't just detour around. Besides, they're not fully trained pilots. They're just a bunch of warm bodies acting as chauffeurs. It's a hideous mess out there, hideous. What the hell is Israel's problem? Sinclair asked. Last night they agreed to allow foreign planes. Reg took an educated guess. There must have been a skirmish. If I know the Israelis, they've been shadowing every group of Arab planes that comes in for a look at that alien craft. Somebody started playing chicken, probably some Iraqis, and before they knew it, they were in a dogfight. Whitley's dark eyes opened wide in surprise. He didn't know Reg well and, after reading his personnel file, regarded him with caution. "The Major is correct," he told the men. 2 Iraqi planes were shot down. In retaliation, missiles were fired onto the road leading to Tel Aviv, resulting in civilian casualties. Then, of course, all hell broke loose. "Oh, that's bloody lovely," said one of the pilots in disgust. "That's just beautiful. The aliens must be laughing their little green arses off right now. They won't have to waste any ammunition in this part of the world. We'll kill ourselves off before the bastards have the chance to do it themselves." "Enough talk," Whitley snapped. "Who's going?" 6 pilots loudly volunteered, but Reg quieted them with a look. "Sorry, lads, winter breaks." Then he turned to the colonel. "I'm your man, sir. Where do those planes have to go?" A bead of sweat rolled off the tip of Whitley's beak-like nose. "They're headed to Kuwait." "But look, Cummins," he said tensely. "Maybe someone else would be better for this mission. It's not that I doubt your skills, but there are hundreds of warplanes out there from a dozen different nations. And as I say, these boys flying the Tornadoes don't know what they're doing. This is a live-fire situation, and it's going to be, well, confusing." The men fell into an awkward silence. They knew that the colonel's reluctance to give Reg the mission was based on something that had happened many years before, something none of them ever mentioned in front of the teacher. Whitley, a newcomer to the base, didn't understand that his fears were ground, less than that Reg was, by far, the best man for the job. He was the only one who had never flown alongside the teacher and seen the impossible things he could do in a jet. Besides, Reg knew the region well enough to fly without navigation systems, and he understood the tactics of the Middle East's diverse air forces better than anyone. Whitley's lack of confidence stung Reg like a hard punch to the heart, but he didn't let it show. "I'm your man, Colonel," he repeated firmly. "I'll find those planes. I'll bring them to their destination safely." Whitley shook his head. "I've read your file, Cummins. We can't afford any lapses. Now, who else volunteers?" The other pilots looked at the ceiling, at the television, anywhere but at the colonel. It only took a second of being ignored for Whitley to realize that the decision had been made for him. "So that's how it's going to be. Very well then, Major, the mission is yours. Good luck. Your takeoff has already been cleared with the tower." "I'll see you gentlemen this afternoon," Reg said over his shoulder as he pushed open the door and headed away across the blistering hot tarmac. The others moved to the windows and watched him go. Whitley crossed his long arms over his chest. "There goes a man looking for trouble." "Not at all," said Sinclair. "There goes a man looking for redemption." As his British Aerospace Hawk 200 thundered over the razor-wire perimeter fence of the Commis-Mauschelt facility, Reg looked down at the base that had been his home for the last few years, a 9-square-mile patch of pavement in the middle of a desert. It was a horrible place to live and was considered the worst assignment an RAF man could draw. No one except Reg had ever volunteered to be there. Saudi Arabia could be a strange, hostile, and cruel place, ruled by restrictive Islamic social codes. But Reg had found the Saudis to be an honorable people and had made many genuine friends among them. He had trained many of the Royal Saudi Air Force's best pilots during his years in the country since Desert Storm. There was plenty to think about during his flight north. His cockpit instrumentation was showing a contradictory jumble of digits and flashing zeros. All satellite-dependent systems were unreliable. But he'd made the flight to Jerusalem many times and knew the way by heart. He tried to keep his mind clear, but couldn't help thinking about what Whitley had said about lapses. Could it be that the man had a point? After all, even though he'd engaged in hundreds of mock battles during the last several years, this was the first time he would be facing a live-fire situation since his last, ill-fated sortie over Iraq. As he flew past the ancient ruins of Petra, he got his first glimpse of the alien ship. It was only a gray blot on the horizon, but Reg felt the hackles raise on the back of his neck. His warrior instincts told him to attack the thing at once. But as he came closer, it grew to an impossible, intimidating size, and his passion cooled. Dominating the sky, it seemed to cover half of Israel. The astounding thing was that something so vast and heavy could float. It was an egregious violation of the laws of physics, and the closer Reg flew to the city-sized airship, the more it dawned on him that he was in the presence of a powerful civilization far in advance of his own. He felt a sudden chill and began to grasp why not a single government around the world had decided to declare war on the uninvited guests. At the same time, it produced a dark attraction. There was a certain sort of ominous, magnetic, unholy beauty to the craft. Its sleek gray dome, glinting in the midday sun, was made of an exotic material he'd never seen before. It was something out of a beautiful nightmare, like a medieval fortress from the 24th century built in the clouds. Mesmerized, Reg flew closer until he became distracted by a stinging in his eyes. It took him a moment to realize that sweat was pouring down his face and blurring his vision. When he wiped his forehead clean, he noticed his hand was trembling. It had been so long since he'd felt anything resembling fear at the controls of a plane that he didn't recognize it for a moment. In a sudden rush of self-doubt, Whitley's words echoed through his head. Maybe he wasn't ready for the real thing. Distracted, he didn't notice a pair of Syrian MiG Fulcrums moving up behind him at top speed. They passed above him by a scant few hundred feet, then deliberately cut across his path. When Reg hit the turbulence of their jet wash, his hawk shook as though the wings would snap off. Regaining control, he rose 1,000 feet in altitude and flipped his radio to the general frequency. "Thank you, friends, for that warm welcome," he said to the Syrians, figuring that having had their fun, they would leave him alone. But his heads-up display showed them arcing around for another pass. Realizing he was under direct attack had a curious effect on Reg. His hands stopped shaking, his heart rate slowed, and something like a smile crossed his lips. "If you boys want to dance," he said into his radio, "let's have a go." Far below, he saw the brilliant blue of the Dead Sea on Israel's eastern border. He cut his speed to let the Syrian planes catch up. The Hawk's automated systems honked a warning alarm as the MiGs came within firing range behind him. When they were almost upon him, Reg snapped back hard on the controls and sent the Hawk into a sudden vertical climb. As he guessed, the faster, more maneuverable MiGs stayed on his tail, following him upward and closing the distance. He looped over backwards, pointed the nose of his plane to Earth, and plunged full throttle toward the Dead Sea. The Syrians continued the pursuit. The three planes plummeted toward the blue surface of the water at hypersonic speed. Reg gave no indication of pulling up. He increased his speed. In his earphones, he could hear his pursuers talking nervously in Arabic. Soon, they were screaming at one another to level off as their altimeter readings approached zero. They broke out of their dive, watching in amazement as the English plane continued to head straight down. A big grin spread across Reg's face as he calmly brought his plane parallel to the water with plenty of room to spare. Just as he'd expected, the Syrians had pulled up in a panic, forgetting that zero on an altimeter indicated sea level. But the Dead Sea, the lowest point in Asia, was more than 900 meters below sea level. With his confidence restored, Reg ignored the flashing lights on his display panel and crossed into Israeli airspace with an airspeed of 1,000 kph and an altitude reading of -700 meters. Outwardly, at least, the gigantic alien ship over Jerusalem was an exact replica of the 35 others. The front of it was marked by a slender black tower, 3/4 of a mile tall, set into a crater-shaped depression in the dome. Soon after it had parked itself over the ancient capital, it began to spin slowly like a wheel, completing a revolution every 72 minutes. Reg was approaching from the southeast but knew that the tornadoes were on the opposite side, the northwest. He scanned the skies searching for the safest way around the 15-mile-wide obstacle, but everywhere he looked, Israeli jets were patrolling in clusters. Hundreds of other planes were prowling just beyond the border. Only the murky area directly below the alien megaship was deserted. Quickly deciding that would be the path of least resistance, he darted into the deep shadows cast by the floating behemoth. The bottom of the ship was not the smooth surface it appeared to be on television. Instead, it was studded with endless rectangular structures the size of warehouses. They were arranged in precise rows, and the spaces between them formed broad boulevards that ran to the center of the vessel. Subtle color differentiations on the surface created a pattern that looked like a vast daisy, the petals of which stretched several miles to the ship's perimeter. As he approached the eye of the flower, he glanced down at Jerusalem. The exact center of the giant ship was directly above the city's most distinctive landmark, the Al-Aqsa Mosque, the famous Dome of the Rock. It occurred to Reg that the maze-like underbelly of the ship was a twisted minor image of the beautiful city below. Jerusalem, one of the most revered cities on the planet, was staring up at a dark reflection of itself. He glanced down as he tore past the walled old city. Continuing on his way, he steered toward the horizon, a low, blue ribbon of open sky. When he emerged from beneath the ship, he flew unopposed to the Mediterranean coast and slipped out of Israeli airspace. It didn't take him long to locate the 40 British planes. They were in a disorganized holding pattern, flying long, slow loops about 5 miles from shore. He established radio contact with the group's commanding officer. Lost sheep, this is Guide Dog. Do you read? A sputtering, panic-stricken voice roared back. It's about bloody well time somebody showed up. Is that you in the Hawk, Guide Dog? Affirmative. This is Major Reg Cummins out of Commis Maushold. I'm given to understand that you're in need of my services. This is Lieutenant Colonel Thompson. What we need is to get to a friendly airfield and land these planes. The officer shouted. We're not pilots, man. We've got no business flying these planes, especially in these circumstances. The blasted Israelis have been threatening to shoot us down. Now I'm ordering you to get us the hell out of here at once. Although Reg had been warned that the men piloting these sophisticated warplanes were not the best pilots, he was surprised at the man's hysterical tone. Colonel, Reg said calmly, you and your men are in good hands. I intend to deliver all of you safely to our base in Kuwait. Now, if you gentlemen will kindly follow me to the south along the coast. A new voice, much younger than Thompson's and speaking in a working-class London accent, interrupted. Pardon me, Major Cummins. No disrespect intended, but heading south takes us closer to that big ugly wanker sitting over Jerusalem. I, for one, would prefer to stay as far away from that monster as possible. That's quite enough, Airman Ty, Colonel Thompson said sternly. Let the man lead. Airman? Did someone just say airman? Reg said incredulously. What the hell is an airman doing flying a tornado? Like most militaries around the world, the RAF only gave wings to officers. What's going on here, Thompson? You've got cadets flying these planes? Before Thompson could answer, Ty spoke up again. It's worse than you think, Major Cummins. I'm not even a cadet, just a lowly mechanic, but don't you worry about me. I've got it under control. Reg had to admit that the kid had a point. It was hard to tell from a distance, but Ty seemed to be handling his plane better than most of the others. Certainly much better than his commanding officer, Thompson. He wondered how it was that a mechanic had learned to fly one of Britain's newest and most lethal jet fighters, but decided not to ask. Hold on, demanded a new voice. Why south? Last time I checked, Kuwait was east of here. Quite right. We could go that way, Reg said. In fact, that's a brilliant plan if you chaps think you're ready to square off against the Israelis, the Syrians, the Jordanians, and the Iraqis. How does that sound? Never mind, replied the voice. I humbly withdraw the suggestion. The young Londoner, Ty, spoke again. Yes, when you put it that way, Major, heading south sounds lovely. Suddenly, I'd love to get a better look at that spaceship. The group formed up behind Reg and flew along the coast, keeping to an elevation only slightly lower than the edge of the alien ship. The closer they came, the larger grew the lump in Reg's throat. Guessing that the others must be feeling the same way, he choked down his fear and got on the radio, playing the role of friendly tour guide. Coming up on your left, gentlemen, you might notice a very large, dark gray aircraft from outer space hovering just a few thousand feet above the ground. We ask that you kindly refrain from feeding the aliens, and please remember to keep all arms and legs inside your cockpits at all times. Nervous laughter came back over the radio and several men made jokes of their own. But just as they approached the nearest edge of the disk, shouting erupted. Movement was detected along the bottom of the craft. Reg immediately shed 1,000 feet of altitude. When the tornadoes followed him, they had a clear view of what was happening. Mammoth hatch doors were lowering to create a mile-wide opening at the eye of the Daisy design. A sparkling jade-green light spilled from the interior of the ship and washed over Jerusalem, illuminating the city as if it were some kind of magical kingdom. It was such a beautiful sight that, for a moment, it was possible to believe the aliens had benign intentions after all. But soon, the tip of a massive cone-shaped mechanism lowered through the opening. "What in the world is that?" gasped Thompson. Reg thought he knew. He clenched his teeth and fought against the impulse to abandon the novice pilots to make a run at the jewel-like cone. His fingers itched to unleash his sidewinders at what he feared was some sort of weapon. But he remained on course, even as a tightly focused beam of white light stabbed downward from the tip of the cone and touched the golden cupola of the dome of the rock. "Communications beam?" someone asked with withering hope. Reg shook his head sadly. He did not say the words aloud, but mouthed them behind his oxygen mask. "Targeting laser." A moment later, to his horror, Reg saw that his instinct was right. A blinding blast of light ripped out of the cone and smashed down on the golden-domed mosque, shattering the building into a billion pieces from the inside out. A dense pillar of fire began to build up over the blast site as the weapon continued to fire, adding more and more energy. Then, all at once, it exploded outward and began to rip through the city, a tidal wave of flame rolling across the ground, utterly destroying everything in its path. It only seemed to gather momentum as it moved. Spreading relentlessly from the epicenter, a fiery wall of destruction several hundred feet high moved beyond the walls of the city and into the surrounding hills and suburbs. With the speed and force of an atomic explosion, it scoured Jerusalem from the face of the earth, vaporizing in a handful of seconds what it had taken humans 2,000 years to build. At length, the bright beam coming from the firing cone shut off. But still the explosion rolled outward. With a momentum of its own, the blast shot beyond the city limits, breaking apart the surrounding towns and villages. It threw automobiles, buildings, and bridges hundreds of feet into the air before burying them under a molten sea of flames. Even after the flames themselves stopped moving outward, the residual heat continued for another mile, killing everything it touched. Where one of the most beloved cities of the world had stood scant seconds before, there was now only a 20-mile circle of scarred, scorched earth. 500,000 human lives had been extinguished. None of the English pilots had spoken a word since the blast began. Reg broke the silence with a terse command. "You men continue south." Then he broke abruptly out of formation, turning to port for an attack run against the giant city destroyer. He was not alone. From every corner of the sky, pilots from every nation in the Middle East temporarily forgot their long-standing rivalries to attack their common enemy. Without a word passing between them, Reg joined a group of 8 Iranian jets which adjusted their positions to make room for him in their formation. He had only a few missiles loaded aboard his Hawk, but when the Iranian flight leader shouted the signal, he fired 2 of them. His AIM-9 sidewinders kicked forward and joined the barrage of Iranian weapons. They all exploded at the same time, a full quarter-mile before reaching the polished surface of the alien craft. What the hell was that? As the missiles detonated, they produced an odd atmospheric disturbance. The air surrounding the city destroyer rippled visibly, like the surface of a pond disturbed by a handful of pebbles. "Pull up," Reg shouted to the Iranians. "They've got some kind of energy shield." The stunned pilots saw that he was right and yanked back hard on their yokes in a desperate bid to avoid the invisible barrier. For some, the warning came too late. 4 of the 8 splattered themselves against the shield and burst into flames without penetrating to the other side. As Reg and the others leveled off, they could see the same thing was happening all around them. Missiles and jets were exploding against the invisible wall protecting the dark ship. In his headphones, Reg could hear Colonel Thompson screaming, cursing and demanding that he finish the job of escorting the squad out of the area. After studying the melee unfolding around him for another minute, Reg saw that there was little hope of damaging the ship. Reluctantly, he turned south to rejoin the tornadoes. Only a moment after he spotted the tornadoes, the already disastrous situation got worse, much worse. A fresh round of shouting erupted over the radio. Reg looked over his shoulder at the black tower that marked the prow of the city destroyer. Near the top of it, a portal had appeared. What had seemed like a solid surface only moments before now bore a wide opening from which hundreds of small craft were emerging. They ducked and turned with incredible aerodynamic agility, like an angry swarm of bees boiling out of a disturbed hive. They quickly split into packs and moved to confront the human jets. Finally, Reg said to himself, someone our own size to pick on. What now? Thompson shouted. What do we do, Cummins? There's only thing you can do in a situation like this, Colonel. Run like hell. Get out of here as fast as you can. I'll try to buy you some time. Reg wheeled around to face the oncoming enemy and spotted a gang of 10 or 12 of them headed his way. They were sleek, lethal-looking machines with large reflective windows and curved rods extending from their noses like sets of pincers. Instead of a stable formation, they darted over and under one another in a continuous shuffle. As they streaked closer, white-hot energy pulses formed between the pincers before firing through the air. They look like the scarabs in the Egyptian Museum of Cairo, thought Reg, but they fly like bats. Before Reg came within range, the alien detachment came under attack. Arabs, Israelis, Turks, Greeks, and Africans closed in on them and filled the air with missiles and large-caliber gunfire. Reg flew toward the melee, bobbing and weaving to avoid the stray blasts from the alien pulse weapons that were streaking through the air. A moment after he joined forces with a Sudanese pilot, the man's MiG burst into flames and disintegrated. The scarab that had fired the deadly shot buzzed over the top of Reg's hawk. In a heartbeat, Reg banked hard and fell in behind him. The alien pilot seemed not to realize he was being followed. Or perhaps he didn't care. He swooped to attack another jet, an American FL-5, but before he could fire another pulse blast, Reg locked on with his targeting system and sent a sidewinder flashing through the air. It scored a solid hit, exploding with devastating power against the rear of the attacker. One confirmed kill, he reported, keying his radio to the common band. But as the smoke cleared, he realized that he had spoken too soon. The attacker was still in one piece. It wobbled through the air for a moment, reeling from the force of the blast, before righting itself and moving on as if nothing had happened. Bad news, he shouted. These little buggers have shields, too. Break off the engagement. That was easier said than done. The nimble alien attackers were destroying jets almost as fast as Reg could count them. It wasn't a dogfight, but a one-sided aerial slaughter. Reg turned south again and tried to find a way through the mayhem. More than one of the aliens sighted on him and came in firing pulse blasts, forcing him to use every trick in his considerable repertoire to avoid being shot down. Reg managed to stay alive, but the less skillful pilots around him were not so lucky. Shaking off the last of his alien pursuers, he leveled out at 5,000 feet, pushed his twin-turbo fan engines to their maximum speed and tore south along the coastline. He saw no sign of Thompson or the others, and was thankful that they appeared to be safely out of the area. Then, a lone tornado came roaring up behind him and stationed itself off his starboard wing. Who the hell is piloting that tornado? You lot are supposed to be long gone. It's Airman Ty, sir. I'm your new wingman. A fast-moving pair of blips on Reg's radar screen told him danger was approaching. 2 of the scarab attackers were giving chase and they were gaining fast. He might be able to save himself with clever maneuvering, at least for a while, but now he had to worry about the young fool of a mechanic who had come to help. Burning with anger, he looked to his right and leveled an icy stare at the man in the tornado's cockpit. Ty responded with an enthusiastic salute and a nod of the head. Listen to me, Reg called. Do you know if that plane has had its avionics update yet? Installed it myself, Major. Ty responded proudly a moment before a pulse blast sailed between their 2 planes. Major, the young man shouted. We've got aliens right behind us. I see them, said the teacher as calmly as if he were conducting a routine training mission. Now, here's what I'd like you to do. Come up about 20 meters and fire off the port chaff. To Reg's surprise, Ty executed the order quickly and with great precision. As the enemy closed in behind them, a cloud of aluminum slivers exploded into the air. Designed to confuse the homing systems of enemy air-to-air missiles, the tiny magnetically charged bits of metal adhered to the attackers. Blinded and confused, they broke off the pursuit. "Excellent work, lad," roared Reg. "Where did you learn to fly like that?" Then, before Ty could answer, Reg laughed and said, "Forget I asked. I'm sure I don't want to know. Cummins, where are you? Cummins? Is that you?" The desperate voice on the radio belonged to Colonel Thompson. "For the love of God, man, where are you? Help us." "I'm here, Colonel. What is your position?" "I don't know. I think everyone's dead. Everyone's been shot down. We tried to fight them off, but they have shields and they were everywhere. Everyone's gone." Another Englishman shouted over the airwaves. "Guide dog, this is Sutton. Colonel Thompson and I are circling just north of the Red Sea, over the town of Aylot." Within minutes, Reg and Ty spotted their companions and flew to meet them. Of the 38 tornadoes that had gone ahead, only 2 remained. Thompson had calmed down considerably by the time they arrived. "We're all that's left," he reported. "What happened?" Reg demanded. "You should have been out of the area long ago." "We ran into the whole goddamn Egyptian Air Force," Sutton snarled. "They came roaring north, headed straight at us, and it was all we could do to get out of their way. We were in the process of regrouping when those little alien bastards came out of nowhere and chewed us to pieces. What do we do now? I'm afraid escorting you to Kuwait is out of the question. Not enough fuel. Looks like I'll have to bring you boys home with me to Mauschelt." "Where the hell is that?" demanded Sutton. "Just follow me," Reg answered. Continuing south from Aylot and hugging the edge of the Red Sea, the quartet soon crossed into Saudi Arabia. Partly out of habit and partly to restore a sense of purpose, Reg formed them into a staggered diamond formation. This lone sense of order in the aftermath of the devastating air battle attracted every lost pilot for miles around. One by one, they joined Reg's armada until they were nearly 50 strong. Soon, the group was flying over the dramatically contrasting Asur mountain chain. The green western slopes ran down to the Red Sea and were lush with vegetation, while the eastern slopes were devoid of life and marked the edge of a vast, inhospitable desert. A few of the pilots had come mentally unglued. Through his radio, Reg could hear them sobbing like small children and jabbering uncontrollably in languages he didn't understand. Trying to think, he blocked out the noise and almost missed the message coming from his home base. The voice was barely audible above the din Mauschelt airfield to southbound flight. "Do you read?" "Affirmative, Mauschelt. This is RAF Major Cummins." "Major," said the flight controller. "Please instruct any RAF pilots in your group to switch to the private band. Over." Reg and the other Brits quickly complied. "Hello, Major," Colonel Whitley said. "You're still alive." "Yes, a few of us survived, but only by the skin of our teeth. They destroyed Jerusalem, wiped it off the map." "Yes, I know. The attack was simultaneous and worldwide. All 36 of their ships fired at once. London, Paris, New York, Moscow, all of them. They're all gone." "London," Ty repeated softly, expressing a huge amount of grief with a single word. "Listen," Whitley went on. "I've been talking with the American commander. He's got 30 F-16s ready to escort you in. Add our 6 instructors and you've got 36. Will that be enough to hold off those aliens?" "Don't bother," Reg shot back. "If the aliens come after us, more planes won't make any difference." He began explaining the shields they'd encountered on both the City Destroyer and the Scarab attack craft, but Whitley cut him off. "What do you mean if they come after you?" Whitley asked. "You'd better have a look at your long-range radar." Reg studied his screens and saw that they were clear. For a moment he hoped that the colonel was mistaken, but his heart sank into the pit of his stomach when he noticed a cluster of blips creeping into view at the top of the screen. It was a squadron of at least 24 alien attackers. "We are officially dead meat," Sutton groaned. "It's over. Our intel officer here in the tower has been monitoring your situation for several minutes. He's convinced the enemy is following you." Whitley paused to let the pilots draw their own conclusions. "Change your mind about that escort?" "Negative," Reg shouted. "I'm telling you that won't do any good." "Then we've got a major problem," Whitley said. Because there's no way the Yanks can get all their planes off the ground before you get here. They've got over 200 birds parked on the tarmac, and if you bring— I understand, Reg interrupted. We'll turn to the east and lead them away from you. Very well, Whitley said after a brief pause. Good luck, Cummins, and good luck to the rest of you men. Then he was gone. Reg switched back to the common frequency and issued the new orders. Turn away from the coast and proceed due east. We have a large force of alien attack craft closing to our rear. Turn east immediately. Most of the pilots were still too shocked and confused to oppose the order, despite the fact that there was nothing but empty desert in that direction. The entire group turned away from the water, all except for 3 planes. Regs ordered them to rejoin the formation several times before deciding to chase after them. He called for Ty and Sutton, both of them decent pilots despite their lack of training, to form up on his wings. 2 of the renegade jets were Iraqis, the last people on Earth Reg wanted to shoot down. Iraqi pilots, you are headed in the wrong direction. Our flight is heading east. One of them shouted back that Reg could go to hell. He said that he and his partner were low on fuel and that there was nowhere to land in the desert. Reg considered explaining the situation to them, hoping he could persuade them to cooperate. But there wasn't enough time, so he adopted a more efficient approach. British tornadoes, he said. You are red and clear. Lock on and fire at will. No, wait, cried the Iraqis. We agree to follow you. We are turning. Cursing energetically in Arabic, the 2 men reluctantly set off to the east. Reg sent Ty and Sutton with them to make sure they rejoined the rest of the group. Then he closed quickly on the last southbound plane, a 20-year-old Chinese J-7 with Egyptian markings. The pilot was muttering unintelligibly into his radio mouthpiece and didn't respond to Reg's repeated warnings. Hoping to snap the Egyptian out of his stupor, Reg flipped his hawk over and moved up until he was right on top of the J-7. The canopies of the 2 planes were separated by only a few feet. The Egyptian looked up and saw the Englishman hanging upside down above him pointing to the east. But the strange sight failed to register in his grief-stricken mind. He continued along the same path, muttering the whole while. Reg saw no harm in letting the man go his own. In his present condition, there was little chance of him leading the aliens to ComicCon or any other airfield. But Reg felt badly about leaving him, so he shot ahead and attempted to take the Egyptian by the hand. He maneuvered himself directly in front of the other plane and began a gradual turn to port, hoping the disoriented pilot would unthinkingly follow him. But something went horribly wrong. A warning buzzer sounded, and when Reg twisted around, he saw an R.550 magic missile streaking toward him, homing in on his heat exhaust. Reg screamed and jerked the controls hard to port, lifting as he went. The missile chased after him, quickly closing the distance. Damn it! Somebody finally caught me with my guard down. Although he'd been fired at hundreds of times in training exercises, he'd never been killed. Then again, he'd never made himself into a sitting duck the way he had for this demented Egyptian. Reg continued to turn as tightly as his hawk would allow, the G-force crushing him against the right-hand wall of the cockpit until he was headed back toward the J-7. Although he hadn't planned it, he realized that looping around had provided him with one last card to play, one last slim hope of avoiding being blown apart. He steered himself onto a collision course with the Egyptian, speeding toward him almost head-on, as the missile continued to hunt him down. He bore down on the plane until he was close enough to see the man's eyes looking back at him blankly. Then, at the last possible moment, he swerved and felt the concussion behind him as the magic missile destroyed the plane that had fired it. Without celebrating his narrow escape, without even glancing back at the falling debris, Reg sped east to catch up to the others. Of course, he was glad to have survived the encounter. But as he looked north and saw the squadron of alien attackers becoming visible in the distance, he realized that his being alive was probably only a very temporary state of affairs. Only a moment after struggling to save himself, he found himself hoping the aliens would chase him out into the desert and hunt him down. But that didn't happen. The Scarab planes resisted the temptation to snack on Reg's small band of refugee pilots, and instead continued south toward the feast awaiting them at ComicCon. As he headed deeper into the desert, Reg switched over to the private frequency and heard the tower operator desperately calling out the alert. Incoming! Incoming! Chapter 2. Retreat. Leaving the Red Sea behind them, Reg and his motley crew of survivors headed out across one of the most inhospitable environments on the face of the earth, the Great Sand Desert of the Arabian Peninsula. Stretching out to the horizon in all directions, it was an ocean of gently undulating sand dunes, some of them 100 meters tall. Shaped by the wind, they looked like the cresting waves of the ocean that had once covered the land. The Arabs called it Rub al-Khali, the empty quarter. It was a place the fiercest Bedouin tribes feared to cross, even in the ubiquitous Toyota trucks that had long since replaced camels. The international borders running through the area had never been precisely delineed. No war had ever been fought for its control. It was one of the only places on the face of the planet that no one wanted. The shouting, arguing, and whimpering that had filled the radio waves subsided as the pilots headed deeper into this awesome and pitiless landscape. Fuel levels were running dangerously low, and the warning systems aboard the planes began to sound. It appeared as though they had eluded one enemy only to run headlong into the arms of another. Instead of a swift, explosive death from an alien energy pulse, they now faced a slow, painful one in the desert. Their only hope was to find one of the tiny oases that dotted the desert. But the empty quarter was roughly the size of Texas, which meant they were looking for a needle in a field full of haystacks. Reg had visited a few oases. They were not grass-green patches of land full of swaying palm trees that most Westerners imagined. Instead, they typically consisted of a few tiny buildings and an oil derrick or two. A few of the places were marked on Reg's onboard maps, but without satellite navigation systems, the maps were useless. The empty quarter offered no permanent landmarks by which to navigate. It was a place that gave up no secrets. One by one, the jets began to run out of fuel and fall from the sky. The first to go down was a Jordanian. Before he ditched his plane, the terrified pilot begged his countrymen to remember the coordinates and send rescuers for him as soon as they could. They promised they would, but everyone knew it wasn't going to happen. Moving deeper into the desert with each passing minute, the pilots scoured the landscape with their eyes and called for help over their radios. For more pilots were lost to lack of fuel, and Reg began to feel the panic level rising in his chest like the waterline in a sinking ship. The red warning light on his own fuel meter began to blink. It was only a matter of time. Just when all seemed lost, a Libyan pilot spotted what looked like a column of smoke rising on the horizon. "That looks like an oil fire," said Ty. As the group turned and raced in that direction, one of the Israelis, a man with a froggy voice, quoted from the Bible, "And the Lord went before them by day in a pillar of cloud." Then he asked, "Are you a believer, Major Cummins?" "Let's just say I believe we're going to need all the help we can get," Reg replied. The source of the smoke came into view. A crashed tanker plane was burning out of control. The jet fuel it had been carrying had spilled over a wide area and was belching a mushroom cloud of black smoke high into the hot, motionless air. It took Reg a moment to recognize the place, though he'd flown past it with his students more than once. It was an oil drilling station set atop a barren, rocky plateau. It was surrounded by a ring of stony hills that kept the ever-shifting dunes from burying the plateau in sand. Since Reg had seen it last, the site had been transformed. It was now a small military airfield. Over 100 Saudi combat planes were parked alongside a freshly repaved landing strip. "I don't believe my eyes," Ty shouted. "We're saved." "It must be a mirage," Sutton said. "What is this place?" "My guess is that this must have been a designated fallback position for the Saudi military," Reg said. Then he added, "Would have been nice of them to let us know about it. Why haven't the bastards answered our distress calls?" Thompson fumed. "I suggest we go down there and ask them." None of the pilots bothered to request permission to land. Jostling for position, they lined up nearly nose cone to tail fin and descended toward the runway at the same time. When Colonel Thompson saw the situation he was in, he shrieked and rolled out of formation. His fuel gauge had long since run to zero, but he decided it would be safer to risk another loop around. He hadn't flown a fighter jet for more than a decade and was more than a little rusty. Earlier that morning, before dawn, he'd been in his office on the island of Cyprus, packing his personal effects neatly into cardboard boxes. The entire base was closing and he was preparing to be transferred to an aircraft carrier in the Mediterranean. Then the surprising news arrived that the colonel would instead be flying a Tornado jet fighter to Kuwait. He was given 10 minutes to report. He poured himself a capful of whiskey and looked around the office, deciding what to bring. The first thing he picked up was the photograph of him standing between a pair of much taller men, President Whitmore and the Italian Prime Minister, but he quickly tossed it aside. He ended up taking just 3 things: a recent picture of his wife and 3 daughters, which he creased and slipped into his wallet, a red, dog-eared copy of the Traveler's Guide to Handy Phrases in Arabic, and a pearl-handled revolver his father had given him years before. He loaded the pistol, tucked it inside his jacket, and left without closing the door behind him. "Thompson, you were on a good approach," Reg said. "Why'd you pull up? A man needs room to land a plane," the colonel yelled back. "I'm not a damned stunt pilot." Resisting the urge to ask the colonel exactly what kind of pilot he was, Reg coached him into a passable landing. Ty and Sutton, on the other hand, handled themselves like seasoned veterans, landing their Tornadoes almost flawlessly. When he lined up for his own landing, however, Reg's luck finally deserted him. His Hawk sputtered and flamed out as the final dregs of jet fuel were consumed. Quickly sizing up the situation, he saw there was no way to make an unpowered landing. Too many jets were still on approach and he was losing altitude fast. But there was an even more pressing problem. He was heading toward a row of gleaming Saudi F-15 Eagles parked near the foot of the runway and was going to demolish them if he didn't do something. Acting on instinct, Reg jammed his yoke all the way forward, tilting the nose of his plane straight down. The Hawk plummeted toward the ground like a heavy stone. A moment before he crashed into the plateau wall, he hugged his arms and legs close to his body and activated the explosive bolts of his ejection seat. The clear canopy ripped away, and Reg hurtled out of the doomed jet fighter, flying parallel to the ground at a sickening rate of speed. The silk canopy attached to his harness acted as much as a drag chute as it did a parachute. As he shot through the air like a human cannonball, Reg caught a momentary glimpse of the dumbfounded expression on the face of a Syrian pilot who was flying in the same direction. As his Hawk piled into the ground and exploded in a huge fireball, Reg drifted down to the tarmac and hit the ground running, following the jets down the runway. Skidding to a halt, he hustled to flatten his chute and pull it to one side, where it wouldn't hamper the few planes left to land. He marched down the runway until he noticed 3 British pilots staring at him in disbelief. By the time he walked up to where they were standing in the shade of a freshly parked Tornado, he was drenched in sweat. It was well over 110 degrees Fahrenheit. One of the Brits was a gangly red-haired lad who was shaking his head in stupefied amazement. Reg didn't need to see a name tag to guess who he was. "Better close your mouth there, Airman Ty. It's wicked dry out here in the desert." Things in the camp did not get off to an auspicious beginning. The Saudis insisted on keeping the new arrivals away from their planes and tents. The contingent of international pilots was kept segregated on one side of the plateau, well away from the landing strip. The armed soldiers the Saudis posted along their border refused to answer questions, even from pilots who came from countries allied with Saudi Arabia. To make matters worse, the pilots quickly balkanized themselves into national groupings and kept well away from their traditional enemies. Everyone in the international part of the camp, it seemed, was angry with the Saudis and deeply suspicious of one another. Even Reg Cummins was having trouble cracking the code of silence among the Saudi guards and wringing information from them. As he was trying, screaming erupted from the Israeli group. The Israelis had been the first to isolate themselves from the others, most of whom were Arabs. There had been a great deal of shouting in Hebrew since they had withdrawn to the shade of their planes, but it seemed directed toward one of their own. After a shrill, piercing cry rang through the air, the man who seemed to be causing most of the disturbance broke free of the group and came sprinting wildly across the dusty earth toward Reg. Both Sutton and Ty, lounging in the nearby shade, stood to meet the challenge, but Reg motioned them back. "What are you?" demanded the crazed Israeli. He had a haunted, terrified look on his face and was dripping with sweat. Easy there, pilot, Reg said. I'm an English officer. We're allies. English? What is English? He screamed. Two of his countrymen ran up behind the man, whose name tag identified him as Greenberg, and took hold of his arms, but he continued to rage. That means nothing now. I want to know if you are human. Are you a human or one of them? Human, Reg assured him. 100% human. The answer seemed to calm the man down, but only for a moment. With the strength that only the demented possess, he threw both the men restraining him to the ground and ran to the next group, the Iranians. What are you? Are you human? He screamed at a muscular pilot who had stripped to the waist. The man didn't answer, but scoffed and turned away. When Greenberg took another step toward him, the Iranian threw a sudden, vicious elbow to the middle of the Israeli's face. A fountain of bright red blood flew through the air as Greenberg crumpled to the ground. One of the men chasing Greenberg started a shoving match with the Iranian, and soon the entire Israeli contingent was converging on the site. Reg groaned a little. Let the games begin, he said, half in disgust before he, too, started hurrying toward the trouble. Before he got there, however, an unlikely figure appeared in the center of the impending storm, shouting for order in atrocious Arabic. The man waved a well-thumbed red phrase book in the air with imperious authority. Reg blinked. It was Thompson. The gathering mob, which had been on the verge of embarking on a full-fledged rumble, came to a dead stop, startled by the force of the colonel's command, even though none of them had understood a word he had said. Thompson did not cut an impressive figure. He was an average-looking man, well under 6 feet tall and a bit thick around the middle. He sported a pencil-thin mustache and, like many balding men, let what little hair was still left to him grow long enough to comb over the top of his shiny scalp. Curiously, despite being overweight, he hardly perspired at all. Now then, the little colonel roared. What's all this nonsense about? When the two sides recovered from their shock and again began to shout at one another, Thompson leapt between them, drawing their anger to himself like a lightning rod and diffusing it. As the dispute raged on, he continued to consult his phrase book and shout appropriate phrases over the noise of the assembly. In this manner, he staved off an all-out brawl long enough for Greenberg to be led away. The Israeli was covered in his own blood, and his nose was obviously broken. Reg was feeling somewhat broken himself. He thought of Jerusalem, obliterated, and sympathized with the jabbering Israeli. After everything that had happened, the city leveled by an unfightable foe, the destruction of his home base, the loss of those pilots over the desert, Reg could understand why madness might be an attractive alternative. Giving in to fear and paranoia seemed, under the circumstances, perfectly natural. It relieved a man like Greenberg of the responsibility of figuring out what to do next. Even as tensions between the Iranians and Israelis began to dissipate, Thompson continued to quote the scripture he found in his copy of the Traveler's Guide to Handy Phrases in Arabic. It wasn't clear whether he realized what an ass he was making of himself. Finally, one of the Iranians who was laughing at him filled him in on a little secret. Colonel, perhaps you are unaware of the fact that none of us standing here are speakers of Arabic, not native speakers at any rate. Thompson, befuddled, looked at the man and then at his trusty handbook. How do you mean? The Iranian laughed again. We speak Farsi and the Jews speak Hebrew. Actually, I have picked up a bit of Arabic, enough to know your accent is absolutely abominable. With tensions temporarily abated, the two groups returned to their respective enclaves. Reg, braving the heat, walked to the edge of the plateau and looked over the lip of the crumbling sandstone abutment. Below him, he watched a handful of Saudi soldiers trying to extinguish the still-burning remains of his hawk and the crashed fuel tanker. The soldiers, wearing traditional red headdresses and armed only with shovels and small fire extinguishers, did the best they could to suppress the flames. Great clouds of black smoke continued to billow into the windless blue sky. The smoke announced their location for many miles around, a beacon to wandering pilots. Indeed, more planes were arriving all the time, most of them straggling in from the north. But if human pilots could use the fires to find the camp, the aliens surely could as well. When he rejoined the other pilots, Reg found a large number of them haranguing the guards. They were demanding to know the news from their home countries, if the aliens had landed, and whether or not their planes would be refueled. The more the guards refused to speak, the angrier and more insistent the pilots became. Reg noticed a couple of the Saudis slip away from the confrontation and hurry into the tent town they had erected among the planes on the far side of the runway. In addition to the tactical fighters, there were a number of transport and cargo planes. There was a fuel tanker identical to the one that had crashed and a score of private luxury jets, undoubtedly the property of wealthy families. Reg wasn't surprised to see the civilian aircraft because he was familiar with the way rich Saudis, especially members of the royal family, considered the armed forces almost as personal bodyguards. Soon the two men who had slipped away returned, leading a small army of machine-gun-toting reinforcements. They fanned out and crouched along the runway as if they expected a battle. Their commanding officer was a huge, powerfully built captain with severe eyes and a hooked nose. Like the other Saudis, he wore a keffiyeh, the checkered red and white headcloth held in place by black cords. Despite the oppressive heat, he was dressed in an olive-drab uniform made of wool. All business, he marched toward the refugee pilots, shouting orders in Arabic. When he noticed the Israelis, however, he stopped in his tracks. For a moment, he seemed to be at a loss. Then he cleared his throat and made an announcement in English. Jews are not allowed in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. This is Islamic Holy Land. Pilots from several nations were shouting, trying to get his attention, but all fell silent when the senior officer among the Israelis, who happened to be a woman, bawled her way to the front of the crowd. When he saw her, the Saudi captain backpedaled. He had just gotten used to the idea of dealing with Jews, but now a female Jewish fighter pilot who shared his rank. This seemed as impossible to comprehend to the Saudi as the sudden arrival of aliens from outer space. You don't want us here? We'd be happy to leave. Just give us enough fuel to get the hell out of here. In rough English, the Saudi announced that the airfield was in a state of heightened alert until the fires burned themselves out. The pilots were to remain with their planes. Water and food would be brought to them, along with shovels so they could dig their own latrines. They were not, under any circumstances, allowed to leave the area that had been set aside for them until the commander of the base gave the go-ahead. "And when might that be?" inquired Thompson. "Commander Faisal is still studying the situation," came the reply. "Well, what about an update on what's going on out there?" Everyone understood Thompson's vague wave to the north to mean the entire world. "You must be patient, Colonel," said the hook-nosed man. With a last, hate-filled glare at the Israeli woman, he turned on his heels and walked away. "Arrogant son of a bitch, isn't he?" asked Sutton. He was about Reg's age, some you hear in his mid-30s, with a flat-top haircut and a sharp cast to his features. He shook his head in disgust. "I don't know who's worse," he continued, "the aliens or these self-righteous bastards. The Saudis are all right," Reg said. "A bit high-handed sometimes, but they usually end up doing the right thing." Sutton wasn't convinced. He lit a cigarette and squinted into the harsh afternoon sunlight. "We haven't been here an hour yet, and already there have been a dozen arguments, one fistfight, and now we're being treated like bloody prisoners of war. One wouldn't say they're doing the right thing at all. No, things are not going well." Reg didn't answer, just watched as the man inhaled deeply on his cigarette. "Things are probably a bit more comfortable for whites up there in Kuwait," Sutton said. "Too bad you weren't able to follow your orders and get us through." With that, the lieutenant turned and walked back to the shade of his plane. The blazing sun had one beneficial consequence. It made arguing while standing out in the open an impossibility. Soon, the pilots had retreated to their own mini-enclaves based on nation, still mistrustful of one another. They stretched out on the sand beneath their planes, fitfully trying to rest. Reg saw soldiers of the Saudi army taking up positions all around the plateau. They were armed with handheld SAM launchers, bulky bazooka-like weapons. He could see them on the high dunes in the distance, ready to defend against incoming alien ships. Futile, he thought. At one point, midway through the afternoon, a Jordanian pilot was called to the main camp. When he returned, Word spread among the international pilots that the Saudis had asked him a few questions about the capabilities of the alien attack craft. The man had told them that others had been more involved in the fighting than he, particularly the British officer called Cummins, but they hadn't seemed interested. Sometime after that, the Saudis finally brought buckets of water and boxes of crackers and distributed them. What news was passed among the pilots took a circuitous route. The Iraqis had made sure they were as far as possible from their sworn enemies, the Iranians. The Israelis stayed as far as possible from everyone. It was Thompson more than anyone who facilitated communication. He spent most of the afternoon shuffling from one encampment to the next, bringing his own fussy brand of diplomacy to the situation. No one was convinced by anything he said, but on the few occasions he stepped between arguing parties, once there were even knives drawn, he gave the frustrated pilots a way to back down without losing face. Unwittingly, he also provided comic relief. Most of the pilots were fluent in English, the international language of aviation, but Thompson persisted in dragging out his phrase book and tripping over elementary Arabic phrases at every opportunity. He would deliver his mispronunciations with great authority, then move on to the next group. Eventually, he returned to the 3 British planes, where Ty and Sutton lay sprawled in the sand. Reg was leaning against a Tornado's landing gear, half dozing, keeping eyes open and ears alert. "I see," Thompson said. He was covered in dust from head to toe. The 2 men on the ground just muttered and ignored the colonel. But Reg asked, "Any news?" Thompson looked over his shoulder at the various groups of pilots. "It's shocking. Intellectually, I knew these people hated one another, of course. It's all over the telly and the newspapers. But to witness it up close like this, it's enough to turn your stomach." Reg was no stranger to the strife of the Middle East, but this was Thompson's first visit to the region. The colonel continued, "I was talking to those blokes from Syria, for example. Educated fellows, polite, worried about their families, of course. But when the subject of the Israelis came up, it was like I'd thrown a switch and turned them into demons or some such. They started going on about how when night comes, they were going to sneak over there with knives and sever a few heads. Quite disturbing, really." Thompson shivered in the heat. "Do you suppose we should go over and warn them?" Reg looked over at the large Israeli contingent and noticed they'd posted guards of their own. "I wouldn't worry about them, Colonel. They're used to being surrounded by unfriendly nations." Thompson studied the Israelis himself. "Humph," he said. "Looks like somebody has already warned them. Still, if I was a wagering man, I'd bet someone dies before the night is out." Sutton stood, stretching. "I'd say chances are good that we'll all be dead before the night is out." Thompson ignored the remark. The portly officer ran his fingers through his thinning hair before lying down on his back in the shade. He laced his fingers over the bulge of his stomach and fell instantly asleep. The roar of a Saudi jet lifting off did not drown out his snores. Time passed, and the British pilots became lost in their own thoughts, speaking to one another very little. Reg scanned the airfield, hoping to catch sight of any of his former students, but saw no one he recognized. He was mystified by the behavior of their supposed Saudi allies, but was willing to wait at least a little while for more information. The wait ended when the burly Saudi captain returned to Embassy Row, as Ty had taken to calling the international part of the airfield and sent his soldiers to each contingent of pilots with a message. They asked each group to select a representative to meet with the camp's commander. "I'll pass," Sutton said immediately. "There's no telling what mischief these blokes are up to. If they're serving food, sign me up," Ty chimed in. "I'm half-starved." Sutton gestured toward the sleeping figure of Thompson. "Mr. Phrasebook over there is our ranking officer. Maybe we should wake him up." Reg was a more logical choice to act as representative because of his years of working with the Saudi military. He was the only one of the Brits with the first clue about the political dynamics of the region, but he felt certain the Saudis weren't ready to hold a serious meeting, so he leaned back against the landing gear. "I don't know what's worse," he said. "The colonel's snoring or the growls coming out of Ty's stomach. You go on ahead, lad, and if they're serving bangers and mash, bring us back a doggy bag." Without waiting to hear Sutton's response, the gangly mechanic left to join the other representatives. Sutton turned away with a petulant shrug and returned to his spot in the shade. "Fine," he said. Reg lay down on his back and closed his eyes. But before he could drift off to sleep, a harsh Saudi voice startled him. "Englishman, wake up." The burly captain was looming over him. "Is your name Cummins?" After a glance down at his name tag, Reg smiled up at the soldier. "Yes, I suppose I am." "You will come with me," he said impatiently, and when Reg didn't leap to his feet, he added, "Immediately." The two Brits exchanged a look. Sutton was alarmed. "I'm thinking it cannot be a good thing that he knows your name. I wouldn't go if I were you. Could be trouble." As Reg stood and brushed the sand from his uniform, the Saudi repeated, "Immediately." Sutton scrambled to his feet. "You don't have to go anywhere with this damn towelhead, Major. He's got no authority over you." Reg grimaced at his compatriot's ugly remark. "Sutton, don't worry. I'll go." When the captain turned and began leading the way, Sutton caught Reg by the arm. "Take this," he said, showing him the pistol concealed in his waistband. "Thanks just the same," Reg said with a glance toward the dozens of heavily armed Saudi soldiers around the airfield. "I doubt I'd have the chance to use it, even if I wanted to." With that, he moved off to join the representatives moving toward the Saudi camp. As the group made its way between the white tents that served the base as barracks, Reg took special note of the civilians milling about, women and even a few children. The women were covered from head to toe in long skeins of black fabric, the abayas dictated by Muslim custom. Regardless of the temperature, Saudi women were bound by law to cover themselves like furniture in an abandoned house. It was a custom Reg found personally distasteful, but one he'd come to ignore. The representatives were marched past an open-sided tent crammed full of radio equipment. About a dozen technicians sat at their stations under a low roof of camouflage netting. They all turned and stared inquisitively at the foreign pilots. A Jordanian pilot walking just ahead of Reg and Ty gestured toward the radio tent. "We should make friends with those men over there. Maybe they can tell us what's happening out in the world." Ty took this immediately to heart. "Hello, gents," he called to radio operators with wave and a smile. "Any word from England?" The Saudis merely stared back at him. In the time-honored tradition of English speakers everywhere, Ty tried again, speaking slowly and in a louder voice. "What is happening in England?" The only result of this was that the other dozen pilots walking with him began shouting questions of their own, mostly in Arabic. The Saudi captain barked an order and the group moved on. "That's not exactly what I had in mind," said the Jordanian. "They weren't picking up anything anyway," said Reg otherwise. "They would have been too busy to stare at us." There were several small cargo planes scattered about the center of the camp, but by far the largest object in sight was an American-built C-230A cargo plane. It towered above the others, its great bulk providing shade for a dozen or so tents pitched beneath its 100-foot height. The tail section had been raised on its hinges, allowing direct access to the belly of the plane. A squad of soldiers casually guarded the interior, sitting around the top of the landing ramp. They, too, stared at the bedraggled group of pilots, while tightening their grips on their AK-47s. Finally, the pilots came to a large tent at the very center of the Saudi camp. A noisy gas-driven generator provided power to the air conditioning system cooling the tent's interior. A soldier stationed at the entrance seemed to have as his sole responsibility ensuring that the flap stayed closed. The tent had originally been white, but, like the others, was now coated with the tan-brown dust of the surrounding desert. The hook-nosed captain roughly ordered the pilots to halt. "That bloke's got a red-hot poker jammed up his rear, doesn't he?" asked Ty, eliciting a few chuckles. "Where exactly does he think we'd be wandering off to?" "They are trying to show us how strong they are," answered the Jordanian without emotion. "Well, I wish he'd just lift something heavy above his head and have done with it," Ty replied. "It's too bloody hot to stand around in the sun. I feel like a slab of bacon that's been left in the skillet too long." "He looks it too," thought Reg. The pale mechanic's skin was beginning to turn the same shade as his flaming red hair, and his shoulders were slouched. The sun was literally shrinking him. Ty glanced around with half-closed eyes. The shade on the eastern side of the tent attracted his attention. "Why can't we wait over there?" he asked loudly. Reg smiled. "I suppose you could try to walk over there and find out." Ty considered the idea. "Say," he asked hesitantly, "don't they still stone people in this country? Cut off their hands and all that business?" Reg shrugged. "It's a harsh place." "Actually," said the Jordanian, eyeing the shade, "that's not a bad idea. Let's go and wait in the shade. We're all brothers here. No one is going to shoot us." He stepped out of line and began walking slowly toward the spot. The Saudi guards lowered their rifles at him, ordering him back. But he continued moving, hands in the air, speaking in a friendly tone. "The sun is making us ill," he explained. They tried to block his path and push him back toward the others, but the Jordanian buelled ahead, eventually pushing his way past the last guard and sitting down in the shade. The other pilots followed his example, ignoring the threats and warnings from the soldiers. Once they had all seated themselves along the side of the tent, the corporal who had been left in charge of the situation tried to save face by yelling, "No more moving! I order you to sit down and stay where you are." The pilots looked up and down the line at one another and, for the first time, shared a smile. It was a small victory, but it was something. Ty stretched out his long, tired legs and turned to the Jordanian. "This is much better. Cheers." "Yeah, that was a pretty good move," said the Israeli representative, adjusting his thick eyeglasses. "Now ask them to bring us some Cokes, and maybe some sandwiches." The Jordanian and the Israeli introduced themselves to the Brits. The Israeli's name was Yossi. His voice sounded like gravel and he had a shock of short black hair. The black plastic frames of his glasses dominated his face. He seemed about Ty's age and Reg thought he looked more like a math student than a fighter pilot. Although Yossi had a friendly demeanor and even cracked a few jokes, he never smiled. The Jordanian, Edward, was closer to Reg in both age and height. He, too, was friendly with the Brits who sat between him and the Israeli pilot. Except for Yossi's initial comment, the two of them studiously avoided speaking to one another. Ty pointed to the small green, white, and yellow patch sewn onto Edward's flight suit below the Jordanian flag. "What's that insignia?" he asked. Edward glanced over at Yossi. "Ask your Jewish friend over there," he said. "He knows what it is." Yossi looked at the patch. "It means he's a Palestinian. Half the Arabs in Jordan are Palestinians, and the king lets a few of them join the armed forces so the others can feel better about themselves." Ty, always more interested in machines than politics, turned to Reg for clarification. "Palestinians and Israelis don't get on very well, do they?" Yossi answered instead of Reg. "Arabs are like Gentiles," he said. "You've got bad ones and you've got good ones." Edward snorted. "And the only good Arabs are the dead ones, right?" "Hey, look, I got no problem with you," Yossi shot back, pointing a finger. "Israel, Jordan, whatever. We don't even know if they exist anymore. But if you want to carry on old fights, I'm ready." Edward laughed again. "Take a look around you. You're not in Tel Aviv, my friend. You should watch your tongue out here." He gestured broadly at their surroundings. "These Bedouins have a saying. A night in the desert is long and full of scorpions for the man who does not belong there." He flashed Yossi a smile that managed to be simultaneously cheerful and threatening. The large Saudi captain emerged from the tent with someone Reg guessed must be Faisal. He was a dark-skinned man in his late 40s and had flecks of gray running through his carefully trimmed beard. The long, cream-colored robe he wore loosely over his military uniform made him look like a sheik. He seemed completely relaxed, even jovial, as he strolled away from his tent, speaking in a low voice to the captain, but Reg sensed that he could be a dangerous man. The two men ambled to an open spot in the sand where they were met by a soldier who handed them a pair of rolled-up mats. At the same time, one of the radio men approached from the communications tent carrying a portable Sony stereo. A different soldier threw a bundle of mats toward the pilots, and several of the men casually stood up to take one. "What's going on?" Ty wondered aloud. On all sides, men began to spread the mats on the ground. The soldiers guarding the pilots laid their weapons aside and knelt in the sand. The radio man pushed a button on the stereo and the musical voice of a prayer leader, a muezzin, filled the air. All of the Saudis and most of the international pilots prostrated themselves on their mats, bowing their heads to the north. "Oh, now I remember," whispered Tai. "Islamic people have to pray 5 or 6 times a day, don't they? And they all face that same city. What's the name of that place?" "Mazatlan." "That's it. They all pray towards Mazatlan." "Mecca," Reg corrected him. "They face Mecca, the holy city." The muezzin's song, rich and clear, rang through the camp and echoed off the surrounding hills. All of the Muslims in the camp, soldiers and civilians, prayed together, and a feeling of tranquility fell across the plateau, stilling the most warlike of hearts. Tai rocked back and forth as he listened to the singing, then leaned toward Edward. "That's actually quite beautiful," he said before narrowing his eyes and giving the Palestinian the once-over. "Hey, why aren't you praying with them?" "Because I'm a Christian," Edward replied. "Why aren't you?" When the prayers were over, the hook-nosed captain and the man in the cream-colored robes stood and continued speaking quietly to one another. From their gestures and glances, it was clear they were discussing what to do with their unexpected guests. They appeared to take special note of Reg and the Israeli representative, Yossi. After a few moments, they walked toward the strip of shade where the pilots had planted themselves. Reg and the others labored to their feet and dusted themselves off in preparation for the meeting. "Welcome," shouted the burly captain sternly. "Our most respected leader, Commander Galil Faisal, welcomes you. But he warns you that this place is a military facility of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, governed by the laws of the Holy Quran." As the captain spoke, Reg and Faisal stared at one another, sizing each other up. "The Saudi people are famous for their generosity," barked the captain. "Our supplies will be shared with all of you. Our bread will be your bread. You will receive tents, food, and water." "All of us?" asked Yossi in his raspy voice. The captain gritted his teeth and looked away from the Jewish pilot, offended by his very presence. He glanced toward Faisal, who returned a barely perceptible nod. "Our commander has declared that the old battles are over. The hospitality we show to our Muslim brothers and our friends from the West will also be offered to the Zionists during their temporary stay in our country." Faisal then offered the pilots a perfunctory salute and withdrew to the air-conditioned comfort of his tent, adjourning the meeting without having spoken a single word. "You will follow me to the supplies," shouted the captain, turning on his heels and marching away. The pilots looked at one another in confusion before following. Was that it? Between them, they had 1,000 urgent questions about the situation in the rest of the world and what the Saudis planned to do. The captain heard their grumbling. When they returned to the C-230 cargo plane, he paused at the foot of the access ramp. "There will be another meeting tonight. You may discuss your questions with Faisal at that time." The huge plane was the supply depot for the camp. The crates and storage tanks stacked inside held enough provisions to sustain the troops for several weeks. Tai was the first one inside the plane. Rubbing his hands together eagerly, he faced a gray-haired supply officer across a small table. "I'd like a big juicy cheeseburger, please, no pickles, and a side of chips." The supply officer blinked in confusion before handing Tai a large bundle that included a 4-man tent, a plastic water bucket, blankets, a first aid kit, and a copy of the Quran. Heading back down the ramp, Tai thumbed through the book, disappointed. "This is all in Arabic," he complained to Reg. "And there's no pictures." Reg looked around and noticed a group of soldiers lounging in the shade beneath the cargo plane. One of them stood up and came trotting into the sunlight. "Teacher," he shouted. "I can't believe it. Major Cummins. How are you? How did you find us here?" "We were in the neighborhood and thought we'd stop by to say hello." Reg smiled. The Saudi officer was in his late 20s, light on his feet, and wore a flashy gold chain around his neck. His striking green eyes and dashing good looks gave him the appearance of a young movie star. His lips curled into a mischievous grin below his light mustache. The two men shook hands, then kissed on each cheek, in the Arab style. "Well, I'll be damned," Reg said, shaking his head in disbelief. Khalid Yamani is here. Of all the Saudi pilots Reg Cummins had trained, of course it would be this one who found him here. I see you're loafing in the shade, as usual. No, no, teacher. Yamani protested good-naturedly. As always, I am working very hard. I wanted to keep working, but these men, he said, gesturing to his friends, they are soft. They begged me to give them a short break because they could not keep up with me. What could I do? The other soldiers heard him lying and shouted a few comments of their own. Khalid waved them off and flashed Reg a disarming, high-wattage smile. Khalid Yamani was probably the worst student Reg had ever tried to teach, but also one of his favorites. He was an easily distracted, sometimes reckless pilot, and at first Reg had been mystified over why he had been promoted to the Advanced Tactical Fighter School. Only when he tried to have the young man sent down for his own safety did he learn that Khalid's father was one of the richest and most influential men in Saudi society, an oil baron with vast, worldwide holdings who kept close personal counsel with the king. Reg was a respected and well-liked teacher, but he was also very demanding. He had absolutely no tolerance for sloppiness and lack of concentration. At first, his students didn't understand the ferocious anger he turned on them when they made lazy errors, but eventually someone would tell them, explaining in whispers or waiting until Reg wasn't around to hear. Khalid had driven him crazy on several occasions, but the young man had such a charming, good-natured way about him that Reg could never stay angry for very long. Khalid's love of life was so infectious that he'd occasionally manage to drag Reg with him to off-base parties. Swanky, secretive affairs held in private homes where upper-class Saudis dressed in Western-style clothing and sipped alcohol. The parties were an open secret and were rarely disturbed by the religious police, as long as they remained behind closed doors. Khalid, a handsome fighter pilot and eligible bachelor from a wealthy family, was invited to many such gatherings and never missed the opportunity to attend. He reveled in Western habits, being largely Westernized himself. He'd spent his high school years in Houston, Texas, while his father bought and reorganized an oil company there. As a matter of fact, teacher, I've been expecting to see you. The men have been talking about a trick someone used against the aliens using chaff to blind them. I said to myself, that sounds like Reg Cummins. You heard about that? Ty asked, impressed. It wasn't me, Reg said quickly. It was this beanpole of a mechanic here. He flew a very respectable flight. He introduced the two men, who shook hands warmly. The major is just being modest, Ty said. I fired off the chaff, but he was the one who came up with the idea. I was too busy wetting myself to come up with anything that clever. The three of them continued talking until all of the representatives had received their supply packages. As they started back, Khalid took Reg by the arm and led him in a different direction. Stay a while, teacher. There's someone I'd like you to meet. But first I have a question. Can we win? That's the question of the hour, isn't it? Reg thought for a minute before answering. I'd say we've got a snowball's chance in hell. Ah, grinned Khalid. Excellent. Then there is a chance. He gestured toward a row of private jets. Teacher, my father is here. He is not well, and I know it would ease his pain to meet you. Would you mind? It wasn't an offer Reg could very well refuse. I'd be honored. The two of them moved along the perimeter of the Saudi tent town, maintaining a low profile until they reached a luxury Learjet tied down near the lip of the plateau. The sun was low on the horizon and the heat was lifting. Reg noticed a large tent standing by itself quite some distance from the rest of the camp. What's going on out there? He asked. Khalid shook his head sadly. They are calling it the Tent of the Fearful. Since the demons began to arrive, many people are losing their minds. Last night they screamed and screamed. No one could sleep. I don't hear anything now. Morphine, Khalid explained before climbing a set of steps. The Yamani family crest was painted prominently on the exterior of the plane. Khalid paused on the top step and turned to Reg. When I told you my father was not well. He didn't finish the thought, but gestured meaningfully toward the Tent of the Fearful before heading inside. The interior of the plane was a different world. It was a soothing, air-conditioned place with art on the walls and plush carpeting. There was a kitchenette/dining area with marble countertops and leather upholstery. Khalid stepped through an interior doorway into his father's room and turned down the volume on a wall-mounted television set. Karmal Yamani was a frightened, unshaven, elderly man with bloodshot eyes. He lay on a narrow bed, his head propped up by a spray of golden pillows. While Vice Minister of Petroleum Exports, he and his brother had been the chief architects of the 1973 oil embargo, an exercise in economic brinksmanship that had quadrupled his nation's wealth almost overnight. He was known as one of the most shrewd and powerful men in the Middle East, but none of that was evident at the moment. "Father, I have excellent news," Khalid said very loudly. "Here is a great friend of mine, Major Reg Cummins. He was over Jerusalem when the attack began. He tells me that the aliens are very strong, but he is confident that we can beat them. He believes we can win the war." The old man pushed himself up into a sitting position and looked at Reg hopefully. How? How can we defeat them?" Reg silently cursed Khalid for putting him on the spot. He didn't want to lie, but telling the truth threatened to crush the old man's fragile spirit. He hesitated, choosing his words carefully. "Well, for one thing, we've discovered we can blind them temporarily. We're studying how to use that to our advantage," Reg said. "Besides, sir, human beings are a tough lot. We always seem to find a way." "Blind them, you say?" The elder Yamani's self-control was returning. He straightened his clothes and apologized for his appearance. "It is embarrassing for me to receive you like this, Major, but since the spaceships arrived, I have not been a well man." "We're all in a state of shock," Reg said. "It's very understandable." "Yes, my condition is not uncommon during wartime," Yamani nodded. "But it is a very dangerous one. Great fear can be contagious, spreading from man to man until an entire army can no longer fight. We must quarantine those whose knees have turned to water, as mine have. This is the same advice I gave to Galil Faisal. Are there any such men among the foreign pilots?" "One or two," Reg answered. "You must isolate them immediately. Move them to the tent in the desert with the others. Khalid, arrange this with Faisal." Each time Khalid heard his father mention Faisal's name, he made a sour face and pretended to spit on the floor. "The man is a swine," he said with a vehemence Reg didn't understand. Just then, a jet fighter screamed overhead and Mr. Yamani's composure collapsed completely. He rolled away from the window near his bed, shielding himself with the blanket. Khalid went to his side and tried to comfort him as Reg stood by awkwardly. Although the old man could diagnose his condition, he was obviously helpless to control it. Eventually, Khalid led Reg out of the room and back to the kitchen area. "Thank you, teacher," he said, pulling bottles of French mineral water from a refrigerator and sliding into one of the seats at the table. "He is more at ease now." Reg took a couple of dates from a bowl and popped them in his mouth as Khalid poured. "Now, tell me what happened over Jerusalem, teacher, every detail. Together we will discover a weakness, a way to fight them." Reg swirled the water in his glass. "I could use something stronger if you've got it," he said. Khalid started to get up, but quickly changed his mind. "It would be unwise of me to offer you alcohol on my father's plane, but I will try to send a package to your tent this evening." He pointed forward and aft, indicating there were others aboard the jet. After much prodding, Reg began to recount the one-sided battle he'd fought that day. Up to that moment, he'd been doing his best to keep the memory of it buried, but now he let the scene flood back to him. He talked about the enormous firing cone and the circular wall of destruction it had unleashed. He described the missiles exploding against the giant ship shields, the ill-fated dogfight with the Scarab attack ships. In a very real sense, the memory of the massacre was more devastating than the event itself. Several times during the retelling, Reg had to stop and gather himself before going on. And each time he did so, he would glance out the portal and see the tent of the fearful in the deepening twilight. During one of these pauses, a door opened and a beautiful young woman in her early 20s stepped into the dining area. Tall and slender, she wore her lustrous mane of coal-black hair pulled back into a thick ponytail. She was dressed in blue jeans and a t-shirt bearing the logo of Stanford University. Reg's eyes couldn't help lingering over the curves of her body. It had been a long time since he'd seen a Saudi woman in anything except a black shroud, and longer still since he'd seen a woman as beautiful as the one that stood before him. One look into her bright green eyes told him she had to be Khalid's sister. Khalid was not happy to see her. The moment she showed herself, he began shouting in Arabic and waving her out of the room. She studiously ignored him, casually moving to a set of cabinets above the sink. When she stood on her toes and reached for the handles on the high doors, the t-shirt climbed her torso, revealing the clear dark skin on her stomach and the small of her back. Reg reached nervously for his water glass without looking away, without even blinking. Khalid sprang to his feet, showering her in curses and demanding that she return to her quarters. He pounded his fist on the table, spilling his water. This finally cracked the young woman's cool demeanor. She turned away from the cabinets and shouted back venomously at her brother before approaching the table. "This must be the English pilot you've spoken of so often," she said to her brother in a flawless American accent. "You never mentioned that he was so handsome." If the comment was designed to get under Khalid's skin, it worked. He erupted into a fresh round of shouting. She ignored him and locked eyes with Reg. "Forgive my brother's idiotic behavior. He pretends to be progressive, but he's a very typical Saudi male chauvinist pig." With that, she left the room, leaving the two men in silence. "Well, that was interesting," Reg said, pouring Khalid a fresh glass of water. "I've never seen you react like that to a Saudi woman in Western clothes." "My sister," Khalid said, scowling at the closed door. "She has always been defiant, but now it is worse, much worse. Since she returned from America, she does nothing but make trouble. I apologize that you had to see her like that." Reg hadn't exactly minded. In fact, he thought of asking Khalid to invite her back in, but decided to say nothing. "We are seeing this problem more and more in Saudi Arabia," Khalid told him. "What problem is that?" "These girls," he said with a dismissive wave. "They return from university in Europe or America with the idea of challenging the man's authority. They rebel against everything, mindlessly. It lasts until they marry and begin to bear children." Reg bit into another date. From an Englishman's perspective, the way Saudi women were treated amounted to legalized slavery. They were kept virtual prisoners in their own homes and had few legal rights to protect them from the whims of their husbands, fathers, and brothers. Some years earlier, the entire English military presence had withdrawn from the country in protest when a Saudi father legally executed one of his daughters by drowning her in the family swimming pool after finding her alone with an unmarried man. The man was not charged. Khalid sat down and sipped his water, then whispered across the table. "Fadila is an especially unhappy and willful girl. I am sad to say that the blame for this must rest largely with my father. He has allowed her to develop unrealistic expectations about her future. Such as..." "It is not important," Khalid said with a sudden, broad smile. "But I pity the man who takes her one day to be his wife. He will be buying himself a lifetime of headaches. But enough. We have more important matters to discuss." Still convinced he could discover a chink in the alien armor by listening to Reg's account, Khalid began quizzing him on every aspect of their technology. But they were soon interrupted again, this time by a knock on the outer hatch. A soldier had arrived with an important message. Khalid excused himself and spoke to the man outside. Reg hungrily filled his mouth with dates and studied the richly appointed interior of the jet. He was still chewing when a door opened and Fadila returned. He watched her reach into the cabinet above the sink and retrieve a bottle of brandy, then slide into the seat across from him. She poured drinks into a pair of fresh glasses and leaned toward him intensely. "I've been listening to you talk to my fool brother. Before he comes back, I want you to tell me your plan for defeating the invaders." Reg's eyes opened wide. Plan? He didn't have so much as a single solid idea, much less anything that could be called a plan. But his mouth was too full of sweet, sticky fruit to say any of this to the woman staring at him across the table. He held up a finger and chewed rapidly. Hoping to clear his mouth, he took a swig of the drink she'd poured him. While it was an excellent brandy, it was also the first alcohol to pass his lips for many months. He shuddered and coughed as it crashed through his system. It was some moments before he was able to speak. "Here's the thing, Miss Yamani. I don't have a plan. I don't think anyone does. We've never seen anything like this before, and at the moment, my only plan is to stay alive long enough to make a plan." "Unacceptable," she said, shaking her head in disappointment. "We cannot simply wait here, huddled in the desert, while the world goes up in flames. They're moving, you know. They're moving toward a fresh set of targets. While you sit here chattering with Khalid and eating dates, we're being systematically exterminated." Systematically exterminated. The ugly phrase put a knot in Reg's stomach, and he reached for the bottle. "What about you?" he asked, pouring. "Do you have any ideas?" For the first time, Fadila's expression softened. She seemed surprised to be asked for her opinion. "Of course I have ideas. But this is Saudi Arabia, and none of the men in charge is interested in what a woman might have to say." "I'm listening," Reg said evenly. "We need to find a way to penetrate their shields. How can we circumvent them? Are they vulnerable to electricity? To chemicals? Maybe to something as simple as water? We must try everything. What about nuclear weapons? We should be laying plans to attack their mothership, which is out in space. Perhaps that one does not have shields. There are still 1,000 options." Reg nodded seriously, as if he were considering her ideas despite their obvious impracticality. It didn't take Fadila long to realize what he was doing. "Don't patronize me, Major Cummins," she hissed. "It is true that I have no military training, but at least I realize the need to find a solution as quickly as possible. And the first thing I would change is that you foreigners should not be kept in isolation. We should all be talking to one another, searching for a strategy. We need more communication, not less. But that idiot Faisal does everything he can to keep you divided. It is easier to control you that way. In all fairness, Miss Yamani, the foreign pilots were divided long before we arrived here. Stop calling me Miss Yamani. My name is Fadila," she said. "The point is that we can no longer afford to act like Saudis or Iraqis or Egyptians or whoever. We must begin to think and act together as humans." She paused long enough to take a sip of her drink. "I notice you and your brother have at least one thing in common. You both seem to dislike this Faisal character." Fadila's lips curled when she heard the name. Galil Faisal makes all of his decisions based on his own interests. He is a snake. I'll keep that in mind. There was an awkward silence during which Fadila continued to stare across the table as if she were waiting for him to say something brilliant, something that would lead to the swift and sure destruction of the invaders. Reg tried to avoid making eye contact. Each time he looked at her, he felt thrown off balance by her disconcerting green eyes and the beauty of her face. Inappropriate thoughts during a military strategy session. He glanced out the window and saw that Khalid was still talking to the soldier. "Major, I must ask you another question." "Stop calling me Major," he said, imitating her. "My name is Reg." She didn't react. "I am wondering, Reg, what is it that you fight for?" The question took him by surprise. "I'm not sure what you mean. Are you asking what 'cause I'm fighting for?" "Precisely. Do you fight for the love of your country?" "I serve Tnay country," he told her. "But I'm not one of these rah-rah Rule Britannia types." "For a wife and children then?" "Haven't got any of those." "Why are you asking?" Fadila studied him sadly. "Because I don't see the man my brother has described to me. I'm afraid Khalid has a tendency." "His tendency," she interrupted, "has been to describe you as an intelligent and resourceful warrior. But you don't look that way to me." Reg's anger flared suddenly to the surface. "Look here, princess. I'm awfully sorry I can't whip up a quick fix to your pesky alien problem. But I've trained half the men in your bloody Air Force. I'm a pilot and a teacher and a damned good one. I don't need to apologize to you for not being something else." Fadila leaned toward him, matching his anger. "The time for teaching is past us. Now is the time for action, for warriors. But you have nothing to fight for." They stared murderously at one another until Reg sniffed and turned away. "It's been a long, hot day and I'm completely knackered. Maybe." "And don't call me princess," she interrupted again. "I hate that. I am not a princess." She stuffed the cork back into the bottle, put it back in its place, then headed toward her room. She stopped and turned, wanting to say something before she left. All the harshness left her face as she struggled to find the words she wanted. But after a moment of trying, she gave up and closed the door. Chapter 3. Meetings. By the time Reg made his way back to the international side of the runway, darkness had fallen. He found that a small forest of tents had sprouted beneath the wings of the jet fighters. Reg had thought that the tents, a goodwill gesture from Faisal, might have fostered a spirit of cooperation among the different groups of pilots. Instead, they had only encouraged the contingents to move farther apart. The Iraqi tents were pitched as far as possible from the Iranians, Reg noted, and the Israelis appeared to have negotiated with the Jordanians so that Edward and his friends formed a buffer zone between Muslim and Jewish camps. A diagram of the camp would have nicely illustrated the geopolitics of the region. Reg made his way toward the British tents, pitched directly beneath the wings of the tornadoes. As he passed behind the one enclave, laughter rang out. Looking over, he saw that Thompson was sitting cross-legged among a group of Syrian pilots. As he thumbed through his phrase book, straining to read in the dim light cast by the small dung fire, one of the pilots threw some dried branches across the flames. The smell of sandalwood floated through the chill night air. "It's good he survived," thought Reg of the lieutenant colonel. "He may be setting himself up as a laughingstock, but he's doing a good job as ambassador at large, too." There was no movement at the British camp. A neat stack of dung briquettes sat next to a basket of scented kindling, but neither had been disturbed. Reg assumed the other two Brits were talking with some of the internationals. He'd not been lying to Fadila when he told her he was tired, so he chose a tent at random and lifted the flap, intending to crawl inside and go to sleep. There was a sudden movement inside the tent, followed immediately by the unmistakable metallic click of a pistol being cocked. Reg stumbled backward as Sutton emerged from the tent, looking around wildly, obviously just awakened. Seeing Reg sprawled on the ground, Sutton put the gun on safety and growled, "Damn it, Cummins! What the hell are you doing sneaking about?" Sitting up and dusting sand off of his flight suit, Reg said, "Tad jumpy, aren't we?" Ty crawled out of another of the tents as Sutton replied, "You scared the piss out of me. In case you haven't noticed, there's an alien invasion going on. Call your name out next time." Sutton reached back into the tent for his boots, pulling out a pack of cigarettes as he did so. Ty said, "So, Major, I guess you're pretty tight with the Saudis. What are you going on about now, Ty?" asked Reg. "Well," said the young man, "that big captain knew your name. So did that Saudi pilot at the supply plane. Then you went off to the private planes while the rest of sat out here freezing our arses off. What kind of crazy place is this? Anyway, hot as the devil during the day, then cold as a Shetland Islands winter at night." "That's the desert for you," said Reg as to being in tight. "That's probably an exaggeration. I have a few friends in the Saudi military establishment. Quite a few of these fellows went through the flight and training program at ComicCon. One of the Saudis at the supply plane told Yossi and me that you're a Top Gun, that you kicked some serious but in Desert Storm." "You heard wrong," said Reg a little too harshly. He didn't want to discuss his performance during the conflict with Iraq. Sutton had his cigarette lit and was looking doubtfully at the fuel they'd been provided for a campfire. "This grease monkey is convinced you're going to save us." He picked up a briquette and sniffed it. "What is this shit? Some kind of charcoal?" "You've got it backward. It's charcoal made out of shit," said Reg. "That's dried camel dung, Sutton." As the lieutenant cursed and began scouring his hands with sand, Reg turned to Ty. "Look, lad," he said, "I can fly a plane, sure, but no amount of fancy flying is going to do us any good against these aliens. You saw their shields. You saw the maneuverability those fighters of theirs possess. If we're going to beat these bastards, it's not going to be through head-to-head aerial combat. Especially since there probably aren't that many combat aircraft left to send against them," said Sutton. "Rumors are going around, pretty much confirming what we heard from ComicCon before they went off the air. 36 cities destroyed, and now the Blighters have moved on to have a go at another 36. A radio message came in from some Druze militiamen holed up in the mountains of Lebanon. They reported that the Jerusalem ship was moving into Jordan. "What about the one over Turkey?" asked Reg, worried that they might have two ships to worry about in their neighborhood instead of just one. "We've not heard anything at all from farther north," said Ty. "Which is just as well, I suppose, given what these Saudis are planning." "And what's that?" asked Reg. "That tall Ethiopian, Remy, told us that the Israelis told him the Saudis had been talking to the Egyptians. Apparently, they plan to go in with guns blazing if the local ship moves toward Mecca. They told the Egyptians the only way to get their planes refueled was to help defend the city." Reg nodded meditatively. "Makes sense," he said. "From a Muslim's point of view, at any rate." "It doesn't make any kind of sense at all," Sutton said. "This Faisal is apparently some kind of religious fanatic." "Oh, come off it, Sutton," Reg said. "Mecca is one of the high holy sites of Islam. They've already seen Jerusalem destroyed, and the bulk of Saudi Arabia's domestic military doctrine is built around defense of Mecca. A lot of these pilots would consider it their sacred duty." Reg paused. "I hadn't thought of it, Jerusalem, Rome. I wonder if the aliens are intentionally targeting religious sites." Ty pursed his lips. "Wasn't there one over Los Angeles?" "Good point," conceded Reg. "It was just a theory." Sutton angrily flicked his cigarette butt into the sand. "Don't give me that rot about sacred duty," he said. "These foreign pilots will take the Saudis' fuel and say they'll defend the city, all right. And then as soon as they're in the air, they'll head off in whatever direction they please." Ty chimed in. "That's what Lieutenant Sutton says we should do, too." Sutton crouched in the sand between Reg and Ty. He handed his lighter to Ty and indicated that he should hold it to light the map he sketched in the sand. "Look here," he said. "If these holy warriors will top off the tanks in Artemados, we might be able to make it to Diego Garcia." He sketched a long line to the British possession in the Indian Ocean, site of a major British airbase. Reg shook his head. "We don't even know if the facilities there still exist. The aliens could have been there by now." "That's a risk I'm willing to take," replied Sutton. "At least there's a chance we could be back among our own kind." Reg sighed and crawled into one of the tents. "You're even less bright than I'd thought, Sutton," he called through the canvas. "Think about it. If we hadn't spotted the smoke from that crash tanker today, we'd be dying of thirst in the deep desert, assuming we survived bailing out of our planes. And now you want to fly over open ocean with no satellite navigation aids and intermittent radio communications, hoping that you'll find the island before your fuel gives out." "I'd risk it to get out of here," came Sutton's reply. "Look, Cummins, I think it's great that you're having a love-in with your Arab pals, but we've got to launch a counterattack against these damned aliens before it's too late. Sitting out here in the desert is a waste of everybody's time. We should all get back to our own armies. That's the only way we have a chance of making a difference. It's the only way to make sure we have a planet left to fight for." Reg lay on his back in his tent. He had to admit that Sutton did have a point. There were too many factions in the desert camp, all working at cross purposes. It would be impossible to plan an effective assault on the aliens. He closed his eyes. It had been a terribly long day, the longest day of his life, and he desperately needed rest. But as he lay there, he couldn't stop his mind from churning. Sutton's last remark had been too close to the question Fadila had asked him. "What do you have worth fighting for?" When the moon had climbed above the dunes towering on the horizon, the representatives from each country present were again called to Faisal's tent. The British decided to try to get away with sending 3 representatives. Reg, Thompson, and Ty left Sutton to hold down the fort. As they approached the runway, they were met by a pair of Israelis, the thin, bespectacled Yossi and his female commander. From the moment the Brits saw her, they could tell the Israeli pilot was wound tight. She had a trapped look. The name on her flight suit was Marks, but she introduced herself simply as Miriam. She was short, solid, and strong. The dark circles under her eyes were visible even by moonlight, and her mass of coiled auburn hair bounced with an anxiety of its own. "I can't believe that they've kept us out here all day," she said. "We need just 2 things from these Arabs: jet fuel and access to their radios. We have to insist on this as a group. If they won't give us what we need, we'll have to take it." Reg looked at Yossi, who merely shrugged. Neither the two of them nor Ty wanted to attempt calming Miriam down. But then Thompson stepped into the breach. "Captain, you might want to exercise some restraint in this meeting as a woman. These Arab men are extremely old-fashioned, not exactly a bunch of women's libyers." Miriam stepped up and grabbed Thompson by the lapels. The two of them were approximately the same height, but Thompson easily outweighed her. She took no notice of that as she lifted the colonel off his feet and spoke through clenched teeth. "I can handle myself." As she eased Thompson to the ground, however, some of the anger seemed to go out of her. "I apologize," she said. "Of course you are right. I will try." As they approached the command tent, they could see that it was already crowded. The flaps had been tied back, and several Saudi soldiers stood guard. The five of them stepped up to the entrance and peered inside. The tent was crowded with 40 or 50 people, a mixture of Saudi officers and foreign pilots. They stood in small groups, speaking in hushed tones. Low-ranking officers moved through this edgy crowd, offering steaming tea in plastic cups. It had the appearance of a grim cocktail party. As the five new arrivals hesitated at the entrance, a handsome Saudi officer made his way through the crowd, opening his arms to greet them. "Salam alaikum, my brothers. I am Galal Ramallah ibn Faisal. It is the will of God that we meet here this evening. He has brought you here to support us in our fight against this most terrible enemy." Reg hadn't recognized the camp's commander without his robes, but he saw now that this was the man who had spoken with the Saudi captain at the prayer session earlier in the day. Now he was dressed in a sharply tailored khaki dress uniform. Numerous military decorations were plastered across his chest. Thompson greeted the man warmly. The man's only been in Saudi Arabia for a day, thought Reg, but he already knows that flattery is the grease that turns the wheel here. "You Saudi chaps deserve 3 cheers from all of us," said Thompson. "It took crack judgment and foresight to organize this camp as quickly as you've done. Without this base, we'd all be lost, completely lost." "That's true enough," thought Reg, as a big smile spread across Faisal's face. "How did your lot pull this all together so quickly?" Thompson asked. Faisal joined them outside the tent and spoke. "I tell you, when I first saw the fires in the sky, I trembled like a woman. But then I sank to my knees and prayed for direction. And Allah, in His wisdom, showed me what I should do. He told me to build an army in the farthest desert, where my people could gather themselves until the chosen moment. From this place, it was revealed to me, we will join the battle and win a glorious victory." Reg kept his features schooled in a neutral expression, as did all of the others except for Miriam, who scowled. And Thompson, of course, who nodded and grinned broadly. "Sounds marvelous," said the colonel. "If this vision of yours is correct, it sounds like we can't lose." Miriam suddenly let out a sharp cry of disgust. "This is not a time for children's stories," she hissed. "God did not bring me here to fight under Arabs. We demand that you give us fuel at once so that we can return to Israel." Yossi put his hand on her shoulder in an effort to calm her outburst. That only succeeded in making her angrier and louder. She pushed his hand away and stepped closer to Faisal. "You can all stay out here in the middle of nowhere and talk to one another as long as you please," she shouted. "Just give us our fuel." The sound of her voice made several people in the tent turn to see what was happening. Faisal's reaction surprised Reg. He expected the commander to react to Miriam much as Khalid had to Fadila that afternoon. Instead, Faisal only seemed amused. In a voice loud enough to be heard throughout the tent, he addressed Yossi. "Mr. Israeli," he said, "your superior officer, he is acting like a woman." Then, pretending to see her for the first time, he gasped and said, "Allah be praised! He is a woman." A wave of nervous laughter swept through the tent, but Faisal's smile melted as he took in the group of Brits and Israelis. He spoke again, this time much lower, and in a menacing tone. "I am bound by a very old Bedouin custom," he told them. "I must welcome all who reach my tent, even if he is my worst enemy." Even if he is a jackal who murdered my only son, I must welcome him for a period of 3 days. What happens after 3 days? Asked Tai. The wise guest, answered Faisal, doesn't stay to find out. He motioned for a pair of guards, who stepped between the Israelis and the entrance of the tent. Then he turned and looked directly at Reg. I think it would be best if these people waited outside. Englishmen are well known for their fondness for Jews, so we will trust you to represent their interests at our planning conference. With that, he clapped a friendly hand against the back of Tai's neck, causing the sunburned mechanic to wince, and led the British pilots into the tent. Thompson worked fast, attempting to smooth over the incident at the entrance. He introduced himself and his comrades. We're beginning to add up to quite a force, he said to Faisal. Yes, Colonel, came the reply, and we expect more pilots to join us soon. Small groups of planes have hidden themselves throughout the empty quarter. We are finding more of them with each passing hour through our radios. Reg spoke for the first time. There's a difference between gathering firepower and building an army, Commander. Without a common purpose, this is just a collection of men and machines. Thinking of Fadila, he continued, there are some who might say that you've been hampering any chance for unity. Again, Faisal looked amused. Quite the opposite, he said. In fact, I am confident that this meeting tonight will bring us together. With that, he walked away. When he'd reached the lectern set up at one end of the tent, the Saudi commander addressed the crowd. Take your seats, gentlemen, he called. The men arranged themselves on the carpets in a rough circle, with Faisal at the head. A dozen or so Saudi pilots, including, Reg noted, Khalid Yamani, sat in a row behind Faisal. Reg noticed for the first time that the coffee and tea services along one wall were being attended by a group of Saudi women, a flock of crows in their veils. Reg searched for a sign that Fadila might be among them, but there was no way to penetrate the disguising abayas. This morning, Faisal began, 36 of the planet Earth's largest cities were reduced to ash by the alien devils. The large ships, those of you who fought at Jerusalem called them city destroyers, then proceeded toward a second round of cities. Flights of the smaller ships have destroyed many secondary targets along the way, concentrating on military bases. There was an easy murmur in the crowd. Some of the second-wave cities have already been destroyed, Faisal continued. Others face certain destruction within a short time. The situation is dire, but I do not believe that it is hopeless. The commander pounded on his podium to emphasize this last point. The question before us now, Faisal said, is a simple one. What course of action shall we follow? I seek your counsel. Who among you will speak first? The leader of the Iranians sprang to his feet. We must attack them immediately, he shouted. Every pilot we have should be in the air. A handful of the men and even a few of the women shouted their approval, but one of the Syrians quickly rose to his feet, quieting the crowd. I agree with my Iranian brother that we must strike back as soon as possible, he said. But we have seen their power. They are demons, yes, but demons possessed of incredible strength. Our normal tactics are useless against this enemy. Another Syrian rose and picked up where the first had left off. Therefore, he said, we have developed a plan, a way to use the enemy's own tactics against them. Rather than attacking from many directions, continued the first, we will fly in a single column as we saw them do in the attack at Khamis Maushait. Reg was startled at this revelation. He hadn't been aware that any intelligence on the Khamis Maushait attack had been gathered. Using such a maneuver, the Syrian went on, we can combine all of our firepower, bringing it to bear on a single concentrated point. Anticipating the obvious argument, the second man spoke again. This will, of course, leave our flanks exposed. We will surely lose many planes, but we believe that, in this way, we can break through the unseen shell that protects them. Conversations erupted all over the room, points and counterpoints relative to the Syrian proposal being argued with ferocity. Just as Faisal was about to bring the group back to order, the voice of the Jordanian delegate, Edward, rang across the tent. These are the most powerful enemies humanity has ever known, he said. We must use the most powerful weapons humanity has ever developed against them. The room quieted instantly. Edward continued to speak into the stillness. The Jews have nuclear weapons. But where are the Jews? He looked around the room. For the first time in my life, I want to see Jewish people, and now they have all disappeared. Faisal spoke. In fact, he said, the Zionists are delaying the use of nuclear force only at the request of the United States. The American president has convinced the international community to delay their use until we can be sure that the aliens are vulnerable to them. They are preparing to launch a nuclear strike against the city destroyer approaching their city of Houston even as we speak. A cocky young Iraqi pilot stood. Chemical weapons, then. They might eat through those shields. The room exploded into debate once more, with the Iranians hurling invective against the oblivious young Iraqi. The Iranians well remembered the 100,000 of their countrymen who had died when Iraq violated international law and used poison gases and biological agents in the Iran-Iraq conflict. Faisal quickly brought their debate to a close, however. This is not an option, he said flatly. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia does not own these ghastly weapons, and we will not permit their use within our borders. With weapons of mass destruction at least temporarily ruled out, more and more of the pilots began speaking in favor of the Syrian plan. The feeling that some sort of immediate action was called for ran high in the tent. Thompson, surprisingly, had remained quiet throughout the discussions, choosing instead to watch the interactions with great care. At length, he leaned over and spoke to Reg and Ty. Look at these international pilots, will you? I don't believe they give a flying fig what we decide to do here. I suspect that as soon as they're fueled up and in the air, they'll be heading for home. I'm sure Faisal has given that possibility some consideration, Reg said dryly, still looking at the gallery of women. If Fadila was among them, she made no sign. Major, hissed Ty, drawing his attention back to the front of the tent. Faisal was pointing directly at him. For those of you who do not him, said the Saudi commander, this is Major Reginald Cummins. He has lived among us for a long while, teaching our most advanced pilots. They tell me that he is the finest pilot in the Middle East. Reg saw Khalid nodding enthusiastically behind Faisal. Teacher, said Faisal, in an almost imploring tone, tell us what we must do to defeat this enemy. Placed firmly on the spot, Reg had no choice but to stand and address the crowd. He was sure they did not want to hear what he had to tell them. I know many of you were not involved in the fighting this morning, he said, and I can understand your impulse to attack. But I know that many of you were there. Reg glared at the Syrians as he said this, and I can't believe that you're proposing a direct assault. Some of the pilots who had remained silent until now nodded agreement. Reg continued, the aliens are capable of putting 500 of those attacker craft into the air within a matter of seconds. And when we fought them toe-to-toe this morning, they went through us like we weren't even there. Even if we assume that a combined arms attack against the city destroyer's shield will bring it down, and I have my doubts about that, we'd be sitting ducks for 1,000 screaming fighters that carry their own shields. They'd take out every plane in your column in a heartbeat. Why start a fight if we don't have the slightest chance of winning it? Pilots from more than one country shouted to be heard at once. The gist of what they were saying was that every hour of delay meant more devastation. Until something changes, Reg continued over the protests. It would be suicide to confront them. As long as those shields are in place, there's nothing we can do. I think, said Faisal, I think that our friend would not be so ready to make sacrifices if we were discussing English cities. At least one English city has been destroyed, Commander, Reg said. As a matter of fact, except for the Israelis, we're the only people here who have lost a city to these attackers. Thompson stood, joining Reg. He said, we're looking at the bigger picture. This battle can't be about individual cities or countries. Not Birmingham or Cairo or Timbuktu. We are discussing how we can save the world. Edward spoke again, tears in his eyes. As we speak, one of the city destroyers is approaching my capital. That is my home. It is where I left my family. I don't know if my children are safe. He made no move to wipe away the moisture from his cheeks. Amman will be destroyed in fire, and there is nothing I can do to prevent it. But I agree with these Englishmen. We must hold back and wait for the right moment to strike. It is logical that if they have come here to invade the earth, Edward went on, eventually their ships will land. Perhaps when they do, their shields will come down. And when that happens, we will be there to destroy them. But only if we are still alive. For the time being, we should wait. Once more, discussions broke out around the room. As he seated himself again, Reg felt a hand on his shoulder. Ty leaned over and whispered to him, "Have you forgotten about Lieutenant Sutton's plan, sir? We're supposed to convince them to get up into the air so we can head away." Hearing him, Thompson leaned over to answer, "Odds are, that's what half the people in this tent are discussing right now." Faisal allowed the debates to simmer for a few moments before he called for order. "There are two plans before us," he said. "Some of you believe that we should strike immediately with all of our forces. Others counsel patience, advising that we wait for a surer opportunity for victory. I believe that the correct path lies between these two options. The orders I was given state that I am to continue standing Saudi policy and protect all parts of the kingdom. But after hearing your wisdom, I realize that these dark times call for compromise. For now, we will follow this good Jordanian's advice and bend our efforts to learning more about these villains. However, on one thing we must remain firm. If the aliens should send a ship against Mecca, the holy city of our prophet, then we shall attack no matter the cost." "No matter the cost." Ty whispered to Reg, "I told you that's what we heard. Because of the constraints on our supplies, I can only offer Saudi jet fuel to those pilots who will join us in this glorious task." Exasperated, Thompson stood again. "We just went over this. Whether it's Mecca or any other city, the fact remains that a premature attack would be suicide. If we learn that a city destroyer is moving south, then we should, of course, evacuate the city, but there's no reason to send good men to their deaths." Faisal spread his arms, holding palms upward. "All things are in the hands of Allah," he said. "A man who martyrs himself in the defense of Islam we call a shaheed, a witness. Those who join Faisal's jihad to defend Mecca will all bear this most honorable title." Reg remembered what Fadila had told him about Faisal's thirst for glory, and now he's running his own private jihad, he thought. Thompson was flustered. "Wouldn't it please Allah all the more for you to show patience and wait for a real chance to beat these monsters?" he asked. "Allah rewards no one more richly than the shaheeds," Faisal countered. "A man who dies in the name of God while defending Islam ensures a place for himself and his family in paradise, where he will be rewarded with 72 virgins. "Virgins? What have virgins got to do with this?" asked Thompson, incredulous. "Sounds lovely to me," said Ty. Reg took advantage of the rough laughter that followed Ty's wistful comment to whisper to Thompson, "Don't try to argue the Quran with a Muslim, Colonel." "Colonel Thompson," Faisal said, "perhaps it is impossible for you, a Christian man, to appreciate how important Mecca is to Muslims. We face it 5 times each day during our prayers. It is never far from our thoughts. It is literally the center of our world. It would be a form of suicide for us not to defend the city." He looked around the room. "How many of you Muslim soldiers are prepared to do nothing while Mecca is destroyed by fire?" Faisal's gaze slowly swept the room, his expression stem. Naturally, no one raised his hand. The commonality of purpose that appeared to pervade the room seemed, for the moment, quite genuine. But Reg's gut told him that the enthusiasm for Faisal's plan was manufactured. A smokescreen designed to give the pilots the opportunity to fuel up their jets and return to their home countries. Reg sighed and stood once more. "It's a bad plan and one won't participate in it," he said. "Until the situation changes, it doesn't matter what city we're defending. And as to the holy purpose of this mission," Reg paused, not at all relishing what he was about to do. "As to the holy purpose, well, I hope none of you have it in the back of your minds to take advantage of Faisal's plan to fuel up and return to your homelands. It would be a simple matter, after all, for Faisal to keep a couple of chase squadron planes in flanking positions with orders to shoot down any deserters." Many in the tent stared at Reg in angry silence, stunned that he was ruining their plan for escape. Faisal broke the silence. "Major Cummins, your points are well made, and you are quite correct. One have anticipated that there might be some small number of false hearts and anticipated as well the necessity and the means to punish traitors and deserters. His point to the other pilots made, Faisal turned a venomous grin on Reg. I am not surprised that you cannot feel sympathy for a Muslim cause despite the friendship and admiration your Saudi students feel for you. I understand that you shot down a young Egyptian pilot this morning. He paused to let the accusation linger in the air for a moment. Shot him down like a dog, though you had no authority over him, because he refused to obey your orders. That's a bloody lie, and you know it, Faisal, shouted Tai, leaping to his feet for the first time. Reg gestured for the mechanic to be seated, taking the opportunity to calm his own seething anger. I didn't fire on the Egyptian, Faisal. I did what I had to do to save myself, and I did so in an attempt to lead the aliens away from Khamis Maushate. And Khamis Maushate is now in ruins, yes? And so the Egyptian boy is dead for no reason, as dead as all of the British and American pilots whom you failed to save when you fled into the desert. Many of the Saudis and those international pilots who had not been part of Reg's group were now whispering to one another in angry tones, gesturing at him with thinly veiled contempt. Major Cummins, Faisal continued, if you choose not to fight, so be it. May Allah forgive you. He turned to address the entire group. And may Allah forgive all of you who will not join me in pledging to defend Mecca. Those of you who do not wish to join the Shaheeds may leave us now. Your input is no longer needed. During the first tense moments before anyone stood to leave, Reg tried unsuccessfully to make eye contact with Khalid, but the usually cheerful young man was staring somberly at his feet. Edward was the first to stand and leave. Much to everyone's surprise, all three Syrians followed immediately behind the Jordanian. Then Remy, the lone Ethiopian, left. With a disappointed sigh, Tai stood, his head reaching almost to the roof of the tent. Well, I'd say that was a smashing failure. We might as well get out of here. One by one, exactly half of the international pilots filtered out of the tent. Reg was among the last to leave. Before he turned, Faisal smiled at him once more and said, Who's standing in the way of unity now? That bastard planned every bit of this meeting, start to finish, thought Reg. Outside, Thompson and Tai stood waiting for him. You didn't win us any friends with your last speech, Major, Thompson said. I'm not running for most popular fighter pilot, Colonel, Reg said, voice clipped. Believe it or not, I'm trying to keep us all together. Tai wasn't convinced. Lieutenant Sutton's going to go ballistic, he said. Now there's no chance for Diego Garcia. He glanced back into the tent. No chance for virgins either, I'll warrant. The Saudi guards posted outside the meeting didn't order the pilots back across the runway. So they stayed, waiting for the meeting to break up. None of the international pilots would even glance in Reg's direction. The various factions whispered ominously to one another, glancing over their shoulders to make sure none of the Saudis was within earshot. It was a novel sight to see Miriam, the Israeli firebrand, in hushed conversations with pilots from Iraq, Iran, and even Syria. Reg was certain they were hatching some scheme for seizing control of the fuel tanker. But as he was being shut out, it was only a guess. 30 minutes later, the meeting inside the tent was over, and the participants began to stream out into the cool midnight air. They seemed to be in high spirits, confident that they would either turn back the invasion or earn paradise trying. Reg kept an eye out for Khalid. He wanted to speak to the young pilot and his father. It was Reg's hope that the elder Yamani held enough influence and still had enough of his wits about him to steer Faisal away from his plan. But when his former student emerged from the tent, Faisal himself his escort, arm draped over the younger man as if the two were long-lost brothers, Reg could only watch as they wandered away between the tents, locked in discussion. The meeting is now finished. You will return to your encampments. It was the burly Saudi captain again, looking menacingly strong as he herded the international pilots across the runway. Reg hung back in the shadow of an F-15 and managed to escape the notice of the Saudi guards. Once he was sure he was unobserved, he trotted quietly through the camp, making his way to the line of Learjets. Moving surreptitiously from plane to plane, he eventually came to the Yamani jet, light streaming from its portals. With a last glance around, he climbed the stairs and raised his hand to knock on the hatch. "There is no one inside who wishes to speak to you, Major Cummins?" came a soft voice from beneath the plane's fuselage. Reg was startled, but he maintained an even demeanor as he leaned over and peered into the darkness beneath the jet. In her black abaya, Fadila Yamani was an invisible specter. Only when her green eyes caught a flash of light from across the camp could Reg make out her location. "I need to speak to your father and brother." "Miss Yamani," Reg said formally, "your Commander Faisal is determined to kill every man in this camp in his quest for personal glory." "I am sure that is true, Major Cummins," she replied, stepping out of the shadows and motioning for him to join her on the ground. "But Galil Ibn Faisal is in that plane right now with my brother, seeking my father's blessing." Reg glanced up at the portal nearest to him. Sure enough, just then Faisal's bulk passed the window as he paced, arms waving, obviously exhorting the Yamani men to throw their support to him. "Guess I'll have to talk to them some other time," Reg said. He considered his best route back to the British tents, but then decided he wasn't quite ready to face Sutton's inevitable tirade. There was a break in the plateau lip near the Yamani jet, a draw filled with sand forming a rampway out into the dune sea. "Think I'll just take a walk then, if you'll excuse me." "Good evening, Miss Yamani." He turned to go, but she caught his arm. "Major, wait. I'll join you." Reg guessed that Fadila was waiting outside of the plane on the orders of her father or brother, so that she would not disturb their meeting. He knew that her suggestion that she join him could land her in quite a bit of hot water if they were caught. "Miss Yamani, the risk, Major Cummins," she interrupted, "is mine to take." With that, she took his arm, and they walked quietly out into the dunes. Once they were away from the camp and hidden from view in a depression between dunes, they sat on the slip face of one of the hills of sand and looked up at the stars. "I'm surprised that you have any desire to be around me after our last conversation," Reg said. "I was at the meeting tonight," she said. "And yes, I could tell you were trying to pick me out. I can play the anonymous role Islam demands of me when it suits my purposes." Reg, noting that they were on a first-name basis again, Reg asked, "What about the meeting made you decide that I was worth a stroll in the desert?" Fadila reached up and took off her headdress, shaking her hair loose and breathing the night air. "I decided that I was wrong about you somewhat," she said. "Somewhat? Yes, you are a sensible man to oppose Faisal's plan, but you do not dismiss him or the others as fanatics as some among the Christians and Jews surely have. I've been knocking around the Islamic world for a long time, El Adila. I know what Mecca means to you." "No," she said, "not to me. I am not Muslim, Reg, not in a way that the Imams would acknowledge. I believe in a motivating force in the universe, but I do not believe that its only aspect is the God of the Prophet. There is much wisdom in the Holy Quran, and I pray dutifully. But when I open my heart in prayer, the God one feel is a nurturing force, feminine, and empowering." Reg considered this. "I think you're right about the Imams there, Fadila. Sounds a bit California. I asked you before what you had to fight for, Reg. You couldn't answer. In the meeting, though, I saw a spark of something in you. Maybe I should rephrase the question. Tell me, Reg, what do you believe in?" "Well," Reg answered, "my mum raised me as a devout apathetic, but as the years have passed I've found one just don't care that much about it anymore." She chuckled, but didn't let him off the hook. "Always the glib comment," she said. "At least when you're not facing down enemy fighters." "No," said Reg. "I'm at my glibbest in those situations." "Warrior and clown, then," she said. "And neither mask is enough to hide the pain beneath." Reg sat stock-still. How could she know? "Do you know what I want, Reg Cummins?" she asked. "I want to drive a car. Isn't that funny? With all of the restrictions placed on women in Saudi Arabia, these clothes are subservience to our husbands. With everything else, what I miss most about Stanford is driving. I suppose if I ever want to drive again, I'll have to go back there." Relieved that she seemed to be changing topics, Reg replied, "Khalid said that your father was comparatively liberal with your upbringing." "He was," she said. He gave me enough freedom to want more. That's another reason I can't say I'm really Muslim any longer. My cousins and aunts, they're all capable and intelligent women. Many of them chafe against the system, sure, but eventually they capitulate. Well, that's my word. They would probably say they grow up. It's a harsh system, Reg said. She indicated the desert with a graceful sweep of her arm. It was designed for a harsh people, Reg, a harsh people living in a harsh place. I can't live in it and be true to myself, but I can't condemn it outright either. Oh, I fight with Khalid to be sure. He really is a pig. But I don't want to cause him pain, any more than I want to cause my beloved father pain. But for me, pain is something to be healed. She raised the scarf in her hand, not hidden. Hook, line and sinker, thought Reg, realizing that she'd caught him. And I can't believe this, but I think I'm glad she did. Reg brought his hands together and thought, trying to find words. Finally, he said, I flew bombers before I switched to fighters in the war, Before he could go on, a shout rang across the desert. Miss Yamani? Are you out there? It was Faisal. Damn the man, she hissed. He finished meeting with my father and brother earlier than I expected. Other voices called her name, the sounds drifting across the dunes. You have to hide, Reg, she told him. I will let them find me, but it is death for you if they find us together. Faisal will have you shot on sight. With that, she stood and headed back for camp. Fadila, wait, Reg called softly, but just as she reached the crest of the dune, a flashlight beam played across her, illuminating her face as she hastily knotted the headscarf into place. A gravelly voice shouted in Arabic, and Reg could hear more men converging on the opposite side of the dune. He crawled stealthily to the lip and looked down to see Faisal confronting Fadila. A half-dozen soldiers stood around him and a small, wrinkled man with a full turban and a long gray beard. Reg recognized the man as a mutawa, sort of a religious policeman. The man was soundly berating Fadila, raising a hand as if to strike her, but instead stripping her hastily tied scarf from her head. Several of the soldiers laughed coarsely. Eventually, Faisal stepped in front of the religious man and waved him off. He stepped closer to Fadila and spoke to her gently. To Reg's shock, he reached out and gently stroked her face with the back of his hand. This sort of thing was expressly forbidden, Reg knew, but the mutawa just stood by, grinning. Must be in Faisal's pocket, thought Reg. Fadila stood her ground, straight as an arrow. Only when Faisal leaned in and made as if to kiss her did she break away, running for the ramp of sand that led to her father's plane. A pair of the soldiers moved to intercept her, but Faisal called them off. He said something to the mutawa, and they both laughed. When the Saudis had gone, Reg crept away, making for the British tents. Chapter 4. A much too crazy plan. The second day of the end of the world began in silence. There were no sobs from those who had cracked under pressure. The foreign pilots who were unable to maintain at least a veneer of self-control, such as the Israeli Greenberg, had been removed in the night to the tent of the fearful, where they were injected with morphine. Reg lay in his tent as the sun began to climb. The sounds of the camp slowly coming to life around him drifted through the canvas, but having made enemies of almost everyone in the camp the previous evening, Reg felt no great need to venture forth just yet. Even as the morning wore on, the level of activity did not begin to approach the breakneck pace of the day before. It was as if everyone in the camp had taken time to ponder the tremendous gravity of the situation before them. Millions of people all around the world were dead, and more were no doubt dying with each passing moment, victims of a merciless enemy of seemingly limitless power. An enemy that Galal ibn Faisal would soon be leading many of them against, no matter the odds. Reg had no doubt that Faisal would lead his men against whatever city destroyer was nearest, whether it was actually headed toward Mecca or not. It was clear to him that Faisal intended to turn the desperate situation to his own advantage, no matter who suffered in the process. He would gladly pervert his pilots' genuine religious fervor to his own ends and force the less devout among them along by whatever means he had at his disposal. The presence of the foreign pilots had no doubt complicated Faisal's plans considerably, but the man had proven to be a fast thinker, rapidly turning any situation to his own advantage. Reg thought of all of these things, and of Fadila, until the heat of the day eventually forced him to leave the tent. It was around 10 in the morning and the sun had only just begun its daily assault, already pushing the mercury past 100 degrees Fahrenheit. The other British pilots were just returning to their area, pink-faced and soaked with sweat. Thompson had brought Reg some breakfast, a paper cup filled with cold yellow beans in a spicy red sauce. Ty contributed some broken crackers from one of his many pockets to round out the meal. None of the three had done much more than mutter a greeting before Reg dipped his cup in the communal water bucket and sat back on his haunches in the fractionally cooler shade of a tornado. Thompson, looking as if he were finally running out of hope, spoke to Reg. "Guess you haven't heard about Houston." "Then," he said. Reg remembered Faisal's news of the Americans' planned nuclear assault from the night before. A single glance at the faces of the other 3 RAF men was enough to tell him that the attack had met with failure. "We're screwed backwards and sideways," said Sutton. "What else can we throw at those bastards?" Edward talked to one of the radio men. They said the Americans reported that the destroyer didn't even move when the bomb went off. "Those shields must be impenetrable." Reg took a drink of water. "I wonder if this changes Faisal's thinking at all," he said. "I hope not," muttered Sutton darkly. Reg looked around at the other 3 men, noticed how none of them would meet his eye. He sighed and chose Ty. "Okay, what is it?" he asked the tall youth. "What's what?" Ty asked in turn. "What is it you're not telling me?" "I don't know what you're talking about," Ty answered. Reg hadn't thought it possible for the mechanic to turn any redder, but as he lied, Ty's face glowed a fraction more crimson. Thompson shifted uncomfortably, then threw his hands up in the air. "It's vile," he said. "But we can't just sit out here forever. Did we not agree just 5 minutes ago not to tell him until after the Saudis took off?" snarled Sutton. Reg held up his hand. No, he said to Thompson. "Don't go against the plan. What if I'm captured? And Faisal turns his knife boys loose on me to find out what I know? He stood and stretched, looking around at the other international contingents. He saw that the Israelis had removed the access panels from their fighters and were tinkering in the electronics compartments. "As long as I don't know what you lot are up to, I can't give away the plan," he said, turning back to the others. He walked over and crouched next to Sutton. "As it is, I'll have to tell them something to save my own skin, of course. Just make up something nonsensical. What should I tell them?" The surly lieutenant scooted away from Reg. "I don't care what you tell the buggers," he said. "How about this, then?" Reg asked. "How about I tell them that we've estimated that the Saudis have about 200 men in this camp all told, and that we figure they've got about 120 operational planes." Ty looked up at Reg, eyes wide. "Once they fly off to bring everlasting glory to Galil ibn Faisal," Reg continued, "that leaves just 80 or so soldiers guarding the camp and the fuel dump, and, of course, the 50 or so international pilots who haven't signed on with Faisal's jihad. I suppose they'll still be here. Playing cards, probably." Thompson looked vaguely embarrassed, but said nothing. "Next," said Reg, "I'll get really creative. I'll tell them that the Israelis almost always stockpile small arms and the odd submachine gun on their planes in case they go down in hostile territory. These Arabs will believe any crazy thing about the Jews. Won't they, Sutton?" "Who told you?" the lieutenant muttered under his breath. But Reg wasn't finished. "Now, by that point, Faisal's men will probably be really angry with me. They'll ask me what kind of fools I take them for. The foreign pilots conspiring to take over the camp once the bulk of our forces are away. They'll say, 'That crazy Miriam distributing guns.'" "You've made your point, Major," said Sutton. "Do you think we're children, Englishmen? I hope there's no kicking. I can't bear to be kicked. What makes you think we believe the foreigners would come up with such a stupid, bloody obvious plant?" "Sutton here was pretty sure it would work," said Ty. "Shut up, Ty," said Sutton. Reg turned to the colonel. "You realize there are civilians over there," he said. "I told you he'd be a problem," Sutton fumed to the others. "Look here, Cummins, that Miriam has got it all figured out. You can sit here and take shit from Faisal all you want, but the rest of us have better things to do. The only thing we need from you is that you keep your mouth shut. Understood. Lieutenant Sutton, said Reg. If I didn't know any better, I'd think that you just addressed a superior officer in a disrespectful tone. Shame, shame, Sutton. Shame, shame. Before the lieutenant could reply, there was a commotion on the opposite side of the runway. One of the radio men, still wearing his headphones, was trotting toward the British planes. He was clutching a piece of paper in his hand and shouting in Arabic. One of the guards along the perimeter of the foreign enclave waved him through. The man stood before them, then, still shouting, obviously repeating himself and stumbling over words in his haste. "What the devil is he saying?" asked Thompson, frantically thumbing the pages of his phrase book once more. Reg had been listening to the man closely. Finally, he raised his hands, indicating that radio operator should calm down. Fahempt, said Reg. I understand. The radio operator nodded, then ran to the next encampment, where he spoke just as swiftly to the Egyptians. Reg spoke to his companions. He says they're picking up some kind of message in English along with some Morse code. They can't understand all of it. Let's go have a look. Wait, Sutton said. That doesn't make any sense. They've got plenty of men over there who speak English. They don't need us. Sounds like an ambush. Reg looked at Sutton gravely and nodded. You may be right. They'd obviously want us to be standing next to their airplanes instead of our airplanes when they open fire. I'll give you a detailed report if I make it back alive. When Reg began running toward the radio tent, he found that Thompson was right on his heels. Slow down, Cummins, puffed the colonel. I'm coming along. What about Sutton's ambush? Reg asked. To hell with Sutton. The portly colonel waved his arms. I'm going to ambush him if I have to stay around him much longer. Members of almost all of the other international contingents were converging on the radio tent. Reg was startled to see that many of them were now openly carrying weapons. Sensing one such armed man beside him, Reg turned to see Yossi, trotting along and carrying an Uzi. When he saw Reg looking at him incredulously, Yossi shrugged and said, Miriam said I should invite myself along. I thought I'd stick close to you Englishmen, since your fondness for Jews is well known. His imitation of Faisal was surprisingly good, but Reg doubted that it would come in handy if any of the Arabs were unhappy with a gun-toting Israeli showing up at the radio tent. There was a crowd around the radios. The shaded area beneath the open-sided camouflage tent looked like an electronics bazaar. Much of the equipment Faisal's team had gathered up was surplus, some of it older than the soldiers themselves. The tent resembled an Arab market, with 50 different conversations going on at once. But the noise and activity quickly melted away as the foreign visitors stepped beneath the canopy inside. As Reg had feared, the Arabs interpreted Yossi's presence as a taunt. Khalid hurried toward Reg and pulled him to one side. They have destroyed Amman and now they are moving south. I spoke with Faisal and tried to convince him we should follow your advice. But he is committed. Unless the ship changes course, he will order an attack within the next 2 hours. As Reg listened, he watched over Khalid's shoulder, keeping an eye on the other Saudis. Some of them were demanding that Yossi state his business, meaningfully grasping the handles of their pistols. Finally, one of them thumped the Israeli in the chest and shouted, Imshi! Scram! Reg interrupted Khalid. How do you say lawyer in Arabic? Khalid blinked, confused by the question. But he answered, Advocate. Why? Going to use some Thompson School diplomacy, Reg said before he joined the knot of Saudis surrounding Yossi. Once among them, he shook his finger at the largest man, loudly proclaiming something in halting Arabic. There was a brief silence. Then all of the Arab speakers in the area began laughing. Remarkably, Thompson had left his phrase book at the camp. What did you say? He asked. I said not to worry about Yossi. He's our lawyer. One of the radio operators pointed at the machine gun the Israeli soldier held and cracked a joke of his own, which Khalid translated, Yes, and I see he remembered to bring his fountain pen. When the men had had their laugh, they began turning back to their workstations. Now, Reg asked, Where's this Morse code? Khalid led the way to the center of the tent, where the camp's best radio was being monitored by a trio of technicians. They were all listening intently, scratching out notes on pads of paper. By their expressions, Reg could tell they were frustrated. One of them slipped off his headphones and handed them over to Reg. He put them on, expecting to hear a sequence of dots and dashes. Instead, there was a roar of static. It seemed to be nothing but a storm of interference noise, but then he heard it, a faint voice shouting through the blizzard. Reg closed his eyes and tried to make out what the voice was saying. State's government has captured. Shield we will. Alien mothership outside. Do not engage. Forces happy. The voice belonged to an American man who was speaking in an urgent but controlled tone. It seemed impossible to piece together the fragments of what he was saying. If this broadcast is coming from America, thought Reg, there's no telling how many times it's been relayed, boosted, and amplified before it reached the empty quarter. Can't make it out, Reg said to the operator sitting next to him. It's just so much sonic mush. He began to remove his headphones, but the Saudi motioned for him to keep listening. Wait, said the man. You will hear. He was right. A few seconds after the voice transmission was finished, a Morse sequence began. This too was faint, frequently interrupted, and barely audible. Reg quickly realized the spoken message was being repeated in this different form. He grabbed a pad and pencil and began writing, decoding as he went. The brief message was continuously recycling itself, and, after 10 minutes, Reg had as much of it as he thought he could gather. Everyone in the tent waited anxiously as Reg compared his own notes to those taken by the other men. Like a person solving a crossword puzzle, he fit the pieces together fragment by fragment. When he was finished, he read it over a couple of times and couldn't help but smile. When he stood up from the table, every pilot in the immediate vicinity rushed up to hear the news. It's from the Americans, he announced. They want to organize a counteroffensive. A guarded cheer went through the crowd. It's about bloody time, Thompson harumphed. What's their plan? It's damn creative. Read it, several men demanded. Soldiers and civilians were streaming in from all directions. Reg cleared his throat. It says, to any and all remaining armies of the world, the U.S. military has captured one of the alien attack ships, has learned to circumvent and disable its protective shield. We will attempt to disable all shields worldwide. Preparing now to infiltrate alien mothership outside Earth's atmosphere and use computer interface to temporarily disable source of shields. If successful, we anticipate only a small window of opportunity. Please commit all possible military resources to worldwide synchronized attack to begin at approximately 3:15 Greenwich Mean Time. We will announce success or failure of our mission at that time. Conserve your weaponry. Do not engage enemy. Accept civilian losses. This action authorized by U.S. President Thomas Whitmore. Continue to monitor this frequency. Relay message to other forces in your area. Happy Independence Day. As one of the radio operators repeated the message in Arabic, the tent and surrounding area filled with murmured discussions. Reg looked down at the paper in his own hand. The word harebrained went through his head, followed closely by impossible. But then again, at least it's a plan, he thought. And who knows? The Americans have surprised me before. After the initial flush of enthusiasm, questions and reservations about the plan started to crop up. How were the Americans going to get into the mothership? How were our computers going to interface with the alien technology? How would anyone know when the shields were down, assuming they ever came down at all? No, protested one of Khalid's men. This is a bad plan. Too much crazy. But this man was in the minority. More and more of the pilots, both Saudi and international, began discussing how the group might work together to fulfill their role in it. Then, from the edge of the tent, a booming voice interrupted the gathering. We Arabs are a proud people until our foreign masters tug on the leash, said Commander Faisal, striding to the center of the group. Then we forget our own obligations in an instant. He was obviously displeased with the way some of his men were embracing the new plan. He shook an admonishing finger at them. As soon as the Americans, the infidel Americans, speak, you turn into lapdogs. A few words over a radio, and you forget the holy city. Reg felt the energy and enthusiasm begin to drain from the group. The influence that Faisal had over his men could not be underestimated. He was a charismatic man, capable of rousing hearts and raising morale with a few well-chosen words. Somebody needs to choose the right words to turn this thing around, Reg thought. This American plan is madness, but it's the only chance we've got. Reg looked at Thompson, considering whether the colonel would be able to turn the tide of opinion against Faisal. I think someone's trying to get your attention, Major, Thompson said. Reg looked to where the colonel was pointing and saw a handful of Saudi women. Piercing green eyes stared at him from behind the shrouding abaya of the tallest. Could only be Fadila. Knowing that there was no way in this public forum that she would be able to speak to him, Reg watched as she slowly raised her arm and pointed directly at him. She's thinking the same thing I am, Reg thought, and she wants me to talk to these men. But they despise me after last night. Fadila lowered her arm, but continued to hold him in her gaze. He could see the questions in her eyes. What do you have worth fighting for? What do you believe in? Reg considered then that Fadila Yamani might be the bravest person he had ever known. She lived her life as if walking a treacherous path, fraught with danger. Holding to the strictures of her society on the outside, internally she longed for a life of independence, of freedom of a sort no one in her position should ever hope to obtain. But she did not give up hope. She did not give up the fight. As her, Reg thought simply, she's worth fighting for. I believe in her. Reg saw a half-full water barrel immediately behind the spot where Faisal still stood, haranguing his men. He walked over to it and did something guaranteed to draw the rapt attention of every one of these desert-bred men. He turned it over. Faisal cursed and leapt away, narrowly avoiding muddying his highly polished boots. When he turned, Reg had already overturned the barrel and climbed atop it. Reg clutched the American message in his hand and held it above his head. This plan, he said in a loud voice, may be the most foolhardy damned plan I've ever heard of. There's no logic to it. It depends on 1,000 variables and perfect timing among hundreds of units spread across the globe. One of the Saudi soldiers started to approach, but Reg saw Faisal wave him off. He thinks I'm going to argue for doing nothing, thought Reg good. Reg caught the eye of the pilot who had disparaged the plan earlier. Too much crazy, right? Risking all on a 1 in a million chance that the Americans will accomplish what? That they'll shut down the shields for a few moments at best. Their President Whitmore must think we're crazy. A few of the Saudis were nodding, but Reg saw that more of them were disappointed that he wasn't arguing for the plan. I don't want to be a disappointment, he thought, and continued speaking. Or maybe I should say that Whitmore must hope we're crazy. The Americans must hope that we'll join them. That is, after all, what they're offering us. Hope. The first glimmer of hope we've had since the aliens destroyed Jerusalem. Hear, hear, shouted Thompson. Several of the other pilots joined him in shouting encouragement. We're from different countries, Reg continued. We speak different languages. 2 days ago, some of our countries were openly hostile to one another. Do you remember? Do you remember 2 days ago? Seems like 10 years, doesn't it? Those old conflicts, those hostilities, they're meaningless now. What's important is what we have in common. What we have in common is the greatest enemy mankind has ever known. And now we have hope. More of the men shouted approval, and Reg kept on. We have hope that we can knock the invaders from the skies. We have hope that we can take back what is ours. We have hope, a real hope, of fighting a battle we can win. They were his now, Reg saw. Every pilot within earshot was clapping and shouting, banging their hands against barrels like impromptu percussionists or simply jumping up and down. Every pilot except one. It's one thing to convince them, thought Reg, staring at the grim visage of Galil ibn Faisal. But another thing altogether to convince the man with the power. Again, Reg remembered what Fadila had told him, that here was a man motivated solely by persona glory. Or maybe, Reg said, holding his hands up for silence, maybe we should act prematurely. Maybe we should throw ourselves against the aliens before their shields are knocked down. guaranteeing that they will destroy us and survive us. Maybe we should make a futile gesture instead of a genuine attack and ensure the destruction of Mecca and Riyadh and Baghdad and Addis Ababa and every other place any of us hold dear. Maybe it won't come to that, though. Maybe some pilots from somewhere else in the world will be able to take out our assigned city destroyer after they've saved their own people. After all, just because we don't fulfill our part of the bargain doesn't mean that the other 35 ships won't go down. Just the ship in the Middle East left. And why? Because when it finally counted the most, the people of the region couldn't act together for the common good. When it finally mattered the most, the chance at the glory of victory wasn't enough to make them see something bigger than their own problems. "No!" shouted a voice from the crowd, and Reg saw that it was Yossi. "We can work together," said another voice, Assyrian. "Can you?" asked Reg. "Can Muslims and Christians and Jews fight side by side?" The crowd roared, "Yes." "Can Persians and Arabs and Europeans and Africans unite to rid the world of this horrible scourge?" And again they roared, "Yes." Then Reg threw his own arms into the air and shouted, "Victory!" The cheers spread through the whole camp in a heartbeat. "Victory! Victory! Victory!" The desert rang with the international chorus. Climbing down from his makeshift pulpit, Reg caught sight of Fadila once again. Was it possible to notice a grin from behind in a bale? He thought so. "You are quite a speech maker, Major Cummins," someone behind him said. It was Faisal, of course. "I can raise no objection to the American plan now, but it will have to be incorporated into my own, of course." The Saudi commander held up a dispatch. "The alien ship has turned south, toward Mecca. We will fly to defend the holy city as planned. If the Americans have brought the shields down by the time we arrive, so much the better." Faisal wadded up the paper and threw it in the sand at Reg's feet. "In either case," he continued, "once they pass the city of Usfan we will attack." Chapter 5. Counterattack. The main battle in the camp that afternoon was between debilitating heat and the determination of the pilots to prepare their planes for the showdown. The work required them to spend long stretches of time exposed to the punishing sun. They stripped parts off of the damaged jets in order to repair others, replenished their fuel tanks one bucket at a time, and jury-rigged missile firing systems to accommodate unfamiliar weaponry. There was little time to discuss strategy and tactics. As the sun leaned to the west and the men in the radio tent continued to track the city destroyer's progress toward Mecca, the pilots went through their final checklists. At 5:30, the planes were lined up on the runway, ready to go. Nearly 200 pilots climbed into their cockpits and fired up their engines. But Reg was still on the ground inspecting the tornado that had been Thompson's plane and stealing occasional glances toward the Saudi camp. Since Thompson was the least accomplished pilot among the Brits, he had volunteered to sit with the Saudi radio technicians to help decode the next message from the Americans. Sutton and Ty, already strapped in, were watching Reg, wondering what was taking him so long. A moment later they had their answer. From between the Saudi tents, a veiled woman emerged and marched purposefully onto the runway. Her black, ankle-length abaya moved in time with her long, athletic stride, and she earned something in her hand. Reg knew who it was. Like a smitten teenager, he'd delayed getting into his plane for as long as he could, hoping that she would find some way to see him off. He'd hoped that she would wave to him from between the tents or send word through a messenger. But Fadila was bolder than that. She walked directly up to him, ignoring the hundreds of people who were watching, and handed him a photograph. Reg caught a quick glimpse of her bright green eyes before she turned on her heels and walked away without a word. He looked down at the photograph. It showed a young girl too young to wear a veil riding a camel toward the finish line of a race. Her green eyes were turned toward the camera, and she was laughing triumphantly. He turned it over and read the words written on the back. "A kiss for luck." A smile spread across Reg's face as he tucked the photograph into his breast pocket. "It's almost as if she can read my mind," he said to himself as he climbed into the jet. "It's exactly what I needed. Something to remind me what I'm fighting for." They flew west, nearly 200 strong, to the edge of the desert before turning due north. 80 of the Saudi planes took the lead, flying in crisply formed wedges. They were followed by the international pilots, 73 of them, straggling along in ragtag fashion. Another Saudi squadron brought up the rear, prepared to hunt down any pilot who tried to run. They followed the Asur mountain chain up the country's west coast. The terrain on the two sides of the mountains was starkly different. To the left, the hills were covered with trees all the way down to the lush coast of the Red Sea. To the right, rocky cliffs and canyons ran down to the lifeless floor of the empty quarter's great sand desert. There was no sign of the enemy, but for the first time in years, Reg felt nervous being up in the air. As they approached Mecca, they looked down at an awesome spectacle. From all directions, the Islamic faithful were converging on the holy city. For mile after mile, the highways were choked with traffic. Brightly painted buses, private cars, and rivers of people on foot were all surging toward the famous mosque. "Major Cummins," Faisal's voice came over the radio. "Ahead you can see our holy city. I think you are very fortunate to see this sight. Under normal circumstances, of course, only believers are allowed here. So today, I declare you and the others to be honorary Muslim pilgrims Hajis." "Allah inshallah, Old Bean," Reg said, smiling. As they caught sight of Mecca's great mosque, they saw that there was a sea of believers crushed into the immense courtyard. They were moving in slow circles around the cube-shaped Kaaba, the shrine that stood at the center of the open space. According to Muslim belief, this stone structure was originally built by the first man, Adam. As the planes roared past, many of the Arab and African pilots broke into the same ritual prayers being chanted by the faithful below. "Lord God, from such a distant land I have come unto thee, grant me shelter under thy throne." Several minutes north of Mecca, Faisal's voice renamed to the airwaves and called everyone's attention to a small city nestled in the hills. It was Usfan, the place he had chosen as his line in the sand, the point beyond which he would not allow the aliens to pass. Directly ahead, the monstrous bulk of the city destroyer hovered like an airborne cancer between the blue sky and the dun brown earth. The radios erupted with nervous chatter as the pilots called out the sighting. A moment later, Thompson's voice came from the radio tent back in the empty quarter. "Sounds as if you've made visual contact. Is that right?" He was answered simultaneously in half a dozen languages. Everyone monitoring the frequency confirmed that the destroyer was in sight, then began asking the colonel for information on its airspeed, elevation, and distance. Pilots, Thompson broke in. "These transmissions are being recorded. Please try to speak one at a time, and identify yourselves when you do." "What the hell is the point?" asked Sutton, his voice dripping with disgust. "The point, Lieutenant Sutton, is that you never know. If you chaps pull off a miracle and beat these sons of bitches, it'll be one for the history books. This audio tape we're making might show up on the BBC someday, and you'll be famous." Sutton scoffed. "Thompson, I wish you were up here to see this thing we're facing. Then you wouldn't sound so damn chipper. In a day or two, there's going to be no one left to read any history books. But go ahead and make your tape. Maybe the aliens will find it someday and get a good laugh out of it." Ty came on the radio. After stating his name as the colonel had asked, he said, "The thing I would like to add to the historical record is that I wish Sutton would keep his bleeding pie hole closed until he has something useful to say for himself." Several other pilots laughed and seconded Ty's motion. At a distance of 50 miles, the dome-shaped saucer began to dominate the skyline. It was plowing inexorably forward at approximately 200 miles an hour, the embodiment of certain doom. Faisal continued to lead them straight toward the obsidian tower that marked the prow of the destroyer until, at a distance of 25 miles, he banked away to the right. Group by group, the rest of the jets followed suit. 10 more minutes, teacher," Khalid radioed to Reg. "In 10 minutes we find out if the Americans were successful. I don't think the alien ship will reach Usfan before then." "I agree," Reg said. "But that's not going to leave us much of a cushion." "Not to worry," Miriam said. "I already did the math. We have 20 minutes until they get to Usfan. Which means we have a little more than 10 minutes to bring down the destroyer before it reaches Mecca," Reg pointed out. He studied the massive alien ship before adding another thought. "Even with their shields down, our missiles might not be enough. "Luckily, we are not the only ones here," said Remy, the Ethiopian pilot they'd met the previous afternoon. "More and more jets are coming every minute." It was true. There were at least a dozen groups of fighters in the area, but they looked pathetically small compared to the advancing city destroyer. "There is no reason to worry," Edward said, trying without success to mask the fear in his voice. "Today will be like the story of David and Goliath. We'll find a way to knock down this giant with our small weapons." Yossi couldn't let the opportunity to needle Edward slip past. "David was a Jewish hero, you realize." Edward laughed. "Yes, I know. But he's like the Palestinians. We used to fight your Israeli armored jeeps with only bricks and stones. And look how successful you were," said one of the Iraqis. "You had to run away and live in Jordan." After a long pause, Edward spoke again. "You're right. But today will be different. Today, the little guys are going to win." Pondering Edward's prediction, the pilots maintained a tense radio silence for the next few minutes, hoping to hear from the Americans. At exactly 6:15, the moment the message was scheduled to arrive, the radio erupted with shouting. It was not the Americans. It was Faisal. He began issuing a long string of orders, speaking only in Arabic. The Saudi jets that had been flying at the rear of the formation accelerated past the international contingent to join the rest of their countrymen. "Would someone care to translate?" Ty asked. "What's going on?" "It's obvious, isn't it?" Sutton grumbled. "They're preparing to attack." Reg could see that Sutton was right. Faisal wasn't going to allow the Americans any extra time, even though the destroyer was still miles from Usfan. As the Saudi F-15s positioned themselves, Faisal monopolized the airwaves, calling to his men in an urgent but controlled voice. Reg thought a premature strike would be disastrous on 2 counts. Not only would it be a waste of scarce firepower, it might also draw the Scarab-like attacker ships into the air. If their shields were still operational, they would make short work of the few hundred jets that had massed for the counterattack. He shouted into his radio, trying to get the Saudi commander's attention and urging him not to jeopardize this last, slim hope of bringing down the enemy ship. Faisal ignored the warning and continued speaking to his men in the rhythmic, hypnotizing voice of a fire and brimstone preacher. Although Reg couldn't understand the individual words, he knew Faisal was exhorting his pilots to bravery and self-sacrifice, preparing them for martyrdom. "I'd just like to point out," Sutton said quietly, "that now would be an excellent time for us to get the hell out of here." Ever since the Saudi watchdog planes had moved forward to join the attack formation, members of the international squadron had been quietly peeling away and flying toward their home countries. Nearly a third of them were gone. "Anyone out there interested in heading for Kuwait?" No one answered. Everyone who was going to run had already done so. As Faisal's speech built in intensity, Reg and the others kept their ears open, hoping to receive word from the Americans before the Saudis launched their attack. "Khalid Yamani, can you hear me?" Reg called. "You've got to convince him to wait. Tell Faisal to give it 5 more minutes." There was no reply. As Faisal's speech reached a crescendo, he shouted a question to his men, and they responded with a roaring war cry. Then the entire squadron turned as one and broke into an attack run. They dived at a steep angle, picking up speed as they streaked toward their target, the destroyer's obsidian tower. To Reg, it was a horrible, incomprehensible sight. He sensed that 100 men were about to give up their lives in exchange for nothing. "Khalid, if you can hear me, break off," Reg said desperately. "Get out of there before they launch their attack ships. Save yourself for the real battle." To Reg's surprise, Khalid answered. "Too late, teacher," he said in a calm but tremulous voice. "Together we will either shoot these infidels down, or we will die in glory. All things are in the hands of Allah." "The words of a doomed man," said Miriam. Reluctantly, Reg admitted to himself that she was right. There was nothing more he could do for Khalid. "Let's start climbing," he told the others as he pulled back on his controls. "As soon as IHE launch, we're going to have company up here." "Alien lighters?" Edward asked. "And plenty of them." As Reg turned, he couldn't resist taking one last glance back at the diving squadron. When he did, he noticed something out of place. One of the Saudi jets lagged behind the others before turning sharply in a new direction. Reg thought he could guess who was piloting the rogue jet. "Commander Faisal," he said. "It looks as if you have broken formation. Where are you headed?" There was no answer. The squadron continued to plunge toward the mammoth alien airship. Reg shouted, "I repeat. Saudi commander, you have broken formation. You are currently running in the wrong direction." This time Faisal answered. "Do not interfere," he screamed. A moment later, he had gathered himself and continued in a calm voice. "I'm afraid you are mistaken, Major. You must be watching the wrong plane." Reg stared down at the tiny shape of the wayward F-15 and decided to bluff. "Negative, Faisal. I'm directly above you, close enough to read your wing markings. You are running away from the engagement." After a moment of hesitation, Faisal answered. "Stay out of this, Cummins. I am not running. I am positioning myself to observe the attack." "Admit it, Faisal," Reg shouted. "You're saving yourself because you know what's going to happen to those men. Order them to break off." "Damn you, Cummins, stay quiet. Cooperate with me and you will be rewarded. And if I don't, then I will personally shoot you out of the sky." Reg, boiling with anger, resisted the impulse to swoop down on Faisal and unload every piece of ammunition he had aboard his aircraft. Instead, he sucked in a deep breath, then growled into his headset. "I wouldn't advise it. You'd only be wasting another one of your king's planes." Faisal scoffed. "King Ibrahim is no longer a factor. The Saudi Air Force is now completely under my command, and it is my will that—" Reg cut him off and switched back to the previous frequency. "Khalid, look around. Faisal's gone. He knows you're doomed and he's saving himself. Get out of there now." Khalid and several of his fellow pilots began speaking to one another and quickly realized that Reg was right. Faisal had deserted them. Khalid swung into a turn, shouting instructions in Arabic. "What's he saying?" Reg demanded. Edward translated. "He's calling on the other pilots to follow him." Only 20 of them did. They wheeled out of the attack formation and began looping around to rejoin Reg's squadron just as the Saudis fired on the destroyer. They unloosed a huge barrage of sidewinders and sparrows, which sliced through the late afternoon sky, all headed for the same target area. Taken together, the missiles carried enough explosive charge to flatten a medium-sized city, but when they came to within a quarter-mile of the destroyer, they all detonated harmlessly in midair. The protective shield was still in place. It became visible momentarily as it rippled gently under the impact. Shouting and cursing, the Saudi pilots fought to turn their planes in time to avoid crashing into it. A moment later, Reg's fear became an ugly reality. A large portal suddenly appeared near the top of the gleaming black tower. Where a moment before there had been only a smooth, polished surface, there was now a gaping orifice leading onto a wide tunnel. Within seconds, hundreds of alien attacker ships darted into the open air like hornets spewing from a disturbed nest. They scattered in every direction, but the main force shot down the face of the tower to engage the Saudi squadron. In the dogfight at the base of the tower, the Saudi jets were outnumbered. Lived to one by their shielded enemies. The slaughter was underway. "Where are those damned Americans?" Reg growled as he watched the Scarab fighters annihilate the Saudi forces. Khalid and his small band of renegades were racing toward the international pilot's position. A group of perhaps 50 aliens fell in behind them, knitting through the air fluidly in their distinctive over and under formation. "Should have headed for Kuwait when I had the chance," Sutton said when he saw them coming. "Let's get the hell out of here," Reg shouted. "Head west directly into the sun. Now!" "What about Khalid? Shouldn't we help them?" "No, there's nothing we can do. Follow me." The sun was just above the horizon but still blindingly bright. As Reg flew toward it, a strange clicking disturbance sounded in his earphones. Fearing that it was the sound of alien homing devices, he ordered his fellow pilots to shed altitude and pick up speed. Then, like a trumpet blast, Thompson's voice burst onto the airwaves. "They're down," he bellowed. "The shields are down. The Americans are telling everyone to attack immediately, before they go back up." All at once, Reg recognized that the clicking sounds were Morse code. Thompson, are you sure the message is accurate? Yes, yes. We're getting reports of damage to the alien destroyers. It's not just the Americans. Everybody's hitting them. A lethal smile crossed Reg's lips, and his fear evaporated. His hands, which had been shaking, steadied themselves. He knew that the absence of the shields was no guarantee of victory, but he relished the idea of meeting the aliens in a fair fight. A moment before he whipped his tornado into a sharp turn, he spoke calmly to the others. You heard the man, ladies and gentlemen. It's party time. As the international pilots hurried to defend Khalid and his besieged cohort, there was a flash of green light in the distance and cheering on the airwaves. One of the jets had scored the first kill against an alien attacker. Bloody amazing, said Ty. Hearing that the shields were down was one thing, but actually seeing one of the invincible aliens bite the dust was quite another. Suddenly the pilots were like a pack of wolves with the taste of blood in their mouths. They jammed their controls forward and rocketed toward the conflict. They're on our tails, Khalid yelled. Help us. Fly directly into the sun, Reg shouted. We're headed straight toward you. Where are you? I can't see you. That's the point, Khalid. You can't see us, and hopefully neither can they. When I give the order, I want you and your boys to break into a vertical climb. Straight up? You got that. The F-15 Eagle flying just behind Khalid's was vaporized by one of the alien pulse blasts. Yes, yes, I understand. But hurry. Khalid's group continued to fly blind, weaving and jigging, as the alien contingent behind picked off one after another of them. Almost, Reg repeated calmly. Then, when the nose of his plane was less than a mile from Khalid's, he gave the order. Straight up. Now. Dogged pursuers, the alien ships followed the Saudis upward, losing speed and exposing their undersides as they did so. Without realizing it, they'd lined themselves up like ducks at a shooting gallery. They never saw the international pilots coming. In a matter of seconds, more than half of the alien column was destroyed. A flash of jade green light accompanied each kill. Go in groups, Miriam shouted. Hunt them down. It was good advice, but Reg knew he was good enough to be a group of one. After assigning Ty and Sutton to chase down one of the nearest alien craft, he set his sights on another. He quickly tucked himself behind the targeted ship and began angling for a proper shot. The alien pilot ignored him, turning to attack a pair of Iraqis. It was obvious to Reg that whoever or whatever was flying the attacker, no adjustments in tactics were being made to compensate for the loss of the shields. Not much of a thinker, I see, said Reg, launching a skyflash missile. It struck the alien ship squarely, blowing it to jade green smithereens. It was the precise shade of green that Reg had seen cast on Jerusalem moments before the city was destroyed. Must have something to do with their energy source, he noted. All around him, other pilots were bringing down alien ships. He heard the Ethiopian, Remy, shout, "Now go back to hell where you came from," a second before he destroyed the alien he was chasing. When Miriam and Yossi fired simultaneously at the ships they were following, 2 more green flashes lit up the sky. And Israel scores too, Yossi shouted like the announcer at a soccer game. Saudi pilot, Edward warned. You have an enemy to port. Reg looked above him and saw that Khalid was in trouble again. He responded at once, climbing to put himself in position. But before he arrived, Khalid had executed a wing-over roll, doubled back on his enemy, and destroyed him. In his steady, workhorse way, Sutton was destroying alien ships and keeping Ty out of harm's way. There was nothing spectacular or daring in the way he operated his plane, but his pursuits were patient and relentless. Rather than use up his supply of missiles, he was doing all his damage with the Tornado's 27mm cannons. He didn't call out his kills as many of the others were doing, choosing instead to go quietly about his business. Ty, on the other hand, a mechanic who had never fired a missile before, began celebrating loudly after one of his missiles connected with an enemy target. It didn't matter to him that he'd used up nearly all his ammunition, or that the attacker he'd destroyed wasn't the one he'd been aiming at. Just killing one of the bastards was enough. He went on whooping and cheering until Reg reminded him that the battle was only beginning. In Hebrew, Farsi, Turkish, English, Amharic, Yoruba, and several dialects of Arabic, the pilots cursed and taunted their non-human enemies. As the last few alien ships were being hunted down, Reg took a moment to watch the other pilots at work. One of the Iraqi pilots, he noticed, was especially effective, gunning down one attacker after another. "This one is the bread," the Iraqi yelled as he dropped his MiG-29 behind his next target. "I think you mean toast," Ty corrected him. "Yes, the toast," the boyish-sounding Iraqi agreed as he unleashed a volley of armor-piercing shells. "This one is the toast." The large-caliber bullets ate away at the attacker's shell until it exploded into a messy green blur of debris. Once the last attacker had been shot down, the group turned its attention back to the city destroyer, which was moving inexorably forward, undeterred by the loss of its shields. It had already swallowed Usfin in its shadow and was closing in on Mecca. If the ship could not be shot down, or driven away from the city very quickly, hundreds of thousands of lives would be lost, and one of the Earth's most important cities would be obliterated. As Reg led the way toward the front end of the city-sized craft, he watched the bombing attacks already underway. A group of MiGs was circling the crown of the destroyer's domed roof completely unopposed, strafing and bombing at will. Their missiles gouged deep craters into the armored surface, but it was not nearly enough. The ship was so large that the damage was inconsequential. As Reg studied the problem, some of the pilots in his group raced ahead and fired a salvo of missiles. They struck squarely and caused spectacular explosions, but the problem was the same. The exterior shell was not penetrated, and the destroyer continued to move calmly forward as placidly as a bull moves through a swarm of flies. It only decelerated when its prow approached the northern outskirts of Mecca and began to seal off the sky over the crowded city. "It's impossible," Sutton announced with characteristic pessimism. "We just don't have the firepower." He's right. At this rate, it'll take us a week to knock this thing down. Only a few minutes until it fires on the city. We've got to do something quickly. Let's use everything we've got. Then go and find some more weapons. "Where are we going to find them?" Miriam asked. "All the bases are destroyed. I've only got 2 sidewinders and a python left." Remy, the Ethiopian pilot, suggested using the last of their armaments against the skyscraper-like tower. "It looks like a control tower," he pointed out. "If we can damage it, they won't be able to steer. Even if they fire on Mecca, maybe they won't be able to go on to the next city." Behind Reg, the team raced toward the leading edge of the megasaucer and watched its 17-mile-wide shadow darken the city below. There was bad news waiting for them when they arrived. Remy's idea, although logical, wasn't working. A group of Egyptian and Sudanese jets were skirmishing with a swarm of the scarab-like attackers and firing on the tower without effect. The structure, anchored into a wide dimple in the ship's surface, was made of a material that absorbed the missile's impact without breaking apart. "Scratch that bright idea off the list," Sutton droned. "Now, what are we supposed to do?" No one answered. The group seemed to be at a loss. But Reg had an idea, one that had been brewing ever since the battle above Jerusalem. He craned his neck back and studied the polished face of the jet-black tower. He noted that the large portal that allowed the alien attackers to pass in and out of the ship was still open. What would happen, he wondered, if I ducked inside? Since his tornado obeyed a different set of aerodynamic principles than the attackers, which could come to a dead stop and still remain airborne, he could guess the most likely outcome. He would merely splatter himself against an internal wall or other immovable object. But the destroyer was now completely covering the city below, and unless something was done quickly to disrupt the alien attack, hundreds of thousands of lives would be lost. As the other pilots in his group discussed their next move, Reg tuned them out and kept his eyes on the portal, wondering if he should take the risk of flying into the alien ship. The question wasn't whether he would survive, that seemed unlikely, but whether he'd accomplish anything. In a way, it was the same question he'd been asking himself ever since the Gulf War. He'd spent the last several years in Saudi Arabia trying to work off the insurmountable debt he owed to the people of the area. Was the kamikaze mission he was contemplating a way of settling the score? Shouting from the other pilots snapped him back into the present. The clicking noise had returned to the radio. "We're getting another message from the Americans," Thompson told them. "It's brief. Hold on a moment while we decode it." 30 seconds later, Thompson came back onto the airwaves. By that time, the destroyer had come to a dead stop above the city, centered over the Great Mosque. "Good news, excellent news. Finally, we have—" "What does it say?" "Right. Sorry about that. It says, small missile strike against firing cone at center bottom causes chain reaction explosion. Guarantees total kill." "A total kill, you say?" "That's what it says here," Thompson assured them. "Guarantees total kill." Yossi cracked a joke. "And we get our money back if we're not 100% completely satisfied, right?" After a last glance at the open portal, Reg pointed the nose of his jet at the ground. "Follow me," he called to the others. "Let's go find that firing cone." As the group shed altitude and took a look at the underside of the destroyer, they realized that reaching the center would be no easy task. More than 100 of the surviving alien fighters had massed themselves in the deep shadows and were flying in agitated circles, firing their pulse cannons down at the city. At the same time, the people of Mecca had no intention of going down without a fight. They'd installed dozens of surface-to-air missile stations and were using them with impunity. Their rockets flew straight up and smashed into the ship's hard underbelly. As they patrolled the perimeter of the gigantic ship and surveyed the scene, a set of enormous doors at the center of the ship began to retract. Soon, all of Mecca was bathed in the resplendent green light that spilled out of the destroyer's interior. "Listen up," Reg said. "We're going to play follow the leader, and we've only got one chance to do it right. We'll go in single file, fast and tight, nose to tail. I'll take the point and keep the path clear until I'm out of ammunition. After that, Miriam moves to the front. When she's empty, you back there in the second Iraqi plane? What's your name?" "Mohammed. I've been watching you. Nice shooting back there. Do you have any missiles left?" "Yes, of course. I hate to waste them." "Excellent. You're up third. The rest of you save your missiles for the target." "And then?" someone asked. "If we're not dead by then, we'll think of something. Now fall in behind me," he called, before leading them under the edge of the destroyer. Even though the sun was beginning to set, the sudden transition from the light of the open sky to the oppressive gloom below the ship meant the pilots had to fly blind until their eyes adjusted. Maintaining his speed, Reg focused on the lowering hatch doors and the green light that showed between them. Entering the airspace under the destroyer was like flying into an enormous round room with no walls to hold up the ceiling. Reg stayed as high as he dared, only 200 feet below the underside of the ship, which was studded with rectangular structures that looked like hanging storage containers. These large, box-like structures were arranged in precise rows, and the gaps between them created a dizzying optical illusion of slow-motion movement as the jets raced past. Adding to the disorientation was the fact that the main source of light was the reflected green glare coming from the city below. This created the sensation of flying upside down over a dark industrial landscape. Fighting through his own confusion, Reg steered his group gently away from oncoming bands of attackers, doing his best to conserve his weaponry. After destroying a handful of the attackers, he shouted, "I'm out. Miriam, take over." The Israeli captain took a different approach. Instead of avoiding confrontations with the enemy planes, she steamrollered straight ahead and blasted everything that stood in her path. Very soon, the last of her missiles was spent, and she called for Mohammed to take over. Just then, a surface-to-air missile streaked upward and demolished the Iraqi MiG carrying the last of Mohammed's fellow countrymen. The young pilot took over the point position, but was clearly unnerved. He began veering off course, leading the team off course. "Follow the street," Reg coached, and it was obvious to everyone what he meant. The wide paths between the outcropping buildings above them formed wide, straight boulevards that ran from the edges of the ship to its center. Although the firing cone and the hanging doors were still miles away, the street was directly above and provided a clearly marked path to their destination. Just as Mohammed regained his bearings, trouble came streaking toward him in the form of an alien attack squadron. A tightly clustered group of at least 40 fighters was headed directly toward them. Muhammad hesitated for a moment, stricken with indecision. By the time he activated his missiles and sent them flying, he knew it was too late for the pilots behind him to fan out and try to slip past the onrushing enemy squadron. All 9 of the missiles he'd fired connected with their targets, but the rest of the alien force continued toward him, firing their pulse cannons as they came. The balls of condensed energy sliced wildly through the air, narrowly missing Muhammad's MiG. Acting on instinct, the young Iraqi shouted out an order to the rest of the crew. Up, up, pull up. Since they were already skimming the underside of the city destroyer, the other pilots couldn't believe what they were hearing. There's no more room, yelled Sutton, who was flying in the second slot. We're up as far as we can go. But when Muhammad lifted away, giving him a clear look at the aliens bearing down on them, Sutton jerked back on his controls and followed the Iraqi pilot upward. One by one, the rest of the team quickly followed suit. Besieged by a hailstorm of pulse blasts, and moving at close to Mach speed, Muhammad led them higher and higher until they were flying down the center of one of the so-called streets, which was barely wide enough to accommodate their wingspans. The hanging buildings on either side of them rushed past in a blur. The ceiling was only a few feet from the tops of their cockpit canopies, and more than one pilot was screaming at the top of his lungs. With a razor-thin margin of error, they held their collective breath and concentrated on steering straight down the narrow pathway until the attackers shot past them below. When they ducked back into the open air, the alien squadron was well out of range, and they appeared to have an unobstructed path to the center of the ship. As the pilots cursed and panted and wiped the sweat from their brows, Reg congratulated Muhammad. That was a nifty bit of work, lad. Nifty? Ty asked, incredulous. It was like flying through a shoebox. Remind me never to get into a coach with either one of you two maniacs. Muhammad stayed in the lead position, steering toward the gap between 2 of the giant hatch doors. The firing cone, visible beyond them, was now fully extended. In a matter of moments, its destructive power would pulverize Mecca. More bad news, Sutton reported. We've got a bogey ahead and to the left. Reg peered down and saw that, indeed, an aircraft was streaking upward at a steep angle into their path. But it wasn't an alien attacker. It was a Saudi F-15. Reg keyed his radio. Commander Faisal, I thought you'd be halfway to Riyadh by now. Decided to come back and join us? One have come to save my people, he shouted back. Unfortunately, Faisal wasn't traveling alone. He had picked up one of the alien attackers, and it was closing behind him. You've got company, Reg told him. There's an attacker below and behind. Don't bring him up here, we're in position. There is no time, Faisal screamed back. An intense beam of white light was shooting from the tip of the firing cone, fixing itself on one of the tall minarets of the great mosque. They are going to fire. Faisal continued on his course, oblivious to both the alien behind him and the fact that his trajectory conflicted with Reg's squadrons. When the other pilots recognized the danger he was putting them into, they shouted at him to lead the attacker away. Faisal jigged and juked as the attacker began to fire its pulse weapon, but maintained his bearing. He wants the first shot, Khalid said. He's going to cut us off. I'll take care of this, Reg said, diving out of line. He jammed the controls forward, milking every kilonewton of power from his twin turbofans. When he leveled off, he was right behind Faisal. Turn off, Faisal, Reg threatened. Shoot him down, one of the pilots urged. Reg was sorely tempted. He wasn't actually out of missiles. He was still holding a skyflash under his left wing, just in case. He sighted on Faisal's F-15 and wrapped his hand tight around the grip trigger. But instead of downing the treacherous Saudi commander, he abruptly cut the fuel supply to his engines. Then he accelerated again as the alien fighter moved ahead of him. In a few seconds, he had positioned himself, locked on, and fired. The alien ship blew apart in a bright green flash. Faisal jostled his way to the front of the line. To avoid a collision, Muhammad was forced to swing away only seconds before reaching the giant hatch doors. In order to shoot the gap and save himself, Muhammad swerved back toward the group, forcing everyone to decelerate. By the time they came into the clearing around the firing cone, Faisal's missiles were already streaking away. "Fire! Fire everything!" Reg yelled. Scores of missiles shot toward the glittering weapon. Faisal's AMRAAMs got there first and blew 2 large holes into the massive green structure. Debris rained into the sky. A moment later, when the other missiles struck, a chain reaction began to travel up the firing cone and into the body of the destroyer, just as the American communique had promised. Reg looked up into the glowing recess of the ship. A massive open chamber surrounded the dangling gun tower, and through the haze of the explosions, he caught a momentary glimpse of the destroyer's interior. The central chamber was a single room approximately 3 miles across, with towering vertical walls. Hundreds more of the attacker ships were moored in clusters around the periphery. It looked like the inside of a high-tech beehive. "It's starting to blow. Let's get out of here." The quick series of muffled explosions that traveled up the pylon-shaped firing cone were giving way to stronger and stronger blasts. Shrapnel and smoke filled the air. As the pilots turned and raced to get out from under the destroyer, there was a brief, dizzying moment when their planes appeared to lose speed and come to a dead stop. But it was only another optical illusion, caused when the destroyer above them began to move. With astonishing power, the megaship accelerated to high speed in only a matter of seconds. It quickly outpaced the jets, leaving them behind as it streaked away to the southeast. Just as it began to lift away, a massive explosion ripped through the top of the dome like a shotgun blast blowing through the top of a skull. It hobbled forward at reduced speed until an even larger explosion tore away its entire left side. Still moving, it began to list and sink toward the desert floor. Cheering and screaming, the surviving pilots chased it out over the desert, emptying their guns and using the last of their missiles against the dying giant. Exploding from within, it lost momentum and finally plunged toward the earth. It bellied out on a rocky plateau, bounced once into the air, then slid for several miles before coming to rest in a huge cloud of dust. Through it all, Reg maintained his calm, professional demeanor. As a wild celebration broke out in the air around him, he climbed to a higher altitude and scanned the darkening horizon. He checked his gauges and flipped through the various radio frequencies as if he were just finishing up another day at the office. He couldn't help taking a dim view of the disorderly air show going on below him. It went against every habit he had developed during his years as a teacher. Every channel was filled with deafening, whooping cries of victory. Ecstatic pilots flew barrel rolls and looped the loops over the burning wreckage, firing their guns recklessly as they went. Clenched fists pounded out their excitement on the walls and canopies of 100 cockpits. Reg tried to ignore them. He tried to remain calm. He fought against the urge to join the celebration for as long as he possibly could. But the revelry was infectious, and soon he was grinning from ear to ear. Then he found himself pumping his fist in the air. "We did it," he shouted. "I can't believe it. We beat the bloody bastards." The giddy realization that they'd done the impossible, that they'd saved the planet from these seemingly invincible foes, surged through him all at once, and he found himself shouting and laughing along with the others. He got on the radio and added his voice to the sea of noise. He roared and laughed. He shouted until his throat was hoarse and his eyes were filled with tears, ecstatic that he was victorious and alive. Order began to restore itself when Faisal began calling out a message in an enthusiastic tone of voice. He shouted happily back and forth in Arabic with some of the other pilots. Reg could tell he was delivering instructions of some sort, but the only thing he could understand was the name of a city at Taif. By the time he found Khalid on the radio, Faisal was long gone. "He says he's already spoken to the king," Khalid translated over the noise of the celebration. "We're directed to land at Taif because the king wants to congratulate all of us personally. There's going to be a party." "I should bloody well hope so," said someone with a Londoner's accent. "Is that you, Ty?" Reg asked. "I thought you'd be in paradise with those 70 virgins by now." 72, actually. "No, not yet, Major. Maybe I've got 9 lives. What say we get out of here and go see about this party with the king?" "You go ahead. I'm going to wait for the smoke to clear so I can take another look at the ship, just to make sure." Did Sutton make it? Hate to disappoint you, Major. But yes, I did, Sutton said. Glad to hear it. You two follow the others to Ataif and warm things up for me. They pulled away, and Reg patrolled the sky, waiting for the evening winds to clear the dust and smoke away from the downed destroyer. He wasn't alone. 20 or 30 other pilots were also biding their time, flying laps around the crash site until they could inspect the kill. Khalid was one of them. He sounded hesitant and distracted over the radio, not like he'd just helped win a stunning victory. Khalid, Reg said, I thought you'd be off meeting the king by now. What's the matter? I'm worried about Faisal, he explained. He reminded Reg that an hour before he'd disobeyed orders and deserted his squad during an attack. Even though it proved to be the right move, he didn't know how Faisal would react. If Faisal's as shrewd as I think he is, Reg said, he won't want an investigation. He wasted the lives of a whole squadron. Besides, he got what he wanted. Mecca wasn't destroyed, and now he'll probably run around telling everyone that he's personally responsible for saving it. Reg chuckled at the idea. Khalid, who knew Faisal better, didn't. Reg thought about it for a minute and came up with an idea. He radioed Thompson, still at the tent in the empty quarter. Earlier, the colonel had mentioned that he was tape recording their transmissions. Thompson, do you think you can get me a copy of that tape? I'm not sure, he answered. The tape doesn't belong to me, and the equipment out here isn't exactly state-of-the-art, but I can try. Any particular part of it. The whole thing. And Colonel, it's important. See what you can do. No promises, Cummins. I'll see you at Ataif in a couple of hours. Word is that the Saudis have some planes coming to pick us up. We're all a bunch of bloody heroes, mate. Roger. See you there. The air over the destroyer began to clear. The sun had already extinguished itself in the Red Sea, but in the last lingering light of day, Reg and the others saw what was left of the ship. To their dismay, they noticed that roughly a quarter of it was still intact. When it hit the ground, the whole vehicle had splintered, cracked into millions of pieces the same way a car's windshield breaks during a collision. Like tempered glass, it sagged in places but still retained some structural integrity. Yossi was among the circling pilots. Hey, I might want my money back on that guarantee, he said in his thick accent. Does that look like a total kill to you? It looks fairly dead from my angle, Reg countered. And it looks like it's burning inside. I wouldn't worry about it. The impact of the crash probably killed anything that wasn't nailed to the walls. Probably you're right. Both of them were thinking the same thing. Probably wasn't good enough. They made a couple of additional passes, scanning for signs of movement, until it was too dark to see much of anything. Then they flew off to join the rest of the pilots at Ataif. Inside the ship, large doors were rolling closed to contain the spread of what the aliens hated most. Fire. Chapter 6. Victory Party. The airfield at Ataif served both civilian and military purposes. The swarm of alien attack planes that had pounded the place with bursts from their energy cannons didn't discriminate between the two. Nearly every building at the facility had been destroyed. In the absence of electrical power, ground crews had lined the only undamaged runway with pots of kerosene and set them ablaze to guide the victorious pilots to the ground. Reg, Yossi, and Khalid were among the last to land. When they taxied up to the damaged main hangars, there was a cheering crowd waiting to greet them. Their nationality made no difference to these people. The only thing that mattered was that the pilots had saved them from the horrible, ghastly invaders. The civilians rushed in to surround the planes, cheering and shaking their fists in victory. A contingent of Saudi soldiers pushed their way through the crowd and led the pilots to a fleet of waiting limousines. Welcome to being heroes, gents. Ty was standing in one of the limos, his head and torso poking through the sunroof. He towered above the roof of the car like a sunburned giraffe. There's a party in our honor at the royal family's compound. Hop in. They left the airfield and sped east through one of the finest suburbs of Ataif, Ty still hanging out the sunroof. But the trip wasn't all cheering and smiles. Parts of the city had been hit hard by pulse blasts. They drove past working-class Saudis who were retrieving their possessions from smoldering buildings. In one spot, bodies were laid out on a sidewalk, surrounded by mourners. When the driver slowed to steer around the pedestrians, Reg looked out his window and made eye contact with an older, unveiled woman. She was cradling a dead boy in her arms and wailing with grief. But as the limousine passed, she did a remarkable thing. She pumped her fist in the air and let out a ululating war cry in honor of the victorious pilots. Beneath the surface of their new riches and creature comforts, Reg realized that Fadila had been right. The Saudis were still a fierce, desert people. A short time later, they arrived at their destination, the royal family's summer palace, and entered a world of nearly unimaginable opulence. Behind the heavily guarded gates, a broad swath of manicured lawn rolled up a gentle slope toward a magnificent white mansion. It was an architectural fantasy, part storybook European castle, part Arabian palace. A pair of domed minarets stood on either side of the ornately tiled building. The winding driveway led them beneath canopies of palm trees and ferns. The doors and windows of the great house had been thrown open, revealing that a lavish party was underway inside. Guests spilled out onto the tiled verandas and balconies overlooking the gardens. Their limousine driver steered away from the main house and took the sweaty pilots to the compound's Olympic-sized swimming pool. They showered in the cabanas and changed into the Arab-style clothing provided for them. The ankle-length shirts, called thobes, fit Yossi and Reg comfortably, but Ty's was a full 6 inches too short. They marched up the hill to join the gathering. "I feel like I'm wearing a dress," Reg complained. "How do you think I feel?" Ty said, his hairy, freckled shins poking out below his hemline. "Don't worry. Both of you look very beautiful and sexy," Yossi joked without smiling. Then, looking around him, he said, "To have a garden like this is every Arab's dream." The grounds were lush beyond reason. There was a greenhouse full of orchids. Pomegranate and citrus trees grew beside birds of paradise, date palms, and many other exotic plants. There were peacock blue tiles lining a circular fountain and actual peacocks wandering the lawn. Mercedes-Benzes and Rolls-Royces were parked along the driveway, and a group of well-leeled Saudis stood admiring an elaborate, man-made waterfall. Off in the distance was another building that looked like a French chateau. As the 3 men began climbing the steps to the party, waiters rushed toward them to offer golden caviar and sweet tea. "I can't believe this place," Reg remarked as they crossed the patio. "What's the good of owning a country if you don't have a nice house or two?" deadpanned Yossi. The elaborate main doors of the house opened onto a ballroom. Well-dressed men and Saudi women with sheer veils concealing their diamond necklaces mixed with soldiers and pilots in loud conversation. There were more than 200 people inside, but the room was large enough to accommodate twice that number. When they saw Reg enter, many of the pilots broke off their conversations and came over to greet him. They were all heroes to the world, and Reg was a hero to them. One by one, they embraced him, some of them with tears in their eyes. Khalid was among them. With a big grin on his face, Reg put an arm around his old friend. "We made it. We actually did it. It was a piece of pie. I mean cake. It was a piece of cake." The two of them laughed. Khalid stepped back and admired his friend's new wardrobe. "You look good in Saudi fashion, teacher. It suits you. But on you," he said, turning to Ty, "it looks like a dress." A hyperkinetic American woman wearing a wireless headset introduced herself to Reg as Mrs. Roeder. Blinking rapidly, she explained that she and her husband were event coordinators for the House of Saud. She pointed out Mr. Roeder, a man in a suit and tie, who was standing halfway up a staircase on the far side of the room. He nodded back. She took Reg by the arm and began leading him across the room. "The scuttlebutt is that you sort of took charge of the non-Saudi forces during the air battle today and helped Commander Faisal out," she said. "Helped him out?" Reg asked with an incredulous glance. "I suppose that's one way of putting it. Well, the king heard about it, and he's very anxious to meet you." She glanced up at the balcony overlooking the party. A grinning elderly man in a white robe leaned over the balustrade and beckoned them upstairs. Reg recognized him immediately, having seen his photograph hundreds of times. It was Ibrahim Al Saud, the king of Saudi Arabia. Faisal was standing right behind him, As Mrs. Roeder led them up the stairs, Khalid put a hand on Reg's shoulder. "Have you heard from Thompson? Did he get the tape recording?" "He'll be here soon," Reg assured him as Mrs. Roeder tugged at his arm. "Nothing to worry about." "I suppose I should say thank you," the American woman said, speaking a mile a minute. "We all should. You guys were incredibly brave up there today." "All in a day's work," Reg joked. "I mean, what do you say to a bunch of guys who just saved your life? Thanks, right?" Just as quickly, she was on to another subject. "Let me tell you something. It wasn't easy pulling this party together. Everything is such a mess out there. It's absolutely crazy. You try getting fresh lettuce in the middle of an alien attack. But the king really wanted to express his appreciation, so we're doing the best we can." She was distracted by a message coming through her earpiece and stopped to listen. "This one?" she asked, pointing toward Khalid. "Got it." With a professionally ingratiating smile, she put her hand on Khalid's shoulder. "Sir, they're asking that you not come upstairs. They'll talk to you later. Would you mind?" It looked like Faisal might make trouble for Khalid after all. Maybe for Reg as well, since he'd loudly urged Khalid to disobey the orders to attack. The two men exchanged a tense look before Reg continued up the stairs. "I'll put in a good word for you," he said. Once he was above the crowd, Reg scanned the partygoers, looking for Thompson. The colonel's diplomatic skills would have come in very handy right about then, but he was nowhere to be seen. Instead, Reg's eyes fell on a tall, veiled woman standing near the doors. Despite her coverings, he knew instantly that it was Fadila. Standing with a group of women, she raised her glass ever so slightly in a clandestine toast. Reg smiled conspiratorially as he reached the top of the stairs. "Your Majesty, may I present Major Cummins of the British Royal Air Force." Reg had never met a king before and didn't know what he was supposed to do. After running his fingers through his hair, he did the same thing he would have done upon meeting the Queen of England. He knelt down and bowed his head. The king's broad grin erupted into a belly laugh. When Reg looked up, everyone around him was laughing, too. Mrs. Roeder joined Reg at floor level and blinked. "There's really no need for that, Major. In this country, people consider the king their equal. A simple handshake would be appropriate." Chagrined, Reg got to his feet. Obviously, there was no harm done because the king put his arm around Reg like he was part of the family and introduced him to 8 or 10 of his brothers, nephews, and advisors. The patriarch of the Al-Saud clan was well into his 70s. A tall, thin man who was a little unsteady on his feet but mentally very sharp. He offered Reg a chair. "Commander Faisal informs me," the king began with a twinkle in his eye, "that you were a great hero today, that you rallied the foreign forces on our soil and led them capably in the battle." "I did what I could," Reg replied, shooting a glance at Faisal. No. It is not a time for false modesty. If Faisal tells me it is so, it is so. And he tells me that without you, our holy city would have come to ruin. For this we can never thank you properly. We Al-Sauds are the custodians of Mecca, and it is a responsibility we take very seriously. You have given us a very great gift in helping to save Mecca from these godless invaders, and it is my plan to reward you handsomely. Reg's ears perked up. When the king of Saudi Arabia, one of the wealthiest men in the world, used the words "reward you handsomely," he wasn't talking about a gold watch and a weekend in Bahrain. There is no need to decide now. Think about it for a day or two and decide what you would like to have. If it is within our power, it shall be done. Reg surprised himself by immediately glancing toward Fadila. "That's very generous. I'll give it some thought," he said. "Can I ask why you didn't want to see Khalid Yamani?" "He deserves as much thanks as I do." The expression on the old man's face instantly soured. "Karnak Yamani has long been a valuable and beloved servant of ours. He has done much to enrich the people of our country. But his son, Khalid, has brought him nothing but shame and grief. Faisal has told me Khalid was a student of yours." "That's right," Reg said. "He's also a friend." "I see," said King Ibrahim with obvious displeasure. "But my offer to you is still good. You will be rewarded for your bravery, just as Khalid Yamani will be punished for his cowardice. Cowardice? Without meaning to, Reg scoffed at the king's words. Without Khalid, we might not have succeeded today. He should get as much credit as anyone. He showed more courage than some of your other pilots. Again, Reg glanced pointedly at Faisal. The king's eyebrows arched, and his face iced over. He exchanged a few words with Faisal before turning back to Reg, explaining a little history to him in a chilly tone. I am told you were a pilot during the Gulf War and that you made a rather serious and costly mistake. Is this right? Yes, sir, Reg admitted, suddenly quieter. Every high-ranking Saudi knew about Reg's mistake. In that same war, your friend Khalid Yamani also made a very grave mistake. Yours was an error of judgment made under IHE stress of battle. And I understand your superiors have forgiven you. That was partially true. But Lieutenant Yamani's error was made in calmness. His heart, I am afraid, is corrupted W2H the poison of. He turned to one of his assistants for a translation, poisoned with malice and jealousy. Faisal leaned forward and explained. He accused me of lying and of cowardice. He said I was not the one who repulsed the attack of the Iraqi National Guard. It was a serious matter to do so, he said in a threatening way that implied Reg would be wise not to make the same mistake. But because of the great standing and reputation of his father, he was spared from the punishment Lai deserved. Today he ran from the battle and disobeyed my orders. This time there can be no mercy. Mercy? Mercy? Reg asked, getting visibly angry. Why should he need your mercy? Mrs. Roeder quickly put a firm hand on Reg's shoulder to remind him where he was. But it didn't do much good. He yelled past the king at Faisal. You ordered those men to their deaths when you could have waited. Khalid was right to disobey that order. I would have done the same thing. Faisal turned to the king. You see, even the foreign pilots clearly understood my orders. Without meaning to, Reg had further incriminated Khalid. The king stood up to show that the interview was over. Tonight is a time for celebrating. We are here to rejoice in our victory. We will handle this unpleasant business at a future time. I am sorry to have detained you for such a long while. I'm certain you have friends and comrades you wish to greet more than a tiresome old man. Mr. and Mrs. Roeder, please invite Major Cummins to the events tomorrow and make sure he has everything he needs. He smiled warmly and clasped Reg's hands in his own. Once again, we thank you most humbly. Reg stood up, but wasn't quite ready for this royal audience to end. He already knew what he wanted as his handsome reward. He wanted Khalid to be fully exonerated. But the Roeders each took one of his elbows and firmly guided him toward the stairs. Take a tip, Mr. Roeder asked. Don't raise your voice to anyone in the royal family. Doesn't usually work out in your favor. Major, if you don't have any plans for tomorrow, please come out to the spaceship with us, Mrs. Roeder said in one ear. The king is heading out there in the morning with a huge entourage, her husband said in the other. Reg looked surprised. The spaceship? Aren't you worried about survivors? We're hoping for survivors. Mrs. Roeder blinked. The king wants his picture taken with some of them. Standing there with his boot on their necks and his sword raised in the air. Something to boost morale while the country's getting back on its feet. But more importantly, Mr. Roeder went on, how are we going to learn about them if there aren't any survivors? We've got to make these suckers talk. Find out where they came from and why they did this to us. Exactly. The king has already called some translation experts in from Switzerland. They're mathematicians and biologists mainly, Mr. Roeder said, glancing at his watch. People who might be able to figure out how to communicate with the aliens. Not that the Saudis don't know how to interrogate a prisoner, you understand? But this is a unique situation. They're arriving tonight. I hope you'll come tomorrow. There's going to be film crews, foreign ambassadors, and lots of the royals. It should be interesting. A real historic moment type of situation. Also, that would be the perfect time to ask for your reward from the king so we could get pictures of the whole thing. It'd save us from having to set up a separate ceremony. Well, it was sure nice to meet you. All you pilots are being housed in the guest quarters on the far side of the pool. Looks like a French chateau, you can't miss it. Very luxurious. You'll love it." Then they hurried away to take care of other business. Reg searched the party, looking for Khalid and Thompson. If the colonel had the tape, it would be enough to make Faisal back off. It contained the proof of his cowardice during the dogfight. Reg found Ty instead and enlisted his help. The two of them searched the extensive grounds of the royal compound. As they hunted through the gardens, checking the various gazebos and greenhouses, they passed a large gaggle of strolling Saudi women. "Babe alert," Ty said out of the side of his mouth. "Check out those sexy veils." But as they passed by, it was the women who did the checking out. The black-gowned figures surrounded the men, sizing them up and offering opinions on their manly attributes. "How handsome this one is. I like the other one. Cute, la. Not enough muscle. I think he will blow away in a strong breeze." One of them stepped forward and, although it was dark, Reg knew who it was beneath the dark headcloth. She complimented him. "He is handsome, brave, and unafraid of women. Why don't we have more Saudi men like this one?" When Reg took her by the arm and pulled her aside, the other women gasped at his forwardness. "Major Cummins," Fadila protested. "Every garden has 1,000 eyes. This is not a safe place for us to talk." "Listen, Fadila, I've got something important to tell you." He paused to consider how he should break the news. It was just long enough to give her the wrong idea. "There is a rumor," she said, "that the king will reward you with whatever your heart desires. If you are going to ask my advice about choosing a Saudi bride, I can recommend a very lovely and talented young woman." "That's not it," he broke in. "Khalid's in trouble. Serious trouble, I think." "What has he done now?" she asked, suddenly serious. "Today, in the air, Faisal ordered his men to attack the destroyer before the shields came down. It was a stupid order, and all the men who obeyed it are dead now. Your brother broke away with a few others. I think it was common sense, but the king is calling it treason. He also mentioned that Khalid did something like this before, that he crossed Faisal during the Gulf War. Where is my brother now? We've looked everywhere for him. I think he might have run off somewhere. Faisal will be the ruin of my family yet. He is more treacherous than the aliens who tried to destroy us." She sat down on a garden bench and put her head in her hands. "What happened before? According to my brother, Faisal ordered an attack on a few Iraqi jets flying inside their own borders. They shot the planes down and then flew home, where Faisal created an elaborate story about facing down a large group of bombers. It was all designed to turn him into a hero. When Khalid went to his superiors, he was told to keep his mouth shut, so he wouldn't embarrass the Saudi army. It was my brother's word against Faisal's and that of his henchmen. I must go and find my father. He will be forced to bargain with this evil man for my brother's amnesty." "I may be able to help," Reg said. "This is a Saudi matter now," Fadila said. "No outsiders will be allowed to speak at the trial." "I won't need to speak. I can give Khalid something to use against Faisal." Then he told her about the recording. "Not only is he handsome and brave and unafraid of women, he is very clever as well." Just then, a messenger arrived. He was one of Fadila's nephews, who spoke to her urgently in Arabic. "They've arrested Khalid at the airport," she told Reg. "He was trying to escape in his plane. They're bringing him back to stand trial tonight. The king is very angry." As she and her friends hurried away toward the palace, she turned and called back to Reg, "Please bring us the recording. My brother's life may depend on it." "Did you see that?" Ty asked when the women had gone. "I was only about 65 virgins short of paradise." "Let's go." "Go where?" "Back to the airfield. We've got to find Thompson." Standing at the edge of the runway, they watched as the two CL-30s landed, then kept careful eyes on the gangplanks as the passengers disembarked to the cheers of the crowd. It was past midnight and the crowds were thinning, but there were still a lot of people out there. Thompson was nowhere to be seen. Reg approached a man with a familiar face, the burly Saudi captain who had treated them so roughly the day before. Reg was a little apprehensive about talking to him again, and was surprised when the big man turned to him with a smile and lifted him off the ground in a bear hug. When asked if he'd seen Thompson, the captain looked around him, surprised that the British lieutenant colonel wasn't among the disembarking passengers. "Everyone wants to find this little man," he said. "Who else?" Reg asked. "I don't know. Some soldiers who arrived with the transport planes," he said. "They were looking everywhere for him." "Some of Faisal's men?" The captain didn't know. "Are you thinking what I'm thinking?" Ty asked. "That Faisal's covering his trail?" Reg didn't answer, but it certainly looked that way. By the time they drove back to the palace, Khalid's trial was almost over. It was being held in the king's quarters on the second floor of the palace. Guards had been posted at the bottom of the main stairway to ensure privacy. Nevertheless, a steady stream of soldiers and members of the royal family passed back and forth through the cordon, delivering news to those waiting on the main floor. Most of the guests, including the pilots, had gone off to bed or to more private parties. A somber mood had settled over the 50 or so people who were still there. One of the Saudi royal princes approached Ty and Reg, eager to share what he knew. That fool Khalid Yamani told them everything. He should have remained humble and silent and begged for mercy. But instead he became angry and accused Faisal of stupidity and cowardice. Now they will be harder on him. How hard? Usually these things are settled with money, and the Yamanis are rich, the prince said. But they were lenient with Khalid the last time. This time the penalty will almost certainly be death. Reg tried to persuade the guards at the base of the stairs that he had important evidence to present at the trial, but they wouldn't allow him to pass. Frustrated with his helplessness, he spotted Mrs. Roeder pacing the balcony, talking into her headset. He caught her attention, and she signaled she'd be right there. In the meantime, Fadila arrived, escorted by her nephew and a few of her veiled friends. "Major Cummins, you are just in time, thanks be to Allah. Where is the tape?" "The man who made the tape wasn't on the plane back from the empty quarter. I'm still looking for him." "I'm sorry." Fadila made a sound as if she'd been wounded. "What can I do for you, Major?" asked Mrs. Roeder, coming down the stairs. He asked her to speak with the king and try to persuade him to delay the sentencing until Thompson could be found. She blinked back at him. "I'll see what I can do," she said in that breezy, American way that meant he was asking for the impossible. Fadila walked past Reg and took hold of Mrs. Roeder's arm, pulling her closer and whispering something to her. Then she removed one of the ruby rings from her finger and pressed it into the American woman's palm. Mrs. Roeder hurried up the stairs into the room where the trial was being held. "If only we could find Thompson," Reg said to Fadila with a worried look. "I'm afraid something might have happened to him. Faisal has every reason to want that tape as badly as we do." One of the guards barked a warning, reminding them it was forbidden for them to speak to one another. Reg fixed him with a stare, daring him to enforce the rule. The soldier backed off. "Major Cummins," Fadila began quietly, "you have been of great service to my family, and I appreciate everything you have done. I believe you tried your best, and I wish things had turned out differently. Goodbye, and thank you again." She turned away from him and surrounded herself with her friends. Reg didn't know what she was talking about, but it didn't take long for him to find out. Faisal came striding out of the king's quarters and hurried down the stairs. In spite of their previous encounter, he greeted Reg warmly. He looked relaxed and, as usual, supremely confident. "What do you know about Thompson?" Reg said in a not-so-friendly tone. "He wasn't on either one of the planes coming back from the camp, and he was seen talking to some of your men before he disappeared." A look of concern spread across Faisal's face. "Yes, I learned a few moments ago that he was not aboard the evacuation flight. I have been waiting to see him myself. I believe he made an audio record of today's battle, which I would like very much to play for the king. It confirms Khalid Yamani's guilt. I hope nothing has happened to Colonel Thompson. He is an excellent man. You know as well as I do that tape would ruin you. How convenient that it didn't show up. I'm confident that it will eventually." Fadila came to the stairs and spoke to Faisal in Arabic. Whatever she said put a smile on his face. They said a few things back and forth, none of which Reg could understand, before she lifted her veil away from her face. This shocked the people around them but delighted Faisal, who laughed in recognition. For the second time in as many days, he had seen this beautiful woman's naked face. An elderly man standing nearby was not amused. When he saw the maiden exposing herself in the company of men, he used his walking stick to strike her hard across the back of her legs and yelled at her. Reg grabbed the old man and pulled him roughly away from Fadila. "It looks to me like you care too much about this girl, Major," Faisal said. "I'm a friend of the family," Reg said. "And soon, a friend of her husband as well," he laughed. "We've just now made an interesting arrangement. If her father agrees, which I believe he will, Fadila and I will be married tomorrow." Faisal headed back up the stairs, chuckling to himself. "Married? What did you say to him?" Reg demanded. Fadila didn't answer him. Instead, she and her friends hurried away. Down the slope from the royal mansion, past the swimming pool, was a large chateau, a gaudy replica of a famous French castle in the Dordogne Valley. The sounds of laughter, conversation, and music drifted out its windows and into the warm night air as Reg and Tai came walking somberly down the hill. The news that Fadila was going to marry Faisal had hit Reg hard, and he was in a mild state of shock. "That poor girl," Tai said, "trading herself away to save her brother. She must love him. I don't know if my sister would do the same for me." Reg was hardly listening. In the short time he'd known Fadila, he'd come to admire her spirit, the way she refused to be dominated. She was tough, beautiful, and ruthlessly honest. The more he learned about her, the more he felt himself drawn to her. It was for her sake that he had found the courage to stand atop a water barrel and convince a hostile group of soldiers they should support the American plan to defeat the city destroyer. But now, only a few hours after deciding that Fadila's freedom was something worth fighting and dying for, it had been ransomed away. When they entered through the arched stone doorway of the chateau, they were greeted by a butler, who returned their military uniforms, laundered and ironed. The man led them down the richly appointed hallways, carrying a lantern to light the way since the electricity was not working. Reg would have been happy to call it a night, but Tai came into his room after getting changed. "Time to join the party, sir. Throw that uniform on and let's go." "Not tonight," Reg said. "Too much on my mind. Besides, I feel like I could sleep for a month." Tai did not find that answer acceptable. "Listen to yourself. A few hours after you save planet Earth from certain doom, and you're ready to mope around your room and turn in early." Reg looked at his watch. It was past midnight, but Tai wasn't finished. "I know you're unhappy about this business with Fadila, but that's exactly why I'm not going to let you sit in here by yourself. Let's go. You can sleep when you're dead." 2 minutes later, they were walking down the hallway with candles, poking their heads through open doorways to inspect the parties going on inside the rooms. Behind one of the closed doors, they heard Miriam's voice. It sounded like there was a party going on inside, so they knocked. "We are nobody inside of here," laughed a man with an Arab accent. "Go away," yelled another. "We gave at the office. Only pilots allowed inside." Tai banged hard on the door. "It's the police. What are you doing in there?" A moment later the door opened a crack and Yossi's face, framed by his thick glasses, poked outside. When he saw who it was, he pulled the door open wide and offered a crisp salute. "Major Cummins, nice to see you. Come in." A dozen people were crowded into the candlelit room, laughing and talking. It was a scene that would have been impossible before the invasion. Miriam, an Israeli, sat on a sofa squashed between Edward, the Palestinian from Jordan, and a gray-haired Syrian pilot with his arm in a sling. Yossi, the Ethiopian Remy, and one of the Iranian pilots crowded around Reg, welcoming him to the party. Everyone was relaxed and in high spirits. They laughed and talked about what it had been like facing the aliens that afternoon until there was another knock at the door. It was Sutton, returning with a case of warm beer. He was followed inside by Mohammed, the crack Iraqi pilot who had flown so brilliantly. He looked different than Reg expected him to. He was in his early 20s, with a gap-toothed smile and a peach fuzz mustache. Good flying out there today, Reg said when they were introduced. Where'd you learn to handle a plane like that? Naturally, I am a very great pilot, he announced with a big grin. I am an Iraqi. The other pilots moaned when they heard him bragging and pelted him with pillows from all directions. Muhammad ducked and moved for cover. I heard a nasty rumor down in the service kitchen, Sutton said, offering Reg a beer. Khalid's sister is going to marry that bloody Faisal. If she doesn't, he's going to have Khalid's head lopped off. That's all anyone's talking about. And get this, they're going to have the ceremony out at the crash site tomorrow, while the king's having his photo taken with a bunch of dead aliens. Let's hope they're dead. Of course they are. Nothing could have survived that crash. It's disgusting, said Miriam. The way they treat the women in this country is disgusting. The men take many wives and keep them like prisoners and slaves. That is the old way, a Saudi pilot said from across the room. We young Saudi guys, we only have one wife. It's better than it was. He was trying to be conciliatory, but it didn't stop an argument from starting to boil. Miriam, the only woman in the room, tried to show the Arab men in the room that they were all sexist pigs. Predictably, they took offense and the shouting match was on. It was still raging 10 minutes later when Reg slipped out the door and returned to his room. He lay in bed for a while, listening to the sounds of the celebration before drifting off into unconsciousness. Less than 2 hours later, he woke out of nightmare and sat bolt upright in bed. Realizing he wouldn't be able to get back to sleep, he put on his freshly laundered uniform and went downstairs. The royal servants were busy preparing a lavish breakfast for the pilots in the chateau's lobby. Buffet tables were piled high with food, but the only thing Reg wanted was black coffee. While he was drinking it, 2 more pilots came downstairs and joined him. Muhammad, the young Iraqi, and the captain of the Israeli pilots, Miriam. The 3 of them sat down on plush couches beneath an original oil painting Reg recognized as the work of the French post-impressionist Bonnard. While the other 2 chatted groggily, Reg stared out the darkened windows trying to answer a question. The night before, he'd helped win the most important battle humanity had ever fought. So why did he feel so dead inside the next morning? He stood up and said, I'm not waiting any longer. I'm heading out to the ship. Miriam and Muhammad looked at one another in surprise, then followed him out the door. Chapter 7. Into the ship. Keg, Miriam, and Muhammad were taken to the Ataif airfield high, one of the army of limousine drivers who would transport the royal entourage out to the crash site later that morning. The first people they met upon arriving there were a squad of United Nations peacekeepers. They were Frenchmen who had come from Somalia to help the Saudis in their mop-up operation. Their commanding officer, a man named Guillaume, was frustrated with the Saudi ground crews. They said the earliest the Frenchmen could be airlifted out to the downed alien ship would be that afternoon. You have many helicopters empty, Guillaume shouted angrily, pointing to a group of HLOS sitting idle near a ruined hangar. It cannot be helped, one of the Saudis told him, glancing toward the heavens. Reg received a very different reception. A handful of the Saudis knew him from Khamis Maushait, while many others recognized him as one of the pilots who had saved Mecca. They crowded around him, Miriam, and Muhammad, smiling and shaking hands. There would be no problem arranging a trip out to the ship. Arrangements were made immediately. When Guillaume and the other peacekeepers saw what was happening, they were incensed. You can find a way to bring these tourists, but not for us? Reg pulled Guillaume aside and offered him a deal. In exchange for the privilege of flying out to the ship aboard Reg's helicopter, the Frenchman promised to allow Reg and his 2 partners to accompany them on their trip inside the ruined city destroyer. Guillaume was a stocky, rough-looking character with a bushy blonde mustache and piercing blue eyes that matched the blue UN beret he wore on his head. His face was full of small scars that looked like the results of a grenade explosion. He didn't like having to strike deals in order to do his job, but he accepted, and within a few minutes, his squad of 18 lifted off in one of the HL-10 helicopters. A pink glow, the first light of the new day, filtered through the smoke and grit hanging over the eastern horizon. What was left of the ruined alien ship was still smoldering. It had come to rest in a hard, stony part of the desert, 75 miles southeast of At-Taif. In the murky light, it looked like a strange archaeological wonder, a ruined city from some long-lost civilization. The desert was alive with hundreds of trucks and tanks stationed around the perimeter of the felled giant. They looked pathetically small, like Lilliputians surrounding a sleeping Gulliver. The greater part of the destroyer had been flattened or torn away completely by the chain reaction explosions. What remained was nothing more than a steaming jungle of carbon-black debris. Reg ordered the pilot of his chopper toward the front of the destroyer, the only part that was still largely intact. This wedge-shaped remnant towered above the rest. There was a 4-mile curve at the nose of the destroyer, and it was 2 miles deep. The roof over this fragment maintained its convex shape, but in some places had lost its structural integrity and hung like a heavy sheet of shattered glass on the supporting structures hidden beneath it. The whole thing looked unstable. Although it was only a fraction of what it had been, it was terrifyingly large. There are going to be survivors, Reg thought. Fly inside, he told the pilot. He pointed toward one of the large breaks in the dome. The pilot thought he was kidding. He wasn't. The hole in the roof was the size of a small lake. After hovering over it uncertainly for a moment, and looking nervously again at Reg, the pilot let his craft sink into the opening. They dropped 50 feet and noticed something climbing the walls around them. The soldiers nearest the open door switched on the flashlights attached to the barrels of their assault rifles and took aim. They were surrounded by vines as thick around as a man's waist, which was extremely thin given their incredible length. They appeared to be made of stone. The shaft they had flown into was seemingly without bottom. Liven under the glare of the flashlights, they couldn't see the floor of the room. Since the roof had been blown out, it seemed that a powerful explosion must have traveled upward through the shaft. There was no way to tell whether the vines showed signs of damage. 100 feet separated them from the nearest wall, but the sense of claustrophobia was strong. Guillaume yelled at the pilot to take them back toward the open air. The pilot glanced at Reg, who nodded his agreement. It was hard to say whether the vine structures were grown or manufactured. There was a regularity to the way they snaked up the walls that didn't look quite natural. Reg hardly thought about it. He sat in the co-pilot's chair feeling numb and heartbroken. The only thing he was anxious to do was verify that there were no survivors. When that was done, he would leave Saudi Arabia the fastest way he could. Outside, they followed the slope of the ship down to the main concentration of Saudi forces. Their path brought them to within a mile of the huge black pillar that stood like a monumental skyscraper at the nose of the destroyer. It was leaning now, held up by a section of the dome that had deep fissures running through it. But the gleaming structure itself showed no signs of damage. "That's where we're going to find them," Guillaume said, sitting next to Reg. "It's probably their control tower. Looks like the tower is about to tip over backwards. I'd hate to be inside when that happens." "I hope they are still alive," Mohammed said, hungry for a fight. Instead of answering him, everyone turned away to look at the impossibly large scale of the craft. As the sky brightened, Reg could see the terrain surrounding the ship more clearly. They were far from the nearest village, and farther still from At-Taif. The terrain was uneven. Acacia and other scrub brush clung to the walls of the wadis, shallow canyons formed by rainwater. The rest was low rocky hills all the way to the horizon. Ground troops had already penetrated into the ship. A spectacular triangular breach had opened at the edge of the craft, a mile from the base of the Black Tower. Trucks were driving up into the gap and disappearing into the darkness of the interior. Before the helicopters touched down, a jeep came speeding toward them from a headquarters tent. The man in the passenger seat was an older, rail-thin Saudi who stood straight up and held on to the windshield for balance as the vehicle swayed and jolted beneath him. He didn't look like a soldier. He was unarmed and wore an ankle-length thobe. But his businesslike demeanor made it clear that he was an officer with a lot of work to get done. Before the jeep had come to a complete stop, he jumped into the sand and marched closer to the helicopter, keeping one hand on his keffiyeh to keep it from blowing off his head. Guillaume and Reg met him under the whirling blades, where the three of them shouted to one another over the noise until the Frenchman waved his troops onto the ground. When the helicopter lifted away, the Saudi addressed the soldiers in fluent French. He identified himself as Lieutenant Rahim, briefed them on the situation inside the destroyer, and said that he would personally lead them inside for a look around. He made it clear that the peacekeepers would be asked to leave once they had determined there were no survivors, because the king had declared the crash site a national military facility. When he was finished speaking, he turned to Reg and asked, in English, if there were any questions. Reg shook his head no. What did he say? Miriam asked one of the peacekeepers. He said the aliens are all dead. A troop truck lumbered forward, and the men piled in, taking positions on facing benches. There were no seats left by the time Reg and Miriam followed Muhammad up the steps, so they decided to stand. They quickly thought better of it once the big truck began lurching over the bumpy earth. They immediately sat down on the floor of the truck and ended up clutching the legs of the soldiers to keep from being thrown around. Lieutenant Rahim was a man in a hurry to overcome some serious obstacles, at least that's how he drove. He smashed into potholes and ran down the banks of 10-foot-deep wadis while turned halfway around in his seat, briefing the soldiers on the situation. The UN squad held on tightly and listened to him yell over the grind of the engine, their powder blue jumpsuits matching the early sky lightning above them. They were a seasoned group of professional soldiers who worked so well together they hardly had to speak. Reg felt like they would be able to take care of business if it came to that. When the truck arrived on flatter ground, the baby-faced soldier whose leg Reg was holding bent forward and asked a question. Does this mean we are in love? His comrades all burst out laughing. His name was Richard, the joker of the squad. Reg sat back, a little embarrassed. Another man nudged him with a boot, the squad's medical officer. He looked down at Reg and shook his head. Your skin is very red. Too much sun. Put your hand out. He uncapped a tube of ointment and squeezed some out. Reg thanked him and put it on. You three look pretty funny down there. How did you come together? It's a long story. The man's name was LeBlanc. He had a stray eye, said he was a medical doctor, and had the curiosity of a ferret. He kept glancing ahead, anxious for the encounter to begin. As they approached the giant triangular break in the wall of the destroyer, the huge bulk of it hung over them, hundreds of times the size of Saudi Arabia's largest supertanker. The way up into the ship was via a steep, uneven pile of rubble. Debris had spilled out of the opening, creating a natural ramp. A man directing traffic at the foot of the slope raised a red flag and brought Rahim's wild ride to a temporary halt. The path up the ramp could only accommodate one-way traffic, and a convoy was coming down at that moment. 2 pickup trucks and a jeep were moving slowly and carefully along the treacherous path. As they sat there idling, Reg was sure Rahim wasn't going to be as cautious. As the vehicles got to the end of the ramp, Rahim released the emergency brake and lurched forward. But when he saw what was tied to the front of the jeep, he hit the brakes again. The next moment, everyone was craning their necks to see. The men in the jeep had a carcass tied across the hood, like deer hunters returning home successful. It was a gray, bulky mass that looked like a giant crustacean shell, except that it had a stump of a face. Long, bony arms and legs mingled with the ropes, as well as a profusion of thick tentacles, some of which had worked their way free and were dragging along behind the wheels. The body seemed too thin to support the heavy, scalloped shell of its head and thorax, but the limbs looked strong. They were muscular and covered by an exoskeleton. Stretched over the engine of the jeep, the alien's body was nearly 10 feet long and the color of a freshly unearthed grab. Guillaume yelled at his troops to stay where they were as he and Rahim jumped out to have a look. After a moment, the jeep took off to the north. Reg could see that it was headed toward the area a couple of miles away that was being prepared for the royal photo op. It didn't surprise him when Guillaume returned and explained that since the corpse was in good shape compared to most the Saudis were finding, it was going to be used in the ceremony. Instead of driving up the ramp and into the ship, Rahim ground his engine into gear and turned south, following the 2 trucks. A few hundred yards later, they came to the place where the Saudi army was dumping the alien bodies. It was a quarantine area, and a stench like ammonia was thick in the air. Everyone got out of the truck and walked up to a roadblock that was guarded by a pair of Pakistani men in turbans. The 2 trucks they had followed stopped next to a long pile of slick gray body parts and immediately began to unload more of the same. The flatbeds were piled high with the wreckage of alien bodies. Arms and legs and skull fragments were dragged off the trucks and tossed onto the 5-foot-high pile that was already 40 feet long. Reg and Guillaume said they wanted a closer look, so Rahim led them past the armed guards. Guillaume stopped and called back to LeBlanc, the medical officer, waving him forward. The biting, acrid smell in the air became stronger the closer they got to the meat pile. "This is a very bad job to have," LeBlanc said to Reg as they watched the men offloading the stinking cargo. The dead bodies were a potential biohazard, and no self-respecting Saudi was going to sully himself with that sort of work. Instead, it was done by Filipino and Indian men who wore only gardening gloves. In lieu of gas masks, they tied shirts around their heads to cover their noses. At least there wasn't a lot of blood. In fact, there wasn't any. LeBlanc pulled on a pair of surgical gloves and moved up to the small mountain of carnage. He yanked a section of tentacle away from the pile. Reg looked over the man's shoulder as he examined it. "Is this air safe to breathe?" he asked the doctor. "Aren't foreign microbes a danger? Things we have no immunities to?" LeBlanc sniffed at the air. "It's nothing. A little ammonia. It keeps you awake." He lifted the severed end of the thick tentacle to his nose with both hands and smelled it carefully. "This is not the source of the odor. It makes no smell. It is strange," he said, examining the 8-inch thick tube of flesh. "No bones, no shell, no blood vessels." He used a pocket knife to scrape away the sand clinging to the moisture and dig out a square of white flesh. After sniffing at it and running it between his fingers, he shrugged and tossed it aside. "Like a lobster," he said, looking up at Reg with his wandering eye. He was a strange man. The tentacle was covered with a tough, gray skin that had striated markings like those found on the body of an earthworm. At its tip was a tough, 2-fingered pincer claw. When each half closed, they formed a spearhead. After playing with it for a moment or two longer, LeBlanc returned to the pile and retrieved a 3-foot-long slab of shell and carried it back to Reg. The inside was covered in some kind of sticky gelatin or fat. LeBlanc gathered up a glob of it, then watched it slowly plop off the end of his knife blade. "This is the substance that is making the smell," he announced, his eyes watering slightly from the fumes. When he flipped the 20-pound fragment over, the left half of a bony face was staring back up at him. A smooth, rounded forehead bulged above a deep black eye socket. There was no eye. The lower half of the face, where the mouth would be on a human, was a confused mass of cartilage tissue full of crisscrossing channels, as if it had been hacked at with a machete. It was part of the creature's exoskeleton. "That's the ugliest damn thing I've ever seen," Reg said. LeBlanc seemed surprised. "I was just now thinking how much they look like us." He ran his fingers over the seam at the center of the face. It made a clean vertical break from the middle of the forehead down to the middle of the amorphous chin. LeBlanc said it must be like the shell of an oyster or a giant clam. "But it's strange," he said, rolling it over once more. "If it's like a shell of the clam, where is the clam?" He walked back to the pile and picked up a soft torso with one thin arm attached to it. He carried it back to Reg and tossed it on the ground. With a deft incision, he split the chest open and pulled back the dermal walls. "You see? It's trace bizarre. There are 2 different species." He used his knife to poke at the innards of his latest find. "These small animals, they have the internal organs. But the big ones, they are shells, they are empty." Rahim and Guillaume had walked to the far end of the quarantine area, keeping well away from the alien corpses. Both of them were anxious to leave when they returned to where Reg was standing. "The smell is horrible. I have seen enough," said the Frenchman. "Yes, everything is under control," said the Saudi lieutenant. "Let us continue." Reg nodded that he, too, was ready to leave this area and enter the ship. The penetrating ammonia vapors were heavy in the air, causing his eyes to water. If the air was contaminated with foreign pathogens, it was too late to do anything about it. Hundreds of men would have already been infected. But as the 3 of them started back to the truck, LeBlanc whistled sharply through his teeth and waved them over to where he was kneeling. He'd found something in the sand. It was a greenish thing about an inch long and was squirming like a bristled caterpillar. LeBlanc said he thought it was some form of plant life. In the few minutes since he'd discovered it, he said, the wriggling, worm-like organism had nearly doubled in size. "Regard as," he said, "look at this." He extended one of his gloved fingers and held it half an inch above the ground. The tiny creature lifted straight up, straining to reach the finger. When LeBlanc moved his hand slightly to the left, the tiny form bent in that direction. "It senses your body heat," Reg said. "Or maybe it smells you." "Maybe," allowed the doctor. "I believe it wants something else. I think it feels the moisture." The doctor pulled his hand away, then watched as the small green shape turned and began wriggling toward the nearest source of moisture, the alien cadavers. When it had traveled a couple of inches, LeBlanc unscrewed the cap of his canteen and poured a small ampent of water into the sand. The organism turned and immediately began burrowing into the wet spot, sucking the moisture out of the sand. As it did so, its body grew visibly, doubling in length. "Interesting," said Guillaume, looking slightly queasy. "Where did you find it?" "Here," LeBlanc said. "In the pile." "Maybe there's more," Reg suggested. "There's plenty of moisture in these bodies." Thinking that Reg was probably right, LeBlanc began removing body pieces from the top of the heap and tossing them aside. He didn't have to dig very deeply before he found proof that Reg was right. The plants were growing at an exponential rate just below the surface of the heap. Thousands of slender, translucent tendrils many feet long had grown in thick bunches throughout the pile of bio-wreckage. They were glass-clear and writhed in protest to being exposed to the morning sun. Within moments, they changed color and began to turn green. "This plant, it is very dangerous," LeBlanc said. "If it finds a lake or an ocean, maybe we cannot stop the growth. It must be contained here before it spreads." "It might be a source of food for the aliens," Reg surmised. There was no way of knowing how many months or years or centuries they had been traveling through space. A fast-growing plant like this one would create an abundant source of nourishment. "The doctor's right," Reg said. "If this plant spreads, we could have an ecological nightmare on our hands." Rahim immediately issued orders that no more bodies be brought out of the ship until the problem was better understood. Then he went to inspect one of the trucks that had been carrying the bodies to the quarantine site. First he checked the tires, then popped open the hood and looked into the engine compartment. Cursing in Arabic, he reached down and pulled away a handful of the vines. They had already overgrown the truck's radiator. Immediately, he regretted having touched them. He threw them aside and wiped his hand vigorously on the material of his robe. "Burn them," he shouted to the men offloading the bodies. "Bum everything, including the trucks." After meeting with the officers in charge of the quarantine area and making sure they understood the danger LeBlanc had found, the men returned to their own vehicle. After inspecting it for signs of the aggressive plant, the peacekeepers piled in. Rahim drove back toward the triangular breach in the wall of the destroyer and headed up the uneven ramp of debris. Although the path to the opening was treacherous and bumpy, Rahim drove fast. The soldiers riding in back were tossed around roughly, but they were eager to get inside and begin the work they had come to do. It was an ironic mission for a UN peacekeeping force. Locate survivors of the battle and kill them. They came to the top of the ramp and drove onto the smooth floor of the city destroyer's main deck. The gray walls that closed in around them were the color of graphite. They towered above the truck, smooth in some places and intricately worked in others, like large sections of circuit board. The ceilings of the first rooms they entered were low, but as they penetrated deeper, the domed roof climbed higher. Rahim was forced to slow the truck to a few miles per hour as he steered through the obstacle course of shattered walls and missing sections of floor. The first few hundred feet of the ship were a warren of collapsed passageways and work spaces extending both horizontally and vertically. Shafts of sunlight leaked in where the roof had torn away, but it was soon dark enough that Rahim switched on his headlights. Even though all of the internal walls were badly fractured, most of them appeared to be sturdy. Others were teetering on the brink of collapse. It was like driving through a darkened house of cards that threatened to fall apart at any moment. As he approached a narrow gap between two towering walls, hat had fallen against one another. Rahim honked his horn and flashed his headlights to alert oncoming drivers to his presence. Then he drove through the opening. On the other side, they entered a curved hallway of monumental proportions. It was several hundred feet across and long enough that it disappeared around the bend of the ship in either direction. It was completely empty and reminded Reg of an underground flood channel he and his friends had played in when they were children. Only this place was 1,000 times larger. The truck suddenly felt like a small toy moving across the smooth floor of the chamber. A trail of burning flares marked the path to the far side of the space. Raheem hit the gas and sped into the darkness. He didn't slow down when they came to a soft spot in the road, a place where the floor hung limply into whatever open chamber lay below. It felt like driving across a swaying trampoline until they climbed up the other side and found solid footing once more. As they approached the opposite wall, Reg looked up into the gloomy light and saw that there was a series of large rectangular openings, each one a doorway to a new level of the ship. On either side of the portals were massive, swollen structures that looked like the roots of some enormous tree. They were grayish-white and stood out against the rest of the dark wall. Raheem stopped the truck near the portal on the ground floor and everyone climbed out. The peacekeepers switched on their flashlights and inspected the root-like structures. It quickly became apparent that they were hollow inside and formed a natural staircase to the portal doors above. "They are growing a lot of plants in here," Miriam observed. Reg nodded as he studied the way the hollow structure twisted its way up the wall, but it looked as much like a thick vein as it did a root. He was quickly coming to realize that the ship was composed largely, if not completely, of organic materials. He and Miriam walked past a group of Saudi soldiers who were standing near their trucks and smoking cigarettes, until they came to the place where the towering wall joined the floor. Reg knelt down and inspected the corner. "What do you see?" Miriam asked him. "Look at the way the cracks run through the floor and travel up the walls." "What about it?" "It means they're built from one piece of material. This whole room," he said, gesturing toward the massive hallway, "was cut from a single block, unless—" "Unless what?" "Unless it was grown." "If it was grown," Miriam said, "it means we are inside a large animal, that the whole ship was living at some time." "Not a very comforting thought, is it?" Reg moved his hand over the wall. Despite the hairline fractures running in all directions, the surface was smooth and hard. The texture was closer to leather than metal. It gave like soft wood when he drove his thumbnail into it and left a mark. Some of the peacekeepers had climbed up the hollow root-like structures and were beginning to investigate what lay behind the portal doors. Raheem yelled up at them that those areas had already been searched. They were identical in every detail to the room on the ground floor, the next stop on the tour he was giving him. As the Frenchman began to climb down, Raheem led the way through the floor-level portal into an area he called the Room of the Barrels. Inside, under a low ceiling, was another huge room. Battery-powered work lights were switched on to reveal a series of low walls that reached halfway to the ceiling and formed a kind of open maze. Raheem led the way to a hexagonal tank that was 4 feet deep and 12 feet across. The soldiers peered over the edge and saw themselves reflected in a shallow pool of silver liquid. Half submerged in the shiny solution was a large pale body, an alien exoskeleton. It had long, powerfully built arms and legs. Instead of feet, it had a pair of hooked toes that curled forward like a ram's hams. The hands were similar to human hands. Each one had 3 bony fingers that reached lengths of up to 12 inches. But the part of the body that drew the most attention was the giant clamshell that composed the head and thorax region of the animal. It was split open along the seam running from the pointed crest of down to its abdomen. As LeBlanc had noted earlier, there were no internal organs. The interior walls of the shell were pinkish-gray muscle. At the bottom of the tank, there was a piece of machinery that looked like a harness or mold. When the ship crashed, the body had torn free of the harness, and most of the fluid had sloshed out of the vat. "This one, it is more smaller than the ones we found outside," LeBlanc pointed out. "The body was about 6 feet long." Yes, Raheem agreed. "It is still young, still growing. We believe this entire area is a farm to grow these creatures. They tell me this liquid is a growth culture. A preliminary chemical analysis shows a balanced pH and many hormones and nutrients. They're growing these bodies the same way our scientists culture cells?" Reg asked. Exactly, LeBlanc said. But the level is very sophisticated, far beyond our ability. Is it alive? Mohammed asked, peering down at the alien. No, Rahim answered definitively. All of them are dead. We are certain of this. To prove his point, he took out a pistol and shot into the tank. The large body remained as lifeless as it had before. Remarkable, LeBlanc gasped. He shook his head in awe of the alien scientific accomplishments. They have done what we cannot do. Pluripotent cell differentiation. This is something we humans cannot do. Maybe in 100 years. Miriam was puzzled. I don't understand how a species of animals can exist if they have to be grown like this. Don't they have sex? LeBlanc looked at her with his stray eye from the opposite side of the tank. You have to understand that this one is not the real alien who drives the ship and fires the weapons. This one, it is only an armor, an empty body for the real aliens. They sit inside the shell like a little, how do you say? The little man who rides the horse. Jockey? Exactly. The real alien sits inside this empty body like a jockey. Without the little one inside, this one is without the life. Say brilliant? N'est-ce pas? Yeah, Miriam replied sarcastically. They're real geniuses. Guillaume glanced curiously around the maze-like room of the barrels. All of these pools have bodies in them? Yes, Rahim said, and the same on the floors above. There are thousands of these barrels. As they talked, the long fingers of an exoskeletal hand lifted over the side of the tank and reached into the air. An alien voice called out, Aidez-moi, je suis mort. It was Richard, the same baby-faced soldier who had joked with Reg in the truck. He had found a severed arm lying nearby and was using it to put on a show for the others. No one found his impromptu puppet show particularly amusing. After a sharp word from Guillaume, Richard tossed the arm away. Rahim led the group through the labyrinth of half-wall partitions until they arrived at an open pit. It was as big around as a manhole leading down to a sewer. Turning to LeBlanc, he gestured toward the hole in the floor. The plant you found outside is also here. When flashlights were pointed into the opening, they saw what he meant. The same glassy vines were clinging to the walls of the round shaft, writhing and wriggling in slow motion. Maybe there's water down there, Reg said, or some other source of moisture. Perhaps, said the doctor, leaning over the opening with a flashlight and trying to measure the depth of the shaft. Or perhaps there are more bodies. It's nice and dark down there, Miriam said. It's a place survivors would hide. We've got to find a way down to the lower levels, Reg said to Guillaume. I already thought of that. The Frenchman grunted. My scouts have found an opening. Follow me. Not far from the large door they'd stepped through to enter the room of the barrels. There was a long rip in the floor just wide enough for a large man to slip through. The floor of the next level was visible about 20 feet below. The peacekeepers broke open their backpacks and began unpacking the gear they would need. Lieutenant Rahim thought Reg and Guillaume were crazy for wanting to go below decks with such a small force, but he could see he wasn't going to be able to stop them. Reluctantly, he decided to join them. Using ropes, the peacekeepers were lowered through the opening 2 at a time. Guillaume ordered 2 of them to stay behind and keep an ear to the radio. Reg, Mohammed, and Miriam were the last ones down. When they assembled on the lower level, they found themselves in a wide, rectangular passageway. The first thing Guillaume did was to order thermal and sonic scans, both of which came back negative. The weak light filtering down through the shaft cast a dim glow on the floor. Otherwise, they had only their flashlights. The floor felt spongy under their feet. Both it and the walls appeared to be made of muscle or some other living tissue. Thick bundles of the sinuous, fleshy material were coiled around one another, the color of granite and as flat as a brick wall. The material looked as if it had been pressed and compacted. But as LeBlanc pointed out, the walls had probably been grown that way through the use of molds. As the group set off, Reg had the uneasy feeling he was moving through the bowels of some enormous living creature. I think you were right, he said quietly to Miriam, who was walking beside him. About what? If there's anything still alive in this ship, this is where we'll find it. I felt much braver about all of this 10 minutes ago, she said. Too late to turn back now. Where's the kid? Leading the way, I think. Moving in a loose line behind Guillaume and his two advance men, they walked 50 yards before they came to an opening in the wall. It looked like a sphincter muscle and stood 3 times as tall as a man. A thick lip of tissue lined the opening, floor to ceiling. The advance men went forward to inspect it, moving the last few feet on their stomachs and peering over the bottom of the lip. After a moment, they stood up and went into the chamber beyond. When they waved the others forward, they found a large, roughly oval chamber. The walls were made of the same material as in the passageway, with one conspicuous difference. They were full of small, rough-hewn caves that looked as if they'd been chopped or eaten out of the walls. Some were 20 feet long and had 2 doorways. Others were shallow depressions in the face of the wall. The soldiers found matting and shreds of dried vegetation in the deeper caves, which led them to conclude they had discovered sleeping quarters. But there were no bodies, no physical trace of the aliens they were hunting, so they moved on. Farther down the passageway, they found a similar chamber and then another. Their progress was slow because Guillaume insisted that each chamber be approached and examined with caution. Mohammed and Rahim both grew impatient. Mohammed because he was eager to find something that was still alive, and Rahim because he wasn't. He was anxious to get back to his own work and pointed out the obvious. The passageway gave onto only one sort of room. Since there were no signs of survivors, he suggested they return to the surface. No, they are here, Mohammed said. We must find them. He turned and led a hurried march toward the next opening. Along the way, they found a place where the wall had come away from the floor, opening a gap to the next floor down. Reg had a claustrophobic moment when he saw that the gap was wide enough to slip through. He knew they were going to descend to the next level. Are there any signs of life? Guillaume asked the first man through the crack. When he replied in the negative, the leader of the peacekeepers looked at Reg. Maybe we have gone far enough. The last thing Reg wanted to do was wriggle into the hole and descend yet another level. But he shook his head. We have to keep going, he said. King Ibrahim and several hundred civilians are heading out here from At-Taif. We've got to make sure there won't be any surprises. And quickly, Rahim added, there are many preparations still to be made before the king's arrival. Let's go then. Guillaume ordered 2 of his men to stay behind and maintain radio contact with the outside. Within minutes, the others had squeezed through the opening to the floor below. The new passageway was not straight and square like the one above. The walls were rough and curved like a mine tunnel and left only enough room for 2 people to walk abreast. The tunnel showed signs of use. The lower half of it, including the floor, had been worn smooth, and there were grooves and dents running continuously about 3 feet above the ground. The crack they had lowered themselves through was on the ceiling now, and it narrowed as they followed it a short distance to a door that blocked their path. It was a heavy, rounded shell that closed against a bulkhead partition. At the center of the door was a battered, copper-colored medallion about the size of a dinner plate. At one time, there must have been a flower-like design etched into the metallic substance, but only traces of it remained around the edges. Open it, Guillaume said to one of his scouts. The man reached out and touched the medallion with one finger. The door flew open and slammed against the wall. Flashlights explored the next part of the tunnel until the door slowly began to move closed again. When Guillaume touched the medallion, it shot open again. He stepped across the threshold and waved the others to follow him. Wait, Reg said. Does that door open from the other side? Guillaume, Mohammed, and the others who had stepped through turned and examined the door for a moment before it sealed behind them. That is a very good question, Guillaume called back. His voice came through the crack in the ceiling that extended a few feet into the far part of the tunnel before ending. Don't touch the door. I will examine it. A moment later, he shouted through the crack that there was no way to open it from the other side. After warning Guillaume to step away, Reg reached up and put his hand on the medallion. He felt a small electrical shock as the door swung open and smashed against the wall again. This is a one-way street, Miriam observed. We'll need to leave someone here to open it, Reg said. Guillaume posted 2 more guards and continued into the darkness of the next segment of the tunnel. Soon, they found a differently shaped door built into the sidewall of the tunnel. It was wider than the first one and slightly lower, but had the same copper medallion set outside it. Muhammad reached it first, but when he touched it, nothing happened. Others tried with the same result. They tried to force it open, but soon realized it was futile and continued to advance. They found several more of the side doors, none of which would open, before they arrived at another bulkhead. After posting another pair of guards to keep the door open, the remaining 14 people stepped through. Part of the ceiling had collapsed in the next segment of the tunnel. Without opening to the upper level, it drooped into their path. 2 of the peacekeepers ducked their heads and moved under it. They called out that one of the side doors had been forced ajar. "See what is behind it," Guillaume ordered. "A side tunnel," they reported. "Check the first 50 meters. After a tense moment of waiting, the 2 men came out from under the sagging ceiling and said the tunnel led to a cave-like room. There were no signs of survivors. "We are going very slowly," Muhammad complained. "We have to find them fast and kill them." Guillaume snapped at him to shut up and keep out of the way. Muhammad was in no mood to back down. He took a menacing step toward the rough-looking Frenchman, but Reg caught him by his skinny arm before he could do anything foolish. He pulled the young Iraqi past Guillaume, ducked under the low part of the roof, and entered the side tunnel. After only a few steps, the walls opened around them, and they were standing in a cave. It was more like an underground cavern, full of stalactites and stalagmites. There was a forest of them, hanging from the ceiling and rising out of the floor at regularly spaced intervals. The columns looked as if they had been built little by accretion, the way coral grows or the way wax builds up at the bottom of a candlestick. But the precise distances between them made it obvious that they were not naturally occurring. Scattered around on the floor were small objects that appeared to be hand tools, and larger ones that looked like water troughs. The space felt more like a factory than a cave, and there were a million places to hide. When thermal and sonic scans came back negative, LeBlanc broke away from the others and rushed up to examine the nearest column. It was a stalagmite about 4 feet tall, jade green, and composed of a crystalline substance. It showed signs of having been scraped, chiseled, and hacked at. "Look at this," the doctor said eagerly. He had his flashlight pointed at the top of the tapering stump. "Growth rings, the same that you have inside a tree." He looked up at Reg with his stray eye and nodded admiringly. "They were good farmers, these aliens." "I recognize that color," Miriam said. "So do I," Reg nodded. "The color of the light surrounding the firing cone. Maybe they used this crystal as a power source." "Yes," said LeBlanc. He took out a knife and used it to scrape off a layer of the material, then raked it into a sample bag. The others began to wander deeper into the chamber, finding various tools on the floor. Rasps, chisels, machete-like blades, all of them smaller than human tools. The large objects that looked like water troughs were filled with small sacks made of a hard, flexible skin. When LeBlanc opened one of them up with his knife, he found it was filled with powder of the same jade green color. The doctor was convinced that the crystalline residue provided the aliens with a renewable, self-sustaining fuel that could be converted into enormous amounts of power. He pointed out that the sides of the trough matched the groove marks worn into the walls in the passageway outside. "So if we follow the marks on the walls, eventually we'll get to the engine room," Reg finished the thought. "We can learn how they converted this stuff," he pointed to his sample of powder, "into such a great explosive. Maybe we will learn something good from them." One of the peacekeepers shouted and dropped his rifle, batting at something in front of his face. Instantly, a dozen rifles were pointed in his direction. It was the baby-faced soldier, Richard. He spit on the floor and turned to the others, explaining that he'd run into something that felt like a spiderweb. He cracked a joke in French that brought a nervous chuckle from a few of the peacekeepers, but Guillaume was not amused. "Stay quiet and watch what you're doing," he told the soldier, then motioned for the doctor to go and have a look at him. But before LeBlanc could get to him, Richard made a noise, and his body tensed up like a bird dog. He pointed toward a section of the room near the entrance where the ceiling had sagged almost to the floor. "What is it?" Guillaume demanded. "Can't you hear that?" Richard asked. No one breathed as they listened for whatever it was that had spooked the Frenchman. "It's alive," he said. "What is?" "No," Richard said. "No, no, and no." He reached up and clutched the sides of his head and screamed. The others ran to Richard's aid. He fell to the floor in the grip of a painful seizure and began to convulse. Reg and some others helped pin the soldier's flailing body to the floor so that LeBlanc could have a look at him. But there was nothing the doctor could do. Blood began to stream out of Richard's nostrils and ears. His eyes, wide with terror, went pink and then bright red. He continued to struggle and shout incoherently until his body went limp. "He's dead," LeBlanc said in amazement. "He said he ran into a spiderweb. Maybe it's poison," Miriam suggested. Every flashlight in the room turned toward the ceiling, but there was no sign of anything that looked like a spiderweb, only the carefully arranged rows of stalactites. As Reg scanned the chamber, a strange feeling came over him. At first he thought it was a powerful sense of déjà vu, but he quickly realized it was more than that. He was thinking in a way he didn't recognize at all. It was another presence inside of him, a mind thinking inside his own. Miriam noticed that Reg had gone still and silent. "What's the matter?" He turned and looked at her, but couldn't answer. As his mouth moved, struggling to form words, a sharp pain gripped his neck and spiked upward into his brain. He screamed and grabbed his head as Richard had done. As he collapsed to the floor, he felt a tremendous weight crushing down on his skull and tried frantically to push it away with his hands. He forced his eyes open and looked at the ceiling above him. At the same time, he saw himself lying on the floor, surrounded by people trying to help him. This second point of view, which overlapped his normal vision, came from low on ground, from the area below the collapsed ceiling, the same place Richard had pointed to a moment before. Whatever the thing was that had invaded his brain, Reg realized it was there, nearby on the floor. The already unbearable pain ratcheted upward in intensity, and he felt himself beginning to black out. His assailant, whatever it was reaching across the room with its mind, infiltrating his nervous system and working him like a puppet. With the last of his strength, he struggled to turn and lash out at his attacker, but there wasn't much he could do. His body went limp, but Reg didn't lose consciousness completely, and the pain did not leave him. He understood that there was only one way to relieve his suffering. He had to answer a question. The question was not put to him in words, but in the form of images and an urgent sensation of need. He found himself standing in a huge, dark, cathedral space hiding from a band of filthy, vile creatures that had him surrounded. He knew somehow that these creatures were an enemy army, and he could feel the intense hatred and loathing they had for him. He sensed the presence of others, his own kind, hiding in the darkness. Reg realized that he was inside a group mind, hundreds of individuals thinking together as if all tuned to the same radio frequency and able to communicate instantaneously by means of shorthand image/thought/impulses. Two overpowering sensations coursed through this group mind: a burning physical hunger and an intense loathing for the army of humans. Then the interrogation began. There was a great gash in the wall of the cathedral, a towering triangular opening. Beyond it, a bright sun beat down on the sands of a hostile alien planet. Outside, in the distance, a caravan of enemy vehicles was approaching across a barren plateau. The mind ordered him to divulge everything he knew about this approaching force. Reg recognized that they were limousines and armored military vehicles, being seen through the eyes of the aliens. To his horror, he was being asked to act as a spy for the aliens, to help them prepare an attack. But such was his fear and confusion that he complied without the slightest hesitation. In a rapid-fire sequence of half-thoughts, he communicated everything he knew about the group and their plans, then begged for the excruciating pain to end. But the response from the mind was an order to die instead. It reached into him and forced his heart to stop beating, his lungs to stop breathing. As Reg slipped toward death, he realized that he could resist, that the power of the group mind was not absolute. In some way he couldn't fully understand, he realized that the aliens couldn't control him without his consent. For a moment, his will struggled against the will that was controlling him. He felt himself regaining some control, but when the pain intensified, he lay back and obeyed the command to die. Darkness. There was a series of quick explosions, and then someone was speaking to him in a language he didn't understand. Reg's eyes shot open without being able to focus, and he gasped for air. An indistinct figure hovered over him, preparing to inject him with a hypodermic needle. In a daze, Reg swatted his hand at the needle and knocked it away. Slowly, he realized the strange language was French and the figure leaning over him was LeBlanc. "You are not dead," the doctor said with surprise. "Over there," Reg groaned, pointing in the direction of his attacker. "An alien. It's alive." He turned his head in that direction and saw Miriam inspecting something under the collapsed ceiling with a machine gun in her hands. "It's not alive anymore," she told him. "I killed it." "How? How did you know?" Reg asked. "You told us," said the doctor with the stray eye. "Don't you remember? We had no idea. But then you pointed to where it was hiding. It must have been trapped there when the ceiling fell on it," surmised Guillaume. "Are you okay? Can you walk? We have to get out of here, have to run." Reg pulled himself into a sitting position and tried to shake the cobwebs out of his head. The attack had left him disoriented and slightly dizzy. "They're coming." A shock of fear ran through everyone in the room. "Who's coming?" "The others, the aliens. They know where we are," Reg said, struggling to find his feet. "We have to get outside and warn them." LeBlanc prevented Reg from standing up. "What are you talking about? Tell us what happened." "It used its mind. Some kind of telepathy," Reg explained, sorting through the experience, trying to make sense of it. "They were asking me things, torturing me." "They? How many?" Reg shook his head. He didn't know. "Many." Guillaume knelt down beside him and spoke in an urgent whisper. "We found only one of them. Where are the others? How do you know they are coming?" "Oh my God," Reg gasped when he realized he'd given the aliens information they could use to attack the people in the royal entourage. "Let me up. They're going to attack. We've got to warn them." Guillaume grabbed him by the collar, shook him roughly, and held him in place. "You're talking nonsense. Tell us what happened." The Frenchman's scarred face was close to his, illuminated in the glow of the flashlights. "This one," Reg began, pointing to the creature Miriam had shot, "invaded my mind, attacked me with its mind. But there were other minds. They communicate, I don't know how to describe it. They think together as a single mind. When this one reached inside of me, I was also inside of it. There was a melding, and I saw through its eyes, but I also saw through the eyes of the others. I saw what they were seeing. There at the entrance to the ship, looking out of the same opening we drove through when we came in. Right now, the king and his people are arriving outside. The aliens are going to ambush them. They're going to kill the king." Guillaume was alarmed, but remained skeptical. Reg had been through a traumatic experience and was badly shaken. The pain could have caused him to hallucinate. He had one more question. "How do the aliens know it is the king?" "Because I told them," Reg answered. He shook free of Guillaume's grip, stood up, and began moving unsteadily toward the exit. Mohammed took Reg by the arm and assisted him. "I think he is right," Rahim said, checking his watch. "King Ibrahim is scheduled to arrive exactly now. We must warn him at once." The peacekeepers followed Reg, Mohammed, and Miriam through the side tunnel and into the main passageway. They turned and hurried toward the first bulkhead door. The peacekeepers radioed to the men on the far side of the door to open it but received no reply. Guillaume had given them orders to keep it open at all times. Reg took the machine gun Miriam was carrying and smashed the butt of it against the door, signaling to the men on the other side. When there was no response, he threw down the gun and wedged his fingertips into the thin gap between the door and the bulkhead. "Help me!" he yelled over his shoulder. First Miriam and then a few of the peacekeepers stepped forward to try and pry the door open, but they did so reluctantly. If the men on the other side touched the copper medallion, the door would fly open and crush them against the wall. The bayonets the peacekeepers had on their rifles provided them with the leverage they needed, but it took the full strength of 6 men and 1 woman to pull the door open 12 inches. Movement behind us. Something is coming. One of the soldiers standing farther back yelled to Guillaume. Pull harder, Guillaume shouted. When Rahim came forward to lend his strength to the effort, Miriam turned and grunted at him. You are skinny. Reach through. Touch the medallion. But the door will open too fast. Do it. The rail-thin Saudi lieutenant pushed his way past the soldiers straining against the strength of the door and reached his arm into the next chamber. I will count to 3, he told them. But he never got the chance to start counting. Something grabbed his arm and pulled hard enough to break his neck when it slammed against the side of the door. The others backed away, startled, and let the door smash closed on his limp body. A moment later, a tentacle the size of a python slid through the opening and began slashing through the air, searching for another victim. The group retreated from the door and started in the other direction, but soon realized they were surrounded. The collapsed section of the ceiling that sagged into the passageway was moving. Although it weighed several tons, something was walking below it, lifting it out of the way as easily as if it were a bedsheet hanging on a clothesline. One of the soldiers moved closer and lay on his stomach, peering ahead with his flashlight. 2 pairs of feet, he called back to the others. As they braced themselves for the attack, there was an explosion in the passageway behind them. The door had been opened. They wheeled around to see a gruesome and terrifying sight. A ghost gray stump of a face jutting toward them from the center of a wide, flaring shell. The creature was an 8-foot-tall exoskeleton, one of the biomechanical suits of armor they'd discovered lying in the vats of liquid 2 floors above. Filled the doorway. The multiple pairs of tentacles on its back waved through the air like the hypnotic, ophidian locks of Medusa's hair, and the sight of the creature turned the humans momentarily to stone. All except Muhammad. He was carrying the machine gun Miriam had tossed to the floor. As soon as the hissing, many-armed beast revealed itself, Muhammad lowered the gun and charged ahead, firing and screaming as he went. His bullets bounced off the hard shell, but their collective impact began to crack it apart. When he was almost to the bulkhead, the pointed tip of the skeletal head shattered completely and broke away. It made no difference. With alarming agility and speed, the hideous creature darted through the bulkhead and speared the young Saudi in the chest with a tentacle, spraying blood everywhere. As Muhammad's body dropped to the floor, the peacekeepers opened fire and hit the monster with hundreds of rounds of ammunition, knocking it a few steps backwards. Each bullet chipped away another piece of bone, but only little by little. It took several seconds of sustained firing until the thing died. Go! Go! Back to the entrance. The team broke into a sprint down the hallway, stepping over and around the fallen alien. When they were through the bulkhead, they stumbled on the bodies of the peacekeepers who had been guarding the door. A moment later, the first of the 2 aliens behind them stepped clear of the fallen ceiling. The soldier bringing up the rear of the retreat didn't notice until it was too late. The big creature raced down the tunnel twice as fast as the humans and quickly caught them. One by one, the men running at the end of the line realized they were lost and turned to make their last stands. Each one blasted the alien with as many shells as he could before being trampled, killed, and tossed aside. Reg was running just behind Miriam and Guillaume. Like the others, he was terrified out of his mind and desperate to climb out of the tunnel. But when he realized what was happening behind him, he stopped running and wrested the machine gun away from the peacekeeper who had taken it from the dead Muhammad. Keep going, Reg told the man, then pressed himself against the side of the tunnel and watched the flashlights of the last 2 men running toward him. He had decided to help them slow the aliens down in order to give Miriam and the others time to escape. But the men didn't see him waiting, and when he pushed away from the wall and began running alongside of them, he startled them so badly that they tripped over one another and went down in a heap. Reg fell with them and watched the flashlights break free and go rolling across the floor. As the men scrambled to collect their guns, the sound of rushing feet came toward them. They turned and fired into the darkness. They fired until their ammunition was nearly spent. When they picked up their flashlights and looked behind them, Fragments of an exoskeleton were spread across the floor of the tunnel, the bulk of it lying only a few paces away. Despite having been torn to pieces, the body was struggling slowly forward, determined to complete the hunt. Reg and the two men turned away from it and ran as fast as they could. Far ahead, they saw the bobbing flashlights of the main group. Then they heard gunfire and screaming. "Stop!" One of the peacekeepers beside Reg said. "Back the other way." "No, keep going." But the man had already turned and headed back in the other direction. Reg and the remaining soldier continued to run, but they slowed their pace because everything had gone silent and still ahead of them. A pair of rifles lay on the ground, the flashlights attached to them creating a dim pool of light on the floor. "Maybe we should go the other way," the Frenchman said. "No, there's another one back there." "Yes, but only one. How many are up ahead?" "Switch off your light. Let's keep going." The two men walked at a fast march through the pitch darkness, feeling their way along the curving, uneven walls and keeping their fingers tight against the triggers of their guns. They walked for a long time before they heard a sound. "Psst, over here." The voice belonged to Guillaume. He told them not to turn on their lights, but he turned on his, keeping the palm of his hand closed over the bulb. Reg felt his way along the wall until he reached the spot. He could feel people huddled low against the wall, but couldn't immediately tell how many. Clumsily, he made his way close to Guillaume. "Another one just ahead. 20 meters, he told Reg. LeBlanc's voice whispered out of the inky blackness. "Put all your bullets to the face of the shell. We must kill the little one inside." There was another report of gunfire, this time far down the narrow passageway. The man who had turned back had obviously found something. When the firing ceased abruptly, everyone could imagine what had happened. "We've got to do something," Reg said. "We're going to have company in a minute," Miriam said. "Better to take them one at a time." And a moment later they heard the scraping of footsteps ahead. Guillaume switched on his flashlight, and the group opened fire. But the skeletal warrior quickly retreated behind the first curve in the tunnel. Reg knew immediately that the creature was stalling, waiting for the one that was coming from behind so they could work together. Reg snapped a fresh cartridge of shells into the machine gun. "We can't wait any longer," he said and started forward. "Remember to aim for the head," Miriam said, joining him. The creature retreated no farther. When the team came around the bend in the tunnel and began blasting away, it charged forward. The head thorax shell dipped forward slightly, as if the alien wanted to gore them with the blunt tip of the pointed head. The team's decision to concentrate their firepower on the face led to mixed results. The hard material quickly fractured and then broke apart, but before the alien inside the suit could be killed, the exoskeleton turned away from the gunfire, scampering backward toward them, tentacles first. Guillaume fired until his ammunition was spent, then moved forward to use the tip of his gun as a spike. Before he could do so, one of the flailing tentacle arms connected and sent him sprawling against the wall. Guillaume was down but not out. As the exoskeleton stepped past him, he sprang to his feet and attacked it with his hands. He reached through the shattered face of the shell and grabbed hold of the squirming alien within. When he did so, the biomechanical suit of armor lost its coordination. The tentacles went limp, and the knees buckled. As the suit clattered to the ground, Guillaume was left holding a slender gray body about 3.5 feet tall. It thrashed violently, trying to escape, but the Frenchman had his powerful hand wrapped tight around its tiny throat. Guillaume screamed out in pain when the alien attacked him mentally. He reached up to his own throat as if he were being strangled by an invisible hand. Reg and the others ran forward to give help, but before they reached him, Guillaume had smashed the creature's head open against the floor. Behind a set of delicate, almost human facial features, the alien's brain was a swollen disc extending off the back of the skull. A thin membrane was all that protected the brain, and it split open easily under the force of Guillaume's strength. The small gray body was slathered in a layer of clear gelatin and smelled powerfully of ammonia. Miriam stepped over the fallen body armor and led the way down the tunnel to the final door. They shouted at the top of their lungs to the men on the far side, but received no reply. On the ceiling, A small part of the crack the team had descended through extended past the door. It was no more than 8 inches wide, too small to fit through. "Open the door!" Miriam screamed toward the opening. Although she assumed the 2 men stationed in the tunnel were dead, she hoped the men on the floor above would hear. Reg brushed past her and wedged the bayonet on a rifle he took from one of the soldiers into the crevice between the door and the bulkhead. The blade bent out of shape. "He is coming. He is behind us," LeBlanc warned. Reg took a flashlight from the soldier whose rifle he had and used it to examine the door. There was a thick band of ligament running down one side of it, acting as a hinge. With the bayonet, he stabbed into the tough, sinewy material and sliced away a small piece. But there wasn't time to cut through it by hand. "Stand back," he warned the others, then sent a spray of carefully aimed bullets into the hinge. When Miriam saw what he was doing, she picked up the machine gun and joined in, the 2 of them firing until their ammunition was gone. Behind them, the rest of the team opened fire on the armored warrior stalking them through the tunnel. While the others held the creature at bay, Reg and Miriam attacked the remaining part of the hinge, and the door soon gave way. There was barely time to get clear of its path before it crashed to the ground. Without looking back, the 2 of them stepped over the door and raced into the next segment of the tunnel. "Ladies first," Miriam said, when they reached the tear in the ceiling. Reg obliged by lacing his fingers together and boosting her up to the opening. As she wriggled through the gap, the others arrived where Reg was standing, and he began lifting them toward the opening one by one. After the second soldier escaped, Miriam dropped a pair of fresh assault rifles, taken from the peacekeepers above, into the opening. They arrived just in time. LeBlanc and Guillaume picked them up and sent a volley of shells flying at the skeletal attacker, momentarily arresting its progress. "Doctor, you're next," Reg said, waiting to boost the man up. "No," Guillaume shouted. "You go." He positioned himself so that Reg could climb his body like a ladder and grab the hands reaching down through the hole. The men above quickly lifted Reg out to safety. Then he turned to do the same for LeBlanc. A rope was tossed down to Guillaume, who grabbed it with one hand and fired with the other. As Guillaume wriggled through the hole and rolled away, a tentacle shot through the gap, trying to catch him. It wound around LeBlanc's leg instead and yanked him roughly toward the opening. Reg reacted quickly and caught the terrified doctor under the arms, helping to resist the strength of the tentacle. Before the others could help, another snake-like appendage darted out and grabbed Reg by the ankle. Screaming in pain, LeBlanc was torn from Reg's grasp and disappeared into the hole. Reg would have gone in behind him if Miriam hadn't opened fire and severed the tentacle. They heard the doctor screaming in pain on the floor below as more tentacles reached up and searched for more victims. When Reg hesitated, unwilling to leave LeBlanc behind, Miriam pulled him away from the opening. "We can't help him," she said. "Let's go." The handful of survivors took off running down the rectangular passageway until they found the first opening, the one that led to the main deck of the alien ship. Chapter 8. A good old-fashioned turkey shoot. Allah preserve us. It looks a lot bigger than it did on TV. King Ibrahim stepped from the back of his limousine at about 9 in the morning and gaped at the staggering size of the wrecked fragment of alien airship. The rest of the royal motorcade, a mile-long line of limousines, rocket-launching vehicles, and M1A1 tanks, rolled past him and parked in no particular order near the collection of tents and the scaffold stage set up near the edge of a bluff. The king's advance team had selected this site, a mere 300 yards from the edge of the ship, primarily for the backdrop it offered. A view of the triangular opening half a mile away and, beyond that, the mysterious obsidian tower leaning above the curve of the dome. It had all the makings of a surreal media event. The small stage was dressed in the Saudi national colors of green, black, and white. Sprays of flowers lay in the sand around it. Waiters poured out of the kitchen tent as the king's entourage continued to arrive, circulating among the cars with drink trays. Workmen were putting the finishing touches on the bright pink bridal tent, where the wedding ceremony would be held. There was a Sikh bartender, dressed in turban and tuxedo, offering non-alcoholic champagne to the guests. Musicians had been hired, and red carpets had been rolled out. Mr. Roeder jogged up to the king's limousine to begin briefing him on the preparations. But King Ibrahim had only one question on his mind. Did you find me an alien or not? The American pointed to a jeep parked a safe distance away and the gray skeletal carcass tied across its hood. Patiently, he explained the details of the predatory green plant and the high risk of infection involved in using a corpse for the photo session. He urged the king to stay away from it. I came here to kill an alien. Couldn't you find me one that was still alive? Half alive. I'm afraid they're all dead, Your Majesty. Frustrated, the king grabbed a pistol and took off down the hill, chased by a flock of camera crews. While he was gone, the crew of pilot heroes was ushered up onto the platform for group pictures. In addition to the foreign and Saudi pilots who had flown with Faisal from his camp in the desert, there were dozens of others who had answered to America's call to attack. In all, there were more than 100 men representing 19 different countries. Conspicuously absent were English Major Reginald Cummins and the lone female pilot, Israeli Captain Miriam Marks. The pilots were in high spirits, but it took them quite a while to work out the question of who would stand next to whom. Victory had warmed them to one another personally, but the photographs would be lasting documents, and no one wanted to look like he was cozying up to the enemy. Say cheese, the photographer yelled. He took a series of shots looking serious, looking happy, shaking their fists angrily or, in Ty's case, flipping the bird at the wreckage that dominated the skyline behind them. The whole group beamed with pride. They had accomplished a hugely heroic deed, and their faces showed it. When they stepped off the podium, each pilot was handed a yellow rose and an envelope full of cash by one of the royal grandchildren. They were mingling with high-ranking Saudis when a shot rang out. In the distance, the king had fired a single bullet at the dead alien. He rode back up the hill in a jeep, and when he arrived, unsettling news awaited him. An assistant pulled him aside and handed him a phone. One of his field generals was on the line. He said a Frenchman had stormed into the headquarters tent only moments before, claiming to have been attacked inside the ship. According to the man's story, he'd ventured down into the bowels of the city destroyer with 18 men and lost most of them to a handful of aliens. How many of these stories have you heard? The king asked. This is the first one. Do you believe him? Yes, sir, yes. After inspecting the extraterrestrial cadaver, the king had lost his appetite for confrontations with any living members of the species. The size and strength of the body he'd seen were alarming. He wondered if the ammonia fumes he'd breathed might be poisonous. The idea of coming out here was beginning to feel like a huge mistake. General, send search parties inside to check this man's story. Call me the moment you have news. The patriarch scanned the curved dome of the ship for a moment before making an announcement. This isn't what I was expecting. It isn't right. We are going back to At-Tarif. What about the wedding? Asked an advisor. Ibrahim growled. He'd forgotten about that. He marched off in a new direction, this time to find Faisal. The groom-to-be had slipped a gold-trimmed robe over his uniform and was surrounded by a group of fawning well-wishers, who parted for the king when he approached. Faisal, the old man said, I have changed my mind. Let's return to the palace and hold the ceremony in my gardens. Faisal was mortified at the idea. A ceremony in the desert was the final brilliant element of the story he was constructing for himself. When future generations recounted his heroic deeds, he wanted it to end with the storybook flourish of a battlefield wedding. Then, after laying low the enemies of God, the warrior knelt before the site of his victory and took as his reward the most beautiful bride in all the land. The king himself performed the marriage, whereupon Faisal, in his wisdom and mercy, freed the bride's brother after lecturing him sternly before the people. Thinking fast, Faisal proposed the compromise of dispensing with the formal ceremony. All that was necessary was for the king to stand over the couple and declare them man and wife. King Ibrahim wasn't happy with the proposal, but he agreed. Bring that Yemeni girl up here, he shouted, so we can finish this business and go home. When the bride's chauffeur opened the door, the shrouded figure that stepped out wasn't Fadila. It was Faisal's wife, Hajami. She was 5 years older than her husband and, under normal circumstances, a timid personality. She had been rich when she married the ambitious young Saudi Air Force lieutenant from a penniless family who had promised her that she would always be his only wife. She had given him her fortune and 3 male children. The night before, when she learned of Fadila's marriage proposal, she had argued savagely with her husband. Then, after Fadila's friends decided to boycott the wedding, Faisal added insult to Hajami's injury by commanding her, under threat of divorce, to help prepare the body of his new bride. This was intimate work that required hours to accomplish. All of Fadila's hair, except head hair and eyebrows, had to be removed. She was bathed, powdered, and perfumed, before intricate designs were painted on her hands and feet with henna dye. The whole time the two women worked together, Hajami maintained an icy silence. Drums began to beat when the bride showed herself. She stepped out of the car wearing a simple white dress and flowers woven into the long braid that trailed down her back. Her face was uncovered and her feet were bare. If she was embarrassed about being seen this way, or distraught about marrying Faisal, she didn't show it. She moved in a businesslike manner past the gawking soldiers, grinning princes, and admiring foreigners. As she passed a gray Mercedes sedan, she paused long enough to tap her fingertips against the tinted glass of the rear window. A pair of manacled hands pressed against the inside of the pane. They belonged to Khalid. Faisal had promised Fadila that her brother would be released immediately following the ceremony. A few more strides brought her to her father's car, a blue Rolls-Royce. Mr. Yamani was indignant about being forced to trade his daughter for his son and made no attempt to disguise his newfound disgust with Faisal, a man he had counted among his friends. At the same time, he was choking with fear. Despite constant reassurances that there were no alien survivors, the sight of the destroyer awakened the sense of doom that had nearly driven him insane during the previous days. When Fadila came within reach, he clutched the sides of her face tenderly and put his forehead against hers, apologizing with tears in his eyes for failing her. Reluctantly, he began to lead her to the place where Faisal and the king were waiting. They had only gone a few steps when shouting erupted among the soldiers. A battered truck was climbing onto the bluff and speeding directly toward them. Warning shots failed to slow it down. Just as the soldiers took deadly aim, the driver slammed on the brakes and jumped out. It was Reg. His uniform spattered with blood. He came running toward the entourage, shouting like a wild man. Miriam was right behind him. They dropped Guillaume at the Saudi Army's headquarters tent on their way past. The pilots who recognized them ran forward to hear their news. Reg shouldered his way past the men, screaming at everyone to run for their lives. "You've got to get out of here. Turn around and go." In his fury to make them understand, he manhandled a prince or two, physically pushing them toward their vehicles. "Where's the king? Let me talk to the king." Instead of the king, he was confronted by half a dozen muscular Saudis, who blocked his path. Reg knocked 2 of them over and kept going. But a moment later he was tackled from behind and subdued by many pairs of hands. With both arms twisted to the breaking point behind his back, Reg was led through the murmuring crowd and then roughly thrown face-first to the ground. "Major Cummins, I've been expecting you." Faisal was grinning down at him, as unruffled and smugly confident as ever. "Listen to me," Reg snarled, his heart still pounding. "I've been inside the ship. They're alive, many of them, hundreds, maybe thousands. They're going to attack." He pointed toward the breach. "They're going to ambush us." Faisal wasn't buying it. He figured Reg had ulterior motives for disrupting the marriage. "They must be very friendly, these aliens of yours. How nice of them to explain all their terrible plans to you." His easy smile changed to an expression of disgust, and he ordered his men to take Reg away. Before they could, the king intervened. "Major, what happened to you?" he asked. Faisal yelled, "It is a trick. He only wants to interrupt our celebration." "Silence. Let him answer." Reg shook free of the guards and began telling his story. The bloodstains on his uniform were still moist, and there was a wild urgency in his voice. It didn't take long for him to convince the king he was telling the truth. Before he had told everything, the king had ordered his assistants to begin turning the caravan around. "One more thing, Your Majesty," Reg said. "They know you are here. When they attack, they'll look for you first." Faisal snorted at Reg's melodramatics. He's making this up. How can he possibly know these things? But King Ibrahim was already on the move. He hurried back to his limousine, got in, and screamed at the driver to take him away at once. Faisal walked over to Reg and leaned in, menacingly close. "You're a dead man, Major. And you're a lying coward, Commander." Shots rang out in the distance. Screams spread through the entourage as everyone turned to face the destroyer. The first alien had come out of the ship. The lumbering, top-heavy beast pushed through a narrow opening near the triangular breach, moved a few strides out into the sand, and stopped. Ignoring the machine gun fire, it made a 360-degree scan of the area. The flaring shell of its upper body rose to a pointed tip, and its heavily muscled arms reached almost to the ground. The bullets nicked away pieces of the exoskeleton until the shell cracked and caved in. A moment later, the whole wretched mass toppled over face first. Soldiers and civilians stopped in place and looked on in stunned silence. As the king's limousine sped away, they watched foot soldiers move toward the fallen alien, guns at the ready. While they were examining it, a second creature emerged. This one never hesitated. It hit the ground running and sprinted across the sand. Hugging the curve of the ship, its path took it directly in front of the royal entourage. It moved awkwardly across the sand and rocks, having evolved in some very different environment. The feet were hooked forward in such a way that the creature moved along standing atop its toe knuckles. The effect was something like a circus bear mincing forward on its hind legs. Still, the beast scurried along at surprising speed, twice as fast as a man. A cheer went up when the machine gun fire snapped the creature in half. Its waist was nothing but an exposed spinal column. When it broke, the torso went flying in one direction while the legs went in another. But the thing didn't die. The alien riding inside this suit of armor commanded the arms and tentacles to dig. Within seconds, it built itself a shallow foxhole. New aliens began appearing every few seconds. Some ran zigzag patterns through the open desert until they were gunned down and killed, but most of them sprinted between the entourage and the massive outer wall of the destroyer, like ducks in a shooting gallery trying to reach the foxhole. Almost none of them made it. The soldiers at the edge of the bluff began firing larger weapons, and the crowd cheered each time one of the skeletal bodies exploded. Some of the limousines began leaving. Many more were pinned in by parked cars and couldn't move. Drivers leaned on their horns, adding to the noise of the gunfire. As the alien death toll climbed, the sense of panic abated. They had seemed invincible in the air but appeared helpless on the ground. It looked like the tables had turned. Some people climbed atop their vehicles to watch as others wandered closer to the action. Everyone wanted to see the monsters pay for the atrocities they had committed against humanity. Faisal smelled another opportunity. Although he was an Air Force officer, he used his status as the man who had saved the Arab world to seize control of the ground army. He called forward a division of tanks and ordered his soldiers to follow them to the front of the conflict. He would join them as soon as he could find a camera crew. They moved off, leaving Reg to his own devices. He retreated through the tangle of parked cars and found Mrs. Roeder. She was standing on the hood of limousine, talking into her headset radio. Reg jumped up onto the car and urged her to help evacuate the area. The American woman blinked at him in confusion. "Major, I admit you were right about there being survivors, but look around. This thing is shaping up into a good old-fashioned turkey shoot." Indeed, the aliens were being killed almost as soon as they showed themselves. Most of them, at least. The handful that survived the sprint past the entourage joined their legless companion in the foxhole. It was now a long, deep trench and growing by the moment. Not far from where Reg was standing, Ty checked his watch, then announced dryly, "I'd say it's time to run like hell." Remy couldn't have agreed more. "But our driver is stuck. We need transportation." Like the other pilots, he trusted Reg and Miriam's assessment of the danger. He called a huddle with some of the other pilots and quickly formed a plan. They would escape in the old truck Reg had commandeered earlier. Miriam had thought to take the keys. Yossi slipped in behind the wheel and turned over the engine. Edward and Sutton were next to him in the cab. "What are you waiting for? Let's go." "What about Cummins?" Yossi asked. "We can't leave him." Sutton wasn't sure Reg was worth the trouble, but volunteered to go get him. He dashed off, leaving Edward and Yossi, Palestinian and Israeli, together in the cab of the truck. There was an uncomfortable, dangerous silence between them. Looking for an excuse to step outside, Edward studied the mayhem surrounding them and noticed a nearby truck with dozens of rifles lying in the back. He hurried over and grabbed an armful of them along with several boxes of ammunition. He jogged back to the truck and was loading them into the cab when a face appeared at the driver's side window. It was the burly Saudi captain from the camp. He grinned at Yossi and popped open a switchblade. "Get lost, you talking donkey," Edward said in Arabic. "This is our truck now. Shut your mouth, filthy Palestinian dog, or I'll cut your Jewish boyfriend's throat." Pleased with himself for foiling the Zionist plot, the muscular captain opened the door and prepared to pull Yossi outside. Before he could do so, he felt the barrel of a gun pressing against the small of his back. A quick hand reached around and lifted his pistol from its holster. "Drop the knife," came a voice from behind him. It was Miriam. "If you cooperate, you live. If you make a noise, you die." The Saudi knew she meant business. What was more, she'd probably get away with it. The sea of noise surrounding them would easily mask the sound of a bullet. His options, it seemed, were limited. Miriam hustled him to the back of the truck, which was covered by a canvas roof, and made him climb inside. She told him to lie on his stomach, then sat on his back with her pistol pressed to his skull. The truck ground into low gear and started to move. A few yards away, Sutton spotted Reg Cummins. "Let's get out of here," he yelled. "A group of us are taking that truck of yours and leaving." Reg hesitated. Mrs. Roeder was picking up the first reports of trouble coming from inside the ship, and Reg wanted to know what was happening. Sutton didn't wait. As soon as he'd delivered the message, he turned and left. Saudi jets were gathering in the sky, and a pair of helicopters thwacked at the air overhead, moving toward the alien foxhole to finish off the survivors. Through the mayhem, Reg spotted Fadila. Her father had spirited her away from the shooting and was shouting instructions to the driver of the car in which Khalid was being held prisoner. When she glanced in his direction, Reg waved his arms in the air and caught her attention. Their eyes met for a moment before Mr. Yamani dragged her by the wrist toward his own blue Rolls-Royce limousine. They piled inside and took off across the open desert at the head of a 4-car caravan. Took Reg a while to realize that Sutton had gone. He was already climbing into the rear of the truck, which was turning around, preparing to leave. The next 10 seconds changed everything. Pulses of white light, energy bursts like the ones they'd faced during the dogfights, flew out of the triangular breach and struck the helicopters, destroying them instantly. Until that moment, the aliens had shown no signs of being armed. More pulse blasts sailed upward and began picking off the Saudi jets high above. Others whizzed toward the tents and the tangle of cars parked on the plateau. A limousine not far from Reg took one of the sizzling, fist-sized projectiles. The front end was turned into shrapnel and the entire vehicle tossed sideways. A separate flurry of shots came from the foxhole. Screaming and panic erupted on the plateau as the entourage was caught in the crossfire. And their troubles were only beginning. Seconds after the shooting began, the alien ground army started pouring out of the destroyer. Hundreds of aliens, clad in their 8-foot-tall exoskeleton suits of armor, raced down the ramp of debris, firing as they came. Marching out behind them were scores of strange-looking chariots. These vehicles looked like oversized dark brown toboggans that had sprouted short stick-like legs. Each chariot carried a pair of aliens sitting side by side. The chariots looked too flimsy to handle the weight of their bulky passengers, but they raced down the sloping ramp with ease and, when they reached the desert floor, fanned out in several directions to surround the humans. It was the same type of blitzkrieg strategy their attacker planes had used the day before. Within seconds, the chariots had outpaced the alien foot soldiers. While some of the chariots trotted onto the plateau, others raced around the perimeter and began chasing down the cars that were trying to escape. Reg turned and broke into a dead run, trying to catch up to his friends in the battered truck. Everything was chaos around him. Cars and people were smashing into one another, desperate to get away in time. The truck was just gathering speed when Reg raced up alongside it. Edward threw open his door and helped Reg pull himself inside. With bullets and enemy pulse blasts flying through the air, Yossi stomped on the accelerator pedal and flew down a steep embankment, nearly rolling the truck. "Which way? Which way do I go?" "That way," Reg said without hesitation, pointing east. In the distance, he could see the line of cars carrying the Yamani family. One of the alien chariots was following them. Unaware that they were being pursued, the Yamani caravan was bumping along slowly through a shallow valley. Yossi floored it and made up some ground, but they were still far behind when the aliens fired their first shot. The car at the rear of the caravan exploded and flipped in the air. Once the other limousine drivers realized the danger behind them, they gunned their engines and tried to get away. They stayed together and raced along the bottom of a wide, shallow wadi. In his haste, the lead driver failed to notice the walls of the gully slowly closing in around him. Instead of steering toward the open, high ground, he drove into a shallow canyon, following its twists and turns. The wadi walls were only 4 feet tall in some places, but they were too steep for the limousines to climb. The many-legged chariot chased after them, closing in. Reg and Edward told Yossi to follow the cars into the wadi, but he swerved away and climbed a small embankment instead. Turned out to be the right decision. Keeping to higher ground, he raced along the top edge of the wadi, catching occasional glimpses of the aliens ahead. The difference in terrain allowed them to close the gap until they came within firing range. Edward passed the rifles he'd taken to the soldiers riding in back. Miriam had let the Saudi captain up, but she continued to keep an eye on him. "What about him?" Remy shouted to her. "Give him a gun?" The Israeli woman and the Saudi man stared one another down. It was a long, steely stare, during which neither of them blinked. Remy watched them until he began to laugh. "You guys are too luck. You're scaring me." Miriam blinked first. She took a rifle from the African, then called across the truck to the Arab. "What's your name?" she asked him. "H. Hassan." "Ali, my name is Miriam." She tossed him the rifle. "From now on, we fight together." Ali couldn't help but grin. Needless to say, he'd never met a woman quite like this Jewish warrior. "Okay, sounds good to me." Ty and Sutton were already in position. They had cut away the canvas tarp covering on the left side of the truck and were waiting for a clear shot at the alien chariot, but they were only getting occasional glimpses. Each time they sighted on the aliens' pointed skeleton heads disappeared again behind the banks of the wadi. "Faster, man, let's go!" Edward screamed at Yossi. "You drive like my grandmother." Behind the wheel, Yossi was driving as close to the soft edge of the wadi as he dared. "Who are these people we're chasing?" he wanted to know. "Friends of mine," Reg said. "Your Arab girl?" Before Reg could answer, they drove downslope and saw the alien chariot right beside them, not 20 feet from the driver's door, speeding along a parallel course. The oversized aliens were crouched forward behind the chariot's front wall, as the skinny legs of the sled-like vehicle pumped furiously in the sand. No steering controls or instrumentation of any kind was visible. The chariot seemed to guide itself around the obstacles in its path. A moment after gunfire started raining down on them, the big shell head of the creature closest to them turned to look up at the truck. Then it raised its arm and pointed one of its elongated bone fingers at Yossi. A pulse blast shot toward them and loared through the roof of the cab, inches above the driver's head. Cursing in Hebrew, Yossi turned away and slowed down. "What are you doing?" "Chase them," Reg yelled. "What are you, crazy?" "I'm not killing myself to save a bunch of rich Arabs." That was the wrong thing to say. Edward took out a pistol and pointed it at the driver's head. "Drive, asshole, or I'll kill you and follow them myself." When Yossi hesitated, Edward squeezed IHE trigger until the hammer cocked into position. "Okay, hold on tight." He slammed the gas pedal down and headed after them. Before they could catch up, a pulse blast toasted the third vehicle, and shots were whizzing past the gray Mercedes carrying Khalid. Remy shouted forward to the men riding in the cab. "We need more ammunition." "Make it count," Edward told him, handing him a few 24-round magazines. "This is the last we have." An explosion flashed up out of the wadi, and, a second later, they caught sight of the car in which Khalid was being held a prisoner. It was turned upside down and burning. The soldiers in the back quickly used up their remaining bullets. The chauffeur of the last car, the blue Rolls-Royce, slid open. He glass partition and called back to his passengers. "Around the next turn, I'm going to stop. When I do, get out fast. I'm going to back up and ram them." The earthen walls were closing in on them, leaving only a few feet of clearance on either side, and the alien chariot was gaining on them. This was their last hope. "Hold on." After crashing through a barrier of acacia bushes and fishtailing around a bend, the driver slammed on the brakes. Fadila threw open her door and pulled her elderly father into the sand. When they were clear of the door, the tires spun, and the rolls started moving in reverse. The alien's chariot came speeding around the Comer right on cue, moving too fast to swerve out of the way. But as the chauffeur bore down on them, the thin insectile legs of the chariot sprang into the air and clattered over the roof of the rolls as it passed underneath. The chariot settled smoothly to the ground and rushed past Fadila and her father before it could slow down and stop. Then it turned in place and began marching back for the kill. Fadila heard a rumbling sound in the air as the chariot trotted closer, and one of the aliens leisurely raised a pointed finger in her direction. But both the creatures turned their heads in a new direction when a large shape came flying over the edge of the embankment. The battered Saudi army truck soared through the air and landed on top of the aliens and their chariot with a loud, splintering crack. The people inside the truck were thrown forward like a collection of rag dolls. But none was seriously injured, and they came staggering outside to inspect the damage. The aliens, their exoskeleton armor, and their transport had all been mashed into an indistinguishable pulp. A few of the chariot's stick legs continued to twitch weakly as the smell of ammonia wafted into the air. Reg jogged down the wadi to where Fadila was holding her badly shaken father. When he got there, she stood up and threw her arms around him and squeezed him tightly, burying her face in his chest. When Mr. Yamani saw this, he snapped out of his teary-eyed stupor, stood up and moved toward them. Reg assumed the old man was angry when he was only grateful. He threw his arms around the both of them and held them while he cried. As the others inspected the bodies under the truck, Miriam warned everyone that the aliens could attack without touching. But that didn't stop Ty from climbing halfway under the truck when he noticed something moving. He was, after all, a mechanic. "Somebody come and have a look at this," he yelled. When the others came around to where he was, all they could see were his long legs lying in the sand. "Down here, look at this." They squatted and saw him only inches away from an undamaged bony hand. There were 4 spiky gray fingers opening and closing very slowly. "Don't touch it," Miriam screamed at him. "It's still alive. Do I look insane? Of course I'm not going to touch it. But look at this gizmo on the hand. It's some kind of light display." He pointed to an amber-colored circular disc set into the back of his hand. It was blinking out a message or a picture, he couldn't tell which, composed of tiny diamond shapes. Miriam wasn't much concerned with his discovery. She understood the danger he was in, so she ducked underneath the foul-smelling truck and pumped a few slugs into the broken chest of the armor, making sure the little one inside was dead. "Okay, I think you killed it," Ty called. The blinking stopped. He pried the disc out of the bone with a pocket knife and brought it out into the sunlight wrapped in a handkerchief. The lop of it was like a thin sheet of amber-colored glass. It wasn't glass, though, because there were veins running through it. When he flipped it over, Miriam recognized the coppery material lining the bottom. It was the same substance she'd seen on the doors in the bowels of the destroyer. She suggested showing it to Reg. Yossi lit a cigarette and blew the smoke at Edward as he walked past. "You still think I drive like your grandmother? No, you proved me wrong. You're a very fine driver," said H.E. Palestinian as he reached into the breast pocket of Yossi's shirt, took the last cigarette out of the pack and lit it. "Probably you could have done even better if it was Jews inside the cars, instead of a worthless bunch of Arabs." He wadded up the empty package and tossed it at Yossi's feet. No one was quite sure which direction they should go from there, but everyone agreed it should be away from the downed alien destroyer. The Yamani's driver knew the area well and said there was an oasis town not far away. The truck was damaged but still operable. They found a place where it could be driven out of the wadi, then towed the limousine out as well. As they were preparing to drive away, a pair of men came walking toward them. Khalid, still in his handcuffs, and his jailer. They'd climbed out of their burning Mercedes seconds before it exploded. Mr. Yamani howled with joy at the sight of his son still alive. Fadila ran forward to greet him. When they came closer, Reg told the jailer to unlock Khalid's handcuffs, but he refused. The instructions of Commander Faisal were clear. He announced in an official tone of voice, "Khalid Yamani will be freed only when the wedding has been completed." The pilots exchanged glances with one another, and without a word being spoken, they fanned out to surround the man. They might have been enemies in the past, but they were slowly forging themselves into a coherent unit. The jailer became visibly nervous when he realized what he was up against. "Listen to me, little man." Miriam started toward him, ready to settle the matter in her less than delicate way when a big hand fell on her shoulder and arrested her progress. It was Ali. "Let me." He walked up to the guard and stood over him menacingly. "Do you know who I am? You are Ali Hassan." "That's right." He snatched away the jailer's keys and unshackled Khalid's hands. "I am Ali Hassan, and from now on I will fight with these people." Chapter 9. An Oasis Town. About noon, the freshly dented Rolls-Royce and the equally battered old truck came to the oasis town of Kalat Bukum. It was no more than a cluster of swaying green palm trees in the middle of an arid valley baking in the sun. From a distance, it looked an all-too-perfect mirage, except for the 20-story-tall steel radio tower that rose from the center of town. Under normal circumstances, it was a dusty village with 200 permanent residents. That day, there were almost 1,000 people within its limits, down from the 3,000 that had slept there the night before. You could walk from one end to the other in 10 minutes. Brightly painted shops and houses with crumbling mud plaster walls lined the road, standing shoulder to shoulder with the prefab commercial buildings built since the oil boom. On the eastern horizon stood the Assur Mountains, the great barrier between Kalat Bukum and the sea. The town's central square was an asphalt parking lot overgrown with weeds around the edges. The Saudi military had established a command post there, retreating into the shade of the nearest building, the post office, to escape the intense midday heat. Some of the soldiers had been on the plateau with the royal family and their guests when the ambush took place. As Reg and his crew were piling out of their truck, they were surrounded by children trying to sell them things. Yossi pushed them aside as he moved past on his way to the Saudi headquarters. The others did the same. The last ones out of the truck were Ty and Sutton. Sutton hesitated before wading into the mob of dirty children. He looked back and saw that Ty had taken out the amber medallion and was examining it for the umpteenth time. "Will you quit fiddling with that blasted thing and let's go?" He jumped to the ground, and the children immediately swarmed around him, showing him wristwatches and sunglasses for sale. They tugged on his clothing, shouting, "This very good, this very cheap." Sutton roared angrily at them to get away, and they shrank from him in fear. "For Pete's sake, man, they're just kids." Ty hopped out of the truck and waved hello. In a flash, the little salesmen were on him, pushing and shouting and shoving their wares into his face. "My name Muhammad," said the tallest boy. He had dark eyes and the wispy beginnings of a mustache. His skin was as dark as Remy's. He slid an Ami around Ty's waist. "I am your friend. You come with me the shop my cousin. Very good merchandise, very good price. I've got a friend named Muhammad. Did anyhow." "Sorry, boys," he announced. "I'm broke. Me no money." Of course, that wasn't quite true. He had a thick wad of Saudi riyals, the equivalent of 5,000 American dollars, stuffed into his undershorts. Even though the kids were pushy, Ty couldn't help feeling sorry for them. They were scrawny and dirty and looked like they didn't live anywhere in particular. One boy caught the tall Englishman's attention. All he had to sell were some old magazines. He opened one of them for Ty's inspection and held it toward his face. Just when they were letting Ty go his way, Sutton bolted back toward them and grabbed one of the oldest boys by the scruff of the neck, then shook him. "Sutton, what are you doing?" "You little sneak!" Sutton yelled at the kid, walking him roughly over to Ty. "Give it back to him." The boy, Muhammad, was terrified, crying and pleading with Sutton in Arabic. "You're scaring the hell out him, man. Let him go." "He's faking it," Sutton said. He shook the boy again and told him to quit crying or he'd call the Saudi soldiers over. "Thief get hand chop chop." Realizing Sutton wasn't going to fall for his act, Muhammad snapped out of it and straightened up. "I know, Thief. You dropped this one." He opened his hand and showed Ty the amber medallion he'd taken from Ty's pocket. "Well, that's interesting," Ty said, bending over to study the disc. "It's working again. Can I have my handkerchief, please?" "I know, take." When he began to protest, Sutton twisted the collar tighter around his throat. Muhammad pulled out the handkerchief and handed it over. Ty lifted the disc away from the boy's palm and it went blank again. He put it back down and it lit up again. "Isn't that queer?" Deciding it probably wasn't dangerous, he set it in his own palm. It worked again. He looked up at the pickpocket and smiled. "Thanks. I think you figured it out." Sutton turned him loose, but only after planting a hard kick in the seat of his pants. The boys all cursed them as they walked away to join the others' pilots. They found the rest of the squad standing around the village's post office, directly under the radio tower. Lookouts had climbed to the top of the 20-story structure to keep a watch for any unwanted visitors. The soldiers who had escaped from the ill-fated photo session at the crash site had a grim tale to tell. Nearly everyone had been killed. The aliens took a number of additional casualties, but the battle had been a one-sided rout. After surrounding them, the chariots had moved in and systematically hunted the humans down. There had been several cases of brain torture, an interrogation technique. Reg knew exactly what they were talking about, having suffered through it himself. The tanks had done almost no damage because the alien pulse blasts shorted out their electrical systems, and the Saudi Air Force couldn't get close enough to give effective air support. It was, in short, a slaughter. Ali and Khalid were given assault rifles, but the soldiers refused to issue weapons or ammunition to any non-Saudis. They did, however, introduce Khalid to the town's leading merchant, an old woman in a traditional Bedouin dress and a black cloth wrapped around her leathery brown face. When Khalid asked if she had any ammunition, she squinted at his weapon. "What is that?" she asked. "A Kalashnikov? I think I can help you. Do you have any money?" Remy took out the envelope he'd been handed during the ceremony and tossed it to Khalid. "By the store," he said. Khalid Yamani was used to handing out large sums of cash, not receiving them. He chuckled and said he'd bring Remy plenty of change, then started following the old woman toward her store. "Always go in groups," Miriam said. She pointed at Sutton and told him to go with Khalid. Sutton didn't appreciate her tone of voice. "Yes, sir," he said, and gave her a sarcastic salute before leaving. "Why did you bring that guy?" Yossi asked when Sutton was gone. "He is a pain in the ass. You noticed that too, eh?" After a while, the heat drove them toward the shade of the oasis's palm grove, where the temperature was 20 degrees cooler. As in many oasis towns, the actual springs at Kalat Bukum were buried under concrete and surrounded by barbed wire. The pools of dark water babbling beneath the trees were all man-made and supplied by underground pipe. There were picnic benches, trash cans, and brick ovens for family barbecues. Scores of refugees from the cities had taken up residence in this shady park, living mostly out of the backs of their cars. Some of them wandered over to speak with the multinational squad of pilots when the sound of automatic gunfire came from overhead. The men perched in the radio tower were firing at something and shouting to the soldiers standing in the square below. The white flashes of an alien pulse weapon tore through the air and smashed into the radio tower, sending the lookouts plummeting to their deaths. The civilians hit the deck as Reg and his crew ran back toward the square. The destructive pulse bursts were coming from inside a walled compound just across the town's only road. Reg found the ranking Saudi officer hiding in the bushes beside the post office. He and his men had already devised a plan to sway down the compound. Before Reg could talk to them, they took off, running in crouches. "Don't these bastards have anything better to do than follow us around?" Sutton asked, gesturing toward the alien hiding place. He and Khalid were back from their shopping spree and started passing out magazines full of cartridges. "We should follow them," Khalid said, watching the soldiers advance. They had reached the edge of the road without incident. Making it across was going to be another matter. When Miriam stood up to survey the situation, a pulse blast tore into the front wall of the post office, only inches from her head. It didn't seem to bother her much. She squatted and conferred with Reg. "It looks like there's only 2 of them over there. They like to start small," Reg said, "then rush in and hit you from all sides." She turned around and looked into the park-like oasis, thinking the same thing Reg was thinking. "If they get into these trees," she said, "they'll be able to drive us out into the open. We've got to split up and defend the perimeter." "You're right. 3 groups of 3. She pointed at Ty and Ollie. "You and you follow me." Then she turned and hurried along the wall, leading the group toward the rear of the post office building. From there, they headed off in different directions. Reg, Remy, and Khalid ended up together. They jogged through the trees, keeping alert for signs of danger. As they passed campsites, Khalid shouted to the people in Arabic, warning them of the possible danger. Reg stopped and took a long look around. "If you were an alien," he asked, "which way would you come?" "Wherever there's no people to shoot at me," Remy answered. Khalid disagreed. "They are hunters. They will go where they can kill." Through the trees they spotted the shell of a long, narrow, abandoned building. The doors, roof, and windows were all missing. It had become a temporary home to several families of refugees. There was laundry hanging on the bushes nearby and the smoke of a cooking fire, but otherwise no signs of life. "That's it," said Reg, and the 3 of them ran to reach the spot, splashing through a knee-deep pond that stood in their path. They could feel the presence of the enemy before they heard the moaning that came from inside the walls of the structure. "Look over there in the bushes," Remy said. 2 bodies, a man and a woman, lay flat on their backs with blood coming from their ears, eyes, and noses. Their eyes were wide open, as if the last thing they'd seen had surprised them. Reg heard a gasping, shuddering noise that sounded like someone being electrocuted. He led the way to the building, put his back against the wall, and edged toward an open window. Reg grabbed Khalid's arm and gave him a piece of advice. "Let's don't do anything crazy here. We've got to stay alive if we're going to kill them." He knew his friend sometimes couldn't distinguish between bravery and recklessness, but the warning fell on deaf ears. Khalid went straight to the window and looked inside. What he saw made him recoil in horror. One of the aliens was kneeling in a doorway with the tentacles of his biomechanical suit holding 3 separate victims pinned to the floor. There were 2 children and a woman, their bodies convulsing in pain as the alien interrogated them mentally. Khalid screamed at the thing and opened fire. He sent a sustained volley of gunfire in through the window. The creature reacted by shuffling backwards into the next room, dragging one of the children with it. Khalid leapt inside and ran to the doorway. A pulse blast sliced through it and exploded against the far wall, nearly taking Khalid's handsome face with it. The inside of the structure was a labyrinth of decayed walls and leaning doorways. By the time Reg and Remy climbed inside, the creature had retreated deeper into the building, dragging the child with it. Khalid bolted through the doorway into the next room and was immediately surrounded by pulse blasts. Despite the danger, Reg and Remy followed him in. Dodging the explosions, they followed the sounds of the alien through 2 more doorways. Khalid was about to step through the 3rd when Remy held him back. They listened. The sound of sporadic gunfire was coming from several places in the oasis. During the spaces of silence, they could hear the child's labored breathing on the other side of the nearest wall. Remy pointed into the next room. It was waiting for them. When Khalid peeked around the corner, there was a loud crunch. Then something flew out of the doorway. It was the child's body, a girl about 9 years old. She slid down a wall and landed in a broken heap. Reg thought Khalid would rush into the room, looking for revenge. Instead, he kept his cool. "There's a window behind him. You keep him busy, and I'll surprise him from outside." The men nodded as Khalid hurried back the way they'd come. Reg and Remy kept their weapons trained on the doorway as the harsh sun beat down on them through the open roof. Then Reg pulled Remy closer to the wall and pointed up. He could give the murderous invader something else to think about by firing a few shells over the top. But as Remy was boosting him up, Reg lost his sense of balance. A strange sensation moved through him, a sensation he recognized as the presence of an alien mind. As his Ethiopian comrade looked on in confusion, Reg sank to the floor, grimacing in anguish. The creature was reaching through the wall to infiltrate Reg's mind. A cramping pain shot through him, as if his body was a pincushion pierced by freezing cold needles. As quickly as it began, Reg knew there was only one way to make it stop. He had to tell everything he knew, had to open his memory to the intelligent presence inside him. And he did. At the alien's command, he conjured up the mental image of the post office and the Saudi soldiers trying to get across the road. Then he remembered something he'd never seen before. A view from inside the compound, looking out at the post office and the radio tower, and as fast as he could think it, he was identifying the directions the soldiers would come from. Then he was huddled in the bushes listening to Miriam say, 3 groups of 3, and running toward the back of the building and splitting up. The pain and the rapid series of images running through his mind confused him, made him feel the need to show the alien everything it wanted to see. And then he was showing himself, sending an image of him and Remy huddled at the base of the wall. And the third one, where is the third one? It wanted to know about Khalid. And, for the first time, Reg resisted the thing's power, tried to deny it, but the memory images were coming out of him in an unstoppable stream. He pictured Khalid running back through the tangle of walls toward the empty window frame. He tried to stop thinking, tried to take back control of his mind, desperate not to betray his friend, but found himself imagining Khalid running along the outside wall toward the alien's hiding place. Then he found a way to resist. With all the concentration he could muster, he steered his image of Khalid away from the wall and toward trees of the oasis. It was like guiding a dream while he was having it. To sustain his concentration, he made the image of Khalid start doing the first crazy things that came to mind. Khalid began to skip, then jumped into the air, grabbed the branch of a tree, and flipped himself impossibly high in the air like a gymnast. The alien mind flared with anger inside his own, realizing Reg wasn't cooperating. The painful seizure intensified, and the wordless question rang through him. Where is the third one? But Reg was learning quickly. In his imagination, Khalid was suddenly dressed in top hat and tails, dancing through the oasis like Fred Astaire in the old movie Reg had seen a week earlier. The pain began to subside as Reg began to understand how he could control the confrontation with the invisible presence. The idea occurred to him that he might even be able to turn the tables and attack his attacker. At that point, the alien presence quickly withdrew. A second later, the real Khalid leaned in a window and blasted away at the bio-armor until it collapsed, and the alien was torn to shreds. In another part of the oasis, Ty had injured himself twice before his team had spotted any of the invaders. First he cut his hand tripping over a garbage can, then twisted an ankle trying to run backwards. For his own safety, Miriam assigned him to stay where he was and guard the center of the oasis. Then she and Ali disappeared into a thicket of tall ferns and densely clustered palms. The twigs and dried leaves on the ground crunched under their boots as they prowled forward, glancing at one another through the vegetation. The pair of them were about as different as two people could possibly be, but they shared soldiering skills in common and were able to move ahead efficiently and quietly, coordinating their movements with subtle gestures and facial expressions. Miriam froze in mid-stride when she heard Ali tap his finger against the side of his assault rifle. He had seen something. She followed his gaze until she saw it, too. Far ahead, one of the tentacled gray giants was coming toward them. It was following a trickling stream of runoff water into the oasis. Speaking only with his hands, Ali suggested they put themselves in the predator's path and lie in wait. Miriam agreed and followed him toward a little clearing where the water ran close to a set of picnic tables. After selecting their hiding places, they settled in to wait. Between occasional bursts of gunfire coming from the battle near the post office, they could hear it rustling closer. Ali couldn't see it from where he was, so he relied on Miriam to monitor the thing's progress. She was hiding behind a tree and pecked around it every so often, then nodded in his direction. Then she looked around the oasis as if she were just realizing where she was. She shook her head and smiled at the absurdity of the situation. Ali smiled back at her, agreeing wholeheartedly. Silently, she asked if he was scared. He looked back at her with an expression that said of course not. But a moment later he changed his mind and nodded that yes, he was terrified, in fact. They both smiled again until Miriam realized the rustling had stopped. She peeked out and saw something repulsive. The creature had stopped and lowered itself into a squatting position over the water. The large skull thorax opened slowly, like the halves of a clamshell, to reveal the smaller body tucked inside under a layer of clear gelatin. It was an indistinct mass of tissue except for the bulging eyes. They stood out like a pair of polished silver goose eggs. Ali snapped his fingers to get Miriam's attention, but she waved him off without looking away from the gruesome sight. The alien lifted itself partially out of the body cavity and reached down to the water with its two-fingered hands. Although it made no attempt to scoop the water up or lower its mouthless face to the surface, it appeared to be drinking, absorbing the water through its skin. Miriam put her fingers to her lips, slid away from her tree, and began snaking silently closer. To get the shot she needed, she had to get down into the streambed away from intervening obstacles. She would be vulnerable away from cover, but she wanted to pick the enemy off with one shot rather than risk a prolonged firefight. She crawled forward on her stomach until there was nothing between her and her target. Before she could kill it, the sound of an automatic weapon erupted in another part of the oasis. The alien darted back into its burrow and the bio-armor snapped closed. It started marching forward, fast. Miriam had nowhere to run. Ali reacted quickly when he saw she was trapped. "Here I am," he cried. He stood up and showed himself in the clearing, waving his arms. He taunted the creature with choice Arab-style insults. "Come get me, you son of a jackal. Come close so I can spit in your mouth." A 12-inch-long finger pointed at him, and a pulse blast sizzled between the trees, exploding into the picnic table beside Ali, tearing it to pieces. Running in a crouch, he got out of the clearing and into the trees, where he figured he was safe. "You missed me, you scab on a monkey's ass." Miriam bolted out of the streambed and ran for the nearest cover. She ducked behind a thick palm just as a white flash ripped into the other side of the trunk and broke the tree in half, crashed down, pinning her to the ground. Ali made it over to her and tried to lift the tree away. "Get me out of here." She winced. "I will," he said. Then he slipped out of view. "Ali, don't leave me here, you bastard." The exoskeleton's head was in sight, bobbing above the Vegeta lion as it moved steadily forward. Miriam didn't have a clear line, but she took aim the best she could and began to blast away. Ali hurried back with a thick plank of wood from the ruined picnic table and wedged it under the fallen trunk for leverage. The powerfully built soldier lifted the tree away as Miriam continued to fire. The alien was almost on top of them. Its shell was cracking under the barrage of Miriam's bullets, but not giving way. It was too late to run. The creature stepped out of the streambed and pointed its curving spike of a finger down at Miriam. Before it could fire, a series of gun blasts came from a new direction and hit the side of the shell. This distracted the creature just long enough for Ali to swing the wooden plank. With a loud cracking noise, the alien's hand broke off and hit the ground. Squealing in pain, the alien sent a tentacle forward to impale Ali, but he dodged it and jabbed the end of the plank into the thing's face. The shell wall collapsed, and when he pulled the wood away, Miriam pumped bullets into the opening he had created. The 8-foot-tall body wilted into a heap on the ground. Miriam and Ali breathed a sigh of relief, then looked to see where the mysterious salvo of shots had come from. Ty jogged up to them and looked down at the dead alien. "There's got to be a better way of killing these things," he said. In another area of the oasis town, Yossi, Sutton, and Edward were about to discover a better way. The three of them were pinned down behind a low stone wall, with bullets whizzing over their heads in one direction and alien pulse blasts going in the other. The land was higher at one end of the oasis, ending in a set of hills. The slope had been graded into a series of terraces, 3-foot-tall walls made of stone. A large group of Saudi civilians, members of the same clan, had been living there since the invasion started. When they heard the shooting begin, they grabbed their weapons and rushed out to the stone walls, using them as barricades. They opened fire when a pair of tentacled killers came marching down the slope. When the Brit, the Palestinian, and the Israeli rushed up the slope to help them, a second pair of aliens appeared at the top of the hill and began blasting away. After slaughtering the defenders near the top, the aliens began picking off humans one at a time with their pulse weapons. The members of the clan hid themselves at the base of the slope, doing their best to keep the alien invaders at bay. But their numbers were dwindling quickly. The day before, in the air, the pulse blasts coming from the alien attack planes had been only marginally accurate, connecting with their targets about 10% of the time. But in their bio-armor, the aliens were much more lethal. Every 30 seconds, it seemed, the humans sustained another casualty, especially those trapped on the terraced hillside. The pulses couldn't reach them behind the walls, but almost everyone who broke into the open and dashed for the bottom of the hill was picked off. Edward was desperate to get off the hill. "We've got to create a diversion and get down into the trees." "Go ahead," Yossi sneered. "You'll never make it. We've got to wait for them to come to us. We're dead. We're definitely dead," Sutton moaned. A couple of kids bolted into the open, running together. While everyone else was trying to get off the slope, these two came out of the trees and started advancing up the hill. The sound of clanking bottles came from the cardboard box they carried between them. They crouched a little as they ran, but otherwise failed to appreciate the danger they were in. "I don't believe it," Sutton said. "Those are two of the little punks who pickpocket Ty. What are they doing?" "Sounds like they've got bottles," the Englishman said. "Maybe they're going to try selling us some sodas." The men cringed as they watched the boys zigzag their way up the hill, waiting for the inevitable flash of the alien weapons that would tear their bodies apart. But somehow, miraculously, they made it all the way up and joined the others behind the wall. "What the hell are you doing?" "We killed them," said the younger boy. "We have many bombs we make," announced Muhammad. He tipped the box and showed them what was inside. Bottles tilled with gasoline. Rags had been stuffed into the openings to act as wicks. Muhammad pulled out an engraved silver lighter and pretended to light the gas-soaked rag, then pantomimed tin-owing the bottle at his young friend, who summed up their strategy in 3 words. "I am Boom." "Yes, we know. Molotov cocktails," Sutton said, shaking his head sadly. "The problem is that these creatures are wearing armor. Itayari protected. We need bazookas, not these rinky-dink little bottle bombs." The boys didn't understand a word he'd said. "I am Boom," repeated the younger boy. "How much?" Sutton asked sardonically, assuming the boys were there to make a sale. "Very good merchandise, very good price," Muhammad said with a grin. "For you, my friend, price is free." He offered one of the homemade weapons to Sutton, who refused it. "I'll stick to bullets, thank you." "They're coming," Yossi announced. The others peeked over the top of the wall and saw the 4 exoskeletons moving closer, one terrace at a time, peppering the area with pulse blasts as they T-aim. When they noticed the human heads peeking over the top of the wall, they changed direction, moving in for a quick kill before continuing down into the trees. The younger boy lit a bottle, stood up, and threw it as hard as he could. Rather than duck back down, he watched its flight through the air. Before it hit anything, he was dead. A pulse blast hit him square in the solar plexus and knocked him 20 paces down the slope. The alien energy bursts caused different kinds of damage depending on the material they interacted with. They twisted the heavy steel girders of the radio tower out of shape, but didn't explode human flesh. The boy's body was smashed, blackened, and bloody, but still in one piece. Muhammad's first reaction was to run to his friend, but Sutton pulled him back and pinned him against the wall, holding him there until he stopped struggling. An angry roar of gunshots came out of the trees, but the aliens continued to advance. Yossi lit one of the gasoline-soaked wicks, sneaked a quick look over the wall, then threw as best he could, grenade style, protecting himself from the counterfire. The bottle landed without exploding. "That was terrible," Edward said. "You throw like my grandmother. You think you can do better?" He handed over a lit Molotov cocktail. "Show me." Edward measured the weight of the bottle in his hand before setting it aside and picking up a heavy stone. "I know you Palestinians like to throw rocks," Yossi said. "But these guys aren't Jewish soldiers with rubber bullets. Just watch," Edward said. He lobbed the heavy stone high into the air in the direction of the aliens. As it reached the top of its arc, he stood up and tomahawked the bottle 35 feet on a straight line. As he hoped, the aliens were distracted by stone falling toward them. The bottle shattered against the blunt bone face of the closest creature and spread fire over the surface of the bioarmor. Edward ducked behind the wall again before a single pulse blast was fired. Behind the wall, the men heard squealing and thrashing. They peeked over the edge and saw the creature staggering around, swatting at the flames with its tentacles. The walls of the big skull thorax shell opened, and the fragile, skinny creature riding inside jumped out of the suit. Before it could scramble into the nearest bushes, a barrage of bullets came from the trees at the base of the slope and ripped it to shreds. "Incredible! It worked!" Sutton shouted. He patted Muhammad on the shoulder. "He went boom." "Don't be too happy," Edward cautioned. "There are 3 more, and they're coming this way." Sutton stole a glance over the wall and realized he was right. "Don't these things learn?" "Let's hope not," Edward said. Then he turned to Yossi, who was staring at him, impressed, and explained his skill with Molotov cocktails. "I got some practice during the Intifada." The Israeli lit a couple more of the wicks. "This time, I won't throw like your grandmother. I'll pretend I'm throwing at Yasser Arafat." The attack continued. The aliens followed their strategy of trying to surround the soldiers, but it wasn't enough. The men spread out and torched the creatures wherever they tried to cross the wall. Half an hour later, all the aliens in Kalat Bukum were dead. Those who had defended the oasis gathered near the post office, comparing notes and carrying the wounded to an infirmary at the end of town. Despite their victory and the fact that they'd found a reliable way of killing the invaders, there was only a guarded optimism. The officer in charge of the Saudi forces, fearing another sneak attack, sent dozens of men to stand sentry duty around the perimeter of the oasis. In the strategy session that ensued, much of the discussion centered on acquiring the right weapons flamethrowers. The Saudis had them, of course, but not many. None of the men milling around the center of town had ever trained with one. Locating them and getting them to where they were needed was going to take time. Reg went to the Rolls-Royce and found Mr. Yamani exactly where he'd been since they arrived in Kalat Bukum an hour before. He was curled up on the back seat with his arms wrapped around his head. Reg ducked inside to try and reassure the old man that he was safe, at least for the time being, but couldn't get a response out of him. He was trembling and mumbling to himself in Arabic. Khalid came up behind Reg and was angry that Fadila had left her father in such a state. Someone told them she had gone to the infirmary, and Reg volunteered to go and look for her. He walked down the road to the edge of town until he found the building. It was a dilapidated doctor's office that was ill-equipped to handle the dozens of injuries sustained during the battle. He found the doctor in charge, a man who wore slacks and a silk shirt instead of the more traditional Saudi garments. He spoke English with a Scottish accent. She said her father was uncontrollably nervous and wanted something to calm him down. I kicked her out and told her not to come back until she was decently covered. Then he looked Reg over disapprovingly. "Why do you want to find her?" Reg didn't answer the man, just turned and left. As soon as he was on the street again, he saw the old truck coming in his direction. Miriam and Remy were riding up front with Ali, who was driving. "Hurry up and get in," Miriam said. "We're going to a place where we can get some weapons." "What's the big hurry?" Reg asked, glancing toward the center of town. A large convoy of military vehicles had begun to arrive. "It's Faisal. He has taken Khalid prisoner again, and he's looking for you. Get in." There didn't seem to be much choice, so Reg jumped in the rear compartment and watched the oasis town slowly recede from view. When he finally sat down, he noticed there was a man he didn't recognize riding along with them. It was a Saudi soldier with his keffiyeh pushed down to cover his face. There was something oddly fragile about the soldier, and when he finally looked up and smiled, Reg saw that it wasn't a man after all. It was Fadila. Chapter 10. Ugly Weapons. As they motored east along a lonely stretch of highway, the only traffic they encountered was a convoy of military jeeps heading in the opposite direction and a Saudi army helicopter that buzzed up behind them before shooting ahead. It was about 3 in the afternoon, and the sun was at its most punishing. In the back of the truck, the breeze kept skin temperatures down, but the metal floor and walls were hot to the touch. Ty hardly noticed. He had spread some rags on the floor near the tailgate and was busy examining his growing collection of alien biohardware. In the aftermath of the battle, he'd dislodged 2 more medallions from the backs of alien hands. But his concentration was centered on the examination of something that looked like a slightly waped piece of half-inch pipe. It was one of the pulse weapons. Using a heavy stone, he'd broken open an exoskeleton forearm and dug the thing out. It lay just below the shell, nestled in the ropey white meat. Although it was the color and consistency of tooth enamel, the tube had soft flanges attached to its sides. He had found them wrapped around the muscles in the arm, and they had to be peeled away one by one before the weapon could be lifted out of its resting place. These flanges were about 3 inches long and 1 inch wide. They were flat and resembled the rubbery leaves of seaweed, but were the color of copper and composed of the same material found on the backs of the medallions. The pulse weapon looked more like a skinny prehistoric fish than any kind of gun he'd ever seen. It was hollow and open at the end where the ball of condensed energy was expelled. The other end was swollen and green, the same shade of green he'd seen flying along the underside of the city destroyer. The same green, Reg told him, as the crystalline pillars growing in the bowels of the ship. "That thing is disgusting," Sutton told him. "Don't touch it. It's probably full of germs." "I wiped it off," Ty said. "It's not like it's rotting meat or anything. It's some kind of machine." The other passengers had a hard time buying that. It didn't look like a machine. "I don't like it," Edward said. "Remember when the Americans brought back rocks from Mars? The newspapers talked about the danger of germs or bacteria that we can't defend against. And that was only rocks. This thing came out of a body." For once Yossi agreed with something Edward had to say. "I think we should get rid of it. Could be poison. Why take the risk?" "If it's true," Fadila said, "that the aliens have some strange diseases, it's already too late. Thousands of people throughout the country must have already been exposed to them, and we don't even know about the rest of the world." The debate ended when Ty reached down and picked the thing up with his bare hand. The coppery flanges came to life and wrapped themselves around his arm, strapping the machine to his forearm. Startled by the rapid movement, the others recoiled, but Ty was more fascinated than afraid. He lifted his forearm close to his face and examined it closely before turning to the others. "I think it likes me. See if you can make it fire," Reg said. Since there was nothing that looked like a trigger, Ty did as he'd seen the aliens do. He pointed his arm out the back of the truck and extended his finger. Nothing happened. He picked up one of the medallions and touched the coppery side to various parts of the device. He peeled it off and allowed it to reattach to his other arm. He flexed his muscles and shouted, "Fire!" but couldn't get the weapon to work. He turned to the others and shrugged. "Maybe you have to be 8 feet tall and really, really ugly for it to work." "If that's the case," Sutton joked, "you are best candidate." "Let me try it," Reg said, moving closer and reaching for the device. Ty pulled away, not ready to relinquish control of the object. "This one's mine. You'll have to go out and find your own." He was only half kidding. Reg explained his theory that the way to trigger the firing mechanism might involve some sort of telepathy or mental suggestion. "I've been thinking about these suits of armor they wear. How do they control them? It can't be that the suits are imitating the movements of the little guy operating them. For one thing, there's no room to move inside those chest cavities. And besides, the aliens don't have tentacles, but their suits do. It might be a simple matter of willing it to work. Let me see it for a minute." Again, Ty pulled it away from Reg. "I've got plenty of mental control. I'll try it." He raised his arm and pointed his finger, his time with more ceremony. Speaking like a medium conducting a seance, he said, "I command you to fire a pulse blast." I am visualizing a pulse blast firing out of you. I command you to fire." He was perfectly sincere, but some of the others began laughing at him. "Oh, Fertra's sake, man. Give me that thing." Fadila spoke on Reg's behalf. "Michael, let Reg try it. He has been inside their minds twice already. Perhaps he can make it work." Sutton was enjoying the show. "Do you have any idea how ridiculous you people look? May I remind you that this thing is from another galaxy, designed by an intelligence we don't understand." "Oh, go ahead," Ty said, holding his arm out so Reg could peel the rubbery flippers away from his skin. The instant Reg's fingertips came into contact with the device, there was a blinding flash. An energy pulse sailed into the sky for a mile or so before dissipating. "Okay, you win." Ty peeled the tube off his arm, set it on the floor of the truck, and pushed it toward Reg. "Whatever you got from those aliens, it works." Reg held the thing over his arm and allowed it to cling to him. His sweat quickly collected in pools under the flippers, which clung to his arm like clammy leaves. He willed the device to fire again, but had no more luck than Ty. He continued fiddling with the strange device until Fadila finally solved the riddle. She moved down to the end of the truck and told Reg to point the gun down at the shoulder of the road rushing away behind them. Then she touched the tip of her finger to one of the coppery flippers and, a second later, a pulse ripped out of the gun and exploded in the dirt. "Now I'm over there at those rocks," she said. And again the gun went off a second after she touched it. The pulse flew in the direction of the rock formation he'd pointed at, but didn't connect. After some experimentation, the operating principles of the weapon became clear to them. Getting the weapon to fire required 2 or more people making contact with it and mentally commanding it to send out a pulse. Aiming it was just as easy. If both shooters agreed where they wanted the pulse to go, it went there. It was an awesome weapon. Lightweight, powerful, accurate, and didn't seem to need reloading. By force of will alone, it could be made to deliver 1 pulse per second. The team began to have fun with it, imagining they were blasting away at tentacled exoskeletons. They passed it around and everyone learned to use it. Everyone except Sutton. He was waiting to be asked, but the invitation never came. Eventually, he moved toward the cab of the truck and pretended to take a nap. "It makes sense," Reg said. "They think together as one mind. But we're all separate. This little gizmo seems to need the go-ahead from more than one mind before it will fire. They must have built that function in, designed it that way. If we could build guns that worked the same way, it would solve a lot of our problems in the world," Edward mused. "If it always took more than one person to squeeze a trigger, we'd have less violence, especially killings. There would be no more lone gunmen going on killing sprees." "Can you describe what it's like?" Yossi asked Reg. "What is IH's telepathic interrogation they do?" "You mean the mind lock?" Reg asked. "Yeah. What does it feel like? And how did you know there was more than one mind?" Reg wasn't sure he could describe the sensation. He tried. At first he fumbled for the words, but then started talking more freely. He was still telling them about it when the truck pulled off the road and approached the gates of an isolated military facility. Ali got out of the truck and talked to the soldiers in the guardhouse for several minutes before he convinced them to roll the gates open and allow the truck to pass. They drove into what looked at first to be an ordinary Saudi military base. Jeeps, trucks, Quonset hut military barracks, and a few hangars alongside a poorly maintained landing strip. Almost at once, the international crew realized something was amiss. The base was large enough to require several hundred personnel. But even in the middle of the afternoon, there was not a single person outside. The tires on the jeeps and trucks were flat, as if they hadn't been moved for a long time. The curtains and blinds were all drawn. None of the buildings seemed to have any air conditioning units. Obviously, the entire base was some sort of decoy. They asked Ali about it, but he waved them off, telling Ayam he didn't know anything about the place. Farther on, they came into a well-tended part of the facility and were surprised to see a series of greenhouses surrounding a large one-story building. A sign in front identified it as the Al Sayed Agricultural Research Facility. The helicopter that had passed them earlier was parked on a patch of lawn between the greenhouses and the main building. The pilot of the craft saluted them as they drove past. Don't you think that's a little odd? Reg asked. There's not a farm within 100 miles of here. No one knew quite what to make of the place, but they all had other issues on their minds. Maybe they want to make their desert bloom, Yossi suggested, and they left it at that. Ollie drove past the last set of buildings to the end of the paved road and headed out onto a dusty, rutted trail that took them into a field of weeds and tall bushes. When they'd driven half a mile, he stopped the truck and turned off the engine. This is it, he announced to his bewildered passengers. He left the trail and walked toward a dense clump of thorny bushes, which he kicked aside to clear a path. At the center of the weed patch, they found themselves standing on a slab of concrete. Ollie stomped on the ground with his boot until he heard a hollow sound. He then brushed away a layer of sand and dirt to reveal an iron door. Further searching led him to an electric switch box. He flipped it open and entered a sequence of numbers on the keypad hidden inside. There was a sharp click when the door unlocked automatically. I thought you didn't know anything about this place, Reg said. Ollie shrugged. I lied. He lifted the door and led the way down a set of stairs. The bunker was roughly the size of a basement for a house that was never built above. Its concrete walls were lined with steel shelving stocked with cardboard and metal boxes. Everything was coated in a layer of fine dust. When they wiped away the dust and read the packing labels, Edward and Ollie were disappointed with what they saw. What does it say? Miriam asked. Gas masks, Edward told her. Nothing but gas masks. There were also rubber suits, medical supplies, and oxygen canisters, things you'd need in the event of chemical warfare. Ollie was unfazed. He said they should keep looking, that there were flamethrowers down there somewhere. Eventually, he found what he was looking for. A pair of antique flamethrowers that looked like thick-barreled field guns from World War I. He carried them out into the light and laid them on the ground. We came all the way out here for these? Ty asked. I'll be surprised if they still work. They work? Ollie assured him, lifting several canisters of fuel out of the bunker. The Cyrillic lettering stenciled onto the tanks indicated that they had come from the former Soviet Union. Ollie also found a pair of rotting leather harnesses that allowed the tanks to be strapped to the back of the soldiers using the weapons. Edward volunteered to act as the guinea pig and test them. After connecting a tank to a flamethrower, he strapped the equipment on and lit the small pilot light at the tip of the gun. Then he pointed it out into the sand and squeezed the trigger. A roaring gush of flame spewed out and shot more than 100 feet through the air. Alarmed, Edward quickly released the trigger, but the flame continued to flare out of the gun until the canister was empty. When it was finished, there was a trail of fire burning on the desert floor. It still works, Edward observed. A few minutes later, as they were loading their supplies into the truck, they heard the sound of gunfire in the distance. It came from the agricultural facility. The team quickly piled into the truck and raced toward the greenhouses to see what was going on. They were still a mile away when they saw the helicopter parked on the lawn explode under the impact of an alien pulse weapon. Whoa! Stop the truck! Ollie had the accelerator jammed down on the floor. The engine screamed in second gear before he shifted into third and raced forward. He gave every indication that he was going to drive right up to the front doors, whether the aliens were there or not. The passengers yelled at him to slow down, that he was going to get them all killed. Through the dingy glass of the greenhouses that surrounded the research building, they could see the movement of large shapes, aliens in their biomechanical armor. The only person the driver would listen to was Miriam. She directed him to steer a course between two of the greenhouses and then to stop along a blank wall on the main building. Everyone grabbed weapons and jumped out of the truck, taking cover behind it. Miriam whispered some orders to Yossi in Hebrew. He took off running, following the wall until he got to the corner of the building and peered around it. What the hell are we doing? Sutton asked nervously. This place looks like a plant nursery. Let them take it. Yossi looked back and flashed a signal to Miriam. He sees them, she told the others. Stay close behind me. We're going in. Like hell we are. The other soldiers glanced behind them at Sutton. I'm staying right here, the stupid chasing them inside. Better to bum the place down and kill them as they come out. His idea would have carried more weight if not for the sound of gunshots coming from the interior of the building. Someone was in there defending the place, and, from the sound of things, needed help fast. Miriam didn't stay to argue. She pointed a finger at Ty. You stay here with him." Then she hurried forward, scanning the area with her assault rifle, to join Yossi. Reg told Fadila to stay behind and keep an eye on his mates, but she ignored him. Gripping her rifle clumsily, she chased after the others. By the time she and Reg reached the corner, both Israelis were advancing along the wall of one of the greenhouses. They stopped and waved the others forward. When the group assembled, they were near the mined helicopter. Miriam signaled for silence, then pointed through the smudged glass of the greenhouse at an armored alien standing on the other side, its tentacles waving idly in the air as it kept watch over the building's entrance. 2 of the many-legged chariots stood beside him. "I'll take care of this one," Edward said, prowling forward with the flamethrower. Once he reached the comber of the greenhouse, he would be able to torch the alien in the back. Ali grabbed him by the arm and said not to use the flamethrower, that they couldn't risk setting fire to the building. "Why?" Edward asked. "What's inside the building?" The muscular Saudi captain declined to say, but obviously had his reasons. He led Edward back around the greenhouse to a safer angle. The alien sentry noticed them too late. Another roaring jet of fire spit from the barrel of the antique weapon, overwhelming the creature and one of the chariots. Within seconds, the exoskeleton toppled over and split open. The goose-lathered creature inside climbed out and tried to run. Remy killed it with a single shot. "Let's move." Miriam waved the others toward the building, and they darted for the open doors. The team ran up the steps and hustled inside. Edward and Ali, coming from a different angle, were a few steps behind the others. As they reached the bottom step, gun blasts sounded from inside, and the team came scrambling back through the entrance with an alien warrior right behind them. As they scattered in all directions, the skeletal figure lifted its powerful arm and took aim with its bony finger. Edward, standing only 10 feet away, closed his eyes and squeezed down on the handgrip of his flamethrower. When the canister was empty, the huge gray skeleton came crashing out of the fire and tumbled down the stairs. When the sides of the great shell head retracted and the delicately built creature within fell squirming and screeching to the ground, Yossi put a bullet into its head. "We must go inside," Ali yelled. We cannot let what is inside burn. It is very dangerous." Edward's flamethrower had set the building on fire. "Tell us what is inside," Miriam demanded. The captain hesitated, but finally blurted out the truth. "Biological weapons, chemical weapons. I don't know, but they are very dangerous, very dangerous. We must not let them escape into the air." "Biological weapons?" Miriam yelled. "Why do you have such filthy things? It is illegal." "There is no time to argue," Ali told her. "We must not let these weapons be captured." Afraid of what might happen if he waited a moment longer, Ali rushed up the stairs and plunged through the fire-engulfed entrance room. The others followed him in. Stumbling and groping their way through the flames, they broke, though, into an adjoining hallway. With Ali and Miriam in the lead, they began moving through the building, throwing open the first few doors they found. Behind the doors were private offices crowded with bookshelves and tables full of blueprints. "Let's go. We've got to hurry," Miriam yelled. She turned a comber in the hallway without checking first and took a pulse blast in the face. She flew backwards, slamming against the opposite wall. A second later, 2 aliens came screeching around the corner. The one in front was squeezing off pulse blasts to clear the way while the one behind him carried a silver box in his arms. Reg opened one of the office doors and pulled Fadila inside. Those who couldn't get out of the hallway rolled into the comers. They fired their weapons as the huge creatures trotted past them, but the aliens, seeing the fire ahead, ignored them. Afraid of the fire, the lead alien lowered its shoulder and crashed through one of the office doors. The other one followed him inside, and, a second later, there was a crash of breaking glass. They had escaped through one of the windows. "They're getting away," Edward yelled, chasing into the office after them. When he reached the window frame, He took aim at the fleeing figures and prepared to blast them with liquid fire. Ali rushed in, grabbed the barrel of the flamethrower, and pointed it at the ceiling. "Don't do it," he said in Arabic. "You'll kill all of us." In one motion, the creatures threw themselves into their chariot and began to race away. There was no possibility of catching them. "Come," Ali said. "We have to hurry." He pulled Edward back into the hallway, and they moved to where Fadila and Remy were examining Miriam. The pulse blast had turned her head into a blackened gourd with a few ringlet curls still hanging off the back. "She's dead," Ali said sadly. "But we have to keep moving." He led the way down the twisting hallway, staying a few steps ahead of the others. They came to a set of glass security doors that required an electronic key. They'd been rammed open just wide enough to allow an 8-foot-tall body with a flaring head shell to slip between them. Ali raced through and into the next room, which was a laboratory full of sophisticated equipment arranged into several workstations. The bright white walls were splattered with blood. For mangled bodies, men in lab coats, lay sprawled on the floor. Ali stepped over them and went to a steel door that looked like a walk-in safe. He got into position, then gave Yossi the nod to tear the door open. When he did, smoky wisps of chilled air floated out. The door led to another room, a refrigerated laboratory. Overturned tables and broken glass were strewn on the floor. Ali inched, roughed the doorway. Yossi, close on his heels, scanned the frosty interior with the barrel of his assault rifle and halted when he saw something move. Ali stopped short when he felt Yossi's hand on his back. Without a word, Yossi reached past him and pointed toward the danger. Hiding in the comber, behind a set of rolling shelves, something twitched about 3 feet above the floor. To Ali it looked like the end of a tentacle, but as he moved closer and leveled his weapon, he saw that it was a human hand. A man in a white lab coat was cowering in the corner, arms wrapped around his head. He was shaking with fear and with cold. He screamed when he heard the footsteps and tried to burrow deeper into the comber. When they lifted him to his feet, there were trickles of blood coming from both nostrils, and the whites of his eyes had gone bright red. Ali picked him up and dragged him out of the cold room into the main laboratory. "Where are the chemicals? We have to get them out of here." The man looked at Ali blankly, then turned and stared around him at the blood-stained walls and the bodies on the floor. He didn't seem to recognize where he was, but his eyes focused when he noticed Edward's uniform. He snapped out of his daze and smiled weakly at the man with the flamethrower. "You're Jordanian?" "Me too," he said in Arabic, then immediately burst into tears. "Where are the weapons?" Ali insisted. "Where are the chemicals?" The man ignored the question, sinking to his knees and apologizing desperately to Edward in Arabic. Ali reached down and shook him. "The building is on fire," he shouted. "Where are the chemicals?" The man continued to whimper as if he were begging for forgiveness. Reg got to his knees so he could talk to the man face to face. "It was inside you, wasn't it? Inside your head, hurting you and demanding to know things. And you told it everything it wanted to know so the pain would go away." The man's eyes opened wide in a new kind of terror, but Reg quickly moved to put him at ease. "They did the same thing to me. They're doing it to a lot of people. There's no reason to be ashamed. But right now the building is on fire, and you have chemical weapons in here. Where are they?" "Not chemical," the man said softly. "Biological. We culture biological weapons, and they're gone. They took everything. We were evacuating and had packed everything we didn't destroy. There is a helicopter waiting outside." "So there's nothing left?" "Nothing," the man said. "The alien monsters took everything that was still here." When Reg was convinced the building was clear of bioweapons, he picked the man up. "Is there another way out of here?" The scientist was unsteady on his feet but walked under his own power to a side exit and led them outside. He sat down against one of the greenhouses while Ali went back inside to retrieve Miriam's body. He carried her out on his shoulder and looked around for the best place to leave her. He decided on the greenhouse and carried her inside. Yossi found a shovel and dug a grave while the others talked to the scientist. Reg didn't know much about biological weapons. None of them did. He knew they were meant to take advantage of human susceptibility to disease, that they were universally despised and widely manufactured. He knew that they were unstable weapons, difficult to control once they had been deployed. What were you making in there? Too much, the scientist sobbed. I told the Saudis we were producing too much, that it was dangerous. He looked up at the pilots, hoping for sympathy, but found only impatient expressions. As he realized that they would force him to reveal the lab's secrets, his tone swung from apologetic to defensive. I want to say, first of all, that most of our work here does not involve biological warfare. I hear you, Reg said evenly. Go on. He said that the lab's research required the production of many infectious cultures including smallpox, encephalitis, cholera, typhoid, and influenza. But the two agents they harvested in the greatest quantities were the bacterium anthrax and Ebola, a virus. While insisting that the lab served only experimental purposes, the scientist explained how the two agents were mixed to weapons-grade strength and stored inside glass tubes. If released into the environment, the two substances would create a highly lethal one-two punch. Anthrax, he said, strikes quickly, manifests as bloody lesions on the skin, and is lethal in 50% of cases. Ebola, the scientist explained, takes slightly longer, but kills 90% of the time. Within days, it would bring on high fever and internal hemorrhaging. In the final stages of death, the carrier would thrash about, spilling contaminated blood. The infection had the potential of spreading widely before symptoms could arise. And you created these things? Fadila asked. The scientist didn't answer. Edward spit in the dirt where the man was sitting. Can the aliens use them? Reg asked. Aren't they hard to deploy? I'm sorry. They know to use them. I told them several different ways. They forced me to tell them. What's the most efficient way to use them? Ty asked. Assuming, of course, that you're bent on world domination and want to kill as many humans as you possibly can. The man was sure of his answer. In aerosol form during the early morning, so they can create droplets and spread along the ground, and best if sprayed from a high elevation over a population center. This stuff the aliens took. How many people could it kill? The scientist shrugged and said the question was impossible to answer. How many? Fadila insisted. Theoretically, several times the population of Earth. But realistically, only a few million. When she heard those words come out of his mouth, Fadila raised her rifle and almost shot him. Don't say only a few million. They were never meant to be used. How did they take the stuff? Reg asked. Did they just come in and raid the refrigerators? As I told you, we were preparing to leave, the scientist said. We had orders to relocate to the national facility in Riyadh. We had all the toxins packed for transport. Packed how? Padded containers, this big, he said, miming a 1-foot square box with his hands. With a handle. How many? 2. The other one went out this morning. So all they took was one container? Yes. Was it silver? Reg asked, remembering seeing it in the alien's arms. The scientist nodded and broke down in tears when they were finished questioning him. They left him sitting there and went inside the greenhouse, where they stood around in silence for a while, looking at the ground where they'd buried Miriam. Everyone in the room realized how serious the situation had become. Even though a mere fraction of the alien population had survived the downing of their ship, it was beginning to look as if they were still strong enough and smart enough to win the war on the ground. Not only had the aliens carefully researched the Earth's ability to defend itself before arriving, they were also capable of gathering sensitive information at will. Ty walked outside and studied the workings of the amber medallion until the others were ready to leave. Obviously, they had celebrated their victory prematurely. Chapter 11. A roadside encounter. The drive back toward the oasis was silent and slow. Despite the urgency of their errand warning the Saudi Air Force not to bomb the alien ship for fear of dispersing the biological weapons, they traveled along at only 30 miles an hour. The truck's engine was threatening to mutiny. The needle on the temperature gauge was in the red. The oil light was flashing and they were low on fuel. But there was another reason for their slow progress. Miriam's death had stunned all of them, made them feel that their efforts at resistance were doomed to failure. No one felt the loss more acutely than Ollie. The first time he'd met her, they had almost punched each other's lights out. But since then, he'd learned to admire and rely on her. It was late afternoon, and the sun was a bright orange ball hanging over the Assur Mountains, directly ahead of them. Ollie squinted as he drove, doing his best to steer wide of the places where tongues of sand had licked up onto the highway. For miles around, the terrain was a flat wasteland of sand and stony hillocks, with a few patches of withered scrub brush. 20 miles from Calat Bucum, they spotted a metallic glimmer in the distance. It was coming from the solar panels mounted on the roof of an isolated gas station they'd passed on the way out. The main building was a modern box of glass and steel that looked like it had fallen off the back of a truck headed for a more civilized part of the world. Ollie pulled into the station, planning to stop just long enough to fill the tank and let the engine cool. The station was open for business and attended by 2 older Saudi men who sat outside leaning against the wall of the convenience store. They were listening to loud, whining Arabic music and smoking tobacco from a hookah, a water pipe. Neither of the men gave any indication that the extraordinary events of the last 3 days had changed their lives in any way. When Ollie skidded to a halt at the pumps, one of them went inside to tend the store, while the other slipped his shoes on and sauntered over to pump the gas. Fadila was the first one out of the truck. She asked the attendant whether the station had a phone or a radio. Of course he had a phone, he answered, but it required a satellite uplink and hadn't been working since the trouble began. "We have information for the army at Calat Bucum," she said. "An important message." The man shrugged and pointed down the road. The only way to contact the army would be to go there in person. He didn't seem at all surprised to be conversing with a beautiful Saudi woman dressed in combat fatigues. Nor did he bat an eyelash when her traveling companions turned out to be 3 Brits, an Ethiopian, a Jordanian, an Israeli, and a powerfully built Saudi who was content to stay behind the wheel, looking crumpled and lost in contemplation. As he'd done 10,000 times before, the old man lifted the nozzle out of its cradle and began filling the gas tank while the passers-by stretched their legs and wandered inside the store. There wasn't much of anything on the shelves, and some of what there was looked as if it had been there for years. The pilots picked up everything that looked edible and as much bottled water as they could carry. Sutton was at the counter negotiating the price of dried dates. He picked up the entire display and set it down in front of the shopkeeper. "How much?" The man, who spoke not a word of English, calmly picked up a pencil and wrote the price on a slip of paper. When he pushed it across the counter, Sutton realized the Saudis didn't use Arabic numbers. Realizing he'd need help, he called Edward over, and a price was quickly established. "We must look pretty strange to you," Edward said to the old man in his own language. "I bet you don't get many groups like us." The man flicked his hand lazily through the air as if batting the question away. "You'd be surprised," he said. "If you stay in one spot long enough, eventually you see everything. Believe it or not, the whole world comes down this road, little by little." He gave the impression that nothing could surprise him, but his world-weary eyes widened slightly when the pilots began pulling huge amounts of cash from their envelopes to pay for their purchases. Yossi bought 2 packs of cigarettes and tossed one at Edward before heading outside and walking across the asphalt toward the bathrooms, which were in a separate building, closer to the road. A moment after the convenience store's door closed behind Yossi, it swung open again. Ty rushed inside, agitated and out of breath. "Look at this," he yelled, pushing his way up to the cash register. "I think I've found something." He had one of the amber medallions resting on the palm of his hand and put the other 2 on the counter. "Will you stop playing with those things?" Sutton said. "Has it ever occurred to you that you might be giving away our position every time you start fiddling with them? That's exactly what I want to show you. Take a look." As he had shown them before, when the device came into contact with skin, hundreds of tiny diamond shapes appeared, seeming to float just below the transparent surface. Although they assumed the slowly pulsating shapes formed an intelligible pattern, they were unable to determine what it was. "Help me," Edward said. "I can't read alien." Ty grabbed for the first stray hand he could find. Turned out to be Fadila's. He held it down on the counter and dropped the medallion into her palm. Using a pencil he found on the counter, He pointed at one of the tiny shapes near the periphery of the display surface. "Keep your eyes on this dot," he said. Then he put a second medallion in the shopkeeper's hand. When he did, the diamond shape in question doubled. When he picked up the third medallion in his own hand, it tripled. "That's us," Reg said, figuring it out. "We're on their screens." "I knew it. You're showing them where we are," Sutton said. "Pretty interesting, don't you think?" Ty asked. "Maybe too interesting," Fadila said. She took the pencil from Ty and pointed to a double diamond moving slowly across the screen. "It looks like this one is coming in our direction." After watching for a moment, the others could see she was right. "It looks like they're coming from the north," Reg said. "Try moving your hand to a new angle." Fadila did, and the diamonds on the screen adjusted to her new position. "It works like a compass. More like a global positioning device." "Well, whatever it is, let's go out and have a look." They hurried out of the store and ran around the backside of the building. Far to the north, something was moving across the open desert fast enough to kick twin trails of dust high into the air. "Are all of you dense?" Sutton demanded. He slapped the medallion out of Ty's hand and sent it skittering across the asphalt with a kick. "You're leading them straight to us. We've got to make ourselves scarce. I'll get Yossi. The rest of you get the truck started." "Hold on there," Reg said, still staring across the sand. "I've got another idea." 5 minutes later, a pair of alien chariots trotted out of the desert and parked themselves on opposite sides of the restroom building. Their passengers dismounted and took a long look around. After a moment, the two that had stopped closer to the store turned and marched toward the men's bathroom. Except for their hideous, otherworldly appearance, they could have been just two more motorists who had stopped to use the facilities before continuing on their journey. Most of the pilots were hiding inside the store, along with the two men who ran the station. "Okay, now I have seen everything," one of the old men said in Arabic. A heartbeat after the first alien walked through the bathroom door. He was blown back outside by the jet of fire shooting from Edward's flamethrower. His startled companion backed away, but didn't get too far before Remy stepped outside and unleashed a second torrent of flames. Both skeletal bodies staggered through the flames, slapping at themselves with hands and tentacles until the walls of their suits opened and the creatures inside squirmed out and tried to run. One of them collapsed in the fire. Edward polished the other one off with a single shot from his pistol. Even before they saw the flare of the flamethrowers, the other two aliens knew there was trouble. One of them came sprinting around the comber, moving too fast to maintain its balance. The knuckles of its curved toes slid out from under it, and it spilled sideways to the ground. As it fell, it fired a series of quick shots that sent Edward and Remy scrambling back into the men's room for cover. The creature used its tentacles to lift itself to its feet, then began marching deliberately toward the rest room, firing one pulse blast after another. The blasts tore into the wall, tearing it down a few bricks at a time. The remaining alien brought the chariot around to offer backup. Maintaining a cautious distance from the building, the alien brought it to a stop in the middle of the highway. Its comrade continued to pulverize the front wall of the restroom building, moving closer each time it fired. "They're in trouble," Yossi said. "Let's help them." "Where's that alien gun?" Reg asked Ty. "Time to give it a test." The men rushed toward the exit doors, leaving Fadila with the dumbstruck shopkeepers. She was about to follow them outside when she had an idea. She picked up one of the amber medallions and pressed the coppery side against the back of her hand. As soon as she did so, the alien firing the pulse blasts froze for a moment and swiveled its magnificent shell head around to look in her direction. Then it pointed its finger straight toward her. "Get down!" she yelled. The old men hit the deck a split second before a white flash shattered the window and tore into the store. This momentary distraction was all the opportunity Remy needed. He popped out of the men's room and discharged another spike of liquefied fire. It splattered against the alien's back. As the creature screeched and fell to the ground, the other soldiers opened fire on the alien sitting in his chariot. Before their bullets could do more than ding against his armor, the creature ducked behind the protective front wall of the vehicle. Under a hailstorm of bullets, the sled broke into a backward sprint, moving just as smoothly as it did when running forward. "Come back here, you bloody wanker," Sutton shouted after the retreating vehicle. "That's the first time we've chased one off," Ty observed. "We've got him outnumbered and outgunned," Reg said. "He's the first one to show any sense." But the creature's retreat was only temporary. After stopping a safe distance out in the desert to survey the scene, it charged to the attack once more. The alien kept low behind the super-hard material of the chariot's front wall and fired blindly as it came. Ty was amazed. It's like a pit bull with a bone in its mouth. It just doesn't know when to give up. A moment later, a pulse zinged past him and ripped into the front wall of the station house. "Keep him pinned down," Reg yelled to Sutton and Yossi. "We'll move up and get the angle on him." Then he and Ty hustled forward to the edge of the road and took cover behind a stack of discarded tires. Ty unwrapped the pulse weapon and let it climb onto his arm. Then he stole a glance over the tires and was alarmed to see the chariot heading directly toward them. He was nervous and breathing hard. "What if it doesn't work this time?" he asked, looking down at the thing on his arm. Reg patted him on the shoulder and tried to reassure him. "Remember, it's all mental. If we both tell it to fire, it'll fire. All we have to do is concentrate. Aim right at the head, and we'll be okay." While bullets and pulse blasts ripped by in opposite directions overhead, Reg and Ty hunkered down and waited. The next time they peeked out, the front wall of the chariot was nearly on top of them. It was about to pass well within a tentacle's reach. "One shot," Reg said. "Make it count." Ty extended his arm like a rifle, and Reg gripped the copper-colored flippers. When the front end of the chariot brushed past, they came face to face with the crouching exoskeleton. The 8-foot-tall beast recoiled when it saw the humans. Reg mentally willed the gun to fire, but nothing happened. The sight of the hideous beast so close to them had distracted Ty from his purpose. With a screech, the startled alien lifted a tentacle to lash at the men. "Fire!" Reg yelled, visualizing the pulse leaving the end of the weapon. It worked. The shell face blew apart just as the tentacle came across the side of Ty's head. It connected with the force of a heavyweight's punch and sent Ty flying. Reg pulled out a pistol and stood over the still quivering body. A pair of reflective eyes stared up at him through the jagged opening in the armor. He pointed the pistol and prepared to kill it, but hesitated. Would it be possible, he wondered, to take the thing prisoner? Could I interrogate it the same way they did to me? He could feel it trying to attack telepathically, but its mental energy was very weak. Reg knew it was dying. He was still standing there thinking when Sutton ran up and pumped 20 shells into the opening, turning the alien's head into a lumpy liquid paste. Sutton could have gone on firing, but Reg stopped him. First the Israeli woman and now Ty. Sutton was trembling with anger. He wasn't much of a soldier, but one hell of a nice kid. "I'm not quite dead yet," came a voice from behind them. "Just resting." Blood was streaming down the side of Ty's head. He'd lost a chunk of his left ear, but was otherwise uninjured. With help from the others, he got to his feet and slowly regained his balance. "I'm fine," he said. "I've taken harder hits during rugby matches." Once he saw that Ty was going to pull through, Sutton regretted sounding like a mollycoddler and changed his tune. "It's your own fault, you know. You ever hear of a thing called ducking?" Then he took one of his friend's arms and led him back toward the damaged service station. Yossi had gone to check on Edward and Remy. They came out of the destroyed rest room and extinguished their flamethrowers. The three men walked over to the alien chariot and took their first unhurried look at the inside of the vehicle. Like the other alien technologies they'd seen, it looked like the shell of a living thing. The riding area was shaped like a shallow bowl coated with a thick slathering of the same clear jelly lining the inside of the bio-armor cavities. Sand, dust, and twigs covered this sticky substance everywhere except where the aliens had recently been kneeling. There were no steering controls, knobs, or dials. There wasn't even anything to hold on to. "Should we burn it?" Edward asked. "No," Yossi told him. "Maybe we can use it." He whistled Reg over to take a look, then used a pocket knife to scrape away the layer of gelatin until he reached the layer of tough gray meat lining the inside of the shell. "Watch out, it might jump," He warned the others before stabbing down at the meat with his knife. Nothing happened. Although the surface of the flesh gave when he touched it with his blade, he couldn't tear it open. "He wants to steal their car," Edward said when Reg walked up. "Maybe it works the same way as the pulse weapon," Yossi said. "One think we should try it." Reg looked down at the sand-soaked goop lining the inside of the chariot. "It'd be nice if we could run it through a car wash and clean it up first." But he agreed that they should experiment. He used Yossi's knife to clear the gunk away from a second area, then pressed a finger down onto the shell's spongy lining. Nothing happened until Yossi did the same thing. With both of them touching it simultaneously, the joints in the stick figure legs flexed and bristled. "Make it walk," Reg said. Yossi looked at him uncertainly. "How?" "Just imagine it. Try to picture in your act." Yossi yanked his hand away when he felt the thing begin to step forward. The legs quit walking the moment he broke the contact. He looked at Reg. "It is very disgusting." "I agree. Let's try it again." Within a few minutes, the two men were walking the chariot around the grounds of the filling station like a clumsy, obedient dog. Using nothing more than their fingertips, they learned to make it stand in place, turn in a slow circle, and move in any direction they ordered. It was easy once they got the hang of it, simply a matter of will. But they couldn't get it to move as gracefully as the aliens had. The legs became confused whenever the men gave it conflicting mental signals. They also learned that the gelatin material was an essential part of the operating system. When they cleaned it completely from an area, the vehicle didn't register their skin contact. It was Fadila who stopped them. "It's time to go," she said, reminding everyone they had an important message to deliver to the army at the oasis. "I think we should take this thing with us," Yossi said. "It could be useful." "It's too big," Fadila told him. "There isn't room in the truck." But Reg knew what he had in mind. He grimaced down at the chariot's bed of slime and then up at his Israeli ally. "All right, but it's going to be a long, sticky ride." A few minutes later, after saying goodbye to the elderly gas station keepers, the truck rolled out onto the road and turned in the direction of Kalat Bukum. A few car lengths behind, Reg and Yossi sat cross-legged in the alien chariot. Their rear ends sunk into the layer of extraterrestrial ooze. They looked like characters in a futuristic version of 1001 Nights, riding a strange-looking magic carpet across the desert. Chapter 12. Back to the oasis. The sky was black, except for a streak of violet hanging over the western horizon when the old truck grumbled to the top of a rise in the road overlooking what still remained of Kalat Bukum. The only lights in the oasis came from the scattered fires burning the last of its buildings. Ali pulled onto the shoulder and steered toward a cluster of civilians who had gathered on a bluff above the ruined village. When they saw the alien chariot skulking through the darkness behind the truck, the civilians panicked. Shots rang out. Fortunately, neither Reg nor Yossi was hit. Word of the captured vehicle spread fast, and soon there were 100 people crowded around the sled-shaped craft. The human charioteers brought it around to the front of the truck and parked in the one remaining headlight to give everyone a chance to examine it. Some of them used the opportunity to throw stones and kick at the stick-like legs. When Reg made no move to stop them, neither did the others. These people had every right to be angry. Angry not only with the armor-clad alien warriors who had decimated their town, but with Faisal's army, which had allowed it to happen. Soon after Reg's group had stolen away to the east, Faisal and his advisors had concocted a plan which they quickly put into motion. After dumping poison into the outdoor pools and burying a few landmines, they withdrew their forces toward the mountains and established a camp. The townspeople were left to their own devices. As the old woman who had sold them ammunition earlier that day put it, they were left as bait. Most residents had loaded their possessions into their cars and driven into the mountains, taking the road toward Dhaka on the coast. Others, the people standing around them, had retreated a few thousand yards into the desert onto the bluff. A handful of desperate men, with only a few weapons among them, had stayed behind to defend the oasis. Late in the afternoon, the people on the bluff had watched the chariots come across the desert and spread out around the oasis before entering en masse. The men and boys who had stayed behind were counting on Molotov cocktails as much as on guns to repel the attack. Apparently, it didn't work very well because the aliens used very few pulse blasts to subdue the human defenders. One group of survivors made it to the edge of the oasis, but when they tried to run across the open desert, a chariot followed them out and caught them one by one. As it began to get dark, the fires started, and the oasis village was burned to the ground. Some of the chariots had left again in the direction of their crashed airship, but no one could agree on how many. Reg stared down the hill as the last of Calat Bucum's fires burned down. A pair of headlights came over the distant horizon, headed along the road that would take them through the center of the village. Everyone on the bluff watched quietly as the headlights entered the town, paused for a few moments near the central post office, then continued up the hill in their direction. Reg and the others ran out into the road to meet whoever was coming up the hill, which turned out to be a pair of Saudi soldiers in a jeep. The civilians surrounded their car, asking questions about their village. The soldiers said they'd seen nothing but a few dead humans and burning buildings. They said they were on an important errand and couldn't answer any more questions. The driver put the jeep in gear and began plowing slowly through the crowd until Ali Hassan stepped into their headlights. When they saw him, the soldiers killed the engine and got out of the car. Ali told the crowd to stay back, then held a short conference with the pair. The three of them talked for a few minutes before returning to the jeep. Ali sat in the driver's seat and spoke on the radio, shouting angrily into the handset. When he was finished, he began arguing with the soldiers, who drove away only after Ali threatened them at gunpoint. What was that all about? Reg asked when Ali came striding toward him a moment later. We need to talk, the Saudi captain said, clapping one of his powerful hands onto Reg's shoulders and escorting him toward the truck. When they were inside, he told Reg to roll up his window, then looked around to make sure no one was lurking nearby. What the hell is going on? Reg asked. He didn't know what Ali had learned from the passing soldiers, but clearly it wasn't good news. It's Faisal. He's moved his army into the mountains. They are about 6 miles up the road that leads to the town of Dhaka. I know the place. It is easy to defend. If the aliens attack him there, he will make them pay. Then let's hope they do attack. But not until after we've convinced Faisal not to bomb the destroyer. Reg stayed quiet for a moment or two, waiting to hear the reason for the private conference. But Ali only stared straight ahead, gripping the steering wheel as if he meant to strangle it. Eventually, Reg broke the silence. How long will it take to reach Faisal's camp? There is a problem. Yes, I was beginning to suspect as much. After glancing around once more, Ali explained. Faisal has given an order. The order is to kill Reg Cummins. There is a reward for the man who does it. I see. Well, I'm sure it's a large reward, Reg said, pretending to be flattered by the attention. Ali looked him in the eyes and nodded seriously. Very large. Interesting, Reg said calmly, as he began to think about the fastest way out of the truck. Obviously, you learned about this from those soldiers in the jeep. Ali shook his head. I spoke to Faisal on the radio. He told me that if I didn't kill you myself, I can never come back. And you'd like to go back? Naturally. Reg casually slid his hand close to the door handle, preparing to escape if Ali reached for his pistol. That puts you in a bit of a predicament. Have you decided what you're going to do? Ali smiled. Yes, I have. I told Faisal something I learned from American movies. I said, go screw yourself. Ali laughed, and Reg joined in uneasily. And then I said something else. Something stupid, maybe. What was that? I told him to call off the order. I said that I'm going to kill him if anything happens to you. Reg stared at him for a minute without blinking. You really said that? Ali sighed and nodded, indicating that the decision hadn't been an easy one. Reg was impressed. The first words he could remember coming from Ali's mouth were a chauvinistic warning to the Israeli pilots that no Jews were allowed in Saudi Arabia. But now he'd made an irreversible decision to join a group that included a Jew, an ill-behaved Saudi woman, a Palestinian, and 3 Westerners, one of whom had a price on his head. Reg knew it was one thing for him, a foreigner, to cast his lot with this ragtag international group, but was quite another for a Saudi officer to do the same thing, especially on his home soil. Took real guts, or insanity, Or both. Did you tell Faisal about the biological weapons? He already knew about them, Ali said. He said there is a plan to attack the ship by air and land. I told him that we believe the germ canisters are inside the ship. Will that stop him from going ahead with his plan? I don't know. Well, after your conversation, I don't think you should be the one to go up there and try to talk him out of it. I don't think Faisal would be happy to see either one of us. Still, we ought to send someone up there to try to convince him. Neither one of them said it, but they knew that Fadila would be the most logical candidate for the job. She had bargaining chips at her disposal that no man could possess. Good. Ali agreed and opened his door. But first we have to get out of this area. These people will soon hear of the reward on your head. Probably, they will not try to harm you. But they have lost their homes and everything else. They are desperate. We should find another place. He stepped out of the truck to begin collecting the rest of the team. One more thing, Reg said. Just in case I don't get a chance to say this later, thanks. Ali smiled. No problem. A few minutes later, they were on the road again. The civilians of Kalat Bukum, emboldened by what they'd heard from the soldiers in the jeep, started marching down the hill in a group to see what remained of their homes and shops. Reg and the team decided to escort them in case they ran into any trouble. If the town was clear, they would proceed with the task of stopping Faisal from bombing the downed destroyer. Only one of the truck's headlights had survived when Yossi had driven it over the embankment that morning and smashed down on the alien chariot. Like a growling cyclops, the battered vehicle rolled down the middle of Kalat Bukum's only road at live miles per hour. Walking alongside and behind it were a group of Saudis, some of them carrying guns, some of them armed only with sticks and stones. Edward and Remy protected the truck's flanks with their flamethrowers. Reg and Yossi knelt in the alien chariot, 100 feet behind, resting the barrels of their assault rifles on the curving front wall. Ty and Fadila were ready with the pulse weapon. Lying in the road were the remains of several of the men who had tried to fend off the alien attack. Some of the corpses were blackened by pulse blasts. Others showed signs of having succumbed to the pain of mental interrogation. It wasn't until they were approaching the post office at the center of town that they realized why the place felt so empty. The trees were gone. The 2,000 palms and tamarind trees that had provided a lush canopy of green on either side of the road were missing. When they turned the headlight of the truck into the park, they saw what remained. Felled and twisted trees, many of them broken off at the roots, others left standing but stripped of their foliage. The floor of the oasis had been swept clean of the ferns and ground cover plants that had been there only hours before. Even the bark had been peeled away from the tree trunks. The trees had been damaged in two ways. Some had been broken, probably by the strength of the biomechanical armor. On other trees, the bark and leaves had been stripped away in furrows, almost as if they'd been cleaned with a large potato peeler. The furrows were continuous, traveling in spirals up the length of the trunks. It looked as if they'd been eaten, but there was no evidence that either teeth or blades had been used. Yossi returned from a quick foray deeper into the oasis and said he'd found an undamaged glade of trees surrounding one of the larger artificial ponds. The team decided to investigate, and Ali ran the truck over a curb and entered the park. The moon, the truck's remaining headlight, and the small flames licking from the barrels of the flamethrowers all combined to cast eerie, crisscrossing shadows through the broken, denuded trees. When they came to the glade Yossi had described, it didn't take long to discover that the aliens had left something behind. Dozens of white globules glistened in the glare of the headlight, roughly the size of basketballs. Some of them sat on the ground lining the banks of the pool. Others drooped from the tree trunks. "What the hell?" Sutton asked, leading the rest of the team close to one of them. It clung to the yellowish base of a tamarind tree, dangling about a foot above the ground. "It looks like a ball of phlegm," remarked Ty. "Or a cocoon," Fadila said. "I'm going to see what's inside," Reg said, pulling out a pocket knife. "Do me a favor, will you? If anything jumps out at me, kill it before it can do anything nasty." Then he reached out and sliced through the membrane. It was hollow inside like a pouch. When the incision was long enough, the membrane tore open and a lump of flesh spilled onto the ground. An alien embryo. It was alive. "Get out of the light," Reg said, leaning down for a closer look at the thing. Its tiny plate-like head was translucent and fully formed. There was no skull, so Reg could see the brain working like a muscle just below the skin. Its pulpy limbs were still incipient little stubs that writhed through the air like the antennae on a garden snail. "It wants to be cuddled," Ty joked grimly. "He thinks you're his daddy." "Well, let's see if baby's hungry," Reg said. He reached up and pulled off a handful of the tamarind's red and yellow-striped flowers and sprinkled them onto the young alien's body. Within seconds, they began to break down and dissolve. "It's digesting them." "I'm officially disgusted now," Sutton remarked. "That explains the damage to the other trees," Fadila said. "The spiral markings. If they feed by dissolving their food and absorbing it through their skins, they could have crawled up the trees, eating as they moved. There doesn't seem to be any mouth." The fetus's eyelids opened a crack, and the fetus looked up at the humans. Its silvery eyes reflected like mirrors in the light. Reg looked up suddenly and scanned the area as if he'd heard something. "What is it? What's the matter?" "I'm not sure," he said. "But I don't think we're alone. Let's fan out and see what we can find." "What do we do about Junior?" Ty asked. "Leave it," Reg said. "We'll have to bum the glade before we leave." Suddenly, there was a rush of movement in the bushes on the other side of the lake. The group hurried toward the source of the noise, letting the flamethrowers lead the way. By the time they arrived, whatever had made the noise was gone. "Look at this," Yossi said. There was a fresh splash of water on the ground near some bushes. "Something was hiding here, watching us." "Found a footprint," Sutton announced. "Only 2 toes on it." Headed that direction. The team moved where he'd pointed, toward an area thick with ground cover. They fanned out and beat the bushes as they advanced. They'd traveled less than 50 paces when Fadila stopped. "There it is," she whispered. "There it is." The others didn't know where she was pointing them. Then she muttered something in Arabic, buckled at the knees, and fell to the ground. When the others reached her, she was clutching the sides of her head and moaning in pain. "It's close by," Reg shouted. "Find it before it kills her." The others scattered in all directions, kicking the bushes and checking behind every tree. Reg got down on his knees and forced Fadila into a sitting position. "Where is it?" he asked, shaking her. "Show me where it is. Point to it." Desperate to help her, he picked her up in his arms and began to carry her out of the area. Only then did she extend her arm and point toward her attacker. She pointed straight up into the trees. Reg looked up and saw a pair of silver eyes amid the fronds of a palm. He reached for his pistol, took aim, and squeezed off several rounds. A moment later, the alien body came plunging through the air and hit the ground. Fadila's body, which had been rigid and trembling, relaxed into Reg's arms. A moment later, she opened her eyes and looked up at him. When she realized what had happened, she tried to smile but ended up crying. Sutton was the first one to reach them. "You need to get her out of here," he said. "We'll destroy the rest of these egg sacs and meet you out on the road." Reg nodded gratefully and carried Fadila out of the trees. After carrying her out to the trees, Reg had set Fadila down near the edge of the road and rocked her in his arms while she cried. The encounter with the alien hadn't done her any lasting physical damage, but she was badly shaken. Between sobs, she tried to explain the fierce, overwhelming malice she'd felt from the alien mind. "I never imagined there could be such a hatred," she said. "They only want one thing. They want us dead and out of their way." Her eyes had widened as she came to the dread realization of how focused the aliens were on annihilating the human race. When a fresh tear had run down her cheek, he reached out to catch it on his finger. He had only been attempting to comfort her when he leaned down and whispered to her. I know, he'd said. "But you're going to be all right now. I'll see to that." As soon as those words had left his mouth, Fadila changed. Her body began to stiffen, and she pulled away from him. "I can take care of myself. Take your hands off of me and get away." It had been nearly an hour since then, and they hadn't spoken a word to each other since. They rode in the back of the truck along with Sutton, Remy, and Ty. All 5 of them sat facing in separate directions, lost in their private ruminations. They had managed to avoid being killed thus far, but they were beginning to think it was only temporary. Although they tried not to, they couldn't help sniffing at the air every now and again, wondering if they'd be able to tell when the deadly pathogens would surround them, let loose from the vials the aliens had stolen. Eventually, Ollie slowed the truck, pulled off the road, and parked behind a stand of tall brush that would hide them from any passing vehicles. They had come within a mile of the turnoff to Dhaka, the road that led to Faisal's hiding place in the mountains. Dried twigs and branches were strewn around on the ground, and everyone wanted to build a fire, but it was too dangerous. The flames might be spotted by a roving band of alien chariots, or they might attract soldiers with orders to kill Reg. A brief meeting was held at the tailgate of the truck, during which 2 goals were agreed upon. First, someone had to go to Faisal's camp and make sure he understood that attacking the downed destroyer meant exposing the entire country to anthrax and Ebola contagion. Second, Reg and Ollie had to leave the country as soon as possible. The team would have to split up, something none of them wanted. "I'll go up there and speak to Faisal. I'm the logical choice," Edward said. Remy and Yossi volunteered to go with him. "He'll be surprised to see me again," Yossi said. "We'll be able to convince him." Ollie endorsed the plan and began working out some of the particulars, when Fadila broke her silence and made an announcement. "No," Fadila said. "I am the one who must go to speak with Faisal. The rest of you will put yourselves in grave danger by showing your faces there. You probably wouldn't be able to get close to him, but I am certain I can convince him. I will make him listen." "The woman is right," Ollie said. "Edward can drive her. Is everyone agreed?" "I will go alone," Fadila said. "You can drive me to the turnoff and we will find someone who is driving to the camp. I will go with them while the rest of you escape." Reg was about to raise an objection when Fadila shot him a determined look. Obviously, she had made up her mind to go. No objections," he said. "Fine," Ollie announced. "We will rest for half an hour and then set out." Reg wandered away from the others and found a place to sit where he could watch the highway. Every few minutes, a lone truck or a fleet of jeeps would rumble past. After a few minutes, Fadila walked over and stood near him. She looked at Reg in the dim light of the moon and smiled. "I'm glad to see you're feeling better," he told her. "Actually, I'm worse, but thank you. I came to say goodbye and to apologize for the way I spoke to you before." "Totally unnecessary," he said, hanging his head. When Fadila laughed out loud, Reg looked up, wondering why. "You're acting like a wounded puppy. I don't think you understand why I was upset. And before I leave, I wanted you to know why." "I'm all ears, princess," Reg said, looking at her expectantly. The moment the nickname princess had come out of his mouth, he regretted using it. He called her that only because he was feeling betrayed by her decision to go to Faisal's camp. It made sense that she should be the one to go, but he couldn't help feeling that she was somehow choosing Faisal over him. "My wish is to be attacked by another alien," she said. "Huh. Yes, I hope it happens again because the next time I will be stronger. I am going to control it just as you did in the Oasis. I think I understand now what you meant about being able to resist them." Reg scowled at this ludicrous idea. "I, for one, hope you don't run across any more of them. I hope none of us do." "You don't think I'll be able to resist? You think I'm too weak?" "Not at all." "Yes, you do. You said it just now. You called me princess again." "Look, I don't really think you're a princess. I'm sorry I said that. You've been fighting like a banshee all day, and you deserve some credit." "What is a banshee?" "A djinn. You've been fighting like a djinn. You saved Edward and Remy's lives at that petrol station this afternoon. That whole wall would have collapsed if you hadn't worked that trick with the medallion. You bought them the time they needed to stay alive. But as you point out, it was only a trick. Now that I understand what the enemy is, I know that tricks are not enough. I want to be taken seriously. I don't want to be treated like a helpless little girl." She imitated the way Reg had spoken to her earlier. "It's going to be all right. I'll take care of you. Don't worry. I want to be like that Jewish woman. What was her name? Miriam. Yes, Miriam. She was useful. She was a real soldier. Let me ask you something about her. Did you like her? Yes, I did. She was a brave woman, as I suspected. And what about me? Do you like me? Reg looked up at her, surprised by the question. Yes, he said after a moment. I like you very much. Why? Why do I like you? Yes, why? There are lots of reasons, he said vaguely. But after thinking it over for a moment, he decided on an answer. I like that you hate being called a princess. I like your bravery and the fact that you want to be braver still. Most of all, I like that you haven't given up. Fadila smiled broadly. An excellent answer, she said. A very correct answer. I have not given up. In fact, I have an idea to discuss with you. It's a plan that may strike you as too bold. But I've been thinking about... Whoa, hold on. Reg held up his hands. Turnabout is fair play. What about me? What about you? I think you're attracted to me. I think you like me, Reg said, going out on a limb. Am I right? Fadila grimaced and looked impatient. Of course I'm attracted to you. You're handsome, brave, intelligent, moderately well-educated, young, strong, and a good listener. I've practically been throwing myself at you since the moment we met. But right now I have something more important to discuss with you. May I go on? Please do. I've come up with a plan, and I want you to tell me what you think of it. What time is it now? He checked his watch. 1:45. That leaves only a few hours until morning. If the aliens are planning to use the germ weapons they took today, won't they do so early in the morning? I don't know. That scientist we met seemed to think that would be the best time. The most lethal time. After the hate I felt coming from the alien that attacked me, I would expect them to try and maximize the killing power. We have to go to their ship and find those weapons before they can be used. Reg thought she was joking, but quickly realized she was completely serious. That's madness. We can't waltz in there, grab the stuff and run. Why not? Well, there must be 1,000 reasons, but the main one is that they'd kill us before we got inside. Secondly, if we did manage to make it inside, they'd kill us there. And don't forget, we don't know the canisters are inside the ship. That's nothing but a hunch. But let's say they are inside. You must have noticed that the ship is a rather large place. We could wander around in there for weeks without finding what we were looking for. Furthermore, if we show up and start shooting, what's to prevent them from using the weapons immediately? I could go on and on, but I hope that gives you the idea. We have to try, she said, then began to address his concerns one by one. We have proven we can fight against them. If we move quickly, we can break past them and get inside. The germ canisters must be inside the ship, since they have nowhere else to go. We will find them in the Black Tower because these are important weapons and they would be taken to the control center of the ship. Since we are a small group, we will rely on stealth more than on our guns. If we move quietly and strike quickly, we can find the weapons before they are used. I think it's worth a try. You left out something important. Once we've rushed in there and gathered up enough poison to wipe out the entire planet, how do we get out again without releasing it into the atmosphere? I leave that part to you. A chance to prove yourself. She smiled. Utter madness. As bad as the American plan to bring down the shields, he said, shaking his head. But Fadila could see that he was thinking it over, walking through it step by step. And the longer he thought about it, the more he became convinced that it had a chance, an infinitesimally tiny chance of actually working. It would take an incredible amount of good luck, and we wouldn't be able to do it alone. But I admit that in theory, at least, it could work if we had help from someone with an army at his personal disposal. Someone like Faisal. Without him, there's no way. As far as Reg was concerned, the question was closed. Fadila took an oblique approach to opening it again. Reg, she said quietly, your pain is showing again. Your fear. If there is ever to be a future for us, you must tell me. What happened to you during the Gulf War? He felt the doors to his heart start to slam closed inside his chest, but managed to keep them ajar long enough to ask, Your brother never told you? I know there was an accident, but I want you to tell me, please. I think it is relevant. He didn't see how it could be, but trusted her enough to go on. Once he started talking, he realized that despite having thought about it every single day, he hadn't talked about it out loud for a long time. Not much to tell, really. I was flying a bombing run out of Duran. It was the second day of the war. We'd been out the day before and had some good success. Hit most of our targets without losing anyone, so we were all feeling good. Confident. Especially my group. We were more than confident. We were so damned cocky we were getting reprimanded right and left by our superiors. I remember that before WE went up that morning, there was a briefing session where they showed us photographs with the latest target information. Hit this building, don't hit that one, watch out for anti-aircraft positions at points X, Y, and Z. And I'm sorry to say that I hardly paid any attention. I was just so anxious to get on with it. When we came in over Baghdad, their guns started pumping more flak into the air than I thought possible. It was an incredible fireworks show. I was certain our group leader was going to turn back. But he didn't. He set us loose, and we flew right into the middle of the firestorm. This might sound childish, but once I was over the city, I felt like I was playing a video game. I was dodging shells like mad and hunting down my targets at the same time. I didn't care how dangerous it was. Back in those days, I thought one was immortal, and nothing could scare me. I was having fun, and getting the job done. I hit a warehouse next to some railroad tracks, then an electrical station. Then, as I was making a turn, I saw a building I recognized from the briefing session. It wasn't on my list, but there it was right in front of me, so I said why not and dropped one of my smart bombs. I can still see it as if it were yesterday. It was a reddish-brown round building and my bomb hit the bullseye. Went through the roof exactly in the center. I was pretty proud of that shot, especially since I hadn't even taken any time to line it up. I didn't realize there was a problem until I landed. The reason they'd showed us the picture of the round building was to tell us not to hit it. That previous intelligence had been updated. It was a college gymnasium that was being used to house the people who'd been bombed out of their houses. And I'd had a merry old time killing and injuring them. The final toll was somewhere around 180 people. A few years later, I came back to teach air combat to young Arab hotshots like your brother. You can believe I make sure they learn to do things carefully. I'm the RAF's poster boy in the fight against carelessness. He looked over at Fadila. Her expression hadn't changed at all. Does that answer your question? She spoke quietly. You feel guilty, and you've come back to our country to redeem yourself. Reg shrugged. Then, Reg, this is your chance. When you were over Baghdad, you were playing a game, and you killed 180 nameless, faceless Arabs. I think you're different now. You understand that we Arabs aren't merely pieces moving across your game board. You can never bring those Iraqi people back to life, but you can save others. Millions of others. He knew she was right. The plan she'd outlined was dangerous to the point of absurdity, but he had to give it a try. He owed the families of his Iraqi victims at least that much. And even if he'd never made that horrible mistake, he would have gone through with the plan for the sake of the woman sitting next to him. Remembering something important, he suddenly sprang to his feet. What is it? Fadila asked. The other day Faisal said something to Yossi and Miriam. He said that even though they were Jewish and he didn't like them, they had the right to stay with him for 3 days. Was he just making that up? Not at all. It is a very old tradition of ours. If a stranger enters your camp, you must offer him comfort for 3 days. You think Faisal would honor the custom if he saw me? Fadila thought for a minute. If there are others around him, witnesses, then he would have no choice. Reg stood up and looked around. He spotted Ali standing near the truck and started walking toward him. Where are you going? Fadila asked him. I'm going to pay your fiancé a visit, but I'll need that uniform you're wearing before I go. Chapter 13. To the camp. He's a dead man, Sutton droned. As Reg and Fadila climbed into the rear area of the battered truck, Yossi reluctantly agreed. Faisal's going to kill him the minute he shows his face. If he gets that far, Tai chimed in. When Reg had explained that he was going to disguise himself and sneak into the army's camp in the hills, they had tried to talk him out of it. But Reg wanted to do more than merely warn against bombarding the ship while there were bioweapons inside. He also wanted to enlist Faisal's help. Without it, they would have no chance of pulling off Fadila's plan. "I'll see you all in a couple of hours," Reg said, as Ali slipped behind the wheel and started the engine. "Then we'll have some real fun. We'll be here waiting for you. Be careful." The others called back, waving and smiling as if they were optimistic about his chances. Faisal seemed to get whatever he wanted from his troops, and at that point he wanted Reg Cummins's head. Under those circumstances, visiting his camp armed with nothing more substantial to protect himself than some ancient Bedouin custom seemed, at best, recklessly dangerous. "See you soon," Sutton called as the truck drove away. "In the next life, that is." Driving with the headlights off, Ali prowled up the highway and reached the Dhaka turnoff without incident. After parking the truck at the isolated crossroads, he came around the back to discover that Reg and Fadila had switched uniforms along the way. She was now dressed as a British flight instructor and he as a Saudi infantryman. "How do I look?" Reg asked. Ali wanted to answer that he looked like an English pilot wearing a Saudi uniform. The olive green fatigues, which had been baggy on Fadila, fit Reg snugly. His wrists and ankles protruded awkwardly beyond the cuffs, and the shirt would barely button closed over his chest. 3 days of exposure to the sun had darkened his skin to the point where he might be able to pass, in the darkness of night, as an Arab, but his whiskers had bleached blonde. "You look fine," Ali lied without hesitation. "But take this." He took off his keffiyeh and set it on Reg's head, pulling it down until it covered his eyes. "That's better. Someone is coming," Fadila said, looking down the highway. The three of them waited tensely as the headlights came toward them through the warm night, then turned up the mountain road. It was a convoy of sand-stained Toyota trucks carrying steel water drums. Ali stood in the road and waved them to a stop. After a brief conversation with the driver of each vehicle, he came to where Reg and Fadila had hidden themselves. "You can ride with these men," Ali told Reg. "They are delivering water to the camp." Reg tilted his head back so he could see the line of trucks. "Good enough," he said, staring toward the road. "I'll ride in back with the barrels." "Wait," Fadila stopped him. "What is it?" She looked him over, worried about his appearance. She made a quick adjustment to his uniform. "Let me hear what you are going to say when someone asks you a question." Reg grunted inarticulately. "Perfect," she smiled. "Guess I should go," Reg said without moving. He lifted the edge of his keffiyeh so he could see Fadila's face. She looked up at him, concerned. "And remember, get yourself as close to Faisal as you can before you speak to him, preferably when there are many people around him. If you can put a hand on him." I know. They'd already gone over the best way to approach Faisal several times. "But before I go." "Yes. Don't you wish me good luck? In England, it would be appropriate to give me a kiss right about now. It's sort of a tradition." Although it was dark, he saw that his words had startled her. Nevertheless, her lips parted slowly into a warm smile. "I'm always interested in trying new things," she said softly. She moved toward him until her lips were only inches from his. "If and when you make it back alive, we should discuss this subject at length." Then she stepped back and offered him a military salute. Reg let his keffiyeh fall again to the bridge of his nose. "I'll definitely take you up on that," he said, then began shuffling his way toward the idling Toyotas. As he wandered half-blind into the headlights, the men in the trucks all noticed his strange behavior and the fact that his uniform was too small. Reg groped the air until his hands found the tailgate. With Ali's help, he climbed on and perched atop the stack of steel water drums. "How long should we wait for you?" Ali whispered. "Not long. If I'm not back in a couple of hours, move on to Plan B without me." Ali was confused. "Plan B? What is that?" "You'll think of something." Ali grinned and stepped away, motioning the convoy to continue. But the driver of the lead vehicle waved him over for a word. He was concerned. "Who is this lunatic you're putting on my truck?" the man asked. "What's the matter with him?" Ali leaned in close and stared menacingly at the driver. "Can you keep a secret?" Intimidated by Ali's size and strength, the man nodded vigorously that he could. He's royal, one of the king's favorite nephews. He went crazy under all the pressure, so I'd stay out of his way if I were you. Don't even talk to him. Yes, I understand, the man stammered. Thank you, sir. Then he shifted into gear and started up the twisting mountain road. The higher the road climbed, the more treacherous the turns became. Steep canyon walls rose on either side, and Reg quickly understood why Faisal had chosen to retreat to this place. It was safe and easy to defend. Dirt service roads ran along the cliff tops, allowing troops and weapons to be moved into place. In the moonlight, Reg could see the silhouettes of field cannons, mortars, and rocket launchers overlooking the road. If the aliens tried to force their way through the pass, it would be like shooting fish in a barrel. The obvious difference, of course, would be that the fish would be shooting back. When they traveled 4 or 5 miles, the first trees began to appear, and soon they reached the army's main staging area, a large level field on the south side of the road. Hundreds of soldiers, their weapons, equipment, and vehicles were located in the dried grass. The noise of gasoline-powered generators jackemered the air, and high-intensity lamps flooded the field with a glaring light. The water trucks turned off the road and, moving slowly, followed the tire tracks that led to the center of the camp. Just as Reg was about to slip over the side and make his way to the nearest shadows, the convoy was stopped for an inspection. Reg pushed the keffiyeh even lower over his eyes and slouched against the water drums. One of the soldiers walked around behind the truck. When the man spoke, Reg shrugged his shoulders and grunted non-committally. Apparently, this answer was not satisfactory because the guard repeated the question, testily this time. Reg knew he'd have to try something else. After hesitating for a moment, he imitated something he'd seen his student pilots do 1,000 times. He waved a hand at the heavens and said, Inshallah/. It was an all-purpose phrase meaning, who knows? Or it's in God's hands. It was the thing people said when they didn't know what else to say. Luckily, it seemed to amuse the soldier. He chuckled and waved the trucks forward. As they moved deeper into the camp, Reg waited for an opportune moment to slip away. Despite the late hour, everyone was wide awake and buzzing with energy. Groups of soldiers were everywhere. Most of them were moving from place to place, preparing for the next confrontation. They drove past a cluster of utility vans that had been outfitted to act as mobile field communications centers and on toward the loudest, brightest, noisiest part of the camp, the mess tent. Reg jumped to the ground, walked alongside the truck for a few paces, then turned away as if he knew exactly where he was headed. Some soldiers spoke to him, but he kept his head down and brushed past them without drawing much attention. Or so he hoped. As he moved away from the lights, he began to breathe easier until someone came up from behind and grabbed his arm. You are the Englishman, the teacher. I know you. Reg wheeled around to find himself face to face with a tall man in a well-tailored blue suit caked with dust. He looked like a commercial airline pilot. He had wavy hair combed straight back, a small goatee, and bright teeth that he displayed in an ear-to-ear smile. Reg recognized him as the Yamani's chauffeur. My name is Abdul. What happened to your uniform? Happy to see you again, Reg whispered. He clamped a friendly arm around Abdul's shoulders, then forced him to walk. Listen, I'm looking for someone, and I want you to help me find him. Abdul nodded. He was a little confused about where Reg was leading him, but he agreed to help. Not far away, a tent flap pushed open, and a clutch of Saudi officers stepped out of the command tent. When Faisal ducked outside and strode past them, they hurried to keep pace. He was on his way to the radio vans with a message he wanted relayed to his advance troops, the men stationed closest to the fallen destroyer. It was important enough that he wanted to explain it himself. When they saw him coming, the communications technicians snapped to attention and saluted. Faisal ordered them to ease and asked for the latest reports. It was evident from their faces that his soldiers regarded Faisal with a type of respect akin to awe. He had already defeated the aliens once, and they believed he could do it a second time. They would have followed any order he gave them. The message shall say exactly this. King Ibrahim is hiding here in the mountain pass to Dhaka with an army of less than 100 men to protect him. But, sir, we just monitored one of the king's communiques. He is in At-Taif. Can our advanced troops hear those same broadcasts? No, sir. Then deliver the message as I gave it to you. Say that if the king is killed, the army will surrender. Tell them to remain in their positions but intercept any enemy forces that advance in this direction. He is setting a trap, a very intelligent trap. One of the radio men told the others enthusiastically. They quickly joined him in loud praise of the strategy. By that point, all of them knew the aliens were interrogating the humans they caught, and the information they gleaned gave them a powerful advantage. By planting the false information in the minds of his men, Faisal was trusting that it would eventually make its way into the alien consciousness. It might have been the first interspecies disinformation campaign. After basking in the adulation of his troops, Faisal and his officers turned to go, but a strange-looking soldier stepped into their path and lifted his keffiyeh. "Good evening, Commander," Reg said with a level stare. When Faisal saw who it was, he nearly tripped over his own feet trying to back up. He glared at Reg and reached for his pistol. Very loudly, Reg invoked the Bedouin custom of hospitality. "I ask to be accepted as a guest in your camp," he shouted. There was a moment of tense silence. From the murderous looks he was getting, Reg thought every man in the camp must know about the price Faisal had put on his head. But the next moment, the commander regained his composure and relaxed. He even forced himself to chuckle. The others followed his lead. "Major Cummins, you startled me. I am asking to be accepted as your guest," Reg said again, just as loudly. "Gentlemen," Faisal said, turning to the others. "This is one of the pilots who assisted me in destroying the enemy over Mecca. Everyone will treat him as a brother while he remains here with us." He spoke to them with a broad smile that disappeared the moment he turned back to face Reg. "What do you want?" "I was at your base in Al Sayed today when your stockpile of biological agents was taken by the aliens." Before he could go on, Faisal interrupted him, saying that Reg was mistaken. "Saudi Arabia has no biological weapons program." Then he sent his radio operators back to work and led Reg several paces away so they could speak without being overheard. His officers followed. "There is no need for my men to know about the weapons you are talking about," he said angrily. "I disagree. We're all in danger of being exposed to some very lethal diseases. If the aliens can figure out a way to deploy those poisons, everyone from here to Sweden is in danger." "Yes, I know," Faisal shot back. "But I don't think you came here to criticize us for having developed these weapons." "You're right. I came here because I've got a plan to get them back. Actually, it's Fadila's plan." When they heard her name mentioned, Faisal's officers tensed up and looked as if they might come at Reg all at once. On the day that should have been his coronation as a major hero, Faisal had suffered the pain of having his bride-to-be kidnapped by a band of foreigners. The men surrounding him seemed anxious to avenge their hero's suffering. "Where is Fadila now?" Faisal asked. "Safe," was all Reg would say. "Women are so unpredictable, so full of surprises. Don't you agree, Major?" Reg didn't return the smile he was offered. "Fadila's no ordinary woman." Faisal only shrugged, then ordered his officers to leave them. Reg wasn't happy to see the men leave. Although they were hostile, they were also witnesses that would make it difficult for Faisal to go back on his promise of hospitality. Faisal walked to the front of the command tent and invited Reg inside. He smiled that smug smile of his when Reg thought twice before heading into the tent. "Major, you would not have come here unless you needed my help with your plan. I think you have no choice but to trust me." Realizing he was right, Reg went inside, and the two antagonists talked for the next half hour. Outside, a dozen men held their ears close to the tent, trying to eavesdrop on the conversation. They heard Faisal laugh when Reg explained what he wanted to do. "It would be suicide," the commander said loudly. But Reg doggedly continued to explain how the plan could work in a voice that was too low for the men outside to hear. They argued about the dangers of the biological weapons, air support, and the equipment Reg and his team would need for their raid. The men listening knew Faisal was seriously considering lending his help when he poked his head outside and asked for one of his lieutenants. a man who had climbed the first few stories of the tower at the front of the alien ship. When the two men finally emerged from the tent, they synchronized their watches, looking somber but optimistic. Faisal carried a handwritten list which he turned over to one of his supply sergeants. Major Cummins will be traveling to Dhaka with a fragile cargo, he announced, gesturing past the hilltops toward the Red Sea. Give him one of our best trucks and all the supplies on this list. Make sure it is organized and ready for him in 10 minutes. Then he leaned in close to Reg and whispered, Your plan is dangerous, but I believe it can work. I expect to see you and your people back here within a few hours. With Fadila Yamani, of course, he added. If we're lucky, and we get the air support we need, Reg said. You'll see her. Good luck, he said, smiling. The two men shook hands before Faisal turned away to attend to other business. Despite his encouraging tone, he was certain he would never see Reg Cummins again, or Fadila Yamani. They would both be killed before they ever set a foot inside the ruined city destroyer. He was resigned to the fact that the legend he was creating for himself would take on a bittersweet twist at the end. But before they could be wed, his lovely bride was carried into the desert and slain by the savage infidels. It wasn't the ending he'd imagined, but it was one he could live with. When Faisal was gone, the Yamani's chauffeur, Abdul, approached Reg enthusiastically. Dhaka? Why are you going there? Mr. Yamani and I will go with you. Abdul, where is Khalid? One have to talk to him. Impossible, Abdul said, pointing to the surrounding hilltops. He is somewhere up there, a prisoner. No one may speak to him, only his father. Well, let's talk to his father then. They went to the Yamani's Rolls-Royce and, when they opened the back door of the limousine, found Mr. Yamani disheveled, sitting bolt upright, yelling into a cellular phone. He appeared to be midway through an argumentative strategy session with the Saudi king. Although he seemed in better spirits than the last time Reg had seen him, there was a manic quality to the way he spoke into the receiver and slashed his free hand through the air. Abdul, like an orderly in a psychiatric ward, reached into the car and took the phone away from the old man, gently but firmly. I told you, sir, the telephone is not working. But look who is here. You have a visitor. Do you remember Major Cummins? He is going to Dhaka. Yamani looked up, confused. He stared at Reg for a moment without recognizing him. Then his expression changed. The teacher. Come in, come in. Warmly, he waved Reg inside and offered him the seat facing his own. He seemed all at once to regain control of himself. Do you have any news about my daughter? They tell me she was killed today, but I don't believe them. Reg assured him that Fadila was alive and well. Then, looking into the old man's eyes, he asked a series of questions in order to determine the man's mental state. Yamani recognized the patronizing tone in his voice. I have not completely lost my mind, Major Cummins, and I will thank you not to speak to me as if I have. The telephone, it is simply a game. A way of thinking out loud while I sit here with nothing to do. Now, tell me, what is this about going to Dhaka? We're not actually going to Dhaka, Reg explained. That's just the cover story. I don't want to hear a story. I want to hear the truth. As quickly as he could, Reg outlined the plan, leaving out one important detail. He didn't say that Fadila would be joining the raiding party. There wasn't any point in adding to the man's burden. Mr. Yamani appeared to follow Reg's explanation, nodding and grunting at the appropriate moments. But when he was finished, Yamani seemed lost again. Dhaka is a nasty little town, he said. The beaches are polluted with oil, and there is absolutely nothing to do there. I suggest we rendezvous in Jeddah instead. Have you ever been to Jeddah? Reg could see he was wasting valuable time. Take care of yourself, sir. It's time for me to go. He started out of the car, but Yamani grabbed his sleeve and held fast. He seemed to be having another painful moment of clarity, but it was impossible to be sure. Tears welled up and poured down his cheeks. I am grateful, very grateful to you. Tell Fadila that her old father is joining the war, that he is going to fight from now on. I'll tell her, Reg promised, but the once great man didn't hear him. His mind had darted off in a new direction, and he began shouting angrily at his chauffeur. Abdul, coffee. Where are you? Bring me some coffee. Don't you realize we are at war? You know I can't fight without my coffee. It looked like the last war Mr. Yamani would ever fight was the one for control of his mind. Reg figured the chances of him winning were somewhere between slim and none. Then again, he reminded himself, the old man had a better chance of making a full recovery than he and his ragtag unit had of living past sunrise. He didn't check to see if the supply sergeant had given him all the items on the list. He got in the truck and drove away at once, wondering if he could trust Faisal. A couple of miles down the road, he pulled off the road after a blind curve to make sure he wasn't being followed, then continued down the hill. Chapter 14. The Raid. When Reg pulled an armored Mercedes truck off the road and drove toward the stand of scrub brush, everyone's mood changed dramatically. The fact that he was back made it seem like anything was possible. Sutton and Yossi ran out to meet the IRUC and jumped on the running boards. "Cummins," said Sutton. "You're the luckiest son of a bitch I've ever met. I'm beginning to think I ought to stick close to you. Maybe some of that luck will rub off." "Luck?" Reg asked with a cockeyed grin. "Maybe, but also a lot of skill. More like a lot of chutzpah." Yossi laughed. Once Reg pulled the truck to a stop, the others bombarded him with questions about what Faisal's reaction had been, the size of Ilai army in the hills, and the dangers he had faced. "Faisal's got over 1,000 men up there. I asked him to give me half of them for an assault on the spaceship's tower." "What did he say?" After he stopped laughing, he said no. He wasn't taking me seriously at all until I played my trump card. He broke off and looked at Fadila. I told him who came up with the idea of raiding the ship, and I told him we were going ahead with it whether Lai helped us or not. That got his attention. Suddenly, he couldn't help me enough. He started pulling out maps, ordering supplies, calling soldiers into his tent to give us scouting reports. And he promised we'd have air cover. A group of Saudi jets will be waiting for us when we get to the city destroyer. "But no troops?" Fadila asked. "No troops," Reg said. "In other words, he refused to help us." Reg shrugged. "He gave us these supplies," he said, gesturing to the cargo bed of the truck. "And he didn't kill me, didn't even send anyone to follow me." "What do you make of it?" Edward asked. "He wants us to go to the tower," Ali said. "He doesn't think we'll survive." "Exactly," Reg said. "The only reason he gave me these weapons and let me go was so we'd all go into the destroyer." He shot another look at Fadila for her reaction before asking, "Who knows what time it is?" 2 a.m., Yossi said, "which leaves only about 3 hours until dawn." "Then we've got to hurry," Reg said. "Everyone pull these supplies off the truck and pick out a weapon or two. The more the merrier. We can discuss the rest along the way." But before Reg could contemplate loading himself down with firearms, there was a pressing piece of business. He grabbed Fadila and pulled her to the front of the truck. "Take off those clothes," he said. "This uniform is too tight. It's killing me." He leaned against the battering ram that extended off the front of the chassis, pulled off his shoes, then began unbuttoning his shirt. "What else did Faisal say?" she asked, beginning to unlace her own boots. "He had a message for you." "What was it?" "He said for you to be careful." "Isn't that a classic?" After I explained what we're proposing to do, he turns to me with a perfectly serious expression on his face and says, "Tell her to be careful. We are going to be married soon." "Naturally, he is concerned," she said facetiously, trying to laugh it off, but not concerned enough to try to stop me, she thought. As much as she despised Faisal, the fact that he hadn't tried to keep her away from the spacecraft hurt her. By giving Reg the weapons, he was actually encouraging her to go and probably get killed. "Hurry up with those pants," Reg said, slipping out of the ones she had lent him. "Faisal also said he wouldn't have given me any help at all if it hadn't been your plan. He said you were a brave woman, and he's looking forward to seeing you again soon," or something along those lines. I don't think he meant a word of it. Waiting for Fadila to get undressed, Reg stood there in nothing but his jockey shorts and a pair of dirty white socks as easily and unself-consciously as if he were in a pre-flight locker room talking with a fellow pilot. Earlier, when he and Fadila had exchanged uniforms in the back of the moving truck, They'd modestly turned their backs to one another. But now he stood in plain view of her, too focused on the details of the plan and the danger that lay ahead to feel the slightest twinge of embarrassment. Fadila hesitated. "Please turn around." He did and changed the subject. "I spoke to your father. He seems fine, in better spirits. That chauffeur of yours, Abdul, is taking good care of him. Your father had a message for you, too. Tell my daughter I've joined the fight." "What about Khalid?" "I wasn't able to talk to him, but I think he's fine. Faisal's got him posted to a gunnery battalion on the canyon cliffs." "Ah, that's 1,000 times better," Reg said as he zipped himself into his own trousers again. "I don't know where you found that uniform, but it rides awfully high in the crotch. I plan on having it altered as soon as I can make an appointment with my family's tailor," she shot back. "Smart Alec." Reg grinned. "Let's go pick you out a weapon. Maybe a rolling pin." He led the way to the back of the truck, where the others were outfitting themselves. Ali had found a 5-foot-long field gun that fired rounds the size of Cuban cigars. It was designed as a stationary weapon, but the broad-chested soldier took his keftaya back from Reg and tied it around the gun to create a shoulder sling. Edward strapped a flamethrower harness onto his back, a far cry from the antique weapon he had used the previous afternoon. This new flamethrower featured a lightweight ceramic canister that carried double the fuel, had adjustable settings, and didn't require a constantly burning pilot, a major asset during a sneak attack. Remy, who along with Sutton was going to stay outside and guard the entrance while the others entered the ship, had chosen a bazooka-style, shoulder-mounted rocket launcher. Reg picked up a fully automatic machine gun and offered it to Fadila. "Think you can handle one of these? Or would you rather help Ty operate the alien pulse gun?" She accepted the machine gun, but then muscled past Reg and picked up the only remaining flamethrower. "I'll take this one too. Fire is what they hate the most. Fire is what I'm going to give them." She slipped her arms into the harness assembly, then moved off to discuss the weapon with Edward. "I don't like it," Ali whispered to Reg. "She's not a soldier. She's a woman, and she doesn't know what she's doing." Reg glanced over his shoulder. "I'd be careful about saying that to her face," he told Ali. "She's liable to barbecue you." Fadila must have heard them talking. "Is there a problem?" she asked, moving closer and holding the nozzle of her weapon menacingly in Reg and Ali's direction. Ali glared at her for a minute before backing down. "No, there is no problem." "Good." She turned around and fired a test shot at a cell of nearby rocks. Night turned to bright day as the powerful jet of fire shot 50 feet and splattered against the stones. Because the fuel was laced with generous amounts of napalm, the fire continued to bum long after it hit the ground. Ali's anger flared as hotly as the flames. "What are you doing, stupid woman? You're showing the aliens where we are." Fadila mocked him. "Why are you so afraid? Don't worry. If the big bad aliens come, I'll protect you." Edward laughed at her joke, but Ali was far from amused. As the napalm-enhanced fire burned and dripped down the rocks, Reg called everyone together for a final strategy session. "Listen up. Even with Faisal's help, this isn't going to be easy. Everything within 10 miles of the ship is heavily patrolled. The aliens move in pairs on their chariots. Hopefully, we'll see them before they see us. But according to Faisal, they've got another trick. They bury themselves in the sand like landmines and pop up when humans come too close. Keep your eyes open. Faisal will be sending jets to bomb the northern edge of the ship. We'll approach from the south and slip into the tower during the distraction." "If we can get past the patrols," said Ali. "Right? We won't know if we can do that until we're out there. We may have to turn back." "No turning back," Fadila said matter-of-factly. "She's right," Yossi said. "If they release those weapons into the air at dawn, we're dead just the same. Better to go down fighting." Reg squatted and drew a picture of the tower in the dirt. "I've been told there's no way to enter the tower directly from the outside, so we'll have to enter here, where the right side of the tower meets the front of the ship." The Saudi army was exploring this opening when the aliens began their attack. "What did they find out?" Remy asked. Reg shrugged. "There weren't any survivors." He looked at the anxious faces around him. "Hopefully, we'll have better luck." Let's climb to the top of those rocks so we can have a look around. Ty and Yossi, who were riding next to Reg in the chariot, looked at the almost vertical stone cliff in front of them, then at one another, then finally at Reg. It would have been safer to dismount and climb up the slope under their own power, but neither of them objected. Instead, they concentrated on moving toward the top of the stone wall and, through the magic of alien bioengineering, the chariot began to pick its way up the craggy cliff. The angle was so steep that they would have slid off the back of the chariot if it hadn't been for the ingenious harness Ty had made by fastening several lengths of nylon rope around the body of the sled-shaped alien construct to keep them in. "Don't try to steer," Reg insisted. "Don't tell it which way to go. Just focus on getting to the top. It's like a horse, it knows the best way." When the chariot stopped at the top of the rocks, Reg lifted himself out of the layer of foul-smelling ooze that coated the seating area and surveyed the valley ahead through a pair of binoculars. He looked nothing like the unassuming man who had entered Faisal's camp earlier that night. Now he was heavily armed with an automatic machine gun on his back, a belt of grenades slung over his shoulder, and a holster on each hip. One holster held a .357 Magnum loaded with armor-piercing shells. In the other was a flare gun. Only a couple of miles ahead, the mountain-sized remains of the alien city destroyer loomed in the darkness. The light of the moon glimmered across what remained of the domed roof, and there was just enough light for them to see their objective, the tower rising from the front of the ruined spacecraft. Far to his right, Reg looked out on the plateau that was to have been the site of Faisal's wedding. It was littered with destroyed and abandoned vehicles. The flags and bunting decorating the photo platform fluttered in a warm breeze blowing across the desert from the south. Everything was perfectly quiet except for the idling engines of the two trucks nearby. "Something is very wrong with this picture," Reg said as he searched for signs of alien activity through the binoculars. At the base of the tower, he spotted the large opening Faisal's men had told him about. It was big enough to drive a truck through. "We should have run into some resistance by now. We should have seen them at least." "Don't sound so disappointed," Yossi said. "After all, we're trying to avoid them, remember?" The agreement Reg had made with Faisal was simple enough. It called for the team to elude as many of the alien patrols as possible until they were within 10 miles of the fallen ship. At that point, they would send up flares to signal the Saudi Air Force to begin bombing the far side of the ship as a diversionary tactic. Despite the high loss rates the Saudis had sustained each time they had tried to make bombing runs on the remains of the destroyer, Faisal had assured Reg that air cover would be waiting for him by the time he arrived at the 10-mile perimeter. Since the aliens were mysteriously absent, it didn't appear they needed any help to make it inside. But what about on the way out, assuming they lived that long? If they managed to find and recapture the case of biological pathogens, the aliens weren't likely to let them escape without sending chariots to chase them. In that scenario, a few well-placed bombs dropped in the path of their pursuers would make a world of difference. "You think those Saudi jets will show up?" Reg shrugged and came back to the chariot. When he sat down, the conductive goop accepted him with a slurping noise. Faisal promised they would, but obviously that's no guarantee. "If we're going in, we have to assume there won't be any help." Yossi nodded and thought the situation over. Who needs them? The aliens have gone away and left the front door wide open. Maybe we can sneak in and out before they come back. Ty couldn't believe it was going to be that easy. "Maybe they're not gone," he said. "Maybe they're hiding just inside that opening waiting to zap us when we step through. Or maybe I hear sleeping and when they hear us." Reg interrupted him. "That's the risk we have to take. And we better do it soon," Yossi said. "Only a couple of hours until dawn." Ty unwrapped a couple of the amber-colored medallions and laid them on his forearm. He fiddled with them for a moment, but could find none of the black diamonds that signaled alien proximity. "The coast is clear," he said. "In fact, it's empty." "Let's get back to the trucks," Reg said. The chariot obeyed immediately and bolted down the steep, uneven slope. The skinny, bone-white legs took them bouncing, bucking, and stumbling forward until they reached the desert floor once again, then whisked them smoothly up to the driver's side window of the lead truck, where Sutton was behind the wheel. Edward sat next to him in the cab, monitoring the reports coming over the radio in Arabic. Remy and Fadila were in the cargo area, keeping their eyes peeled for the enemy, while Ali drove the other, older truck. "You smell that?" Sutton asked, sniffing the air with ferret-like intensity. "Something smells funny, like mildew or something." Like the rest of them, he was hyper-alert to signs that the biological weapons had already been released. In addition to noticing odd smells in the air, they'd imagined burning sensations in their noses and lungs and spotted ominous-looking clouds on the horizon, only to have them turn out to be bushes or stands of rock. "Smells like you're imagining something," Remy called down to the driver. Reg said, "It doesn't look like Faisal's boys are going to show, but we don't need them. Actually, it's better this way. Gives us the element of surprise." "Yeah, but on the way out? That's a lifetime from now," Fadila said. Reg grinned at her choice of words. Then Sutton surprised them all by yelling, "If we meet any damned resistance on the way out, we'll blow their bloody heads off. Let's go. Let's rock and roll." "Wait a second. Listen to this." Edward, who had been listening to radio reports, leaned past Sutton so he could make eye contact with Reg, sitting in the alien chariot outside. "I think I found out where our spacemen are. They've sent an army to At-Taif. Right now, they're attacking the southern outskirts of the city." Sutton asked, "So they're gone?" "If they are," Reg said, grinning, "that would make it a whole lot easier to sneak in, wouldn't it?" "Turn toward the ship," he said aloud. When he, Yossi, and Ty simultaneously willed it to happen, it did. The chariot turned sharply and began trotting forward, awkwardly at first, until the men mentally agreed on the speed they wanted. With a clear set of mental commands steering it, the chariot moved across the sand smoothly and gracefully. "It's like a magic carpet," Ty said, as they picked up speed. The pace they settled on was fast as the bioengineered dune buggy would caney them, which turned out to be 40 miles per hour. They slowed down only once, as they came to the last earthen barrier and looked across the wide-open no-man's land in front of them. Ali parked the battered old track there, leaving it as an emergency backup, then jumped into the back of the Mercedes. Now the only obstacle standing between them and the unbelievably large mass of the city destroyer were the destroyed vehicles left behind by the Saudi army. Once they were out in the open terrain, the Mercedes quickly outpaced the chariot. Sutton kept the pedal to the metal and shot ahead, literally leaving Reg and his fellow drivers in the dust. As they raced closer, the staggeringly large tower seemed poised to topple over and crash them like fleas, its great height creating the optical illusion that it was about to fall forward. The three men crouched behind the front wall of the chariot expected pulse blasts to begin raining down at them at any moment. Sensing their fear, the chariot veered sharply away from the tower and started across the open desert. Reg choked down the fear that was rising in his chest and sounded an order. "Concentrate on following the truck." And a moment later, the vehicle did exactly that. But it wasn't the last misstep. Each time one of the men glanced up at the darkened, blank face of the tower, the chariot responded to his terror and tried to steer away. Then, to add to their problems, they noticed something new and truly alarming. There was a massive tubular form crawling down the front face of the tower, like a 10-foot diameter snake, something that definitely hadn't been there during the daylight hours. The chariot balked under the confusion of conflicting mental signals it received from its drivers, then came to a dead halt. "What the hell is that?" Switching on their flashlights, they saw what appeared to be an enormous root or section of pipe. Growing up the wall of the tower, it rose beyond the limits of their vision and appeared to be growing right before their eyes, causing the tower to undulate and move. "I don't like the looks of that," Ty said, his voice full of jitters. "They've planted their magic beans, and this is the beanstalk we're supposed to climb up, right?" But as they watched the slow movements, they realized that it wasn't growing out of the ground. It was growing down, burrowing deeper by the moment. "Better to take our chances on the inside," Yossi said, and the chariot moved off. They turned the comer of the tower and raced to where the others were preparing to enter the break in the destroyer's wall. Ali had already broken open several flares and tossed them inside the ground-level opening, determining that the first few yards at least were safe. He and Fadila stood at the ragged opening, impatient to slip inside. "Did you see that thing climbing up the tower?" Edward asked in a harsh whisper, bringing a pair of lightweight thermal blankets to the chariot. "It's not climbing," Ty answered him. "It's digging itself into the ground." Edward spread the blankets under the rope harness at the back of the chariot to create a passenger area. Most of the gelatin coating had already been scraped away. The blankets were to prevent any further contact with the goop. Getting 3 people to cooperate in the driving was tough enough. They didn't need 6 people steering. "Hop on," Reg told Edward. He did, and the chariot jogged forward to where Ollie was standing guard over the opening. Sutton ran up behind them before they went inside. "Ty," he whisper-shouted, "leave us one of those disc things of yours, and don't you people be in there forever. Remy and I can't sit around picking our noses out here past sunup." Ty tossed him one of the medallions. "And one more thing," Sutton called. "Good luck." Ollie and Fadila stepped through the opening, made a quick inspection, and waved for the chariot to follow them. Inside, the team found themselves facing a tangle of collapsed walls. What had once been a series of rooms and passageways was now utterly smashed to pieces. They quickly found a path through the charred, broken debris and arrived at the sidewall of the tower, which extended deep into the body of the ship. This wall was made of a different material and had sustained no visible damage. "Wait here," Ollie told the men in the chariot as he moved to inspect the wall. "You too," he told Fadila when she followed him. She ignored him and accompanied him into the long, partially collapsed corridor that ran along the edge of the wall. "It's thin," Ollie said, rapping his knuckles against the wall. Fadila pushed against it. It didn't give. It felt like a razor-thin sheet of rough-cut glass. She told Ollie to shoot his way through it, and both of them backed away. Ollie fired a single shot and, when the wall held, went to inspect the damage. Not even a nick. He and Fadila waded a few paces into the darkness of the corridor, trying to find the end of it with their flashlights, but it was too long. They ran back to the chariot, jumped on the back, and took hold of the harness ropes like bull riders at a rodeo. "Straight ahead," Reg commanded, and the chariot bolted forward, carrying the 6 heavily armed humans with ease. They set out at a cautious trot, but soon increased their speed by urging the chariot to move faster. The trip over the uneven floor felt like riding a rickety roller coaster. They were tossed one way, then the other, straining the whole while to spot signs of danger. They sped forward for a long time until they reached the end of the tower and turned the corner. "Stop!" The chariot legs went stiff and stopped short. Ahead, dim round lights glowed out of the jet blackness, weakly illuminating the floor and walls. "Back up!" someone hissed. The chariot shuddered but stayed put. "No, don't," Reg countered. "They're not moving." "What is it?" Ty whispered, extending his arm over the front rail of the chariot so Yossi could help him fire the alien pulse weapon if need be. "They're not moving," Reg said again. "Let's go for a look." After a moment of hesitation, the stick legs began moving forward again, but slowly and reluctantly now. As they came closer, it became apparent that they were not the first humans to enter the tower. The lights were coming from a cluster of Saudi jeeps that must have been parked there since the alien ambush almost 24 hours earlier. There must have been fresh batteries to keep the headlights lit up for all that time. A ghostly rustle of static came from the radio of the closest vehicle. There was no trace of any soldiers, but they could see where the last man had been and what he'd been doing. His rifle was leaning against the inside of the open door, and his water bottle was balanced on the narrow dashboard. He'd been talking on the radio and writing something down when the trouble began, probably very suddenly. His clipboard lay nearby on the ground. Edward picked it up and began studying it. There were no signs of the physical struggle everyone knew must have taken place. The jeeps were parked outside the opening to the tower. Where once there had been a great towering wall, there was now only a confusion of bent structural bars and shreds of fire-blackened sheeting. The first several stories of the tower were exposed to view where the wall had torn away. They were ruined completely, blasted to pieces by explosions and the crash. The rear cargo areas of the jeeps were loaded with recovered artifacts, most of them tagged and labeled. Mostly, they were pieces of shattered machinery, and all were composed of organic matter. "You still think we're going to find that silver case?" Reg asked Fadila. "Or die trying," she said, lifting her gaze and flashlight up to explore the massive, shredded wall of the tower. "If it's here, that's where we'll find it." Edward found something that helped confirm her suspicions. "This is not good news." He came toward them, reading from the clipboard. The men in these jeeps were climbing the tower and searching for survivors. Then, on the level 13, something happened. Reg and Fadila spoke at the same time. "What does it say?" Edward shook his head. "That something grabbed them. Then it says control room." Reg arched an eyebrow. "Control room? On the 13th floor." Edward took the report off the clipboard and stuffed it in his pocket. "That's what it says." "Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go have a look around." Reg had already estimated that the height of each of the exposed floors was 60 feet. Getting to the 13th floor would be the equivalent of climbing a 50-story building. "Check this out," Ty called softly. He'd found a platter-sized object in one of the jeeps. "It's the granddaddy of all medallions." It was the color of liquid amber and had the same hair-thin veins running through it as the discs he'd been carrying with him. "Watch. It lights up when you touch it." Ty rested his palm on it and a fuzzy, fast-moving image formed on the surface. The image was too indistinct to recognize, but it seemed to be shifting and changing at a chaotic speed. Reg leaned in for a better look. "What's it doing?" "Beats me," Ty said. "But it looks like a broadcast, doesn't it? Check your medallions. See if we're still alone in here." When Ty pulled them out of his pocket, he got two surprises. First, the complex, shifting pattern of diamonds was gone, and in its place was a flower design that covered the entire face of the disc. It was the same rigidly symmetrical daisy pattern found on the bottom of the city destroyer. Second, he could feel the small medallion drawn to the larger slab like a magnet. It gave him an idea. "These two pieces are attracting one another," he told Reg. "That must be the basis of their tracking system." "That's fascinating," Reg said impatiently. "Are there any aliens around?" "That I can't tell you," Ty admitted. "But if I see any, you'll be the first to know." Reg whistled through his teeth and waved everyone toward the tower. Seeing that the lower floors had been decimated beyond use, he moved directly to one of the X-shaped structural beams and began to climb. Each girder was as tall as he was, and there were about 10 of them between floors. They were made of bone or something very similar to it, and were encrusted with a brittle moss that flaked apart under their hands. As they climbed the first several stories of the mile-high tower, they saw that the floors were made of the same razor-thin material as the exterior walls. The loose edges fluttered like pieces of tissue paper in the breeze Reg made as he climbed past. Despite its seeming fragility, the material was strong enough to withstand the powerful explosions that had obliterated most of the ship. They continued to climb up the girders until they were dripping with sweat, and their arms began to tire. Young, lanky, and unencumbered by heavy weaponry, Ty scaled the support beams more easily than the others. Still, he was the first to suggest looking for a different way up. "This is taking too long," he called down to the others. "There must be a better way to the top." "Keep moving," Ollie grunted from below, and the team continued to climb, painfully, floor by floor, up the stack of X-shaped girders. Eventually, they reached a place where the damage was less severe. A ceiling of the ultra-thin material prevented them from climbing higher. They left the girders and moved deeper into the tower. With Reg in the lead, they moved at a fast march through the piles of twisted debris. The enormous room had been turned into an empty box by the force of the explosions. They walked uphill through the leaning skyscraper, then broke into a jog until the front wall of the tower came into view. The destruction was less complete here, and it was possible to imagine what the interior must have looked like before the crash. Sections of transparent wall still stood in places, or hung from the ceiling like ragged sheets of ice. They had once divided the floor into smaller rooms, workstations of some kind. When Ollie rapped on one of the walls with his knuckles, the vibrations caused it to make a humming noise. "Look at this," Ty called from the far side of the glassy barrier. He'd found a room that was only slightly damaged. It was the size of a small auditorium, and there were low black benches arranged in rows. Hanging on the forward wall was a flat, squared-off sheet of material that looked like a modified tortoiseshell. "Looks like a really uncomfortable movie theater," he mused, sitting down on one of the benches. The seat of his pants was still wet with the thick gel that lined the floor of the chariot. It made a rude noise as he sat down. "Aff!" Ty jumped up immediately when the bench moved beneath him. "What in the—" He reached down and touched it again with his hand this lime. The surface of the bench was as hard and as smooth as polished marble. But when activated by the galvanic charge coursing through his fingertips, it bubbled to life, its surface rising into a series of inch-tall welts. Struggling against the impulse to tear his hand away, Ty held it in place and watched in horrified fascination as the transformation of the stone-like material continued. Tiny lines of light appeared in the surface, first as a dull glow, but then brightening to form a complex grid. Within moments, the entire length of the bench lit up with a visual display, showing an unintelligible, highly complicated blueprint, half anatomical drawing and half engineering schematic. They realized it wasn't a bench but a table designed to be used by a creature half his size. Reg had forged ahead to the front wall of the tower. When the others followed him, they saw bands of blotchy light leaking through a network of narrow windows. A series of thin geometric lines ran the entire height and length of the huge wall, each one emitting an uneven greenish glow. Reg stared up at the strange green lines, trying to understand the significance of the pattern they made. When he brought his face close to one of them, he saw that the large plates covering the outside of the tower were connected to one another by some sort of dense, stringy ligament. In some places, all that stood between Reg and the outside world was the same ultra-thin material that was used in the construction of the rest of the tower. This time, it was more than semi-transparent. Reg could see through it to the desert outside, which was brightly lit in a sickly, green-tinted glare. "What is it?" Fadila asked. "They're windows," Reg said. "They seem to be amplifying the light outside. Take a look." The others pressed close to the spy holes and stared through them. "Fantastic," Ty said. "It's like looking through night vision goggles," Edward said. "And a magnifying glass." The scene was almost too bright for their eyes. The rocky hills and wadis of the desert floor were illuminated in a harsh glare, as if enclosed in a giant copying machine. At the same time that it amplified the light, the material acted as a telescope. When Edward spotted a shape moving across a dune top far in the distance, the image quickly focused and enlarged until he could see that it was a lone alien soldier out on patrol in a chariot. The magnification continued until he could make out the individual tentacles on the armored creature's shoulder blades and the glowing 3-inch medallion on the back of his bony hand. He stepped back, blinked his eyes, and his vision returned to normal. "Very strange," he said. "Someday I'm going to build a house with windows like this." "I can see Sutton and Remy," Yossi said, pressing his forehead against the surface and looking straight down. "They look nervous. Now we understand why we are losing so many planes when we try to attack them here," Ollie said, pondering the windows. "They can see us coming from a great distance." "Which means," said Edward, pointing out the obvious, "that if there are any survivors in this tower, they probably watched us drive up." "Doesn't matter now," Reg said, checking his watch under the beam of his flashlight. "We're not climbing fast enough. We've been inside almost an hour and we're just past halfway up. We've got to find a faster route." "Yeah, but where?" They scanned the ruined monumental space with their flashlights but saw nothing that looked remotely like a staircase. In the distance, near the center of the tower, rubble was piled high around a set of columns that reached to the ceiling. They headed in that direction. Along the way, they passed an overturned set of the black work tables. When they came close to them, Yossi stopped short, froze in his tracks, and swung his machine gun into position. Holding his flashlight steady, he stared straight ahead with all the concentration of a bird dog, while the others fanned out to surround the spot. When he gave the signal, they began closing in from all sides, aware that if it was an alien they'd cornered, a telepathic attack was imminent. Everyone held their breath and stepped closer, their weapons trained where Yossi was pointing. There was a rustling sound and then a flash of movement as a small gray body leapt from its hiding place and darted in one direction, then another, looking for a way past the humans. Ali and Yossi both shot at the thing but missed. Their bullets ricocheted into the distance. With surprising speed and agility, the creature bolted forward and would have gotten away if Reg hadn't pounced and knocked it to the floor. He grabbed it around the neck and felt his fingers sink into the spongy flesh. When the shock wave of pain tore through his body, Reg was ready. He lifted the creature off the ground and slammed it against one of the touch-activated tabletops. The pain's not real, he told himself. You can resist it. Once more, Reg lifted the homuncular body with his half-paralyzed arm and brought it crashing down against the stone-solid surface of the table, sending a telepathic message of his own. Obey or die. But the alien continued to resist. Reg continued to pound it against the tabletop until its body went as limp as a rag doll, and it fell into a stunned submission. Then he leaned over it and saw himself reflected in the surface of the alien's silvery eyes. Reg had been waiting for a moment like this. He tried to read the alien's mind. He conjured up the image of the silver box from his memory and attempted to send the image to the alien. "Where is it?" he demanded loudly. "Where's the box?" When he received no answer, Reg fed the creature another mouthful of tabletop. "It's dead," Edward told him. "No," Reg said. He could feel the thing's consciousness. It was monitoring him, playing possum, but he didn't know how to access its thoughts. Telepathy was, after all, an alien skill, not a human one. "What should we do with it?" Fadila asked. "Kill it," Reg said, searching the bulging silvery eyes for signs of fear. The only thing he felt in return was a hateful defiance. Ali stepped up to the table, lifted the butt end of his heavy, 5-foot-long gun, and held it over the alien's enlarged brainpan. "Should I?" "Last chance," Reg warned the creature. Its eyes closed calmly a moment before Ali slammed his weapon down and split open its skull. Reg felt the life slip out of the little body in his grip. He backed away, wiping his hands clean on his uniform and breathing hard. "I really hate those little bastards," he said. The team regrouped and continued the search, marching quickly through the monumental darkness. They had only gone a short distance when they saw the flash of an alien pulse weapon and heard a startled scream that sounded like Ty. The others hit the deck and prepared to fire in the direction of the noise, assuming the bio-armored aliens had finally shown up to defend the tower. "Sorry," Ty called through the darkness. "That was only us." He and Yossi had gone ahead of the others and found something that had startled them. "Come this way," Yossi called, signaling with his flashlight. "We found something." The others raced forward and saw the two men investigating a deep recess in the wall. "What is it? What did you find?" Ty was down on his knees leaning into an opening, shining his light straight down. "It's a shaft of some kind." "Ugh, what are those things on the walls?" Fadila asked, disgusted by what she saw. The inside of the shaft was lined with sickly-looking white strands. "I don't know, but I just lost my appetite," Ali said. The vertical tube seemed to travel the entire height of the tower, and its walls were overgrown with slender white tendrils that hung limply in tangled masses. Reg thought the tendrils looked like relatives of the vines he'd seen growing in other parts of the ship. "There's that horrible smell again," Edward said, backing away. "Ammonia." Ty turned to face the group. "That smell could be a good thing. Think about it. The pulse gun, the chariot, their bio-armor." Reg understood instantly. "Of course, this is another one of their machines." "But what?" "I think it's a lift," Ty said. "It's got to be." He cautiously leaned over the edge and peered once more into the bottomless pit. All of their technology is basically ripped off from other species or cultures. They must be zipping around the universe, conquering one planet after another and adapting the technologies and life forms they find to serve their own purposes. "You know what I think this shaft must have been?" The others didn't have a clue. "A giant esophagus," he announced with a dramatic expression. "The aliens probably found some poor brontosaurus-sized slob, cut his throat out, put it in one of those liquid-growing vats of theirs, and voila, Instant elevator. These stringy white things hanging down the sides are cilia, just like you find in the human windpipe. I'll wager 10 quid that if we touch them, they'll do something. He glanced around at the others. Any takers? Maybe they have stairs, Yossi offered. When no one volunteered, Tai took matters into his own hands, literally. He reached out and grabbed one of the gooey white strands. Instantly, the entire shaft erupted to life. Tens of thousands of white tendrils began to whip around the interior of the shaft in a writhing frenzy. Pleased with himself, Tai smiled an "I told you so" smile, not noticing that the strands were crawling up his arm. By the time he realized what was happening, the stringy tendrils had wound themselves around his shoulder and pulled him inside. The group had just enough time to recoil in horror and level their guns at the man-eating tendrils before Tai came flying out and landed, ass over teakettle, in a heap 10 feet away. The tentacles all dropped limp, and the shaft went quiet again. "Michael, are you all right?" Fadila asked. Tai sat up and spit out an oily piece of tendril. "It wasn't exactly a Riviera holiday, but yeah, I'm okay." He was covered head to foot in a fine layer of the foul-smelling slime. "There goes your elevator theory," Yossi smirked. "Not at all," he said, getting to his feet. "I got a little nervous is all. Once I was inside, the only thing I was thinking about was getting out, not going up. It did what I asked. Maybe I'll have one more go. I don't think it's dangerous." Before the others could dissuade him, he marched back and jumped inside. The long strands flared to life again, whipping back and forth like over-caffeinated sea snakes, and caught him. He screamed suddenly and was carried off. A moment later, the movement stopped suddenly, and the tendrils all fell dormant. Carefully, Reg leaned a few inches into the shaft and looked up, then down. "Tai, can you hear me?" He backed away from the opening when he heard something coming toward him from above. Tai's helmet flew past, falling to the bottom. "Tai!" Reg shouted again, then, straining to hear a response. He was about to give up when the millions of thin white strands whipped into a frenzy of movement once more. Reg leapt back from the opening and, a second later, Tai came flying out of the shaft and landed once more in a heap. "Gotta work on the landing, but one think I'm getting the hang of it," he said. "We thought this thing ate you for breakfast," Reg said. "Where'd you go?" "Up." "How far up?" "I'm not exactly sure." He looked at Yossi through the darkness. "I told you it was a lift," he said. "And guess what it turns out to be? A lift." "Precisely. This time, when I went inside, I thought about moving upward. Just like with the chariot. Next thing I knew, whoosh, I was going up." "See any shiny metallic cases up there?" Reg asked, glancing at his watch. "I didn't stay long enough to look around," Tai answered. "Wait a second," Edward said. "The report on that clipboard, it said something grabbed them, remember? Then it said control room. The case is up there, it has to be." "That's what I've been saying all along," Fadila pointed out. "Let's ride this thing to the top." Tai lectured the group. "Don't be distracted once you get inside. Think about traveling up. Concentrate on getting to the top." He reached his arm inside and brought the stringy white cilia to life once more. They wrapped themselves around his lanky frame and dragged him inside. "Can you see me in here?" Tai called through the storm of movement. He was fully engulfed, but the others caught occasional glimpses of him, a kneecap here, an elbow there. They watched Tai think himself up a few feet, then back down again until he was hovering in front of them again. Without leaving the shaft, he called through the rustling cilia. "Everybody clear on the concept?" Then, without waiting for an answer, "Good. See you at the top." Yossi was the first to follow. He took a deep breath and stepped bravely to the threshold of the shaft, but lost his resolve and hesitated, staring into the grasping tendrils, overwhelmed by the strangeness of what he was about to do. "This is not why I joined the Air Force," he moaned, closing his eyes tight and leaning forward until he felt the moist strands begin to lash softly across his face and chest. The next thing he knew, they had wrapped themselves around him and dragged him inside. It was an odd, terrifying sensation. He suddenly found himself floating in a zero-gravity environment. The moist white strands came at him from every angle and buoyed him up, each one lifting a tiny fraction of his weight. When he opened his mouth to yell, the strands darted into his mouth. He batted at them with his arms and kicked with his legs, but felt no resistance. It was like fighting against the air. Individually, the tendrils had very little strength, but they were wickedly quick and adjusted to changes in his position as fast as he could make them. Took a second or two for Yossi to realize that although he was floating inside the shaft, he wasn't moving. I need to move up, he remembered. The mere thought wasn't enough, it had to be a positive act of will. Up, I want to move up. Sensing his desire through the conductive medium of the gelatin, the tendrils obeyed. Yossi shot upward, tumbling end over end. Once he stopped struggling, the ride was surprisingly comfortable. Then it came to an abrupt end. He was spit out of the shaft and crashed to the floor. When he looked up, Ty was looking down at him. Weird, isn't it? Come on. Get out of the way before the next person comes through. Still slightly disoriented from the experience, Yossi allowed Ty to drag him to one side a moment before Edward came crashing out of the esophageal bioelevator. One by one, the others followed until the group had reassembled on the new, higher stage of the tower. That was disgusting. Fadila winced, wiping the film of clear gelatin off her face. Are we at the top? Doesn't look like it, Reg said with a sinking feeling. He moved a few strides into the cavernous space. It was a virtual replica of the floors below, full of the same shattered walls and pieces of broken equipment. In the distance, the false daylight filtered through the gaps between the exterior plates. It looks like there's at least one more floor above. Through the semi-transparent ceiling, they could see what appeared to be an open chamber above. It looked completely empty. The team marched toward the front of the tower, keeping their eyes open for a way up to the next story. I just realized something, Reg announced. This floor above us, it has to be the exit bay for their attacker planes. Yeah, I think you're right, Ty said, nodding. He was the only one who had been with Reg during the first attack over Jerusalem, when hundreds of the disc-shaped attackers had come swarming out of an opening about 3/4 of the way up the face of the tower. This is the tunnel they flew out of. It's as wide as the tower itself. Ali cursed in Arabic, then said, There's got to be a way around it. Maybe along the sides, Fadila suggested, and started to walk in that direction. Sounds logical, Ali grudgingly agreed, and began to follow. Just then the walls began to quake violently, followed by a booming explosion. The floor shifted sideways beneath their feet, powerfully enough to knock all of them to the ground. With a shudder, the tower leaned another degree off-center. The entire structure teetered back and forth as the support beams on the lower levels decided whether to give way and collapse. When it seemed as if they would hold for a while longer, Fadila was the first to break the silence. And what exactly was that? One think your fiancé's planes have decided to show up after all. Just when we need them least, Edward observed. They're going to knock the tower over before we can get outside. It's getting close to sunup, Reg announced. We've got to find these bioweapons. No, seriously, Edward said. They're going to knock the tower over. Isn't it time to get out of here? Plenty of time left. Reg smiled. His expression changed suddenly as an idea occurred to him. He broke into a jog, searching the ceiling with his flashlight. What is it? This way. The others followed, weaving through the obstacle course of ruined workstations and collapsed walls. 100 yards before they reached the sidewall of the tower, Reg stopped and pointed his flashlight up at the ceiling. There it is. Lying massively on the floor above was the titanic taproot they'd seen as they entered the ship. It looked like an oil pipeline stretching away toward the front of the ship. If it were still growing and burrowing into the earth, there were no signs of it. The thing lay motionless. Ali stared up at the giant organic tube, stunned by a horrible epiphany. They're not going to put the biological weapons into the air. They're going to put them into the ground. Ty was confused. Wouldn't that be a good thing? To bury the poisons. Into the water, the groundwater, Ali explained. This is the desert, but there is water. An underground river, one of the largest in the world. It supplies the cities in the north with their water. He shook his head, thinking how many people would be infected if the water supply were contaminated, and how quickly the carriers would infect others. "Look up there," Yossi said, pointing his flashlight at the ceiling. Dimly visible through the ceiling were the bottoms of alien feet. 3 sets of them came padding alongside the taproot until they were directly overhead. Yossi followed them with his flashlight. "Turn that thing off, you jackass," Edward hissed. "You're showing them where we are." But the aliens already knew where the humans were. They lingered for a moment, looking down through the semi-transparent material before heading off in a new direction. Fadila raised her flamethrower to take a shot, but Reg stopped her. "Let's follow them." He bolted into the darkness, blazing a trail over and around the piles of debris lying in his path. He used the flashlight attached to his machine gun to keep track of the alien feet, unconcerned that he was giving away his own position. He chased them a couple of 100 yards until they disappeared. The others followed as best they could. By the time they caught up to him, Reg was climbing a sort of trellis composed of thick diagonal bars. He was already halfway to the top and didn't look back to see if the others were following. Out of breath by the time he climbed to the top, he found himself in the long, low corridor of the attacker exit bay. He took a few strides into the empty space and strained to hear the sound of the retreating aliens over the pounding of his own heart. But the only noise came from the rest of the team struggling up the trellis. As they stepped away from the trellis, he switched on his flashlight briefly and scanned the new room. In the distance, there was the 10-foot-tall taproot running past a set of columns, but otherwise the space was vacant. It was just tall enough to accommodate one of the 60-foot-long attacker ships. The floor and ceiling were covered with skid marks where the wobbling airships had brushed against them. There was no sign of the aliens. "Did you see which way they went?" Yossi asked. He and Ty had their forearms locked together, ready to leray the alien pulse gun. "No," Reg answered, "but I've got a feeling they're still nearby." "Listen," Fadila said. "Outside, you can hear the bombers." The tunnel was open at one end. The sound of the distant jet engines echoed down the corridor, and there was a slight breeze. "First things first," Ali said. "We've got to destroy that route before they can use it to poison the water supply." The taproot was more than 100 yards away. "You're right," Reg said uneasily. He had the sense that the team was being watched. "Let's head in that direction, but not in a bunch. We're making ourselves an easy target. Edward, you and I will go first. The rest of you follow in pairs." Reg took off, running in a crouch, but stopped suddenly after only a few steps. "What is it?" Edward asked. Tap. A fist-sized ball of light sliced through the darkness. As Edward twisted and ducked out of the way, he raised his free hand instinctively to shield himself. The green pulse streaked past his hand, removing 4 of his fingers and leaving a bum mark across his forehead as it went. He screamed in pain and hit the floor as a second blast sailed over his head. Reg and Ali opened up with their guns, blasting away in the direction of the attack. Ty and Yossi sent a pulse blast of their own skittering away into the darkness. But it was Fadila who put the aliens on the defensive. She charged toward the source of the enemy fire, squeezing out a long arc of flame as she ran. The fire lit up the gloomy corridor and exposed their attackers. There were 3 aliens, 2 of them in exoskeletal armor. The warriors were marching inexorably forward with their fingers extended in the firing position until the fire overwhelmed them. They recoiled from the flames and, in their panic, tripped over their biomechanical legs and crashed to the ground. "Hold your fire," Reg screamed. Fadila was in the way, charging forward without a thought for her own safety. Before the lumbering giants could regain their feet and escape, she sprayed them with a heavy dose of thick liquid fire. By the time their thorax shells popped open and the creatures within wriggled into the open, Reg and Ali had come forward and were in position to finish them off. "There's one more," Ali shouted as he ran past the smoldering bodies. This way, they chased the fleeing alien into the shadows of the exit bay, moving toward the open front of the tower and leaving the light of the flames behind them. "More fire," Reg yelled when it seemed the alien would escape. Fadila raised her flamethrower and was about to send out another plume of fire when she realized there was no need. She knew exactly where the alien was standing. It was to her right, not far away, cowering against the tower's sidewall. Without a word being exchanged, all of the humans turned in the same direction and slowly raised their weapons toward the spot. They knew what they were going to see. A tall, unarmed alien with opalescent white skin. And when they aimed their flashlights in that direction, that is exactly what they saw. The alien moved very slowly away from the wall, its huge eyes squinting into the glare of the flashlights, and raised its hands above its head. Told them it wanted to surrender. Chapter 15. A very close encounter. Another bomb rocked into the downed spacecraft. The tower absorbed the shock wave without tilting any farther off-center. But as it swayed and shook beneath their feet, Reg and the others were reminded that time was running short. Dawn was quickly approaching and the Saudi jets outside were threatening to fell the tower like a tall tree. The alien stood perfectly still, its goose-egg eyes reflecting the beams of the flashlights. The only movements it made occurred inside its body. Beneath the translucent membrane of its skin, knots of tissue clutched and released in peristaltic motion. This creature was not like the others the team had encountered. It stood a full head taller, and its skin glistened a nacreous white. Its emaciated limbs looked long and graceful in comparison to its smaller, grayer brethren. But like them, its face was nothing more than a blunt spot on the front of its neck. Its large brain hung off the back of the skull like a meaty, pie-sized tumor. The frail captive had ample reason not to move. It had a large-caliber field gun, 2 flamethrowers, 2 fully automatic machine guns, a pistol, and an alien pulse weapon pointed its way. The humans who held these weapons were waiting for the creature to make the slightest of false moves, anything that would give them the excuse they wanted to blow it to bits. They were nervous, frightened, and thirsty for revenge, but something told them it would be a mistake to squeeze their triggers. The alien lifted its white, 2-fingered hands in the air as a sign of its surrender and spoke to Reg. In a single, sustained, telepathic thought, it communicated several ideas at once. It told Reg that there were no more bio-armored soldiers nearby, that it was personally incapable of violence, that it would cooperate fully if the humans gave it a chance, and that killing a potentially useful prisoner would be a grave tactical error. It took a long, confusing moment for Reg to sort out the multilayered mental message the alien was sending. It came to him as a feeling rather than in the symbolic language he was accustomed to using. The communication was both a physical sensation that tingled through his nervous system and a recognizable emotion. There were no words, no need for interpretation, no possibility of misunderstanding. But the ideas were piled on top of one another, strung together in a way that took some getting used to. Once he began to understand the telepathy, the ideas resonated with a strange familiarity through some long and used section of his brain. And there was a rationality to the communication that caught Reg off guard. All the aliens he'd faced previously had sprung at him mentally with the same ferocious energy they used in their physical attacks. This tall one, on the other hand, was serene, intelligent, and more importantly afraid to die. Without lifting his eyes away from his prisoner, Reg began to explain to the others what the alien had told him. There was no need. The rest of the team could also hear the alien thinking. "It's reading our minds," Ali said nervously. "We should kill it." "No, we are reading its mind," Tai said. "Aren't we?" "Don't kill it," Edward demanded. "There's no need. It's not going to hurt us, and we need its help." "Not going to hurt us?" Yossi asked. "What about your hand?" Edward had his mangled left hand tucked under his right arm to staunch the bleeding, but kept his flamethrower in the ready position. He and the alien answered Yossi's question simultaneously, one silently, the other aloud. "It's the others ones who shot me," Edward insisted. "The ones in the suits of armor. This one is different. Can't you feel what it's telling us?" "I think he's right," Tai said. "Maybe it knows where the biological weapons are." Reg tightened his grip on his .357 Magnum, walked forward until he was standing within an arm's length of the 5-foot-tall ghost-like figure, and pointed the gun at its forehead. The alien didn't flinch, but everyone sensed its panic level rising. As calmly as he could manage, Reg spoke to it. "I'm going to put a big, messy hole through your ugly face unless you help us. Understand?" It understood. "We're looking for a silver case. It's full of little glass test tubes, and we want you to." Reg didn't need to finish putting the idea into words. The alien was already answering. It pointed one of its hands, a set of banana-sized pincers, toward the horizon of the ceiling, then spoke once more. In one mental stroke, it told them, in no particular order, that the silver case would be found on the floor immediately above, that it would gladly lead them to the spot, and that the biological poisons were still safely inside their sealed tubes. There was no question about what the alien wanted. It was trying to exchange cooperation for survival. "I don't like it," Ali grumbled after listening to the alien. He turned and swept the darkened exit bay with his flashlight. "I've got a bad feeling. He wants to trap us. Why are the weapons upstairs? Why aren't they over there?" He pointed the flashlight in the direction of the distant taproot. "It doesn't make sense." "Why don't we ask him?" Fadila said. She walked angrily to where Reg was standing, gave the alien a sharp thump on the chest with the warm tip of her flamethrower, and spoke to it in heated Arabic. She wanted to know what the taproot was for. The tall one was remarkably forthcoming in its reply. Without words or images, it answered Fadila's question in surprising detail. The massive root, nearly 2 miles long from end to end, customarily served as a food source for the aliens and had been grown from a tiny seed. The one growing down the side of the tower had been altered to grow in such a way that it would serve as a powerful pump. The tip of the plant had already penetrated to the level of the groundwater. The test tubes were to have been snugged into a specially designed insertion, a cartridge chamber, and then forced downward under explosive pressure. The first anthrax deaths in the northern population centers would have occurred within 72 hours. The alien understood and began to explain the geometric progression of infection among the human population. The lethal efficiency of the plan seemed to please the creature. "That's enough," Fadila shouted. She felt like punching the balloon-headed creature right between its bulging chrome-colored eyes. Before she could, Reg made a decision. "This is our best bet," he announced. "We'll follow our little friend upstairs. If he leads us to the silver case, we'll let him live. If not, he's vapor, and we'll come down here and destroy that big root." He started the alien marching with a shove. He knew Ali was probably right. Chances were good that it was leading them into an ambush. There was no way to know for sure, even though the individual they'd captured seemed to be cooperating. Reg knew the aliens worked together as seamlessly as bees from the same hive and that they had descended on Earth intent on exterminating humanity. They were colonizers and cold-blooded killers. It made sense that there would be a trap waiting for them on the floor above, and that's exactly what Reg was hoping for. If the silver case was the bait, there was always a chance of getting away with it before the trap was sprung. As they walked, Yossi tore off his shirt and used it to make bandages and a tourniquet for Edward's wound. "Listen, I know you don't like to take advice from Jews," he told Edward. "But next time, don't try to catch the bullet. Try getting out of the way." Ty took off his belt, looped it, and slipped it over the alien's head to create a choker leash, which he promptly handed to Reg. The alien's head bobbed heavily atop its thin neck as it shuffled across the floor. Its movements were stiff and wobbly at the same time, somewhat like an old man's. Very quickly, they came to a trellis of diagonal bars like the one they'd found earlier. Reg kept the alien tightly tethered with the belt leash as they began to climb. Ali and Yossi helped Edward up the bars. Fadila shot ahead and reached the new level first. By the time the others caught up to her, she had already wandered beyond the short entrance hall and out into the open, exposing herself to the danger of being picked off by a sniper's pulse blast. She was standing in a room that was as wide as a prairie and of incredible height. It had once been full of tall crystalline spires, towers within towers, most of which were now reduced to a jagged rubble. The architecture was stark and utilitarian. In many places, the spires were still connected to one another by horizontal footbridges. There were plenty of places left to hide, enough to hold a small army. But it would only take a sniper or two to finish the team off. They stopped at the end of the low hallway and crouched at the threshold. "Woman?" Ali hissed at her quietly. Come back here before you get all of us killed. Quiet, dog breath, Fadila answered at normal volume. She was staring straight up, lost in contemplation of the vast ceiling, which was composed of thousands of diamond-shaped panes of the light-amplifying, telescoping glass. Light from the outside world poured in through the panes as if it were midday, but only through a few at a time. Circular clusters of them lit up to create a moving pattern across the ceiling, like a half-dozen spotlights sliding across the skies over a destroyed city. Reg leaned out of the hallway far enough to follow Fadila's gaze. He looked up at the hazy blob of light she seemed to be following as it traveled, a few panes at a time across the ceiling. The moment he focused his eyes on it, it began to change. Suddenly, the windows showed him a fighter jet streaking silently through the pre-dawn sky at a high altitude. A moment later, the image magnified and refocused until he could see that it was an American-built F-15. The image magnified again, and he could read the serial numbers stenciled onto the undersides of the plane's wings. He blinked and looked away, slightly disoriented. Ty stared out into the open space ahead with a combination of awe and dread. "What drives such small creatures?" he asked, "to build on such a gigantic scale?" As if the proportions of the room were too grand to contemplate, he turned his attention to something small. The floor was covered with pieces of debris, some of which looked like tools or machine pieces. Ty stretched one of his long arms through the doorway and picked one of them up. It looked like an ordinary ball bearing, but stung his fingertips when he squeezed it. An inspection under his flashlight showed him that it was covered with bristles, a stiff metallic fuzz. He put it in his pocket and was about to back away from the opening when the alien spoke again. This time, no one could feel the thoughts except Ty. It suggested that he pick up one more, and it forcibly steered his attention to something that looked like a half-melted black pen. The alien told him it was a medical tool that could be used to treat Edward's wounds. When Ty retrieved it, the alien communicated to the rest of the group what the wand could do: stem Edward's bleeding, repair the shattered bone, clear and cauterize the wound, and accelerate the regrowth of the skin. "It could be a weapon," Ty pointed out, looking down at the lightweight object. One end of it flattened out into a dull blade. "Give it to him. Let him try," Edward said urgently. The bandages Yossi had made for him were already saturated and dripping with blood. If the bleeding didn't stop soon, he wouldn't be able to keep pace with the others. After a nod from Reg, Ty held the instrument out and let the alien's thick, awkward fingers take it from him. The creature fumbled with the tool for only a moment, then tossed it aside before Edward could finish unbandaging his mutilated hand. By the time he did, the bleeding had already stopped. A moment later, he realized the pain was gone, too. "That's a good start," he said. "But can you grow my fingers back?" The alien no longer seemed interested. It turned away and began walking toward the open room. It stopped when it came to the end of the leash and felt the belt tug at his throat. After a moment of hesitation, Reg followed the alien out of the hallway. The dimly lit space around them was quadruple the size of the largest domed sports arena on Earth and was filled with softly pulsating light. In addition to the spotlights of false daylight coming from the ceiling, there was a strobing, flashing light coming off the floor. As they walked farther into the room, they discovered the source of this strange light. Huge slabs of the same amber-colored substance had been set into the sloping, bowl-shaped floor in the shape of a flower. Each petal was the size of a soccer field and was glowing a warm orange color through the darkness. A few strides brought them to the end of the nearest petal. It was cracked and broken. In places, large chunks were missing after being damaged during the ship's crash. There was evidence that something or someone had been collecting the missing sections and setting them back into place like the pieces of a mammoth jigsaw puzzle. As with the plate of the same material Ty had found in the back of the jeeps, the glassy petals were emitting a shifting pattern of light. Blurred, fast-moving images streaked across the surface, but were unintelligible to the humans. A long walk from where they were standing, down at the eye of the flower, there was an amber lump that stood on a pedestal several inches above the floor. "Okay, we're here," Reg told the alien. "Where's the box?" Still eager to help, the creature communicated another cluster of associated ideas. The box, it told them, lay open on top of a work table in one of the laboratory rooms at the far side of the tower. It gave them the exact location and showed them the best path to take. The instructions were so clear that any one of the humans could have drawn a map. The alien began to shuffle its feet, prepared to lead them to the spot. "We don't need that thing anymore," Ollie said, gesturing toward their alien guide with his weapon. He was more convinced than ever that they were being led into a trap. Telepathic assurances aside, the crumbling spires that rose on both sides of the path they would take offered the perfect hiding places for snipers. "We know where we're headed. We can go by ourselves. Edward and Yossi, you come with me. The rest of you wait here for us. We'll be back soon. I hope." The three men jogged off without any further discussion and quickly began to fade from view behind the screen of eerily pulsating light. Reg pulled the tall one back toward the shelter of the entrance hall and maintained a watchful attitude, while Ty and Fadila moved deeper into the room and explored the erratically flashing light of the flower. "It's the mother of all medallions," Ty said, "the heart of their tracking system." He pulled one of the small medallions out of his pocket and felt it drawn toward the floor, like iron to a magnet. When the small disc touched his skin and activated, the pattern it showed was a representation of the huge flower shape that lay stretched out below him. I wonder what happened to all those little diamond shapes." "I think I know," Fadila told him, pointing toward the amber blob at the center of the flower. "There they are." Cautiously, the two of them walked down toward the spot where the petals came together and examined the glowing lump set on the pedestal. It seemed to be made of the same material as the broken amber slabs around them, but it was definitely alive. It was a foot-tall mass of semi-liquid biomatter contained within thin membrane walls. Its body produced a phosphorescent light from within, except on one side, where the skin was black. "Looks like an octopus," Fadila said, her lip curling in disgust. "Looks like a big brain to me." "A brain with legs?" A series of thin arms grew from the bottom of the transparent blob and reached out to connect with each of the 8 gigantic petals. Where they attached to the blob, these arms looked as moist and frail as a snail's body, but solidified as they fused with the surface of the amber material. Beads of an oily liquid ran down the organism's sides like sap leaking from a tree. "There are your diamonds," Fadila said, pointing toward the black spot on the blob's flank. Ty squatted for a closer look and realized she was right. Except for a very few strays, all of the tiny diamonds had clustered in one spot on the side of the blob-like body. He thought it over for a minute before asking a question. "At-Tarif is to the north, isn't it?" "The northwest." "Why?" Ty glanced around the interior of the tower to get his bearings. "So northwest is that direction," he said, pointing. Fadila understood what he was getting at. The dark diamonds had all clustered on the northwest wall of the gelatinous body. "So, this octopus is keeping track of where all the aliens are. And Edward was right about the radio reports. They're attacking at Taif." They noticed that the petal extending in the direction of the battle was flashing and pulsing much more rapidly than the others. "That must be how it works," Ty said. "Now, if each of these petals functions like a giant medallion, they won't work unless they're being touched by some living thing. We could royally screw the alien army by killing this brain thing. Their whole tracking and guidance system would shut down." Ty pulled a knife from the leg pocket of his uniform and was about to plunge it into the soft body when the alien spoke, urgently from the distance, offering some insights into the flower-shaped apparatus. This time, the interconnected telepathic ideas were embedded in a background sensation of painful loss. Although it was not a human emotion, both Ty and Fadila winced with sadness the moment they felt it. It was a deep feeling of separation and the aching wish to be reunited. They quickly realized that these feelings were coming from the lump of biomatter that sat sweating on the pedestal. Somehow, the alien was making it possible for them to feel what the simple organism was feeling. An intense chronic sadness, the same traumatic sense of loss a mother feels for her stolen children. The emotion suddenly vanished and the tall one explained to them that every piece of the amber material, down to the tiniest sliver, knew where all the other pieces were. That the magnetic attraction between the fragments was a result of a desire to be rejoined, and that the amber-oozing creature at the center of the device was, in many respects, like a human filthy with excrement, semi-intelligent, and wallowing in base emotions. When the explanation was over, Ty backed away from the blob remorsefully. "I can't do it," he said, reaching into his pocket and pulling out his last 2 medallions. "Go on, be free," he said to the discs, as he tossed them toward their parent. "Go keep Big Mama company." "Michael, you were right," Fadila said. "We have to kill this thing. Their whole navigation system will crash." Ty knew she was right, but hesitated and stared down at his shoes. The tall one had left him with a deep sympathy for the tortured creature, which the aliens had been holding as a prisoner for who knew how long. He turned the knife over and over in his hand, trying to gather the strength to murder the poor animal, when he noticed something moving between his feet. Something was on the story below, on the floor of the exit bay. He dropped to his knees, pressed his face close to the semi-transparent flooring material, and cupped his hands around his eyes to block out the strobing light. He saw what looked like a trio of small manta rays swimming through murky water, but quickly realized they were 3 alien skulls seen from above. They were making their way toward the taproot, and one of them was holding a square silver object in its arms. "What are you doing? Praying?" Fadila asked. When Ty didn't answer, she turned away to deal with the blob animal herself. As carefully and quietly as possible, Ty stood up and began to walk back toward the spot where Reg was standing guard over the captive alien. He realized that the tall one had deceived them. Instead of luring them into a trap, it had led them up here on a wild goose chase in order to give the others time to complete their plan of poisoning the region's water supply. "Where are you going now?" Fadila demanded. "Back in a minute," he answered as casually as he could manage. He thought he could hide his thoughts from the alien. Just need to talk to Reg for a moment, to distract himself from what he'd learned. He began to whistle as he walked, but he was too nervous to carry a tune. The closer he came to Reg, the stronger became his desire to turn around and walk the other way. He didn't realize what was happening at first and pushed himself forward. His pace grew slower and slower as a paralysis fell over his limbs. Then he stopped moving altogether. Only then did he realize that the tall one, standing beside Reg like a docile house pet, was exerting a form of telepathic control over him. He opened his mouth to shout out a warning, but found he couldn't speak. He tried to turn around, but his feet were rooted to the floor. Trapped inside his uncooperative body, he waited in the darkness for Reg or Fadila to notice that something was wrong. Then a strange idea infiltrated his consciousness. The way to solve this problem is to kill myself. He looked down and realized he was still holding the knife. The blade slowly tilted upward. Ty, knowing what was about to happen, struggled desperately to regain control of his arm, but couldn't. The knife jerked upward and stabbed into his left shoulder, where it lodged deep in the muscle and ligament. As if in a dream, he worked the blade free, then immediately plunged it into the softer tissue of his stomach. Although stupefied by what he was doing to himself, he felt no pain and was unable to make any sound. He pulled the knife free once more and prepared to stab into his heart when a shot rang out. Ty collapsed to the floor and howled in pain. The next thing he knew, Reg was kneeling beside him, checking his wounds. "Am I dead?" Ty asked. "No, but our little helper is. He made you do this, didn't he?" Ty nodded. "Listen, they're down there, right below us, and they've got the case." He quickly explained what he'd seen through the floor, then lifted his head and looked at his wounds. "I'm not going to die or anything like that, am I?" "Wait here for the others," Reg said, then turned and sprinted away just as Fadila ran up to the spot. "Reg, wait," she called. "Where are you going?" He didn't answer. He tore into the dark hallway and flew down the trellis ladder. A few seconds later, he was running headlong through the darkness of the exit bay with his machine gun gripped tightly between his hands. He didn't switch on his flashlight for fear of showing the aliens where he was. Instead, he took his best guess about where the taproot was and plunged blindly ahead. To his right, the first violet-blue light of morning showed the outline of the rectangular opening at the front of the tower. In a few minutes, there would be enough light to see where he was headed. But he didn't have a few minutes to spare. He continued moving forward, all of his senses on alert, searching for the aliens Ty had seen. When he heard a noise in the distance, he stopped running and stood stock-still. Above the sound of his labored breathing and furiously pounding heart, he heard it again. It was the sound of the clasps being opened on the silver case. He aimed his machine gun at the sound, then switched on his flashlight. A pair of bulging silver eyes looked back at him from beside the taproot, only a few strides away. It was another tall one, awkwardly manipulating the metallic suitcase that Reg had been chasing ever since he first saw it at Al Sayed. One of the 3 clasps was still fastened. He'd arrived just in time. "Back away, handsome," Reg growled at the alien, trying hard to sound cool, composed, and in control, when the truth was that he was terrified. When the alien didn't obey, Reg gathered himself and started moving forward, ready to blast through the alien's scrawny chest if it made a sudden movement. There were 2 more tall ones standing nearby, but they seemed unconcerned with Reg's presence. They turned their backs to him and resumed the tasks they'd been performing before he'd interrupted them. Although Reg didn't look in their direction, he found that he knew precisely what they were doing. Going ahead with the deployment of the biological weapons. They were breaking open the membrane that covered the 14 slotted cartridges that would accommodate the test tubes. "Just give me the box and I won't hurt any of you," Reg told them without a sound escaping his lips. Hut, he was also thinking, "As soon as Slash have it, I'll kill all 3 of you." He edged forward until, face to face with the nearest tall one, he extended a shaking hand and grabbed the handle of the silver case. When at last he had the thing safely in his grasp, a nervous smile crossed his lips. He breathed a huge sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his eyes with the sleeve of his uniform. Now that he was holding all the cards, he could relax. 3 quick bullets, he thought, 1 for each of these ghouls, and then Slash can leave. But before he could finish the job, the machine gun began to feel heavy in his right hand, and he let it rest on his hip. 3 quick shots, he told himself. Then again, he thought there was no real need to kill them. The tall ones didn't seem to be violent like the smaller aliens. They were, in fact, a rather admirable species. Reg began more and more to see the situation from their perspective and had soon developed second thoughts about taking the biological weapons away from them. After all, they were only doing what was necessary. Their invasion of the Earth was a matter of their own survival, not some random act of cruelty. Compared to humans, they were kinder, cleaner, better organized, more peaceful, and, ultimately, wiser. They were, in short, the far superior species and deserved to inherit the Earth, even if they planned to stay only a short while. It was a horrible idea, but it continued to unfold in his mind with an undeniable logic, like the blossoming of a sweet, poisonous flower. He suddenly saw humanity through the eyes of the aliens, a race of filthy and sadistic animals, the equivalent of cockroaches with guns. Suddenly, he regretted having killed the tall one who had led him upstairs. The gentle creature had only been trying to help, keeping the humans out of the way while the final preparations were made to inject the microbes deep into the Earth. Instead of being thankful, Reg had blown its brains out, murdered it execution style. The hatred and contempt the tall ones felt for him awakened all of his own self-hatred and brought him crashing back to the event that had shattered his life several years before. His ill-fated bombing run during the Gulf War. He remembered walking into that post-flight debriefing room feeling like he was the king of the world, then the next moment wanting to curl up and die when they told him what he'd done. The whole gruesome scene replayed itself as if it were happening again for the first time. He remembered standing in front of a television watching rescue workers pull the dead, the maimed, and the burned out of the rubble of the gymnasium his missile had destroyed, and he wanted nothing more than to end his own miserable life. He set the silver case on the floor and backed away, lost in the miasma of his guilt and self-loathing. Then he swung his machine gun over his shoulder and began to walk toward the opening at the end of the exit bay. Reg knew what he had to do: throw himself into the air and fly down to the desert floor. As these thoughts dominated his mind and controlled his actions, another part of Reg was kicking and screaming with the desperation of a drowning man. Trapped inside his own mind and disconnected from his body, he struggled to regain control and shake off the effects of the telepathic haze the tall ones had cast over him. But thrash and struggle as he might, he continued to march toward the precipice. In his anxiety, His mind flashed back to the question he'd asked himself after surviving that first catastrophic encounter with the alien attackers. Had he lived to fight again or only saved himself for a more horrible death later on? Now he knew. He was doomed as certainly as a man in a canoe speeding toward a waterfall without a paddle. And he told himself he'd been right all along. The people of Earth were too divided among themselves to answer the challenge of the highly disciplined alien forces. They'd come close with their too crazy plan. They'd shot the city destroyers out of the air. But that was cold comfort for a man marching toward his own unwilling suicide. He thought again of what he'd told the pilots gathered around the radio tent in the desert, that the only sane thing was to try something crazy. In the sky beyond the exit bay door, Reg heard a familiar sound, the screaming turbines of a jet as it dropped into a bombing run. He watched the plane rocket toward him out of the distance, hoping it would destroy the tower before the biological poisons could be released. But long before it came within firing range, it disintegrated in the green flash of a pulse burst. Reg! Reg! He heard Fadila's voice over his shoulder. Part of him wanted to turn around, if only to see her one last time before he died. But the other part thought she'd try to stop him from doing what needed to be done. He broke into a jog. Do something! Reg screamed inwardly, but the nightmare continued to sweep him toward the opening. The southeastern horizon appealed before him like a pastel landscape painting, framed by the monumental rectangle of the exit bay. Only a few seconds before he would have stepped off the edge, he remembered how he tricked the alien behind the wall in the oasis, how he'd used his imagination to make Khalid, like a character in a dream, begin doing all sorts of improbable things, turning somersaults and flipping himself through the trees like a gymnast. Do something. Do something crazy. Instead of trying to resist his forward momentum, Reg willed himself to run even faster. To his surprise, it worked. Then he imagined himself skipping like a carefree schoolboy, and his body responded again. He pictured himself moving side to side, sliding his feet like an ice skater. Soon his body responded, but he was still moving forward. He needed something crazier and needed it fast. So he did the first thing that came into his head. He danced. He broke into a very bad imitation of the dancing he knew from old musicals, a sliding athletic dance like Gene Kelly used to do. Even though his feet wanted to carry him straight ahead, he steered them into a sidestep shuffle. He was almost at the edge of the precipice. Keep dancing, he told himself. It took all his energy to maintain his concentration. He tried everything he could think of: spinning, leaping, tumbling, stomping his feet. Each of these strange gyrations worked for only a few seconds until the impulse to jump reasserted itself and carried him another step forward. Desperate to save himself, Reg started shucking and jiving, jitterbugging and hoofing, flailing around spastically, doing whatever odd movement came to mind. He kept it up until Fadila's voice broke the spell. Reg, what are you doing? She yelled as she came running toward him down the immense corridor. He backed away from the opening and, horrified at what he had been about to do, turned around to see her emerging from the shadows. Over here, he yelled to her. I'm all right now. I almost jumped. She ran toward him without slowing down. Come on, we've got to hurry. Let's jump together. She grabbed him by the arm and tried to tug him into the open air. When he resisted, she was angry and confused. What are you doing? She demanded. We've got to jump. They're waiting. Reg wrapped his arms around her waist and lifted her off the ground. Sorry, princess, you're coming with me. She thrashed from side to side and kicked savagely as Reg turned and started back into the exit bay. Less than halfway back to the spot where the aliens were readying the biological poisons, Ollie, Edward, and Yossi came jogging up from the opposite direction. Help me! Fadila shrieked. He's gone insane. Help! The three men stopped running and looked on in bewilderment as Reg explained the situation. She's trying to jump out of the tower, Reg told them. The aliens, they're controlling her. Help me hold her. Why are you doing this? Ali asked. You understand what we have to do. He gestured Yossi and Edward to move in from the sides, while he moved cautiously forward, speaking in a soothing voice as he prepared to spring at Reg. Let her go. Reg put her on the ground. Reg tightened his grip around Fadila's waist and whispered into her ear. "Princess, I know you're in there. I know you can hear me. I want you to pretend you're riding a bicycle. Start kicking your legs." She replied by butting the back of her skull against the bridge of his nose. Just as Yossi and Edward closed in from either side and prepared to grab him, Reg tried one last time. "Kick, princess." Then he lifted her even higher off the ground and charged at Ollie. "I am not a princess," she screamed, and her legs began churning in front of her like the blades on a threshing machine. Ollie was standing in the way as Fadila, legs pumping, came flying toward him. Reg threw her on top of the Saudi captain and, as the two of them crashed to the floor, he lowered his head and buled his way past them, narrowly escaping the grasping hands of the other two men. Running as fast as he could, Reg raised his machine gun in one hand and his pistol in the other and began blasting. As he came closer to the place where the aliens were working, he felt a numbness spread through his limbs and his pace slow to a trot. As the paralysis continued to spread, Reg gritted his teeth and pushed himself forward. He could feel the tall ones watching him from the darkness, trying to force their way back into his mind. Struggling with all his might against the invisible power, he dragged himself as close to the aliens as he could. Then he stopped and went perfectly still. His left hand went slack, and the pistol dropped to the floor. He appeared to be dead on his feet. He closed his eyes and felt Slash listen to the telepathic bombardment coming at him from 3 separate directions. Something like a smile flickered faintly across Reg's lips when he realized that he knew exactly where each alien was standing. 3 quick bullets. Reg snapped his machine gun into position and fired 3 shots into the darkness. There was a crash as the silver case hit the ground and glass test tubes bounced on the floor. The silent screaming in his head went quiet, and the strength returned to his arms. He was sure the tall ones were dead. He moved forward a few steps until he felt the hardness of a test tube under his boot and stopped short. He backed up and squatted down, feeling for the vial with his hand, hoping it wasn't broken. If it was, he would be dead in a matter of days, perhaps hours. Luckily, it seemed to be in one piece, and he slipped it into his shirt pocket. He set the gun aside and moved around the floor on his hands and knees, groping for test tubes as he listened to the shouts of Fadila and Ali as they ran toward him. "Over here," he called to them. "But watch your step. There are test tubes all over the floor." By the time Reg killed the aliens, the 4 of them had run to the edge of the tower and were about to throw themselves off the side. Their flashlights lit up the area. Everything was riddled with bullet holes. The bodies of the 3 tall ones, the side of the taproot, and even the silver case. "Oh no. If any of the tubes are broken," Edward began. "We might as well go back and jump," Yossi finished the thought. They began searching the floor and quickly found half of the 14 test tubes, all of them with their seals in place. 5 more were discovered inside the taproot, already loaded into the slots that had been grown for them. The meat of the root was wet and orange, like the flesh of a ripe mango. Ollie reached inside and gingerly worked them free one at a time, then handed them to Edward, who used his good hand to place them, ever so carefully, back into the battered case. "I've got another one right here," Reg said. "Give me some light." He reached into his shirt pocket and pulled out the tube he'd stepped on with his boot. It was cracked from top to bottom, but not all the way through. The structural integrity of the tube hadn't been violated. The honey-colored liquid inside looked harmless enough, like a sample of clean motor oil. Reg gazed nervously at the deadly nectar, which was enough, in theory, to send the entire human species into extinction. "Hey, Edward," he said with a slight quiver in his voice. "I think you'd better get over here with that case before I drop this thing." His fingers were trembling and continued to do so until the fragile beaker was resting peacefully in its foam channel. "We need one more," Edward announced. "Be careful where you step." As the team searched the floor on hands and knees, a pair of explosions shook the tower. A handful of Saudi jets were still in the sky, intent on toppling the tower. The massive structure groaned loudly and tipped even farther. All the equipment the tall ones had left scattered on the floor began sliding. Shouting filled the exit bay. "Time to get out. Let's go. Back down to the shaft." "Not yet," Reg yelled. "Listen." Cutting through the rest of the noise was the high-pitched tinkle of rolling glass. The final test tube was skittering downslope with the rest of the debris. Hurry, before it breaks. They chased the sound of the tube through the darkness. I've got it, Yossi shouted. He carried it to Edward using both hands. When it was finally locked inside the damaged case, he took off his glasses and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Now can we please get the hell out of here? They ran to the trellis and began to climb down, Edward hugging the case to his chest. They were almost to the floor of the lower story when Fadila stopped and looked around. We're missing someone. Where's Michael? She asked. In all the confusion, they'd left him behind. I'm right behind you, came a voice from above. They turned their flashlight upward and saw him climbing down the bars. His uniform was soaked in blood from his wounds, and it looked like his stomach was severely distended. When he caught up to the rest of the team, Yossi turned a flashlight on his swollen belly. What? Did they make you pregnant up there? Oh, that, Ty asked, patting the front of his uniform. I decided to bring Big Mama along with me. She's practically human. No, Fadila said. You've got to leave it here. If you bring it, they'll know where we are. We can't let them get the bioweapons back. We'll talk about it outside, Reg said. He knew Ty had saved the strange creature for humanitarian reasons, but he suddenly realized it might serve another purpose. The six of them rushed across the floor, threw themselves into the esophageal elevator, then climbed down the several flights of X-shaped girders. Bomb blasts continued to rock the tower. As quickly as their feet would carry them, the team was on ground level once more. They hurried out of the tower, looking for the chariot they'd left near the abandoned jeeps. Ty lagged behind the others. He had made the first part of the trip down without any assistance, but his stab wounds began to take their toll as he climbed down the last few stories. He couldn't use his left arm, and his stomach was cramping. Reg and Ollie stayed behind the others to help him. As they brought him down, the entire tower groaned and leaned, threatening to collapse at any moment. When they came running out of the tower and into the area where the jeeps were parked, they learned that the chariot was gone. Yossi, Edward, and Fadila were laboring to push-start one of the jeeps. Get in, Yossi yelled, as soon as the engine kicked to life. Ollie and Reg tossed Ty into the passenger seat and jumped aboard a second before Yossi slammed his foot down on the pedal and went careening around the corner. He took them bumping and swerving along the side of the tower until they saw daylight filtering in through the gash in the exterior wall. There was no way to make the jeep climb over the debris that the chariot had crossed on the way inside, so they left it behind and exited the city destroyer on foot. It was murky dawn outside. There was a roar of jets in the air and the screeching death throes of the tower behind them. Reg loaded the flare gun he'd been carrying and shot one flare after another into the air as they ran into the desert, trying to put as much distance as possible between themselves and the ship. Where's Sutton? Edward yelled, carrying the case with great care. Despite all the mayhem surrounding him, he kept his attention focused on making certain the case wasn't jostled or dropped. As they hurried away from the tower, Fadila ran up alongside Reg. Okay, that was my part of the plan, she told him. I got us into the ship and outside with the silver box. The rest is up to you. Right on cue, a growling noise came rumbling toward them, and soon they saw the headlights of the Mercedes truck. Sutton pulled up and skidded to a stop. We're being bombed, he screamed. Whose idea was this? Reg helped Ty climb into the front seat, then jumped in himself. Remy helped the others pile into the back. When they were all aboard, they shouted in one voice at the driver, Go! Sutton was spitting mad. This is Faisal's doing, isn't it? If I get my hands on that bastard, I'll tear him apart. Here we are trying to save his damnable country, and he starts bombing us. Remy and I were nearly blown to bits out here while you lot were lollygagging inside. And what happened to you? He asked Ty. What's that under your shirt? Trouble ahead, Reg called, pointing out the front window. Straight in front of them, standing atop a sand dune, was a fully armored alien warrior. It raised its arm into the firing position and pointed its finger at the truck. Everyone ducked, but there was no blast of light. The creature merely stood there watching the truck come closer. After a moment of hesitation, it lowered its head and charged the Mercedes. Remy, riding on top of the cab, fired his rocket launcher, and the warrior's bio-armor blew apart a half-second before Sutton smashed into it with the truck's battering ram. The tires trampled over the body. Turning an alien into roadkill did wonders for Sutton's mood. "Take that, you ugly piece of crap," he bellowed. He turned to his passengers with an exhilarated smile on his face. "That felt rather good." "I'm glad you think so because here comes another one," Ty said. As before, one of the exoskeletal beasts had them dead to rights. It pointed its long finger at the grill of the speeding truck, but did nothing. "They're not firing at us," Reg noticed. "They must be afraid of hitting this." He patted the lump under Ty's shirt. Ollie opened up with his field gun as Remy launched another bazooka shell. The creature was tommed to pieces. Sutton steered around it. "You're right," Ty realized. "That's exactly it. They're afraid to hit Big Mama, and they all know where she is. They can feel her." "What the hell are you talking about? Who is Big Mama?" Sutton asked. Ty tore open his shirt and introduced them. When he saw the gelatinous lump of biomatter throbbing and glowing phosphorescent against Ty's bleeding stomach, Sutton nearly jumped out of the moving vehicle. "Oh my God! What is that thing?" "Big Mama is sort of like a brain. She directs traffic for the aliens, lets them know where they're at." Sutton was disgusted. "It's a brainal you took a brain? Get rid of it. Watch out." Another alien stepped into the truck's path. It didn't hesitate as the others had done, but charged immediately toward the Mercedes' headlights. "Bring it on, bug boy," Sutton yelled. Instead of trying to steer around the creature, he veered directly toward it, spoiling for another head-on collision. He was expecting Remy to use his rocket launcher again, but there hadn't been time to reload. The creature lowered its head like a bull, and there was a thunderous crack when it collided with the steel bar of the truck's battering ram. Fragments of the head thorax shell flew high into the air, but they didn't feel the creature's body under their tires. "It's hanging on," Remy shouted from his perch. The big Ethiopian scooted himself to the driver's side of the cab to get a clear shot at the thing. Before he could, the front left tire exploded and the truck lurched to the side. A second later, the first tentacle threw itself over the hood and stabbed through the sheet metal. Sutton kept the accelerator pedal crushed against the floorboard as a second tentacle reached up and wound itself around the side mirror. "Steer," he told Ty. He took out a pistol and started to open the door, ready to polish the creature off with a bullet or two. But the third tentacle was deadly. It broke through the windshield and smashed Sutton's head against the back wall. Another long arm snaked in through the open door and wrapped itself around the driver's body. Remy fired at last, and all the tentacles fell limp at the same time. The alien fell to the sand, dragging Sutton outside with it. Reg slid past Ty, took the wheel, and accelerated. "Check your medallion," he said. "See if there are more of them ahead of us." Ty's mind was blank, still processing what had just happened. "Sutton's dead," he said meekly. "The medallion. Check it," Reg yelled. Absently, Ty searched through his pockets until he remembered he'd left his last medallion in the tower. But the one he'd given Sutton was sitting on the dashboard, folded into a paper napkin. He unwrapped it and put it against his skin. "Not working," he told Reg, still getting the flower design. "What about that thing?" Reg pointed to the brain-like blob resting on Ty's lap. "Does it show where the aliens are?" Ty studied the warm lump's transparent skin and the mass of diamond shapes that were all gathered on one side of the body. He experimented with it for a moment before figuring it out. "What does it say?" Reg asked. "It looks like we've got several hundred aliens moving in this direction." He looked up at Reg. "They're leaving at Taif, and I think they're coming after us." "Perfect," Reg said. "How far away are they?" "How should I know? I guess we're just going to leave him back there," he said, glancing into the side mirror and watching Sutton's body recede from view. Reg kept his eyes focused on the rough terrain ahead of him, driving as fast as he could. It was a long way back to Faisal's camp. Chapter 16. Into the hills. The fifth day of the invasion began in worse fashion than any of the others. Reg found the road a mile before the Dhaka turnoff. He stayed off the asphalt, driving along the rough shoulder at 45 miles per hour in order to keep the flat tire on the rim as long as possible. When they reached the isolated crossroads, the sun was lifting in the east. Several miles behind them, a massive dust cloud indicated pursuit by the alien army. The flat tire made the truck difficult to steer. Reg muscled it onto the pavement and pulled hard to make the turn into the hills. "Can't we go any faster?" Ty asked, glancing behind them nervously. "They're definitely catching up." "Only a few more miles," Reg said. "Faisal's got enough firepower up on those cliffs ahead of us to sink a battleship. We're almost home." Reg started up the winding incline at an average speed of 30 miles per hour. But a mile up the road, there was a sharp left-hand turn that pulled the tire off the rim and nearly sent the truck and its lethal cargo sailing over the embankment. After that, Reg drove in a shower of sparks. The unprotected rim scraped against the road, wearing away by the moment and leaving a continuous scar in the surface of the road. There was no choice except to keep going. The rocky canyon walls rose up to enclose them, and Ty scoured them with his eyes, desperate for some sign of the well-equipped army Reg had described. "Where are they?" "There's no one here." "They're here, just a little farther." The mountain pass looked like a completely different universe now that it was daylight, but Reg began to suspect that Ty was right. They should have seen some of the larger guns by now. The rim continued to grind away on the roadway, and each turn was more difficult than the last. Ollie climbed along the outside of the truck and slipped in behind the wheel to relieve Reg when he had exhausted the strength in his arms. They were 6 miles up the road, and the rim was nearly down to the brake shoes. "There they are," Ty shouted. "We made it." Standing in the middle of the road ahead of them were a handful of Saudi soldiers manning a roadblock. To the left, Reg recognized the field that had been occupied by Faisal's army only hours before. It was empty. On the cliffs to the right were some jeeps with turret guns, but no heavy artillery. "That stinking bastard," Reg shouted. He assumed Faisal had double-crossed him, that he'd evacuated the canyon and left him to die as a twisted form of revenge. But when the soldiers came forward, they explained what had happened. The aliens left their ship and marched against At-Taif. The king ordered our commander to defend the city. They claimed not to know anything about Reg or biological weapons or a raid on the ship. Faisal was so sure that Reg, Fadila, and the others would be killed, he hadn't even bothered to tell his men about it. "Where are your vehicles?" Ali asked. The man said they'd been left with 2 jeeps, both of which were up on the cliffs keeping a lookout. When Ali had explained about the biological weapons they were carrying and that the alien army was chasing them, the leader got on his radio and called the jeeps down. Ali held a brief strategy session with the soldiers while the jeeps came bumping down the dirt trail along the face of the cliffs above them. When they'd agreed on a plan of action, Ali found Reg. "There is a road that follows the crest of the mountains," he explained, pointing uphill. "It is about 1 mile from here. They have 2 jeeps. One will carry the weapons down to Dhaka. I will take the other jeep and lead them along the mountains. I will need the thing Ty took from the ship. They will follow it." "Good idea," Reg said. "But I'm the one who should lead them into the hills. You know the area. You've got to." Before he could finish his sentence, a streak of light ripped across the sky and smashed into one of the jeeps moving along the trail, demolishing it. It rolled off the trail and tumbled down the hillside, breaking apart on road. The soldiers in the other jeep stopped and took cover behind their vehicle. A moment later, they suffered the same fate. A pulse blast tore into the side of the vehicle and flipped it over. A few hundred yards downhill, a pair of aliens had climbed one of the cliffs with their chariot and were firing into the clearing. Edward and Reg raced back to the truck. Reg climbed in the back, grabbed the silver box, and tossed it out to Edward, whose heart almost stopped beating when he saw the deadly microbes flying through the air. He caught it as gently as he could, then took off running uphill. Reg strapped on a flamethrower and came around to the passenger door. The translucent amber creature was lying on the front seat. Reg unfastened a couple of shirt buttons, pressed the organism to his stomach, then buttoned back up. A few seconds after he left the truck, It was destroyed when one of the alien projectiles smashed into it. Edward was already 100 yards closer to the crest of the hill, running as fast as he could and not turning back. "Ollie," Reg yelled. "You follow Edward. Make sure he gets away." He patted the lump under his shirt. "I-11 lead them up onto those rocks to buy you some time." Ollie nodded and started to run. Reg crossed the road and headed across the field that had been Faisal's headquarters. Above the far end of it was a steep outcropping of rocky hills. It would be difficult for the aliens to follow there. The Saudis on the hilltops began firing into the canyon. They were answered by flurries of pulse blasts. Halfway across the field, Reg heard someone calling his name. He looked back at the road. Fadila was waving goodbye, half a step ahead of Ollie, who was urging her forward. Reg gave her a farewell smile and a crisp salute before continuing on his way. The rocky ground was treacherous and steep. Reg ran blindly, letting the topography dictate the path he took. Weaving around boulders and leaping over ditches, he ran until he found himself hemmed in by sheer walls of crumbling rock. He tried to climb, but with one hand holding the flamethrower, he could only make it halfway up the wall. He turned to check behind him and saw an alien chariot coming over the rocks in the distance. He slid his arms out of the harness and tossed the flamethrower, canisters and all, onto the shelf of rock above him. Even with both hands free, it was difficult to reach the top. The rocks crumbled to gravel when he tried to pull himself up. When he finally squirmed over the side, he found himself stranded on an isolated stone shelf, a flat rock 50 feet across. If he was going to continue moving, Reg had only two choices: go back the way he'd come, or scale another crumbling rock face. He glanced around the shelf and judged it as good a place as any to die. He still had 2 canisters of fuel for the flamethrower, enough to buy Edward a few more minutes of time. He pulled the brain-shaped amber lump out of his shirt and set it in the sun, then retreated behind a boulder to wait. He could hear the aliens moving closer, stumbling over the rocks in their cumbersome biomechanical suits of armor. It sounded like there were hundreds of them. The waiting seemed eternal. He fought back the urge to spring out into the open and blast a few of them with fire, knowing that every second he could stall them increased the chances of Fadila and the others being able to escape. He imagined they must already be past the summit and starting down the other side of the mountain. As he pictured them running, he suddenly realized he couldn't let the aliens take him alive. If so, they would learn where the biological weapons were. He checked his pistol and found he had 2 bullets left, which was 1 more than he needed. The aliens arrived and surrounded the shelf. Reg listened to their tentacles scraping at the rock walls as they tried to climb. Then the first one lifted its enormous shell head over the lip of the rock. Reg swung his flamethrower around, waiting for it to show itself fully before he fired. Machine gun fire came from the cliffs above. The bullets chipped away at the alien's exoskeletal armor and knocked it back over the side. Reg looked up and saw a white barrier fence, the type that lines the curves of mountain roads to keep careless motorists from driving off the sides. He could see people shouting and running. They looked like civilians. One of them stood at the edge, a man who took off his keffiyeh and waved it through the air as he shouted down the hill. Reg signaled for the guy to stop making a target of himself before he was picked off by a pulse weapon. Before he could make the man understand, a dozen blasts of light flew up the canyon and exploded where the man had been standing. When the dust began to clear, the man was gone, and Reg thought he must be dead. A moment later, however, he was standing there waving and shouting again. He was shouting in English and seemed to know Reg's name. More pulse blasts ripped into the cliffs on which he stood. At the same time, 2 of the aliens came over the edge of Reg's shelf and started toward the amber homing device. "Over here, boys." The shell heads swiveled on their thin waists to face Reg, who blasted them with a burst of his flamethrower. The burning skeletons staggered off the edge of the shelf and fell onto the rocks. That left Reg with 1 canister of fuel. He decided he would let them get to the organism next time and give them a chance to pick it up before he toasted them. Once again, the man on the cliffs was yelling down to Reg. "Who is this fool?" Reg wondered, and then he recognized the voice. It was Thompson. Reg darted into the open, picked up the organism, then returned to the edge of the stone shelf and looked over the side. Dozens of aliens were massed just below him. They were climbing over one another to reach the top. They looked up at Reg, who held the organism out in front of him. "Looking for this?" he asked before spraying them with the final burst of his flamethrower. As they writhed, he looked up and saw that there were several hundred aliens swarming toward him through the canyon. Arms lifted toward him from every direction, but none of them fired. Either they'd been trained not to risk damage to the brain-like creature, or it disabled their weapons. Reg couldn't tell which. He ran to the base of the next cliff, stuffed the organism back into his shirt, and began climbing. Before he'd gone very far, there were aliens climbing after him. They would have caught him easily except for the bullets coming from above. Each time one of them got close to Reg, it was knocked off the rock by a hail of small arms fire. Arab voices cheered him on from the road above, urging him to keep climbing. A strong hand reached over the last ledge and pulled Reg up to safety. It belonged to a wrinkled, elderly woman who looked old enough to be Reg's grandmother. But she was large and strong, and it hurt when she slapped Reg on the back to welcome him. He rolled away from the edge and surveyed the situation. The defenders of the clifftop were a motley group indeed. Half of them were women and many of them were elderly. By the way they were dressed, he recognized them as Yemenis. The women wore a distinctive, beaked sort of veil, and the men all had broad daggers, jambiyas, tucked into their belts. Crouching behind their barricades, they looked more like a crowd rioting for better retirement benefits than an army capable of repulsing the brunt of the alien attack. Thompson ran forward in a crouch. "I'm beginning to wonder about you, Cummins. You pissed off everyone out in the desert, and now you've done something to make the aliens mad. They seem to be following you." Reg was incredulous. "What are you doing here?" The colonel rolled his eyes. "I could write a book. Come on, follow me." He led the WI to the opposite side of the road, where they would be out of the line of fire. Parked along the shoulder was the Yemeni caravan's transportation. Horses, camels, bicycles, motorcycles, and a few passenger cars. Thompson explained that after the city destroyer was shot down, some rough-looking customers showed up in the desert asking about Reg. He'd hidden himself in the dunes until they flew away, then accepted a ride in a helicopter to Khamis Maushait. From there, he'd gone to the town of Abba in Yemen, where he'd enlisted in the civilian army that was coming to join the war in the desert. "We've been traveling since yesterday noon, and just when we got to our turnoff road, I recognized that Ethiopian chap from the camp. He told me you'd gone this way." As Thompson spoke, Reg looked down the other side of the mountain. As he'd seen many times from the air, one side was a collection of desolate stone canyons leading down to the inhospitable desert, while the other was moist, green, and overgrown with trees. The verdant western slope was steep. It plunged dramatically down to a narrow coastal plain. Beyond that was the Red Sea. The smokestacks of the oil refinery at Dhaka glinted back at him in the sun, as if trying to catch his attention. Reg remembered what Mr. Yamani had said about Dhaka being a nasty little town, but from where he stood, it sparkled like the promised land. He interrupted what the colonel was saying. "Thompson, I need a car. I have to get to the coast." He lifted the amber-colored organism out of his shirt and showed it to him. "They're chasing me because of this." "Oh, Lord," Thompson said, recoiling from the pulsating mass. "What is it?" "No time to explain, but they can sense where it is. I want to lead them down the coast. If I stay here, all these people will be slaughtered. Come with me." They jogged down the road until Thompson found someone he recognized, a young man in tight slacks and a silk dress shirt. He looked like he was dressed for an evening of disco dancing except for the jambia tucked into his wide leather belt. Whipping out his trusty phrase book, Thompson said a few words to him in pidgin Arabic. "Mish mumkin," the man said. "Impossible." His car keys made a visible lump in the tight fabric of his pants pocket. "Show him," Thompson said. Reg obliged. When the man saw the brain-like blob, he took out his keys without another word and tossed them to Reg. Thompson led him to a battered Ford sedan. Reg jumped in and started the engine. "You coming?" he asked Thompson. "I'll take my chances here." Get these people out of the way if you can. They're not going to make much difference. Good luck. See you around. Reg had shifted into drive and put his foot on the gas when Thompson remembered something and called to him. I almost forgot. Here's that tape recording you wanted. From his breast pocket, he pulled out a cassette tape and handed it through the window. I wouldn't play it in front of Faisal if I were you. He comes off smelling pretty rotten. You're a good man, Colonel. Tally-ho and all that rot. He shot back, as Reg hit the gas and sped away. When he came to the road leading down to the coast, he saw Remy among the men firing at the advancing aliens. He honked the horn until the big Ethiopian turned around and ran to the car. He jumped in and they took off down the hill, driving slowly and honking their horn. Reg thought the rest of the team might be moving through the trees and wanted to draw their attention. It worked. About 2 miles from the turnoff, they encountered a beanpole of a man with bright red hair standing in the middle of the road with his legs spread wide and a rifle pointed at them. It was Ty. When Reg rolled to a stop, the others came running out of the trees and crammed themselves and their weapons into the 2-door sedan. Edward was the last one standing outside. Too many big people and too many guns, he said. Reg, Ali, and Ty were already crowded into the front seat, with Ali's field gun stretching from one door to the other. Edward handed the silver case delicately to a pair of hands in the back seat before climbing inside to join Fadila, Remy, and Yossi. Before the doors were closed, Reg put his foot through the floor and sent them hurtling down the road. Where are we going? Ali asked, then quickly changed his mind. Don't tell me. I probably don't want to know. After a couple of miles, the team convinced Reg to slow down. They had a large start on the aliens, and as long as they kept the pace above 50 miles per hour, the chariots couldn't gain on them. As the others watched out the rear window for signs of danger, Fadila was developing another plan. When we reach the coastal road, there is an airport a few miles north of Dhaka. We can take a plane from there to Jeddah, where someone will know how to dispose of these horrible weapons. Reg kept his eyes on the road and said that was a good idea. When they came out of the trees and saw the coast road in front of them, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They were almost home free. They turned north onto the highway and increased their speed. There was traffic on the highway, but not much. Many of the cars they passed were loaded down with families and as many personal possessions as they could carry. The faces behind the windows looked tired and frightened. Hardly anyone gave Reg or the overcrowded Ford a second glance. For a few moments, it felt almost like an ordinary day. The other drivers were observing the speed limit and the rules of the road. Some of them flashed dirty looks at Reg as he sped past them, not suspecting the car with the Yemeni license plates contained enough weapons-grade poison to kill everyone in the Middle East. Even though it was still a few miles ahead of them, Reg could smell the gaseous stench of the refinery. I don't believe it, Yossi said from the back seat. What's that? Ty asked. They're coming through the trees. All of them. They all turned to see what he was talking about and could hardly believe their eyes. It looked like an avalanche moving diagonally down the mountainside, shaking the trees as it came. The alien army had left the winding road to take a more efficient angle of pursuit. They crashed down the slope at a phenomenal rate of speed, weaving around some trees, knocking the others to the ground. A blaring horn brought Reg's attention back to his driving. He swerved back into his lane a second before colliding head-on with a semi. Ali had already figured out what Reg had in mind and pointed him toward the exit he wanted. Then he turned around and told the others what he thought the crazed Englishman behind the wheel had in mind. When he was finished, Reg looked at him, impressed. I thought the only mind readers around here were the ones from outer space. They sped toward the front gates of the refinery and the guards who stepped out of their kiosk to question them. The car crashed through a fence and charged into the facility. They followed the road between a pair of gigantic storage tanks, then passed the separating station with its open construction and vertical spires rising like stainless steel minarets. Soon they came to a round, heavily fortified building that looked like it must be the refinery's control room. When the Ford skidded to a halt, a half-dozen men who had been standing around drinking coffee and talking scattered in all directions, thinking they were under attack by terrorists. Ali caught one of them and dragged him back to the car, explaining, as politely as he could under the circumstances, that they needed access to the refinery's computer system. When the man asked why, Ali told him, "We need to spill all the oil on the ground and set the place on fire." "Are you crazy? That has nothing to do with it. Show us the computers." The man scoffed and refused to cooperate. The team did what they could to convince him. Fadila told him that several hundred, perhaps thousands, of aliens would be arriving at the refinery within the next few minutes, and Reg showed him the amber-colored organism. Still, the man refused. But he changed his mind when Yossi shot him in the forearm, then pushed the man's nose flat with the hot end of his pistol. "I'll count to 3, said the Israeli. 1, 2. "Don't shoot," shouted the injured man. "I will take you inside." He led them up a set of steel stairs and entered a numerical code into the keypad next to the door. It opened, and Ali shoved the man through the doorway. Tai, Fadila, and Remy followed him. "What about the case?" Edward asked. "We have to get these biological weapons out of the area." "We'll bum them," Reg said. "Along with everything else. That's too dangerous. There's still time to get them out of here." Reg tossed the keys to Yossi. "Go with him." And after wishing both men luck, he entered the control room. At first, the technicians inside resisted. They said it was impossible to spill the oil intentionally, that the computers weren't designed to do such things. The only way to accomplish what the team was asking would be to physically destroy the pipelines one by one. The whole time they talked, Tai leaned over the main routing screen, studying it. When Reg came to look over his shoulder, he saw a complicated diagram showing a tangle of lines and a confusing galaxy of blinking lights. The display was no more comprehensible to him than the designs he'd seen on the tops of the black tables inside the tower. "It looks simple enough," Tai said. "This board controls the movement of oil through the entire refinery. It allows them to pump it out of one tank and into another. See how the pipelines are all numbered to correspond with the switches here at the bottom. Then you've got your pressure gauges and automatic shutoffs at intervals along each pipe." He pointed to various spots on the schematic, assuming Reg was following along. "So how do we spill the oil?" "Easy. We close down all the lines and start all the pumps at the same time. Then we sit back and wait for the pipes to burst under the pressure." He started throwing switches with both hands, activating some and deactivating others, while Reg looked on skeptically. Couldn't be that easy, could it? For a minute it seemed to work. Red lights started flashing and warning buzzers sounded. But then everything returned to normal. Tai scratched his chin, thinking. The system senses the pressure buildup and shuts down the pumps. "How do we circumvent the shutoff system?" he asked the technicians. "Mish mumkin," one of them said. "We cannot override the failsafe. It's all automatic. Yossi and Edward are coming back. And they've got company," Fadila announced, looking out a window. Reg knew what she was talking about and dragged one of the technicians across the room to show him. The man looked outside and couldn't believe his eyes. Less than 100 yards from him, a pair of ugly gray creatures with heads that looked rather like overgrown oyster shells were riding a walking sled and firing blasts of white light out of their fingertips. He stared at this startling scene for a moment or two, then ran to the switchboard and began pulling wires from the underside of the console. He shouted to his colleagues, who joined him at the control boards. Within seconds, the red lights and warning buzzers came back to life. The muffled sound of explosions came through the walls. All around the refinery, pipes began splitting open. Oil sprayed high into the air in some places and flowed out in dark rivers in others. "We have done what you asked," said the man who had Tom out the wires. "Now let us leave. We have helicopters. You can go with us." "Wait, we're not finished. How can we light the oil? We have to set it on fire." The man tossed Reg a book of matches and turned for the door. Almost as soon as it sealed behind him, something slammed against the outside wall on the opposite side of the room. For armored aliens, sensing the presence of the amber organism, were trying to break in to retrieve it. Everybody outside, leaving the brain inside. The team raced out the door and made sure it was sealed behind them. They ran to take cover behind the next building and saw the Ford parked there. Ali found his field gun in the back seat and strapped it over his shoulder. A moment later, Edward came around the corner carrying the silver case. Yossi was right behind him. What happened? We couldn't find our way back to the front gates until it was too late. They're all crossing the highway, Yossi said. More than 1,000 of them. We should have destroyed the weapons before, Edward said. I'm going to do it now. How? Give me those matches and I'll climb up there. He pointed to the ladder rising up the side of one of the 10-story tall storage tanks. When I'm inside, I'll set the whole thing on fire. My God, Tai said, impressed with the man's conviction. I'll go with you, Yossi said. I've got a lighter, and besides, you can't trust a Palestinian with a big job. It was Yossi's idea of a joke. For the first time since they'd known him, he smiled. Edward shook his head and appealed to the others. Now do you see why we can't stand the Jews? But he returned Yossi's grin and said, Come on, madman, let's go. The two men ran toward the nearest storage tank and began climbing the vertical steel ladder as fast as they could, bickering as they went. Remy tipped over a trash can and found a discarded newspaper to use as kindling. Let's get started, he said, and led the way toward the nearest lake of freshly spilled oil. They lit the newspaper and dropped it onto the oil, expecting it to erupt immediately into flames. Instead, the oil soaked into the paper until the fire went out. They tried again, this time using more paper to make a hotter fire. It's supposed to bum, Reg said. A car came speeding around a corner not far away and turned toward the main gate. Before it got very far, a pulse blast ripped into its side. The vehicle flipped over and burst into flame. When they saw this, the team turned toward Tai. One step ahead of you, he said, pulling out the alien weapon and unfolding the cloth he used to cane it. He let the flipper-like protrusions wind themselves around his forearm, then invited Reg to help him. What do we hit? Anything that will blow up. But the pulse weapon proved no more useful than the burning newspapers. They used it to blow open the side of an oil tank, to tear a gaping hole in the side of a building, and to dig craters in the ground where the oil was pooling. But they couldn't start a fire. They did, however, attract the attention of a squad of aliens, who came away from the control room to investigate. Ali knocked them backwards with a few blasts from his field gun while Reg and Tai picked them off one by one with the pulse gun. But more of them started coming around the corner. They came by the dozens, fearless behind their armor, and advanced on the 4 troublesome earthlings. We have to fall back, Ali said, but Reg disagreed. He pointed to Edward and Yossi, who were only halfway to the top of the ladder. They were shielded from view of the aliens by the curve of the tank. We've got to hold them here until those 2 are inside. Then we'll fall back. By then it will be too late, Fadila said. They're surrounding us. There was no choice but to stay and defend their position. The best they could hope for was a fiery death, that once the 2 men were inside the tank, they would be successful in blowing it up and that the fire would spread. If not, all they would have accomplished was leading the aliens out of the desert and into the more densely populated coastal plain. And there was still a chance of the anthrax spores and Ebola virus being spread. When Edward reached the top, he handed the case to Yossi, lifted the cap door at the side of the roof, and lowered himself inside. After taking the case back, he started down the ladder that ran along the inside of the tank. Then, as Yossi was climbing in after him, a series of loud explosions came from the far end of the refinery. Sounds like bombs, Remy remarked. Yes, and helicopters, Ali added. It must be the men from the control room, Fadila said. They said they had helicopters. But a moment later, they saw a squadron of Apache helicopters rising over the oil field, firing missiles down at the alien army and starting a massive fire in the oil, a fire which quickly began rolling toward them. When pulse blasts began zipping toward the helicopters, they ducked behind the outlying buildings. Then another group of the fearsome gunships appeared on the opposite horizon and fired another volley of shells down onto the oil-soaked grounds. They're starting fires around the perimeter, Reg observed. Smart boys. As soon as the aliens turned to fire on the second group of helicopters, the Apaches lowered out of view, and a third group lifted from the direction of the highway. When their shells slammed into the ground, a wall of fire cut off the team's only means of escape. They were boxed in. Reg looked around and nodded approvingly, thinking, now that's the way you run an aerial assault. He didn't know if any of the men piloting the helicopters had been his students, but that didn't stop him from feeling proud of the way they were conducting the operation. They were achieving their objectives without taking unnecessary risks and were displaying extraordinary teamwork. Where in the hell did these guys come from? Ty wondered. They must be Faisal's men, Reg said. The aliens panicked when they found themselves surrounded by fire. They ran in crazed circles, firing their weapons into the flames. Some of them opened their shells and jumped out. The ones who had been firing at the team forgot about them and rushed off to join the mayhem. Yossi climbed back to the opening in the top of the tank. Reg noticed him because he was waving his arms and shouting, but he wasn't shouting to Reg or the others. A helicopter came from the direction of the highway, broke through the wall of flame, and hovered over the tower long enough to allow Yossi and Edward to climb in. It wasn't one of the Apaches, but a civilian helicopter. Hey, what about us? Ty shouted. He and Remy ran to the nearest ladder and began to climb. Ali slung his gun over his back and followed them. Reg and Fadila found another ladder, and they, too, began to climb. The helicopter disappeared only moments after they started up the ladders, but they all continued climbing. The steel rungs were hard on their hands, especially Fadila's. The harsh metal rubbed through the skin on her palms, and she was bleeding before they were halfway up. At the 3/4 mark, her arms were so tired they began to shake. I know you're going to think I'm a princess, but I don't know if I can make it to the top. Let me stay here and rest. You can go around me. I'll help you. No, let me do it myself. I just need to rest for a while. Reg stared up at her, watching to make sure she didn't lose her grip when he noticed something strange. Although neither of them was moving, he could feel movement in the ladder. He looked down and saw an armored alien climbing up behind them. It was moving fast, taking the rungs 2 at a time and using all 12 of its limbs to pull itself upward. I hope you're ready for this, Reg said. He climbed another step and shocked Fadila by wedging his head between her legs and lifting her backside onto his shoulders. Before she could protest, he started climbing as fast as he could. There was no need to look down to see if the alien was getting closer. Reg could feel it gaining on them through the vibrations in the ladder. When they got to the top, Reg fired his last bullet at their pursuer, then he and Fadila ran onto the curving roof of the tank. From their new vantage point, they could see the Apache helicopters surrounding the refinery. They were keeping low to the ground, well away from the fires they'd started. The civilian helicopter they'd seen pick up their comrades was coming in for another pass, but the alien was already at the top of the ladder. It stepped onto the roof and let the humans regard it in all its horrible glory. The tentacles sprouting from its back waved in the air like a gruesome peacock spreading its tail feathers. As the helicopter came closer, the creature ignored it and marched toward Reg and Fadila. As it stepped onto the crest of the roof, a pulse blast whizzed past Reg's ear and struck the exoskeleton square in the face, shattering the armor and knocking it over the side of the tank. When Reg spun around, he saw Ty and Remy waving to him, the alien tube gun sandwiched between their arms. I don't believe it, Fadila muttered when she saw the royal crest painted on the door of the helicopter. It's the king's private helicopter. But that surprise was nothing compared to the one she got a moment later when a disheveled old man leaned his head out of the cargo door and waved them inside. It was her father, Carmel Yamani. Fadila allowed Reg to help lift her over the landing bars, then reached back to help pull him inside. She sprang into her father's arms as the chopper began to lift away. The old man winked at Reg over his daughter's shoulder. One told you I had joined the fight. You did this? I thought it must be Faisal. King Ibrahim turned around to face them from the co-pilot's seat. Faisal is still driving in circles in the desert, wondering where the aliens went. As the pilot lifted the chopper away from the roof of the storage tank and turned to head away, the ship listed violently toward the co-pilot's side. Something heavy had grabbed onto the landing gear, and everyone inside knew immediately what it had to be. Before anyone had a chance to reach for a gun, a tentacle reached into the rear passenger area and began to slash through the air. Reg, closest to the door, picked up the first heavy object he could lay his hands on, a fire extinguisher. Ignoring the tentacle, he rushed toward the open door and leaned outside. The mangled exoskeleton was only a few feet below him. Its huge head-thorax shell had been shattered, but its many limbs were wrapped tightly around the landing bars. Reg used the extinguisher to deliver a hard blow to the center of the cracked shell, knocking a large section of it away. The alien hidden below the shell was now exposed to view, but before Reg could deliver a second blow, the tentacle clipped him hard on the back of the head. He felt himself go lightheaded, then collapse. The fleshy arm wound itself around his neck and began pulling him outside. Fadila caught him by the feet and struggled for a moment against the more powerful alien. Her resistance bought just enough time for the king to open the co-pilot's door and peer down into the hideous confusion of limbs and broken shell. Staring up at him were a pair of bulging, reflective eyes. He drew a pistol from the folds of his robes and put a single bullet into the alien's head. As it died, all the life went out of the biomechanical suit of armor. The tentacles, including the one around Reg's neck, went limp, and the creature plunged to the ground. "Allahu Akbar," cried the king, shaking a fist at the alien as it fell away. "You see? Finally, I got my wish to kill one of them. I did it. I killed him." The aging monarch continued to celebrate as his pilot swooped to the next storage tanker and set down long enough for Ali, Remy, and Ty to climb aboard. Reg was beginning to recover his senses by the time they all stepped inside. "Did you see?" King Ibrahim asked the new passengers. "I killed one of them." As the helicopter lifted away from the refinery, there was a series of powerful explosions that sent fire roaring high into the air. The intense heat began exploding the holding tanks, feeding the already raging fire with ton after ton of additional fuel. Soon, every square inch of the refinery was fully engulfed. The helicopter gunships patrolled the perimeter of the blaze in case any of the aliens escaped, but none did. The king ordered the helicopter to hover nearby as the inferno consumed the enemy forces, then told his pilot to take them to Jeddah. Ali leaned forward and spoke bluntly to the king. "We cannot leave without our friends, the two men who were picked up first." King Ibrahim turned around in his chair and arched an eyebrow. "One of them is a Palestinian masquerading as a Jordanian, and the other is a Jew. You call these men your friends?" "Yes," Ali answered without hesitation. "Good friends." Mr. Yamani assured the muscular captain there was no reason to worry about Yossi and Edward. "They are in good hands. My son Khalid is with them. He will escort them back to At-Taif, where the biological weapons will be destroyed." "Khalid has been released?" Fadila asked her father. She was on the floor of the helicopter, sitting next to the still woozy Reg. "Yes, Faisal let him go this morning before he retreated from the mountains. I think he expected your brother to die at the hands of the aliens." "Speaking of Galil Faisal," said the king, unbuckling himself from his chair and moving aft to join the others. "I spoke to him by radio earlier today. He had many interesting things to say about you, Major Cummins. Not very positive things, I am afraid." "That doesn't really surprise me," Reg said. "Faisal and I haven't really hit it off during the past few days. In fact," the king continued, "he would like to see you arrested. According to him, you have committed several criminal acts since the invasion began." Fadila sat bolt upright, ready to defend Reg against Faisal's accusations. Before she could say a word, both her father and the king spoke to her sternly, telling her to let Reg answer for himself. The king outlined the most serious of Faisal's allegations: that Reg had shot down an Egyptian pilot over whom he had no authority because the man had refused to obey his orders, that he had urged Saudi pilots to disobey their orders during an engagement with the enemy, that he had kidnapped a Saudi woman, Fadila, on what should have been her wedding day, that he had trespassed on the grounds of the Saudi military facility at Al Sayed, and that he had stolen weapons and ammunition from that same facility. Considering that all these acts had been committed within a span of less than 4 days, it was quite an impressive list. When the king was finished, he asked Reg to answer the charges. "They're all true," Reg said without batting an eyelid. "And if I had to do it all again, I'd make exactly the same decisions." It wasn't the answer the king had been expecting. "I was never kidnapped," Fadila couldn't help interjecting. It was my choice to go with these people. The king ignored her and stared intently at Reg, waiting for him to go on. First, Reg explained the circumstances under which he had shot down the Egyptian pilot who refused to turn away from Khamis Maushait. King Ibrahim listened carefully, running his fingers through his beard until Reg was finished. If what you say is true, and I believe that it is, you must be quite a fine pilot. He's the best, Tai interjected. King Ibrahim nodded. So I have been told. But do you also admit that you urged our pilots to disobey Faisal's orders over Mecca? Tai, Remy, Ali, and Fadila all broke into the conversation at once, insisting that Reg had acted with good cause. Reg quieted them with a gesture and continued speaking to the king. I did what I thought was right, he said. I knew Faisal was making a horrible mistake, that he was sending those men to their deaths. Knew or believed? The king asked. Reg hesitated for a moment before answering. I believed so. In other words, your assessment of the situation differed from Commander Faisal's? In only a few moments, the king had cut to the quick of the matter. Yes, it was my assessment against his. But before you have me arrested, there's something I think you should listen to. He pulled out of his pocket the audio cassette Thompson had given him. Have you got a tape deck in this copter? The question stung the monarch. Major Cummins, this is the royal helicopter. Of course there is a cassette player. He took the tape from Reg and plugged it in. A moment later, the sounds of the air battle over Mecca filled the helicopter's passenger compartment. King Ibrahim turned the volume up loud, and for the rest of the flight to Jeddah, hardly a word was spoken. When they arrived at King Abdul Aziz International Airport at about 4 in the afternoon, the helicopter swept past the large tent-shaped Hajj terminal built especially to accommodate pilgrims en route to Mecca. The pilot landed the craft on a helipad outside the terminal reserved for the exclusive use of the royal family. There was a large contingent of soldiers and servants waiting there to greet them. One of the faces in the crowd was familiar. It was Faisal. He stood about 100 feet from the helicopter, his olive-green uniform encrusted with the sweat and dust accumulated during a long day of chasing the alien army across the desert. He smiled menacingly at Reg when the two of them made eye contact, then sent some of his soldiers to surround the king's chopper, just in case Reg tried to make a run for it. But Reg had no intention of running. When he saw Faisal, he jumped out of the helicopter and marched directly toward him. Fadila and the others followed him outside, leaving the king still listening to the recording. Where the hell were you? Reg demanded loudly as he marched threateningly toward Faisal. The Saudi commander retained his customary poise, refusing to return Reg's hostile tone. As his soldiers stepped into Reg's path, he smiled easily and shook his head in disbelief. I was absolutely correct, wasn't I? You are a difficult man to kill. Where were you? Reg repeated fiercely. We agreed we would work together. So we did, Faisal said, moving closer. I ordered the airstrike against the alien ship, just as we planned. But my pilots told me you never came outside. That's a lie. I fired a dozen flares into the air when we came out. Those jets were supposed to follow us to your camp in the hills. They didn't. But we made it into the hills without them, only to find you gone. A matter of priorities, Major. The city of At-Taif came under attack during the night. I was forced to relocate my forces before you returned. In doing so, praise be to Allah, I saved thousands, perhaps hundreds of thousands of lives. Faisal and the men around him realized that this was a lie. By the time his forces arrived at At-Taif, the aliens had already left to chase Reg and his team across the desert. But he was accustomed to taking credit for more than he actually accomplished. In any case, he went on, we were successful in removing the biological agents from the alien ship before my planes destroyed it completely. You have been very helpful. And what is more, you have brought Fadila back to me without a scratch on her pretty face. Before Faisal could protect himself, Reg swung at him and connected. The blow landed squarely on the tip of Faisal's chin and sent him sprawling to the ground. A pair of soldiers grabbed Reg and pinned his arms behind his back while others leveled their guns at Remy, Ali, and Tai. Faisal picked himself off the ground, rubbing his jaw, and gave Reg a deadly stare. He paused for a moment, deciding how best to hurt him before issuing a command to his men. "Take the girl inside and wait for me." A pair of soldiers each grabbed one of Fadila's arms and forced her toward the terminal building. Held at gunpoint, Ali and the others were powerless to stop them. Faisal moved uncomfortably close to Reg until they were practically nose to nose. "When my pilots first told me you'd come out of the ship alive," he hissed, "I was disappointed. But now I see that this way is better. Not only will I be able to enjoy the sweet fruit of this woman, but I will also have the pleasure of attending your public execution." Reg struggled to free his arms for another swing, but the soldiers held them fast. Instead, Faisal delivered a crushing punch that connected with Reg's ribcage. He was preparing to hit him again when the loudspeakers mounted to the exterior of the terminal building came to life and began blaring out a recorded conversation. "Reg, I repeat, Saudi commander, you have broken formation. You are currently running in the wrong direction." "Faisal, do not interfere. I'm afraid you are mistaken, Major. You must be watching the wrong plane." "Reg, negative, Faisal. I'm directly above you, close enough to read your wing markings. You are running away from the engagement." "Faisal, stay out of this, Cummins. I am not running. I am positioning myself to observe the attack." "Reg, admit it, Faisal, you're saving yourself because you know what's going to happen to those men. Order them to break off." "Faisal, damn you, Cummins, stay quiet. Cooperate with me and you will be rewarded." "Reg, and if I don't?" "Faisal, then I will personally shoot you out of the sky." "Reg, I wouldn't advise it. You'd only be wasting another one of your king's planes." "Faisal, King Ibrahim is no longer a factor. The Saudi Air Force is now completely under my command, and it is my will that." As Faisal listened, horrified, he forgot completely about punishing Reg and looked around desperately for the source of the embarrassing transmission. He soon spotted King Ibrahim staring at him sternly from the shadowy recesses of the royal helicopter. Brushing past Reg, Faisal ran to the helipad. "Stop this recording at once," he shouted. "Why should I?" the king asked. Faisal stammered out an answer. "Because this is not. This was. You are exposing military secrets. You are. People may misunderstand." "I don't understand," said the king, feigning confusion. "You said before the tape would prove Khalid Yamani's guilt and establish your bravery in the battle. This tape doesn't match the story you told everyone after the battle. In fact, it sounds as if you turned and ran." Faisal glanced around helplessly at the loudspeakers, which continued to broadcast the sounds of the battle to the entire airport. "There is no need to continue playing the tape. I will explain everything," he told the king. "After all, you need me." "How so?" "I am the Saudi hero who saved Mecca," he shouted. "Do you want to give the credit to a bunch of Western infidels and Jews? I can be very useful to you and your family. Without me, you will appear weak, as if you needed help from outside to protect the holy city." "I'm not so sure," said King Ibrahim, stroking his beard. "It seems to me Khalid Yamani acted quite bravely during the battle. Perhaps he will be accepted as our country's hero during the battle. But as I say, I'm not certain. That is why I am broadcasting the tape right now over several military frequencies to all parts of the country. This time, we can let the people decide who they consider their hero." When Faisal learned that the entire nation was listening to the recording, he realized at once that he was finished. There would be no way to explain why he had flown away from that first bombing run, or why he had muscled the others out of the way to get the first shot for himself. It was all there on the tape, and he knew it. He backed away from the helicopter, then turned and ran toward a jeep that had been left unattended. King Ibrahim made no move to stop him. Instead, he watched as Faisal jumped into the vehicle and drove away, burning with humiliation. A moment later, he picked up the handset on his radio and spoke to someone inside the terminal building. He ordered that Fadila Yamani be found and brought outside again as soon as she was decently covered. Then he called to Reg. "Major Cummins, come here please. We have not finished all of our business together. There is still the matter of your reward. Don't forget about your friends, Tai joked, as Reg began moving back to the royal helicopter. Reg seemed in a great hurry to speak to the king. He hurried along for a few paces, then broke into a full run. It wasn't that he was eager to collect his reward. He was concerned about Fadila. He informed the king that their chat would have to wait until he was positive Fadila was safe. The old man laughed at his earnest concern and assured him he had already taken care of the matter. Then he invited Reg inside the helicopter, where the two men sat face to face for the next several minutes, negotiating. After some time, Mr. Yamani was called in to join them. The three of them were still talking when Fadila re-emerged from the terminal, escorted by a different set of soldiers. Somewhere, they had found a spare abaya and given it to her so she could cover herself. Reg happened to glance up from his conversation long enough to take in the strange sight of her. A battle-tested woman warrior wearing dusty combat fatigues beneath a long skein of black fabric that reached nearly to her ankles. Her boots, stained with oil and blood, protruded from below the cloth. She came striding out of the terminal in an unladylike fashion and joined Tai, Remy, and Ali. The three men pointed toward the helicopter, explaining the situation to her. When she learned what Reg and her father were discussing with the king, she put her hands on her hips and shook her veiled head back and forth to express her displeasure. A few moments later, the three men stepped out of the helicopter and moved to join the others. Reg trailed along behind the two older men, who chatted amiably with each other as they doddered slowly across the landing pad, ignoring the last hour of the day's punishing heat. They smiled broadly, as if they were both pleased with the arrangement that had been hammered out. Reg's expression, on the other hand, gave no indication of how the negotiations had gone. When at last they reached the place where Fadila and the others were waiting, the king's mood suddenly changed. "I do not understand these Englishmen," he began loudly. "For his role in protecting our nation, I promised to give Major Cummins anything it was within my power to grant him. I offered him millions of dollars, my properties in Hawaii, one of my personal jets. But he insisted on asking for something else," he said, glancing toward Fadila. "Something that is not mine to give. The most I was able to do was to speak on his behalf to my old friend Carmel Yamani. Perhaps to save me from appearing ungenerous, Mr. Yamani has consented to the Major's request." Then he turned to face the shrouded figure of Fadila. "You must be quite an extraordinary young woman. The only thing he asks for is for you." Fadila's anger boiled over. "And you, the ruler of Saudi Arabia, custodian of the holy cities of Mecca and Medina, appear quite willing to oblige him. You give a Saudi woman to a Western man like you were handing over a cow." The king took a step backward, startled by the woman's outburst. He was trying to deliver the good news that she was going to get what she wanted, and was unprepared to face her wrath. "I think you don't understand," King Ibrahim said. "I understand that you men believe you can control me like a piece of property, trade me to one another like an old car. And in this case, you can't claim it is the will of Allah because he's not even a Muslim." Although her face was covered, Reg could feel Fadila's green eyes staring at him like a pair of burning X-ray beams. "She thinks I've asked to marry her," Reg said, explaining Fadila's reaction. "Haven't you?" she asked in a smaller voice. Reg shook his head no. "The very opposite," the king told her. "He has asked that you be given the power to choose your own husband. Accordingly, your engagement to Galil Faisal is officially cancelled. Of course, if you still wish to marry Faisal, you may. Or anyone else for that matter." "Is it true?" Fadila asked her father. He nodded that it was. "And if you wish to continue your education, either here or abroad, you are free to do so. I am not sure how many universities are left standing, but this time I will not interfere with your studies. It is up to you to decide." "So, if I want to marry this man," Fadila said, taking Remy by the arm, "I may do so without asking anyone's permission?" The king and her father nodded, but Remy warned her that his wife probably wouldn't like the idea. Fadila, enjoying the idea of her new freedom, moved to Ali and took him by the arm. "Or this man?" Again, the answer was yes. Nodding, she turned, and as she began moving toward Reg, Ty couldn't resist clearing his throat ostentatiously. "Aren't you forgetting someone?" he asked, pretending to be hurt. "Forgive me." Fadila laughed. She took hold of Ty's arm as she had with the other men, and asked, "Or this one?" King Ibrahim and Mr. Yamani both made the same joke. "No, not that one." When Ty had recovered from his momentary heartbreak, Fadila walked over and stood in front of Reg. "Thank you. This is a wonderful gift. It's the least I could do. After all, you gave me what I needed most. Something worth fighting for." "I'm smiling. I'm glad. But I hope you don't expect me to act like a foolish girl and ask you to marry me." "That thought never crossed my mind, Princess." "Liar. But tell me, is it true you turned down all the riches King Ibrahim offered you?" When Reg said it was, Fadila shook her head in disappointment. "You could have made the rest of your life relatively comfortable. Isn't that the goal of all Westerners? But now, I'm afraid you've made things difficult for yourself." Again, she shook her head sadly. "I'd appreciate any advice you could give me on the subject," Reg said. "Actually, I've already come up with a few ideas. Shall we walk?" The two of them strolled away from the others, past the helicopter, and out into the late afternoon sun. They walked up and down the apron of the nearest runway for a long while, making decisions about the future. The end.